Library of Heaven's Path Chapter 1180 to Chapter 1229. Pavilion Master Go, the Combat Master Hall's Hall Master Xing and I have witnessed the matter with our own eyes. Wusher's anxious voice sounded in the room. The matter with our own eyes? The elder continued. As a master teacher, you should know that there are some things that you can't judge based on what you see with your own eyes. You have to verify the matter carefully before you can come to a conclusion. Not to mention, a vice pavilion master is involved in this matter. If we go by your verdict and accuse the vice pavilion master of Mingshi Tang of framing a 6-star master teacher from a Tier 1 empire, what will become of our branch's dignity? Wusher's voice faltered slightly. The Master Teacher Pavilion was a major power in the Master Teacher Pavilion, and its reputation was of utmost importance. If word were to spread that a Vice Pavilion Master had tried to harm a subordinate beneath him, the Qingyuan Empire Master Teacher Pavilion branch would be utterly humiliated. Pavilion Master Go, what I have said is the truth. Mingshi Tang should set an example for himself. If he were to cover up a crime for the sake of his reputation, what will become of justice in the future? Wusher paused for a moment before continuing. It was true that dealing with Vice Pavilion Master Tian would tarnish the reputation of the Qingyuan Empire, but if they didn't do so, the reputation of the number 1 occupation on the Master Teacher continent would be tarnished. Justice? Is that what you are talking about? Why do I hear that it is Temple Master Tian who has been wronged instead? The old man's voice continued, Tian Qing, tell me everything that happened yesterday in detail. Yes. Temple Master Tian's voice echoed in the room. This is what happened. Zhong Qingyuan was in charge of the defense of the city, and he captured the Vice Pavilion Master of the Hanyuan Empire Poison Temple, Mingzhen. Using the other party's intelligence, he annihilated the Jingyuan City branch of the Poison Temple. Furthermore, from the Vice Pavilion Master, he learned that there was an extremely formidable poison master known as Sun Chang hiding in the city, and he could very well pose a threat to the human race in the city. Thus, he captured him and interrogated him, and this Sun Chang happened to be Zhang Xian's butler. Since a master teacher is involved, I couldn't afford to be reckless. Thus, Zhong Qingyuan approached me, and I had him send someone to invite him over. However, not only did Zhang Xian refuse to cooperate, he even snatched Sun Chang away and assaulted Zhong Qingyuan. Assaulted him? Temple Master Tian, Xianxia's cultivation is only at St. Tudan Pinnacle whereas you are at half-leaving Aperture Realm. Isn't it a little too much to accuse him of assaulting you? Wusher frowned in displeasure. He couldn't reveal the fact that Xianxia was a celestial master teacher, but if the other party wanted to slander him, he would retaliate without mercy. The one who injured me wasn't Zhang Xian but a cauldron in his possession. That cauldron is a Saint Intermediate tier artifact, and its cultivation is on par with mine. Tian Qing said. That's even more unbelievable to me. How could a master teacher be beaten up by a Saint Intermediate tier cauldron? Wusher shook his head. Saint Intermediate tier artifacts were indeed formidable, but without a master teacher to wield them, they were unable to bring out their full prowess. For it to pummel a master teacher, who in the world would believe such a thing? It doesn't matter whether you believe me or not. If you insist on accusing me of framing Zhang Xian, then let me ask you this, do I have a reason to do so? Temple Master Tian harumphed. Wusher was rendered speechless. I am Vice Pavilion Master Mingshi Tang of the Qingyuan Empire Master Teacher Academy. In terms of standing, I am many times more esteemed than him. As a 7-star master teacher, my standing far surpasses his as well. Why would I risk ruining my career to deal with a mere principal of a master teacher academy who has nothing to do with me? Even if he were to be killed or stripped of his master teacher license, it would have nothing to do with me. Temple Master Tian said. Wusher was rendered speechless by those words. Indeed, one needed a motive to commit a crime. No matter how he looked at it, Temple Master Tian did not possess such motives. His standing was higher than Zhang Xian's, and more importantly, he was richer than Zhang Xian. Why would he want to deal with a countryside lad like him? This didn't make sense. Wu Ruffing, what else do you have to say for yourself? Pavilion Master Go's voice sounded once more. I don't know why Vice Pavilion Master Tian would make a move on Xianxia, but when I received Xianxia's distress signal and rushed over, King Zhongqing and Vice Pavilion Master Tian were in the midst of making a move on Xianxia. If I had arrived a moment later, Xianxia might have already been killed. This is something that many master teachers and combat masters witnessed with our own eyes. Furthermore, the vice head of the Poison Temple whom Temple Master Tian spoke of earlier can testify that it was Zhong Qingwang and Temple Master Tian who threatened the members of the Poison Temple to frame him. Wushi said. Are you referring to the Poison Master named Mingzhen? Pavilion Master Go asked. That's right. He died last night. Pavilion Master Go harumphed coldly. Died? He's at Mingshi Tang. How could he have died? Wushi could hardly believe what he was hearing. How could I know how he died? You were the one who captured him, and he died at Mingshi Tang. Do you think that I will believe you if you say that you don't know anything? Pavilion Master Go said. Pavilion Master Go, are you suspecting me? Wushi's tone was filled with disbelief. It's not that I'm suspecting you, but I can't help but think about it. You told me that Xianxia had committed a crime against master teachers, so you wanted to capture him and interrogate him. I didn't turn you down, but in the end, he died for no reason at all. Mingshi Tang is heavily guarded, and other than you, no one is able to get close to it. If not for torture, how could he have died? I have investigated Zhang Xian, and the two of you have gone through life and death situations together. As such, it's not impossible for him to be biased toward the other party. Pavilion Master Go harumphed coldly. You have just become a Vice Pavilion Master, so I can understand your desire to make contributions and replace Tian Qing. However, no matter what you do, you need evidence, right? How can I not be suspicious of you? I don't covet the position of the Vice Pavilion Master, and I have no intention of harming Temple Master Tian. Wushi exclaimed anxiously. He didn't think that Pavilion Master Go would actually suspect that he was intentionally framing Tian Qing in order to replace him. Alright, I don't wish to discuss this matter any further. I don't care how you fight with each other, but don't do anything that will tarnish the reputation of the branch. Pavilion Master Go interjected. I had been the Pavilion Master for more than 500 years, and even though our Mingshi Tang wasn't able to flourish under my watch, there isn't a single stain on it. Now that I'm going to retire soon, I don't want to be criticized by the headquarter for being the laughingstock of the other empire's Mingshi Tang branches. Pavilion Master Go, I really don't want to vie for power. Even though Xianxia and I have gone through life and death situations together, he refuses to listen to my orders, not expecting Pavilion Master Go to accuse him of such a crime as soon as he appeared. Wushi hurriedly tried to persuade him. Enough. I have already said that I don't want to interfere in your affairs, but I don't want to see our Mingshi Tang branch becoming a laughingstock. Pavilion Master Go's voice turned cold. Do you not understand what I mean? Yes. Wushi clenched his jaws tightly. It's good that you understand. Why don't you send someone to bring that Zhang Xian over and talk to him about this matter? It's one thing if he's obedient, but if he's disobedient and makes a move against a 7-star master teacher, he won't be able to make a comeback for the rest of his life. Before Pavilion Master Go could finish his words, an impassive voice sounded. Following which, the door to the room opened, and a young man walked in. There's no need for that. I'm already here. It was none other than Zhang Xian. He had only intended to take the 7-star master teacher examination, but he didn't think that he would be so furious after hearing those words. He had thought that Pavilion Master Go was just muddle-headed to entrust a despicable person like Tian Qing to such an important position, but who could have thought that the other party would be a fatuous person who only knew how to lead a stable life? Xianxia, Wushi leaped in shock, and a panicked look appeared on his face. From the words that Pavilion Master Go had spoken earlier, he could tell that Pavilion Master Go was displeased with the other party. If he were to step forward at this moment and incur the other party's wrath, there would be no turning back. Pavilion Master Go, this is the person who framed me, Zhang Xian, the principal of the Hongyuan Empire Master Teacher Academy. A glint flashed across Tian Qing's eyes as he hurriedly reported. You are Zhang Xian? Pavilion Master Go narrowed his eyes. A mere 6-star cultivator like you actually eavesdropped on a meeting between a 7-star master teacher? How dare you? My apologies. I'm afraid that I can't match up to you. Zhang Xian shook his head. What did you say? Pavilion Master Go slammed his palm on the table furiously. He was the head of Mingshi Tang Academy, a master teacher of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. Yet, a mere principal of a mere Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy dared to speak to him in such a manner. Don't you know what I'm talking about? Xianxia looked at Pavilion Master Go calmly and said, after so many years of knowing Wushi, I don't believe that you don't know what kind of person he is. This temple master Tian made use of the poison masters to frame me, as well as my student and butler. Instead of investigating the matter, you chose to blame Wushi for such despicable acts. Are you blind, or is there something wrong with your head? How can there be such a foolish pavilion master as you in the Qingyuan Empire Mingshi Tang Academy? Xianxia, not expecting the usually good-tempered Xianxia to actually stand up to Pavilion Master Go and say those words, Wushi was so frightened that he nearly went insane. In the first place, Pavilion Master Go had already harbored a grudge against him, but this time, there was no turning back. How audacious of you! How dare a mere 6-star master teacher disregard the rules and insult a 7-star pinnacle master teacher? This is a breach of etiquette. Pavilion Master Go, I'll punish him right now and cripple his cultivation. Without waiting for Pavilion Master Go's response, Pavilion Master Go raised his palm and charged toward Xianxia. You dare! Wushi's face warped in horror, and he hurriedly stepped forward to block Pavilion Master Go's attack. There's no need for that. Shaking his head, Xianxia raised his palm and struck Pavilion Master Go lightly. Pong! Before Temple Master Tian could even process what was going on, he was already sent flying, crashing into the wall, creating a huge depression. As if swatting away an ant, Xianxia walked forward with a sharp glint in his eyes. His voice grew louder and louder, and soon, it reverberated throughout the entire Qingyuan Empire. I have walked all the way from Tianshan Kingdom to here, and no one has ever dared to frame me or speak to me in such a manner. I, Xianxia, as a 6-star master teacher, request the headquarters to challenge the Qingyuan Empire Mingshi Tang Academy. I won't rest until I die. The second update is here. The climax is about to come. Do you still have a monthly pass? In the Appraiser Guild, how is it? The effects of my medicine aren't too bad, right? In the main hall, Elder Qi looked at the young man before him with a smile. Looking at his reflection in the mirror, the young man heaved a sigh of relief. He clasped his fist and bowed deeply. Thank you for your medicine, Elder Qi. Otherwise, I don't know how long it would have taken for me to recover. There's no need to stand on ceremony. This is what I should do. Elder Qi nodded. Jiao Xiao, in the future, don't push yourself too hard when appraising artifacts. Otherwise, not only will you embarrass yourself, your identity as an appraiser might very well be ruined as well. Guild leader Mu shook his head. The young man was naturally Zhang Jiaoxiao. Last night, Xianxia had concocted a poison to get rid of the durian on his head, but the poison hadn't been completely removed. As a result, his face was swollen, making it impossible for him to meet anyone. Thus, he could only remain in the Appraiser Guild. Even when morning came, his condition still hadn't improved. Thus, he could only invite the old head of the Physician Guild, Elder Qi, over. Even though Elder Qi's enemy was powerful, he was confident that no one would dare to do anything to the Appraiser Guild in the day. Yes. Zhang Jiaoxiao nodded. Last night, thinking that he was a member of a prestigious clan, he wanted to make a name for himself and impress everyone. Yet, he ended up being slapped in the face. Just the thought of it left him stifled. This was especially so for his handsome appearance. It was fortunate that he was in the Appraiser Guild, so his fans didn't notice it. Otherwise, he would have been too ashamed to face anyone. Of course, more importantly, an appraiser could only make 3 mistakes in their lifetime. Even though deciphering a seal wasn't considered as an appraiser, it still happened in the Appraiser Guild. If news of it were to spread, it would surely become a stain on his life. It's all that Xianxia's fault. He knew how to decipher the seal, but he chose to keep it to himself. Recalling that innocent smile on that fellow's face, Zhang Jiaoxiao couldn't help but feel infuriated. He had already embarrassed himself in the heart-tempering bridge, and he thought that he would be able to regain his dignity this time around. Yet, who could have thought that he would be beaten even more viciously? He must have done it on purpose. Xianxia might appear to be an honest fool, but in truth, he was intentionally trying to embarrass him. Elder Qi, are you saying that the poison on my face? No matter what, he was still a 7-star master teacher, and he possessed a strong mental fortitude. Even though he felt stifled, he still suppressed the matter in his heart, not allowing it to show on his face. It's a very powerful poison. It's probably at the level of 7-star. If it wasn't for the fact that I've been poisoned all these years, I'm afraid that I wouldn't have been able to cure it. Elder Qi said. Back then, when he was afflicted with the lethal poison, he had fled to Jingyuan City out of desperation, but in truth, he had already made preparations for the worst. He had long heard that there was a poison temple in Jingyuan City, so he decided to head there to try his luck. During the 20 years he had spent there, even though he hadn't completely gotten rid of the poison in his body, he had managed to suppress it and prevent it from spreading. It was precisely because of this that he was able to survive until now. Even though he wasn't a poison master, he still possessed a deep understanding of poison. As long as it wasn't particularly potent poison, he would be able to resolve it easily. What Xianxia gave me was actually poison. Could it be that he's also a poison master? Zhang Jiuxiao could not help but ask. Poison recipes were highly confidential, and poison masters were the ones who were in charge of them. For the other party to be able to casually write them down, could it be that he was also a poison master? Hearing those words, Elder Qi turned to Zhang Jiuxiao and asked, May I know who the Xianxia you speak of is? Oh, he's a 6-star master teacher from Hongyuan Empire. His name is Zhang Xian, guild leader Mu replied. Him? He's my benefactor, and his medical skills are many times more formidable than mine. More importantly, he's a compassionate person. How could he possibly be a poison master? Elder Qi shook his head. Benefactor? His medical skills are even higher than yours? Zhang Jiuxiao was stunned. He had to admit that the other party's soul depth was higher than his. He had to admit that the other party's appraising ability was higher than his. But to think that the other party's medical skills were even higher than his. Was he a 7-star master teacher, or was the other party a 7-star master teacher? Did the other party have to deal such a huge blow to him? It's fortunate that my master teacher rank is higher than his, or else I would have really lost to him. Zhang Jiuxiao sighed in relief. He heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Just as he was about to speak, he heard a thunderous voice. I, Zhang Xian, as a 6-star master teacher, hereby request the headquarters to challenge the Qingyuan Empire Mingshi Tang Empire. What? Pavilion crashing? Zhang Jiuxiao's body staggered, and he collapsed to the ground. Pavilion crashing referred to challenging an entire Mingshi Tang Empire single-handedly. Regardless of whether there were conflicts or problems, as long as a master teacher who had made a mistake hadn't betrayed humanity and was able to clear the various restrictions of the Mingshi Tang Empire, the headquarters wouldn't pursue the matter. It was just a moment ago that he thought that he had a master teacher who was stronger than the other party, but who would have thought that the other party would challenge the Mingshi Tang Empire single-handedly? Was this for real? Zhang Jiuxiao rushed out of the room, only to see a master teacher emblem floating in the air. In the teacher acknowledgement hall of Mingshi Tang Empire, a pure aura surged into the sky and shrouded the emblem. Slowly, it formed 2 massive words, agreed. The headquarters, agreed? A 6-star master teacher challenging the 7-star Empire's master teacher pavilion. This is going to overturn history. Overturn history? If the other party really manages to clear the Qingyuan Empire Mingshi Tang Empire, their reputation will be completely tarnished. Pavilion Master Go will become the laughingstock of all master teachers. Guild leader Mu and Elder Qi were dumbfounded. Teacher, Elder Qi, as a member of the Qingyuan Empire Mingshi Tang Empire, I have to return and face the other party's pavilion crashing. Farewell. Zhang Jiuxiao clasped his fist and left hurriedly in the direction of the Mingshi Tang Empire. Someone was crashing a pavilion, and as a master teacher, he had to head over to protect the other party. Zhang Xian, regardless of how talented you are, if you want to crash a pavilion, you'll have to get through me first. Zhang Jiuxiao clenched his fists tightly as he glared at Zhang Xian with narrowed eyes. Since he had been slapped in the face twice, he might as well return the favor. Qingyuan Royal Palace. A pig-headed middle-aged man was lying on the floor, panting heavily. Zhong Qingwang. After a night of frenzied whipping, He had managed to suppress the poison in his body for the time being, but he was already on the verge of becoming a cripple. If not for his powerful cultivation and the countless pills he had been consuming, he would have already died. Due to the whipping, more than 20 guards had been replaced, and every single one of them had swollen palms and exhausted bodies. "Your Highness, how are you feeling?" Butler Qin walked up to Xianxia and asked. "I'm fine now." "Right, kill those 20 guards who whipped me. I don't want outsiders to know about my affairs." Zhong Qinhuang harumphed coldly. "Don't worry, Your Highness. I've already made the necessary arrangements," Butler Qin replied. Struggling to sit on the floor, Xianxian recuperated for a long while before finally recovering a little. Raising his head once more, he asked, "Is there any news from Temple Master Tian?" "I've already sent the news of Vice Pavilion Master Go's imprisonment to him, just as you said," Butler Qin replied hesitantly. At this point, Steward Qin hesitated. "Hall Master Go will save Vice Hall Master Tian? I heard that the crime of framing a master teacher is no small matter." "Don't worry, he'll definitely be saved." Zhong Qinhuang sneered coldly. "As long as Temple Master Tian is fine, I'll be fine as well. Perhaps I might even be able to launch a counterattack. I'll make sure that Wu Ruffing and Zhang Xian suffer the consequences of their actions." "That's good then." Butler Qin heaved a sigh of relief. However, he still couldn't help but ask doubtfully, "Your Highness, what's the background of this Zhang Xian? How could a 6-star master teacher be able to put not only Your Highness in such a state, but even Temple Master Tian was implicated as well? Regardless of his background, he's doomed for offending Temple Master Tian. Don't worry, he won't be able to survive for long. Most likely, he'll be captured by the Mingshi Tang today or tomorrow, and he'll die in prison." Zhong Qinhuang waved his hands casually. But before he could finish his words, Zhang Xian's resounding voice echoed in the air, causing the entire area to tremble. "I, Zhang Xian, as a 6-star master teacher, hereby request the headquarters to crash the Qingyuan Empire Mingshi Tang Empire." Pavilion crashing? Ha ha ha, a 6-star master teacher wishes to crash a pavilion? Isn't that courting death? Given the heritage of the Qingyuan Empire Mingshi Tang Empire, even an 8-star low-tier master teacher wouldn't dare to challenge it. Yet, a 6-star master teacher dares to do so. He sure doesn't know his place. Zhong Qinhuang was stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. He was laughing so hard that tears were about to flow out of his eyes. Pavilion crashing was something that all master teachers knew very well. It could be said that there was only a slim chance of survival, and there was no one who had ever succeeded in doing so. Yet, this fellow actually dared to do it once. He was truly courting death. "Your Majesty." Just as Zhang Xian was laughing heartily, Emperor Chu Tianqing suddenly walked over with widened strides. He hurriedly shouted in excitement that Zhang Xian wishes to crash a pavilion. "It seems like he won't be able to live for long even if I don't make a move. I've heard of pavilion crashing before, and it does mean certain death." Emperor Chu Tianqing nodded. Then, he looked at Zhang Xian doubtfully and asked, "Right, have there been any pavilion crashers in history?" "This? I'm not too sure either. However, we'll know once we call Baisha over," Zhong Qinhuang said. Even though the Mingshi Tang Empire didn't interfere in the affairs of the royal court, some of the more powerful empires were still able to recruit a few scattered master teachers to work for them. A pavilion master teacher could be considered a part of the government, whereas a scattered master teacher could be considered a private entity. Baisha was the guardian of the Qingyuan Empire. Nodding, Emperor Chu Tianqing sent someone to invite Baisha over. Not too long later, an elder walked over. "Baisha, I would like to ask if there have been any pavilion crashers in the history of our Qingyuan Empire?" "Your Majesty, please wait a moment. I'll have my friend look into it." Baisha nodded. He wasn't a master teacher of the Mingshi Tang Empire at the moment, so he had no choice but to rely on his friend. Not too long later, the jade token in Zhang Xian's hand flickered. Glancing at it, Baisha clasped his fist and reporting to Your Majesty, there have indeed been 3 pavilion crashers in history. 3? Hearing that the number was so low, Zhong Qinhuang and Emperor Chu Tianqing heaved a sigh of relief. It had been several dozen millenniums since the inception of the master-teacher pavilion, and countless geniuses had appeared. Yet, only 3 of them had managed to clear the trial. From this, it could be seen how difficult it was. From the looks of it, it was impossible for Xianxia to clear the trial. Who are they? Do they have names? Zhong Qingwang asked. Yes. The first one is called Luo Tianyun, the second one is called Yuan Shi, one is the old ancestor of the sage Luo clan, one is the old ancestor of the Yuan clan. What about the third one? Looking at the name on the jade token, Baisher paused for a moment. His name is Xianxian. You all are too evil. All I did was beg for a few monthly votes, and you all want me to commit suicide? Yeah, will not accept this. Xianxian? Which Xianxian? Getting, the hearts of Chu Tianxing and Zhong Qingwang skipped a beat. Xianxian from Xianyuan Kingdom, and later on, he became the principal of Hongyuan Empire Master Teacher Academy. Reading on, Baisher's lips quivered in shock. Naturally, he had also heard of the huge commotion that had occurred previously. He had thought that Xianxian was courting death, but who could have thought that he had already successfully crashed a pavilion? He had thought that Xianxian was a rookie, but it turned out that he was a habitual offender. Xianyuan Kingdom is a kingdom, so it's easy for him to crash a pavilion. However, this is Qingyuan Empire, so it's impossible for him to succeed. Zhong Qingwang's body trembled in agitation. Since he has crashed a pavilion before, he must have known how difficult it is. Since he dared to challenge it, it means that he isn't messing around, Baisher remarked. No one will succeed, Zhong Qingwang gritted his teeth. I don't know whether he'll succeed or not, but regardless of whether he succeeds or not, the Qingyuan Empire Mingshi Tang Pavilion is doomed. Baisher shook his head. The reason behind the pavilion crashing rule was that a talented master teacher had been wronged to death, and in order to prevent the deaths of geniuses, such a rule was created. As long as a master teacher was wronged or treated unfairly, he could crash a pavilion to resolve the dispute. Regardless of whether he succeeded or not, once the headquarters approved of it, it would be tantamount to labeling the branch that he was in as a victim of unfair treatment. If so, Pavilion Master Go would be arrested by the headquarters for interrogation, and his reputation would be ruined. He won't succeed, he'll surely die in there. Pooh! Zhong Qingwang bellowed furiously. However, at that moment, he suddenly felt a stifling sensation in his chest, and fresh blood spurted from his mouth. His face paled, and he hurriedly turned to Baisher. Whip me. Whip me. Whip me as hard as you can. I want to. Baisher. Chu Tianxing. Mingshi Tang Pavilion. Looking at the two words floating in the air, Wuxia felt his vision turning dark. Even though he also felt that Pavilion Master Go was being too biased in his actions, this was still the place where he had grown up. He couldn't bear to see it end like this. But he also knew that it was too late to say anything now. Xianxia had no choice but to do so. He was only a 6-star master teacher, whereas Pavilion Master Go was a 7-star master teacher, not to mention that he was the head of a master teacher pavilion. If Xianxian really wanted to treat the other party unfairly, he would have no choice but to crash the pavilion. He sighed inwardly, feeling that there was no turning back. Hall Master Go, on the other hand, was so angry that he couldn't stop trembling. He had been the Hall Master for 500 years now, and he was about to retire soon. He had thought that he would be able to retire peacefully, but who could have thought that he would end up provoking such a huge lightning bolt, causing him to explode on the spot. Regardless of whether the other party won or lost, the Qingyuan Empire's Mingshi Tang Empire was doomed, and they would become the laughingstock of the world. You, very good. Do you know what it means to crash a pavilion? Suppressing his chest that was about to explode, he gritted his teeth and looked at the young man not too far away. What does it mean? Humph. Xianxian glared at Pavilion Master Go furiously. For the sake of mankind, I, Xianxian, entered the subterranean gallery alone to repair the seal. For the sake of mankind, I slew the 10 great kings of the Qingtian subterranean gallery to avert a calamity. For the sake of mankind, I groomed master teachers so that they would be on par with combat masters. For the sake of mankind, I have no regrets even at the cost of my life. But now, in the Qingyuan Empire's Mingshi Tang Empire, I actually suffered such humiliation. I only hope that the headquarters can redress my grievances. Since you are so incompetent as to cover up for someone who has done wrong, I will settle this matter with my own means. As for whether you are embarrassed or not, what does that have to do with me? You, Pavilion Master Go spurted a mouthful of blood. He had thought that the other party was just a 6-star master teacher, and he would just have to reprimand him a little. Who could have thought that the other party wouldn't back down at all? Pavilion Master Go. You are truly in the wrong. Wuxia shook his head. Others might not know this, but how could he not? The person before him was a celestial master teacher, a celestial saint. Putting aside the head of a branch, even the head of the headquarters of the Mingshi Tang Empire wouldn't dare to insult such a figure on par with Kongshi. Insulting him was equivalent to insulting the heavens. If he couldn't redress his grievances, how could he clear his conscience? Wrong? It won't be that easy to crash a pavilion in the Qingyuan Empire's Mingshi Tang Empire. Sound the bell. Hearing Wuxi's words, Pavilion Master Go gritted his teeth furiously. Since there was no turning back, he might as well just fight. Dong 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 dong, along with his bellow, for chimes sounded from the Mingshi Tang Empire. For chimes, pavilion crashing, hung long long, within 15 minutes, all of the 6-star master teachers and above in Qingyuan City had arrived. With grim expressions on their faces, it was as if they were soldiers standing before a battlefield. There are 2 steps to pavilion crashing. Firstly, you have to defeat all of the master teachers in the Mingshi Tang Empire. Secondly, you have to challenge the master teacher tower. All of the 6-star master teachers and above in our Qingyuan Empire's Mingshi Tang Empire are gathered here. If you wish to crash our pavilion, you'll have to trample over their dignity. Looking at the gathered master teachers, Pavilion Master Go scanned the surroundings and said, Master teachers of our Mingshi Tang Empire, someone dares to challenge our dignity. What should we do? Destroy him. Let him know that it's not that easy to crash our pavilion. He's just a mere 6-star master teacher. Watch as I destroy him with a single strike. Realizing what was going on, the veins on the heads of the master teachers bulged as they roared furiously. Very well. Let's begin then. Seeing that the morale of the master teachers had soared, Pavilion Master Go heaved a sigh of relief. There were several dozen thousand 6-star master teachers in the Qingyuan conferred Empire Master Teacher Pavilion, and if all of them were to gather together, they would be able to overwhelm Xianxia. Given how talented and powerful Xianxia was, they would still be able to whittle him down with sheer numbers. Who's going to fight first? I'll do it. I'm also a member of the Mingshi Tang Empire, so I'll be fighting on behalf of the Mingshi Tang Empire. Barely after those words were spoken, a flustered whimper sounded in the air, and a young man charged right into their midst. Zhang Jiuxiao, he had rushed over from the Appraiser Guild. I'm glad that you're here. Pavilion Master Go nodded. Zhang Jiuxiao was a descendant of the sage Zhang family. Even though he was only from the side family, his talent was unparalleled. On top of that, as a 7-star master teacher, he had many means up his sleeves. It would not be too difficult for him to subdue the young man before him. Don't go easy on him. Let him know the price he has to pay for crashing a pavilion. Pavilion Master Go instructed. Rest assured, Pavilion Master Go. Zhang Jiuxiao's aura swiftly grew stronger and stronger as he turned to look at the young man before him with narrowed eyes. He had been humiliating the young man before him ever since he met him the previous day. Since that was the case, he would settle this grudge with a duel. In a duel between master teachers, there are many ways to determine one's state of mind, supporting occupations, fighting prowess, imparting of knowledge, and so on. Since you're here to crash the pavilion, I'll make the choice. Taking a step forward, Zhang Jiuxiao stood less than 5 meters away from Xianxia, and a deep sense of confidence welled up in him. As an offspring of the Zhang family, he had not gone through many hardships, so his state of mind was slightly weaker than the other party. However, in other aspects, he was definitely one of the strongest. Since the other party dared to challenge him, he would show him what true strength was. Speak. Xianxia could not be bothered to explain himself, so he simply nodded. I choose a duel. Zhang Jiuxiao sneered coldly. As an offspring of the Zhang family, he had cultivated many profound battle techniques. It shouldn't be too much of a problem for him to defeat someone weaker than him. Jiuxiao, you mustn't. Hearing that the genius master teacher before him wanted to challenge him to a duel, Pavilion Master Go recalled how Xianxia had sent Temple Master Tian flying with a single palm strike, and his eyes narrowed in horror. While Zhang Jiuxiao's fighting prowess was outstanding among his peers, he was still far from matching up to Temple Master Tian. If even the latter wasn't a match for him, how could he possibly stand up to him? Pavilion Master Go, rest assured. I am an offspring of the sage Zhang family. Even though my cultivation is only at St. 3 Dan embryonic soul realm pinnacle, my fighting prowess is far greater than that. To be honest, I have yet to display my true strength ever since I arrived here. Zhang Jiuxiao chuckled softly. Ever since he had arrived at the Qingyuan Empire Mingshi Tang Academy, he had yet to display his full strength. Since he was going to teach Zhang Xian a lesson today, he might as well go all out. Hung Long, Zhang Jiuxiao opened his acupoints simultaneously, and with a resounding explosion, his aura began surging. In the blink of an eye, he had already broken through St. 3 Dan pinnacle to reach St. 4 Dan. Zhang Jiuxiao, the great prodigy Zhang, actually achieved a breakthrough long ago? From the looks of it, he must have made a breakthrough long ago, but he intentionally suppressed it, to be able to reach St. 4 Dan before reaching his 30s, that is truly frightening, as expected of a genius. His strength isn't something that a mere 6-star master teacher can hope to match. Seeing how Zhang Jiuxiao had managed to reach St. 4 Dan in the blink of an eye, the crowd couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Xianxia is so handsome. I knew that Xianxia is the strongest. Unknowingly, Millstone Bottom had also arrived at the main hall, and he was hiding in a corner with stars in his eyes. He knew that his idol was extraordinary, but he didn't think that his idol would be so extraordinary. Even before he had made a move, he was already able to display such astounding might. At Primordial Spirit Realm primary stage, Zhang Jiuxiao came to a halt and clenched his fists tightly. Jai. Tilting his head to the side, he looked at the young man before him with disdain and said, "Let's begin." "Are you ready?" Zhang Xian asked. "Indeed. If you wish to use a weapon, feel free to do so. I'll take you on with my bare hands. Don't worry, I'll make you doubt your own existence and know what true strength is." Zhang Jiuxiao sneered coldly as he drove his jinqi, and his palms turned golden. "Weapon?" Zhang Xian sighed helplessly. "I don't have the time to waste with you. Since you're ready, I'll begin now." He was very busy. Pavilion crashing meant that he had to face all of the master teachers and the wills left behind by the predecessors in the master teacher tower. He didn't have the time to waste with this fellow. "I don't have the time to waste with you either. Lie down." Zhang Jiuxiao bellowed furiously as he leaped into the air and struck down with his palm. "Lie down? I'm not interested. You, on the other hand." Without even bothering to dodge, Zhang Xian slowly stepped forward and raised his head. With a resounding voice, he bellowed, "Kneel down." Hung Long, as if struck by lightning, Zhang Jiuxiao's attack suddenly dissipated in the blink of an eye, and before anyone could react, he plummeted to the ground. With his knees bent, Zhang Jiuxiao kneeled before the crowd with rage and humiliation written all over his face. "What? How is this possible?" Everyone's faces warped in shock. Millstone-faced Zhang Jiuxiao fell to the ground, completely dumbfounded. The idol she had revered all this while actually fell to his knees under a single bellow from the other party. Just what in the world was going on? In an instant, all of her beliefs crumbled. No, everyone could hardly believe what they were seeing. Veins popped up on Zhang Jiuxiao's forehead, and he felt frenzied. He was a genius, a super genius. To fall from the sky with a single bellow and kneel before the other party in humiliation, he couldn't accept it at all. "I'll kill you." Roaring furiously, Zhang Jiuxiao slammed his palm against the ground and flew up once more. He had rushed over to prove himself, not to be humiliated and beaten up. Scram! Seeing that Zhang Jiuxiao was charging at him once more, Zhang Xian didn't make a move. Pata, Zhang Jiuxiao fell from the sky once more, and he hurriedly scrambled away. "Jiuxiao, be careful. Your soul depth is weaker than his, so he's using the means of demonic tunists to attack you. If you close your hearing, your attacks will weaken significantly." Pavilion Master Go shouted anxiously. Others might have been confused as to why Zhang Jiuxiao was so obedient, but Pavilion Master Go knew that the offspring of the Zhang clan didn't have a strong soul depth. On the other hand, the other party was terrifyingly powerful, so he was able to subdue the other party with a single bellow. It could be said that he had found the other party's weakness and exploited it to his advantage. Hearing the telepathic message, Zhang Jiuxiao immediately understood what was going on. Gritting his teeth, he closed his hearing and charged at Zhang Xian once more. Seeing how Zhang Jiuxiao dared to charge at him twice, Zhang Xian shook his head and flicked his finger. Pung! Ah! With a cry of agony, Zhang Jiuxiao was sent flying like a fly, crashing right into the wall of the master-teacher pavilion, where he hung there. Zhang Jiuxiao was indeed powerful, but he was still far from being a match for him. With a flick of his finger, Zhang Xian turned to the master-teachers before him and said with his hands behind his back, "In order to save time, I'll have you all come at me together." A single person is challenging so many of us at once? Is he insane? Putting aside a Saint Tudan pinnacle cultivator, even a leaving aperture realm expert would be no match for him. Hearing his words, everyone went crazy. There were more than 10,000 six-star master teachers and above gathered in the main hall, and even the weakest of them was at half-saint. If they were to combine their might together, even the heavens would crumble under their might. Putting aside a spiritual perception realm pinnacle cultivator, even a leaving aperture realm expert would not be able to withstand their might. Not attacking? Then I'll go first. Zhang Xian couldn't be bothered to waste his breath. With a swift leap, he walked up to the crowd and spoke with a thunderous voice, striking everyone's hearts. The path of cultivation is about concentration, and the path of concentration is about sincerity. Sincerity leads to passion, and passion leads to matters. As he explained, he walked forward. What are you doing? He seems to be explaining the cultivation methods and techniques. Aren't we going to fight? Why are you explaining this? Everyone thought that Zhang Xian would charge right into the crowd and fight with his full strength. Yet, contrary to their expectations, not only did he not make a move, he even began to talk about cultivation. This left everyone dumbfounded. Everyone, be careful. He's using the impartation of heaven's will to subdue the enemy without a fight. Just as everyone was perplexed by the situation, Pavilion Master Go's anxious voice sounded. To be honest, Pavilion Master Go was truly frightened. Zhang Jiuxiao was known as the #1 genius of the Qingyuan conferred empire, and yet, he was actually unable to withstand a single word from the other party. Just from this in itself, it could be seen that the other party's soul depth was probably even higher than his. With such a formidable soul depth paired with the impartation of heaven's will, there was no doubt that Zhang Xian would be able to deal with a group of people. It was even more fearsome than poison masters. Poison masters were only able to poison their opponents to death, but a master teacher's impartation of heaven's will allowed him to make his opponents his students. Impartation of heaven's will? That does seem to be the case. I want to resist, but what he said is right. If I cultivate according to what he said, I think that I will be able to raise my cultivation by twofold. I'm afraid that's not all. I never thought that there would be such a profound method of driving one's Xianxia in the world. This is truly fearsome. Hearing Pavilion Master Go's exclamation, the crowd wanted to resist, but at the same time, they couldn't help but want to learn from the other party. You all go ahead and attack first. I'll listen for a moment. Wait for him to finish this part first. If anyone dares to make a move, I'll teach them a lesson. This part just so happens to be a flaw in my cultivation. If I can fix it, I'll surely be able to achieve a breakthrough to 7-star intermediate tier. There was a lot of discussion in the crowd. The originally tense atmosphere turned into an academic discussion in the blink of an eye. Several strands of Pavilion Master Go's beard had been yanked off, but he didn't even notice it. Brothers, wake up. He's crashing the pavilion, not conversing with you. Pavilion Master Go, at this rate, all of the master teachers in Qingyuan Empire's Mingshi Tang Empire will become his students. With a pale face, Vice Pavilion Master Tian walked up to Pavilion. Master Go. He had nearly died from the other party's palm strike earlier, and it was only now that he had recovered. I know, but there's no way we can interrupt the impartation of heaven's will. Unless there's a mistake in what he said. Pavilion Master Go's face reddened in agitation. The impartation of heaven's will was a resonance that could only be induced if the content of the explanation was in line with the principles of the world. As long as there was a mistake in the explanation, the crowd would immediately be freed from the state of mind and regain their rationality. Wait for him to point out the mistake. How long do we have to wait? Since he dares to do such a thing, he must have done his homework beforehand. Temple Master Tian exclaimed. What should we do then? Simple. Have Zhang Jiuxiao launch a sneak attack on him. In any case, this is a duel, and he has already said that he wants everyone to attack him together. As long as we succeed, we'll be able to interrupt the importation of heaven's will, and his pavilion crashing will fail. Temple Master Tian sneered coldly. All right. After a moment of hesitation, Pavilion Master Go nodded. The importation of heaven's will couldn't be interrupted. As a pavilion master, he would surely be mocked if he were to make a move. However, Zhang Jiuxiao was different. In the first place, Zhang Jiuxiao was one of the participants in the duel, so it wasn't a big deal for him to make a move. With a thought in mind, Pavilion Master Go quickly used a secret method to contact Zhang Jiuxiao. Zhang Jiuxiao had shut off his sense of hearing, so he didn't hear the importation of heaven's will. However, at this moment, he suddenly sensed something and activated his sense of hearing. I'll make a move right now. Hearing the orders, Zhang Jiuxiao narrowed his eyes. He had been flung away by a single finger, and he had lost all of his dignity. Voila, with a flick of his wrist, 2 swords and 4 sabers appeared before him, emanating a frightening aura. 2 Saint Intermediate Tier and 4 Saint Low Tier swords. Pavilion Master Go only had a single Saint Intermediate Tier sword, but Zhang Jiuxiao actually took out 2 of them and 4 Saint Low Tier swords. His wealth was truly frightening. Go. Zhang Jiuxiao raised his hand and thrust it forward. Hula, the 6 weapons pierced straight toward Zhang Xian, who was in the midst of his lecture. He wasn't intending to kill the other party but to interrupt the importation of heaven's will. A Saint Intermediate Tier sword wielded strength comparable to a primordial spirit realm cultivator, whereas a Saint Low Tier sword wielded strength comparable to a spiritual perception realm cultivator. The simultaneous assault of 6 Saint Intermediate Tier swords was so powerful that even Temple Master Tian would have to retreat. This was his true trump card. The reason why he was so confident and fearless was because he had so many Saint Intermediate Tier swords protecting him. Xianxia, be careful. Not expecting Zhang Jiuxiao to launch a sneak attack at this moment, Wuxia couldn't help but exclaim anxiously. The other party was in the midst of crashing the pavilion, so he couldn't make a move. Otherwise, he would be violating the rules. Hula, amidst his shout, the 6 Saint Intermediate Tier swords drew an arc in the air, aiming right for Zhang Xian's back. However, the latter continued lecturing as if he hadn't noticed anything at all. The flow of inner energy to one's organs is somewhat similar to how the spirit of a weapon flows through its body. In order to strengthen a weapon, other than tempering it, one has to temper its spirit. Once the spirit of a weapon is strengthened, it will naturally be stronger than other weapons of the same cultivation realm. Even among Saint Intermediate Tier swords, some possess the strength of a primordial spirit realm cultivator while others possess the strength of a leaving aperture realm cultivator. This isn't due to the quality of the material or the lack of tempering method, but the spirit of the weapon is too weak. A weapon with weak spirit could easily be killed by its master, and its life would be in danger. Zhang Xian's voice echoed in the air. Spiritual energy gathered in the air, forming flower-like objects that descended from the sky. Upon hearing those words, the swords that were heading toward Zhang Xian's back abruptly came to a halt, and they floated quietly in the air. Kill him. Zhang Jiuxiao's face paled. He was in the midst of attacking with all his might when the other party abruptly came to a halt. He had personally tamed these swords, so there was no way they would acknowledge anyone else as their master. Yet, they had suddenly come to a halt. Could it be that they were listening to his lecture as well? Wasn't the impartation of heaven's will only effective on master teachers? When did it become possible to use it on weapons as well? Zhang Jiuxiao felt as if he was going insane. This is the heart of a teacher, indiscriminate education. Pavilion Master Go's vision darkened, and his body swayed uncontrollably. Normally, the impartation of heaven's will could only be used on master teachers. Under the guidance of the other party's Xianxia would flow uncontrollably according to the other party's words, thus becoming his student. However, the fact that the other party was listening intently to the other party's lecture meant that he had already comprehended the heart of a teacher, indiscriminate education. with such an ability, not only could he use the impartation of heaven's will on master teachers, ordinary humans, animals, and even weapons would be bewitched as well. Do it. Seeing that the swords were still frozen on the spot, Zhang Jiuxiao roared furiously. Who? But before he could finish his words, the Saint Intermediate Tier sword that had been sent flying earlier suddenly returned to him. Voila! With a burst of sword chi, the Saint Intermediate Tier sword was sent flying, crashing into the wall once more. Shut up! Can't you just let me listen to the lecture properly? All you know is to spout nonsense here. If you spout any more nonsense, I'll give you a good beating. Harumphing coldly, the Saint Intermediate Tier sword returned to Zhang Xian's side and floated quietly in the air, reminiscent of a primary school student listening intently to a lecture. From time to time, it would even sway a little to indicate that it had understood the lecture. There are only 12 hours left, so it would be a waste if I don't cast my monthly votes. Double. Hee hee. Zhang Jiuxiao cried. She was really crying. As a member of the Luo clan, he had seen countless geniuses, and he knew just how fearsome they could be. He knew that he would be able to recover swiftly from the blows he received from such a person, but, to be pummeled by the weapon he had forged, and more importantly, the other party even threatened him, saying that he would slap him if he continued speaking, his heart ached so much that he couldn't breathe. Is this still my weapon? He had only listened to a lecture. Was there a need to betray him? Feeling stifled, Zhang Xian couldn't help but listen to the other party's words as well. After listening for a moment, the Xianxia in his body began to circulate according to the other party's instructions. What a formidable cultivation technique. It can be considered as one of the best in the clan, and it's actually passed down to one's offspring just like that. Zhang Jiuxiao swayed. As a descendant of a clan, he naturally had good eyesight. There was nothing fancy about the content that the young man was imparting, but it went straight to the core of the Tao, allowing one to cultivate with greater ease and smoothness. Just this point alone was enough to prove that the young man's understanding of the Tao was far superior to that of many cultivation techniques. No, I can't continue listening. Otherwise, I'll definitely be graced by him and become his student. Zhang Jiuxiao gritted his teeth. Even though Zhang Xian's soul depth was nothing compared to Zhang Xian's, it was still far superior to that of ordinary 7-star master teachers. On top of that, due to the distance between them, he was still able to maintain his composure despite the incredible prowess of the impartation of heaven's will. Suppressing his desire to continue listening to the lecture, he struggled to dig himself out from the wall. Just as he was thinking about how he could disrupt the lecture, he saw a millstone-like buttocks wriggling over. Come and help me, Zhang Jiuxiao struggled for a moment, but he was unable to get to his feet. Heaving a sigh of relief, he beckoned Zhang Jiuxiao over. He knew that the woman in front of him was a loyal fan of his. She was infatuated with him to the point of insanity. Not to mention being helped up, just looking at him would make him excited for days. Just as Zhang Xian was waiting for the other party to jump around in agitation, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. A massive millstone was flying straight toward his face. Whoosh, once again, he flew backward and crashed into the wall, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. Shut up. If I see you disturbing Zhangshir's class again, I'll beat you up every time I see you. With a cold snort, the millstone twisted its body and slowly walked away. Zhang Jiuxiao. His weapon had betrayed him, and even his most loyal fan had betrayed him. Just what kind of magic did this Zhang Xian have? Feeling so stifled that he could spurt blood, Zhang Xian continued listening to the other party's words. This time, he could no longer hold himself back. Thus, he began driving his Xianxia according to the other party's instructions. His strength and aura, which had been damaged due to his injuries, quickly recovered. The more he cultivated, the more profound it seemed to him, and his eyes gradually blurred. Alright, that's all for today. If you have any questions, you can ask me privately after class. After an unknown period of time, Zhang Xian waved his hand dismissively. Yes, teacher. The 10,000 master teachers of Mingshi Tang all knelt down in unison, all of them in awe. Although this Zhangshir's lecture time was not long, it had benefited them greatly. In the future, their cultivation would definitely increase greatly. Zhang Jiuxiao followed behind the crowd and knelt down without the slightest hesitation. It's over, Seeing the looks on everyone's faces, Pavilion Master Go knew that it was impossible for them to stop Xianxia anymore. In an instant, he felt as if he had aged several hundred years. He had thought that the 10,000 master teachers of Mingshi Tang would have been able to stop Xianxia, but who would have thought that they would have been able to turn the other party into his students? If only he had known that Xianxia was so formidable, he would not have spoken up for Tianqing. It's your turn now. Just as Pavilion Master Go was feeling stifled, the young man's voice suddenly sounded once more. Lifting his gaze, he saw Xianxia looking at him and Vice Pavilion Master Tian. The first trial of pavilion crashing was to challenge all of the master teachers of Mingshi Tang, but since all of them had become Xianxia's students, only he and the two vice pavilion masters were left. On top of that, Wushi was on good terms with Xianxia, so it was unlikely that he would make a move. In other words, only he and Tianqing were left. Since things have come to this, I'll have a match with you. Tossing aside the stifled feeling in his heart, Pavilion Master Go exhaled deeply. In any case, he had already embarrassed himself to such an extent, so he did not mind losing a little more. No matter what, he was still a leaving aperture realm expert. Even though he had not undergone the lightning ordeal and could not be considered as a true leaving aperture realm expert, his fighting prowess was still far above that of Vice Pavilion Master Tian and Wushi. Tianqing, watch from the side and don't make a move. Even if our Mingshi Tang loses, we still have to uphold our dignity. Seeing that even Temple Master Tian was getting restless, Pavilion Master Go harumphed coldly. It was already embarrassing enough for a 7-star pinnacle master teacher to make a move against a 6-star master teacher. If the two of them were to gang up on him, he would really be too embarrassed to face anyone else. Yes, Pavilion Master Go. A cold glint flashed across Tianqing's eyes. Xianxia, even though Pavilion Master Go hasn't undergone the lightning ordeal and can't be considered as a true leaving aperture realm expert, his fighting prowess is still not something that I can deal with. You must be careful in the battle. When Xianxia was less than 10 meters away from Pavilion Master Go, Wushi's voice sounded in his ears. He had seen everything that had happened today. Regardless of whether it was right or wrong, no matter what happened, nothing could happen to Xianxia. Xianxia nodded. Leaving aperture realm experts could be divided into pseudo-leaving aperture realm and true leaving aperture realm. The former meant that one's primordial spirit could be separated from one's physical body, but it had yet to undergo a lightning tribulation. Without the tempering of the lightning tribulation, no matter how powerful one's primordial spirit was, it would still be limited to a certain extent. For example, if Xianxia had not undergone the Saint Ascension tribulation, his fighting prowess would never have reached such a level. Hall Master Xing was a quasi-leaving aperture realm cultivator. His fighting prowess was far above that of a half-leaving aperture realm cultivator, but he was still a ways off from reaching leaving aperture realm primary stage. Even so, it was still extremely terrifying. It could manipulate the surrounding environment and space, making it impossible to defend against. Make your move. Knowing that the person before him should be the strongest opponent aside from Luo Qingxin, Xianxia's gaze turned grave. Hula. Without saying a word, Pavilion Master Go raised his hands and sent a powerful palm strike toward Xianxia. His palm strike was not particularly powerful, and his jinqi did not seem to be particularly powerful either. However, when paired with the strength of his primordial spirit, the surrounding space seemed to have been frozen, turning incredibly viscous. Leaving aperture realm cultivators are able to manipulate space, making it difficult for them to move. If I hadn't learned ancient sage Qiu Wu's heavenly art of dimension unravel, I would have been bound before I could even make a move. Sensing the changes in the surroundings, Xianxia remarked. As expected of the strongest existences in the Qingyuan Empire. Even without undergoing the lightning ordeal, leaving aperture realm cultivators were still not existences that he could deal with. Retreat. Without the slightest hint of emotion, Pavilion Master Go pushed his feet against the ground and began retreating. Before reaching the leaving aperture realm, there was a limit to the range of one's control. As long as one could escape from it, they would not be affected in the slightest. Do you think that you can retreat? Pavilion Master Go sneered coldly as he raised his hand and grabbed at the air. In an instant, the space in the hall seemed to have collapsed, and the speed at which Xianxia was retreating immediately slowed down. Battle technique, Tiger Roar. Capturing hand, even though it was just an ordinary Saint Realm primary battle technique, in the hands of Pavilion Master Go, it wielded strength far surpassing that of a Saint Realm intermediate stage battle technique. Tzzzzzz, a vortex of Xianxia descended upon Xianxia as if a cage. Feeling his body turning viscous, Xianxia's retreating speed slowed down once more. Previously, he could retreat more than 10 meters in a single breath, but now, he could not even retreat half a meter. As expected of a master teacher, Xianxia exclaimed. All of a sudden, he halted his retreat, and with a jolt, he vanished from the spot. This is bad. Seeing that his grasp had missed, Pavilion Master Go narrowed his eyes in alarm. Just as he was about to say something, a figure suddenly appeared before him, and a palm pressed down lightly on him. The other party had actually made use of the prowess of his great seizing hand to close in on him. However, that was not the extent of the other party's strength. If a leaving Aperture Realm cultivator is allowed to close in on you, there's no doubt that they will die. However, do you think that you will be able to enter with your strength? Sneering coldly, Pavilion Master Go's massive primordial spirit materialized in midair. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia's entire body seemed to have been sealed. Even though his palm was only half a meter away from the other party, he was unable to advance any further. Is this the strength of a leaving Aperture Realm cultivator? Xianxia's joints paled as he finally understood the disparity between him and the other party. Even though he had learned the heavenly art of dimension unravel and had some understanding of spatial manipulation, it was still impossible for him to face an expert of such caliber head-on. It seems like, this is my limit. Knowing where his limit was, Xianxia decided not to probe any further. In an instant, all of the acupoints in his body burst open. Powerful Xianxia gushed out from his acupoints, and in the blink of an eye, his hands seemed to have morphed into thousands of hands, stacking on top of one another. 1,000 hands Rolai palm? How can that move be so powerful? It seems like someone has modified the move, or else it wouldn't be able to wield such might. The master teachers in the room recognized the palm art, and they were taken aback. The 1,000 hands Rolai palm was a Saint intermediate tier battle technique. While it allowed one to execute 100 palm strikes, due to the fact that the strength of the palm strike was dispersed, the strength behind each palm strike wasn't too great. Against an opponent stronger than the wielder, it could only serve as a distraction. However, the palm art that Xianxia executed was completely different. Every single palm strike was filled with immense might, carrying an aura of devastation. Putting aside cultivators of the same cultivation realm, even a primordial spirit realm pinnacle expert would be crushed on the spot. How much Xianxia does one have to possess to execute so many palm strikes? One of the master teachers exclaimed in astonishment. The crowd fell silent as they felt their throats turning dry. Indeed. To execute more than 100 palm strikes in an instant, and every single one of them was at its peak. Even if one were to learn this move, one would not have enough Xianxia to sustain it. After all, even if one were to accumulate all of the Xianxia in one's body, it would still be insufficient for one to execute even half a move. See la, under the overwhelming might of the palm strike, the sealed space in the surroundings was torn apart as if silk. With a light leap, Xianxia broke free from the control of his primordial spirit and soared into the air. Clenching his thumb and middle finger tightly together, Xianxia raised his palm upward and pressed it downward. Hung long, a massive palm imprint tore through the air, heading straight for Pavilion Master Go's primordial spirit. Upon seeing this sight, Xianxia's face paled. He turned to a master teacher beside him and asked, "Do you remember a palm art that descends from the heavens?" "I don't," the master teacher replied with a shake of his head. Xianxia. There will be an update at 12 p.m. The last 5 hours will be up. Vote in. It's known as the Heavenly Demon Great Sorrow Palm left behind by ancient sage Qiu Wu. Legend has it that ancient sage Qiu Wu was unable to fulfill his filial duties by his side due to the death of his mother, and in his grief, he created this palm technique. It has the ability to strike one's soul and primordial spirit, and it's said that one of its moves is the descent of the heavens. Zhang Jiuxiao explained as his throat turned dry. As a member of the Zhang clan, even though his bloodline was impure and he was unable to receive the best resources, his knowledge and experience were still far beyond that of a conferred empire like the Qingyuan conferred empire. Ancient sage Qiu Wu was Kong Shi's attendant back then, and he was a renowned figure. While the heavenly demon Great Sorrow palm was not his strongest palm technique, it was still quite a renowned one. Hu, as ancient sage Qiu Wu spoke, the might gathered in Xianxia's palm grew stronger and stronger. It was as if a tornado had been whipped up, forcing the crowd to retreat. The tree wishes for peace, but the wind never ceases, the son wishes to be reared, but his parents refuse to wait. Seemingly having recognized the move as well, Pavilion Master Go's body trembled uncontrollably. The person he revered the most was ancient sage Qiu Wu, so it went without saying that he knew of the heavenly demon Great Sorrow palm. With just a single glance, he was already on the verge of exploding in agitation. He had been searching for it for many years, but to no avail. Who could have thought that the young man before him would actually be able to execute it so easily? Voila! While Pavilion Master Go Wu was still in shock, he suddenly felt the might of the palm crushing down on him. Xianxia possessed the eye of insight, and he had reached the minute subtlety realm. Naturally, he was able to see through the flaws in Pavilion Master Go Wu's movements with a single glance. Pavilion Master Go's primordial spirit was forced back into his body, and his body swayed uncontrollably. He was forced to retreat 8 steps, and fresh blood seeped down his lips. It was clear that he had sustained severe injuries. The leaving Aperture Realm Pavilion Master Go was injured by Xianxia? There's a gap of 3 realms between the two of them. That's way too formidable. The other master teachers did not recognize the heavenly demon Great Sorrow palm, but upon seeing Pavilion Master Go being injured, their bodies stiffened in disbelief. In their hearts, Pavilion Master Go was the epitome of invincibility, the strongest expert of the Master Teacher Pavilion. Yet, in just 3 blows, he had already been forced to retreat with blood spurting from his mouth. Luckily, we were paying attention to the lecture earlier and didn't challenge it. Otherwise, I'm afraid that we would be lying on the ground by now. Yeah, Xianxia is the kindest. Wiping off the cold sweat on their foreheads, everyone was filled with joy. Previously, he felt that he had let down Mingshi Tang for being unable to display his prowess due to the impartation of heaven's will, but at this moment, he felt no guilt at all. With such strength and the density of his Xianxia, even if he were to charge forward, it was impossible for him to defeat the other party. This move of yours, stabilizing his body, Pavilion Master Go suppressed his injuries and turned his gaze over. Just as he was about to ask Xianxia what was going on, the young man before him suddenly sent another palm strike toward him. This time, the palm force was even more vigorous. Although it did not borrow the momentum from the sky, its might was not weak at all. Let me see if this is the real heavenly demon Great Sorrow palm. Knowing that they were in the midst of a battle, Pavilion Master Go knew that there was no time for him to worry about anything else. Previously, he had been using the spatial seal that only leaving Aperture Realm experts were capable of, but this time, he wanted to use his own Xianxia to fight the other party for real. Crossing his palms before his chest, his palms formed ripples reminiscent of water as he thrust them forward. With each strike, a ripple would appear in the air, and a deafening sonic boom would echo in the air. Saint Intermediate Tier Battle Technique, Myriad Water-Layered Clouds. Legend had it that a master teacher had created this technique while observing the flow of water in a stream. Stacking his palms together would create an endless flow of water, and when combined together, it would create clouds that shrouded the entire sky. Pavilion Master Go had been immersed in this technique for many years, and his mastery of it had long reached a level of mastery. As soon as he executed the technique, the heavenly demon Great Sorrow palm was immediately fended off. On the other hand, Xianxia did not retreat. Instead, he raised his left hand and tapped it lightly. Stars revolved at the tip of his finger, and a ray of light shot forth. Grand Constellation Finger? He's executing a palm art with one hand and a finger art with the other? Everyone was stunned. Even Zhang Jiuxiao could not believe what he was seeing. Palm arts and finger arts were 2 different types of battle techniques. Furthermore, the method of driving one's Xianxia through one's body was completely different from one another. Under normal circumstances, it wasn't a problem for one to execute a palm art first before executing a finger art, or even reverse the sequence. However, to execute a palm art with one's right hand and a finger art with one's left hand simultaneously. Putting aside them, even Pavilion Master Go would not be able to pull it off. Woo! The Grand Constellation Finger pierced through the air, creating a small hole in Pavilion Master Go's myriad water-layered clouds. At the same time, his palm also turned into a torrent of water, losing all of its defensive prowess. Gotcha! At the same time, the might of the heavenly demon Great Sorrow palm crushed down on Pavilion Master Go, forcing him to retreat. Incredible! Not expecting to be forced back by the other party despite using his full strength, Pavilion Master Go clenched his fist and charged forward once more. Boom boom boom, the two of them moved with incredible speed, and in less than a minute, they had already exchanged more than 100 blows. Pavilion Master Go wielded unparalleled talent when he was young, and he had mastered innumerable battle techniques. In the earlier battle, he must have used at least a dozen of them. I can understand why he's so formidable, but Xianxia seems to have used even more than 80 battle techniques. A master teacher muttered with a pale face. Looking at the battle before him, he could not help but mutter under his breath. Pavilion Master Go was already 900 years old, and it had been 500 years since he had become a pavilion master. With such a long lifespan, it was understandable that he would have mastered many battle techniques and become proficient in them. But Xianxia was only in his early 20s, and yet, he was able to execute so many battle techniques at the same time. It was clear that he had a deep understanding of them. How in the world did he do it? He has already used 87 battle techniques. A master teacher replied. Hearing those words, the others also took note of what was happening, and they widened their eyes in disbelief. Every single battle technique that they cultivated required a lot of effort, and even if they were to devote their entire lives to it, it would still be difficult for them to reach the level of consummation. Yet, the young man before them was able to casually execute a battle technique to the level of major accomplishment. This was truly unheard of. It seems like Zhang Jiuxiao's title as the #1 genius is going to change. The crowd remarked. Previously, they had thought that Zhang Jiuxiao was an insurmountable existence, but after seeing the young man before them, they realized that the two of them were on completely different levels. This shouldn't be possible. In contrast to the astonishment of the crowd, Wuxia frowned. A master teacher walked up to him and asked, "Wuxia, what's wrong?" Xianxia's forte lies in his ability to find flaws in the smallest of details and exploit them. Yet, he didn't do so in this battle. Instead, he executed so many battle techniques. Why does it feel like he's tempering himself? After a long moment of contemplation, Wuxia finally voiced out his doubts. While the others present might not be too familiar with Xianxia's capabilities, he had seen it with his own eyes. He was able to see through the flaws in the cultivation techniques and battle techniques of others with a single glance and exploit them to achieve unimaginable results. Yet, after fighting with Pavilion Master Go for so long, he was able to utilize all kinds of battle techniques, but none of them targeted the flaws of Xianxia. It seemed like he was not trying to defeat Pavilion Master Go right away but tempering himself. Tempering? The master teacher staggered. If someone had told him that a spiritual perception realm cultivator was fighting against a leaving aperture realm cultivator instead of trying to win, he would have thought that the other party was a lunatic or a fool. However, after witnessing the miracles with his own eyes and hearing it from Wuxia, even though he found it hard to believe, he knew that it was the truth. Just how confident was the young man before him? Just how powerful was his fighting prowess? Boom boom boom. With another 3 blows, Xianxia managed to force Pavilion Master Go back before exhaling a mouthful of turbid air. As Wuxia had guessed, he was indeed tempering his battle techniques. It was not easy for him to meet an opponent who was able to push his strength to the limits, and he was able to execute the battle techniques he had learned in the Combat Master Hall better and better. As expected of a leaving aperture realm cultivator. I'm indeed no match for him at the moment. Xianxia shook his head and sighed deeply. Even though his fighting prowess had risen time and time again, it was a pity that he was still too far away from reaching the embryonic soul realm. It would be impossible for him to defeat Pavilion Master Go in a battle of brute strength. While it would be difficult for him to defeat Pavilion Master Go in a normal battle, there were still many ways for him to defeat Pavilion Master Go. Pushing his palm downward to fend off the other party's attack, Xianxia's eyebrows shot up as he flicked his finger lightly. So, with a deafening buzz, more than 100 formation flags flew out, and in the blink of an eye, they landed around Pavilion Master Go. Xianxia stomped his foot lightly on the ground. The formation was instantly activated. Back in the Qiuwu Palace, the formation had already reached the level of a 7-star pinnacle formation. It would be difficult for him to defeat Pavilion Master Go with his own strength, but with the aid of a formation, it would be much easier. Hula, a layer of mist appeared and shrouded Pavilion Master Go. The formation that Xianxia had set up was a grade 7 intermediate formation. It was not too powerful, but even Pavilion Master Go would need at least 10 breaths to breach it. In the first place, the two of them were evenly matched in terms of strength, so 10 breaths was more than enough to decide the victor's life and death. As soon as the formation appeared, the crowd was unable to see anything, and their spiritual perception was unable to penetrate it. All they could feel was the ground shaking intensely, and the rumbling grew louder and louder. Gotcha. Roughly 15 seconds later, the formation slowly dissipated, and the formation flags were returned to Xianxia's storage ring. Seeing that the battle had ended so quickly, the crowd turned their gazes to Pavilion Master Go, and they were stunned. At this moment, the dignified Pavilion Master Go's head was plunged into the ground, and there was not a single part of his body that was unscathed. Clearly, he had been pummeled so many times that even his own father would not be able to recognize him. Voila, Pavilion Master Go plucked his head out from the ground. Not only did he not feel any pain from his failure, he even turned to the young man before him with anticipation and excitement in his eyes. Xianxia, may I ask if the technique you executed earlier is ancient sage Qiu Wu's heavenly demon Great Sorrow Palm? That's right. Xianxia nodded. May I know? Pavilion Master Go hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth. Can you teach me that palm technique? Why? You want to learn it? Yes. I won't. Today is the 3rd of the month. Seeking monthly votes. Even though he had comprehended the heart of a teacher, Pavilion Master Go still harbored selfish motives. However, Pavilion Master Go was a selfish person who was unable to discern right from wrong. The stronger a person like him grew, the greater a threat he would bring to mankind. How could he possibly pass down ancient sage Qiu Wu's powerful palm art to someone else? Xianxia might be a good-natured person, but he wasn't a benevolent person. He had his own sense of propriety as to who he could accept as his disciple and who he couldn't. It seems like I was being too naive, Pavilion Master Go sighed deeply. He had personally forced the other party to crush the pavilion, and now, he was trying to learn the other party's battle technique. How could that be possible? He had already given the other party a lot of face by not killing him on the spot. I've lost. Pavilion Master Go shook his head and announced loudly, Xianxia has cleared the first stage of the pavilion crashing. The first stage was to defeat all of the master teachers in the Mingshi Tang Pavilion, and he had already completed it. Wait a moment. I have never fought with Vice Pavilion Master Tian before, and I fear that he won't accept it. Xianxia interjected. If even I am not a match for him, it goes without saying that Tian Qing isn't a match either. I admit defeat. Pavilion Master Go clasped his fist. I'm not a match for you. I admit defeat. Seeing the other party admit defeat, Xianxia sighed in pity. Seeing the other party admit defeat, Xianxia couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret. He had hoped that the other party would agree to it so that he could pummel him. After all, he was only crashing the pavilion, not silencing him. The Master Teacher Tower is over here. Xianxia, follow me. The Master Teacher Tower contained the wills of the top Master Teachers in the history of the Mingshi Tang Pavilion. Some of them had reached 8-star low tier or even higher, so it would be extremely difficult for him to win their acknowledgement. As such, defeating all of the Master Teachers in the first stage was considered an easy feat compared to crashing the pavilion. This was where the true difficulty lay. Countless geniuses in the history of the Master Teacher Tower had been trapped here. Following behind Pavilion Master Go, Xianxia soon saw a 7-storied pagoda standing before him. It felt as if it was as steady as the ocean, and it seemed as if it could suppress everything in its path. Knowing that this stage would be much more difficult than the previous ones, Xianxia took a deep breath and pushed open the door. Upon seeing Xianxia's departure, a master teacher couldn't help but ask, will Xianxia be able to succeed? It's going to be difficult. Even though the Qingyuan Empire's Mingshi Tang isn't considered to be at the top of the 8 conferred empires, there are still 4 8-star master teachers in the history of the Qingyuan Empire. The most powerful among them, He had even reached the level of an 8-star middle grade. The wills they left behind are extremely knowledgeable. I'm afraid it won't be that easy to pass through. An informed master teacher said. Indeed. To be able to become an 8-star master teacher, one can already be considered to be at the pinnacle of the master teacher continent. Be it in terms of knowledge, soul depth, or comprehension of cultivation, they are far beyond the reach of any ordinary master teacher. The first master teacher nodded. Sigh, I hope that Xianxia can pass. If he can pass, as a student, I will be honored. Indeed. I also hope that he can clear it. It has been so many years since anyone has crashed our pavilion. If he were to successfully crash our pavilion, his reputation would surely soar, and he would have the right to be proud of himself in the future. Their faces were filled with anticipation. Pooh. Hearing the conversation between the duo, the injured pavilion master Go could no longer suppress the blood gushing from his chest, and he spurted a few more mouthfuls of blood before he finally relented. Even the master teachers of the Qingyuan Empire Master Teacher Pavilion would want nothing more than to kill the other party when they crashed their pavilion, and yet, the master teachers of the Qingyuan Empire Master Teacher Pavilion were so eager to see the other party succeed. This is the Mingshi Tang Empire Master Teacher Pavilion we are talking about. If someone were to successfully crash our pavilion, you will be embarrassed as well, alright? What are you proud of? A just cause enjoys abundant support while an unjust cause finds little. Pavilion Master Go, regardless of whether Xianxia is able to clear the pavilion or not, you have already lost the trust of the master teachers of the Qingyuan Empire Master Teacher Pavilion. Even if the headquarters doesn't pursue the matter, there is probably no one in the Qingyuan Empire Master Teacher Pavilion who is willing to listen to your commands anymore. Seeing Pavilion Master Go's expression, Wuxia could tell what he was thinking, and he shook his head. No matter how discreet Vice Pavilion Master Tian's attempt to frame Xianxia was, with so many master teachers returning at the same time and causing such a huge commotion, there was no way that it could be kept a secret anymore. To be able to stand against all of the combat masters of the Mingshi Tang Empire Master Teacher Pavilion single-handedly and even accept the latter as his student. Even though it was only half a teacher to him, it was still more than enough to change everyone's opinion of him. For a pavilion master to retire peacefully so as to not cause any trouble, he allowed his vice pavilion master to frame another master teacher. This was a crime that would earn him the disdain of countless master teachers. Pavilion Master Go's face turned ashen. From the moment the other party declared that he had crashed the Qingyuan Empire Master Teacher Pavilion, he knew that it would be difficult for him to make a comeback. Just that, he didn't think that the combat masters who had fought alongside him would betray him so completely. Could it be that I have really done something wrong? Pavilion Master Go's body swayed weakly. Having been the head of the Qingyuan Empire Master Teacher Pavilion for 500 years, he had gotten used to being in a lofty position. As a result, he no longer had the heart of an ordinary person, and he had been forced to prioritize his own standing in the Qingyuan Empire Master Teacher Pavilion. Just what is the background of that, Xianxia? Unable to hold it in any longer, Pavilion Master Go asked. He is the most hardworking and talented person I have ever seen. Wuxia clenched his fists tightly as his eyes glowed in excitement. No matter how dangerous or difficult it was, Xianxia would still study diligently. Just this kind of attitude was something that he would never be able to achieve. Perhaps it was due to Xianxia's diligence that he had managed to achieve what he had today. Despite his young age, he already wielded strength that even he could not match. After entering the Master Teacher Tower, Xianxia did not stop at all. Instead, he slowly proceeded upward. Having challenged the Master Teacher Tower once before, he knew the rules. The wills left behind in the Master Teacher Tower were of a very high level, so it was impossible for one to challenge one's strength. Instead, they would be assessing one's capability as a master teacher, such as imparting knowledge, assessing the flaws of others, and providing pointers on battle techniques. As such, what one needed to challenge the Master Teacher Tower was not strength but knowledge. This was what a master teacher was supposed to possess. Not too far ahead, an illusory figure suddenly appeared before Xianxia's eyes. It was the guardian of the first stage, the Qingyuan Empire Master Teacher Pavilion Mingshi Tang, the 8-star low-tier master teacher who had left the Qingyuan Empire 13,000 years ago, Zhao Zhen. To crash a pavilion at such a young age, what kind of grievance did you suffer? Seeing that the person who had crashed the pavilion was only a 20-year-old young man, Xianxia frowned. In order to protect his own position, the incumbent pavilion master sullied my innocence. Zhang Xian clasped his fist and bowed deeply before explaining the matter to Zhao Shen. There's such a thing? Each generation is getting worse and worse. It seems like Mingshi Tang needs to be reprimanded. After hearing Zhang Xian's explanation, Zhao Shen shook his head before turning to look at Zhang Xian once more. As indignant as you are, as the guardian of Mingshi Tang of the Qingyuan Empire Master Teacher Pavilion, I can't allow you to pass so easily. Otherwise, if everyone were to crash a pavilion whenever they felt indignant, what would become of Mingshi Tang's authority? Yes. Zhang Xian nodded. My test is very simple. I'll provide you with pointers on battle techniques. Seeing the other party's earnest attitude, Zhao Shen nodded in satisfaction. I'll execute a battle technique, and you'll have to point out my flaws. As long as you can find a single flaw, I'll consider it a pass, alright. Zhang Xian's face lit up in delight. Seeing that the young man before him wasn't nervous at all, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders instead, Zhao Shen frowned. Don't think that it's easy to find a flaw in a battle technique. As an 8-star low-tier master teacher, I am extremely proud of my battle techniques, and I have modified them countless times to ensure that there are no flaws in them. While a single flaw might not seem like much, most 7-star pinnacle master teachers would have to search for several days, months, or even years before they could find a flaw in it. I understand. Hurry up and begin. I need to head to the next test as soon as possible. Zhang Xian nodded. You, displeased, Zhao Shen flung his sleeves. As an 8-star master teacher, it was natural that the test wouldn't be as easy as it seemed. Yet, this fellow actually dared to act so frivolously, wanting to head to the next test as soon as possible. Are you sure that you can clear the test? This battle technique of mine is called entangling autumn wind silk thread hands. I came up with this technique after observing the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves, but they ended up getting stuck by a spider's web. Now, allow me to demonstrate it to you. Zhao Shen spread open his 10 fingers, and surges of illusory Xianxia shot forth from his fingertips. As if forming a spider's web, it shrouded the entire area. If someone were to stand before him, they would surely find it difficult to escape from it. I have never used this battle technique on anyone before, so don't think that you will be able to get away just by spouting nonsense. There are 10 moves in total, and each move is stronger than the one before it. This is the first move, entangling gold silk. After I execute the 10 moves, I'll give you 4 hours. If you can find a single flaw in my battle technique, I'll consider it as a pass. Otherwise, you'll have to leave. Zhao Shen said as he executed the battle technique. Under normal circumstances, he would give the other party 2 days to crash the Master Teacher Pavilion. However, given how arrogant the young man before him was, Zhao Shen decided to reduce the time limit to 4 hours so as to quell the other party's arrogance. After 4 hours, when the other party couldn't find any flaws, he would extend the time limit. There's no need for me to execute the 10 moves, and there's no need for 4 hours either. I'll tell you now. Zhang Xian shook his head. What he needed to do at the moment was to take the 7-star master teacher examination as soon as possible so that he could raise his fighting prowess. He didn't have the time to waste here. You want me to tell you now? Zhao Shen was taken aback. He had only executed a single move, and now he was going to tell him. Could it be that he was able to see through the flaws in a single move? Your entangling autumn wind silk thread hands looks decent, and it should be one of the top battle techniques even among Saint intermediate stage battle techniques. After mastering it, your enemies will be hard-pressed to escape from it. However, there are quite a few flaws in it. I've taken a look at it, and roughly, there are 37 flaws in it. Zhang Xian said, 37 flaws? Zhao Shen's face darkened. I have only executed 1 move out of the 10 moves, so it's hard to say whether I'll be able to see through the flaws or not. In an instant, his impression of this fellow who was here to crash the Master Teacher Pavilion vanished. Indeed, not noticing the change in Zhao Shen's face, Zhang Xian thought that the other party didn't believe him. Thus, he sighed deeply and said, creating a battle technique requires practice in order to bring out its full prowess in battle. You have never imparted it to others, so you haven't practiced it before. Honestly speaking, it's not too bad that you only have 37 flaws. Zhao Zhen's consciousness trembled in anger, and he nearly collapsed on the spot. Tell me then, which 37 flaws do you have? If you can't tell me, I'll slap you to death. At the beginning of the month, I'll continue asking for monthly votes. Also, Wang Honshu's video is just a joke. Everyone can follow my official account and post this video tonight. The voice is super magical. Just search for Sweeping the World on WeChat and add me. Why? Are you still unwilling to admit your mistakes? Fine, I'll explain it to you right now. Seeing how the other party was unwilling to learn from him despite making so many mistakes, Xianxia spoke in displeasure. Let's talk about the greatest flaw first. The coiling autumn wind silk hands was created by observing the autumn wind sweeping through the leaves. The autumn wind carries with it the intent to kill, but your coiling autumn wind silk hands only has the intent to coil around it. There's no intent to it at all. If it was just a spirit battle technique, it would have been one thing if it didn't have intent, but as an ultimate move that only Saint Realm experts are capable of, it actually lacks intent. This? Zhao Zhen was taken aback. There were also Saint Realm battle techniques that didn't require intent to be executed. However, if one had intent, it would be easier to comprehend, and its prowess would be stronger as well. Speaking of which, this was indeed a flaw. When he first created this move, he had just completed his 8-star master teacher examination and witnessed the autumn wind sweeping through the leaves. Instead of feeling desolate, he felt joy in his heart. This was the reason why this move was so powerful, but it lacked intent. The second flaw is that the coiling golden silk hands is indeed capable of binding the opponent's hands and feet, but that's only effective against ordinary experts of the same cultivation realm. If I were to pierce my Xianxia here instead, Xianxia flicked his wrist, and a burst of Xianxia shot out from his fingertip, shrouding the area around him. You. Zhao Zhen widened his eyes in shock. He had never imparted this move to anyone before. Yet, the other party had already learned it after just executing it once. Surely it couldn't be that fast. Suddenly taken aback, Zhao Zhen hurriedly interrupted Xianxia's actions. No, that move of yours is slightly different from the one I executed earlier. Even though the other party's move looked identical to his coiling golden silk hands, there were still some minor differences that couldn't be hidden from his eyes. Oh, I felt that your move was too trashy, so I made some changes to it. Xianxia waved his hands. Don't interrupt me. Let me finish my words first. Too trashy? You made some changes to it? Zhao Zhen's body trembled as his consciousness jolted once more. He hurriedly turned his gaze toward the move the young man had executed, and it seemed like the other party's move was indeed much more powerful than his. Hula. While Zhao Zhen was still in shock, the young man suddenly raised his other hand and tapped lightly on a certain spot. Voila! In the blink of an eye, the net of Xianxia seemed to have been struck at its most critical juncture. The Xianxia that was surging out of the net of Xianxia immediately flew back in shock. The golden silk entanglement allows one's Xianxia to retract as soon as it comes into contact with the enemy. Even though it can prevent the enemy from escaping, there's a glaring flaw to it as well. Once the Ming Man is discovered, the enemy would only need to tap lightly on it, and the flow of Xianxia would be halted, resulting in a backlash. Not only did you not hurt anyone, you hurt yourself first. Zhao Zhen's pupils shrank. There was indeed such a flaw in this move, but one would have to be at least an 8-star pinnacle master teacher to be able to see through it with a single glance. Thus, it was impossible for him to use this move against such a master teacher. Second move, Wind and Cloud. In this move, a silver thread shoots forth to control the surroundings. It is effective against humans, but if the other party is wielding a weapon, it will be able to sever the silver thread easily. Not only will the other party be able to escape successfully, it might even injure your soul, Xianxia continued. Hold on, Zhao Zhen's body staggered. It seems like I haven't used the second move yet, so how did you know its name and flaws? I already told you not to interrupt me. It's just a simple move, and I've already deduced it. It's not like it's too difficult. Xianxia waved his hand impatiently and said, the third move, Mournful Chirping of Autumn Cicadas. This move is a sound wave attack, and it possesses the greatest number of flaws. Of the 37 flaws in the move, 8 of them are. Xianxia's words were spoken in great detail. detailing the flaws of the battle technique, the method to utilize it, and the method to resolve it. With just a few words, Zhao Zhen could tell that everything he said was true. It was as if he had been practicing this battle technique for innumerable years. With twitching lips, Zhao Zhen felt his entire body going weak, as if he would collapse at any moment. If not for the fact that he was an 8-star master teacher, he would have already lost his mind. Just by watching him practice a single move, not only did the other party deduce the other moves, even the names of the moves were identical. Why did it feel like he was dreaming? Alright, these are the flaws I spoke of. Do you understand now? Do you know your mistake now? While Zhao Zhen was still in a daze, the young man before him had already finished speaking, and there was a hint of reprimand in his tone. I know my mistake now. I won't dare to do it again. Halfway through his words, Zhao Zhen's face suddenly reddened in anger. That fellow had placed himself in the role of a teacher, but in the end, he had become a student as well. He was an old ancestor from 10,000 years ago, and he was many generations older than the young man before him. Cough cough. Zhao Zhen abruptly stopped halfway through his words, and with a dejected look on his face, he said, That's enough. You have passed the examination. Passed the examination? It seems like you still haven't realized your mistake. As a master teacher from Qingyuan Empire's Mingshi Tang Empire, you are revered by countless people. How can such a learning attitude work? Xianxia frowned. I have seen many students, but you are the worst one I have ever seen. You don't seem to be humble at all. Zhao Zhen was frenzied. I am an examinee. When did I become your student, Bo? With a stifled look on his face, Zhao Zhen's consciousness wavered, and he vanished from the spot. Sigh. Seeing the other party's consciousness vanishing in shame, Xianxia shook his head. To think that an 8-star master teacher would be so petty. It was no wonder the entire Qingyuan Empire was in such a mess, and the Mingshi Tang Empire was even worse. Even though you knew that I was being wronged, you still refused to let me go. Who else can you blame but yourself? Since we're all here to crash the Master Teacher Pavilion, I'll just have to make you accept it wholeheartedly. Outside the Master Teacher Tower, the light on the second floor has lit up. This means that Xianxia has met Master Teacher Zhao Zhen. Wushi deduced as he glanced at the light on the second floor of the tower. Master Teacher Zhao Zhen's mastery of battle techniques has reached an astounding level. Even if Xianxia is able to clear his battle technique examination, it will take him quite some time. As the vice head of the Mingshi Tang Empire, he had been in the Master Teacher Tower for several hundred years, so he was extremely familiar with the various stages of the Master Teacher Tower. Just as Xianxia was in the midst of calculating, the light on the second floor suddenly dimmed. When challenging the Master Teacher Tower, the light on the second floor would automatically light up when one encountered a trial. He cleared the trial? Xianxia was taken aback. He had been thinking that it would take him quite some time to clear the trial, but who could have thought that it would actually be so fast, to clear the trial in 3 minutes at most. How could an 8-star master teacher submit so easily? Look, it lit up again. Someone in the crowd suddenly shouted. Wushi raised his head to take a look, and he was stunned once more. For some reason, the light on the second floor had lit up once more. Could it be that Xianxia had failed the trial? No, that's not right. The light on the third floor is of a different color. Just as Xianxia was perplexed, Pavilion Master Go's voice suddenly sounded. Wushi hurriedly turned his gaze over, and he also noticed that something was amiss. The light that lit up this time was indeed slightly different from the previous one. Previously, it was slightly orange, but this time, it was milky white. Wait a moment, that's not right. Xianxia is a master teacher from 8,000 years ago. Even though he's also an 8-star low-tier master teacher, he's significantly stronger than Zhao Shi. He should be guarding the 3rd level, so why would he appear on the 2nd level? Pavilion Master Go's voice sounded. Wushi frowned. The others were perplexed as well. Under normal circumstances, as long as one clears the trial, the light on the 3rd floor will be extinguished, and the location of the trial won't move. Halfway through his words, Pavilion Master Go's body suddenly froze, and his eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that Zhao Shi's will has dissipated from the 2nd floor? Dissipated from the 2nd floor? That's right. Legend has it that once the will of the founder of the Master Teacher Tower dissipates, the Master Teacher guarding the trial above will automatically replace it. Pavilion Master Go said hoarsely. But this is just a pavilion crashing trial. Why would one's will dissipate from the first floor? In order to deal with pavilion crashers, the most the founder would do was to test the examinee. As long as one could clear the trial, they wouldn't make things too difficult for him, dissipating from the second floor. What in the world was going on? Just as Pavilion Master Go was at a loss, the milky white light suddenly flickered for a moment before vanishing. Following which, a faint blue light shone on the second floor. Xianxia's will has dissipated as well. Pavilion Master Go was stunned for a moment before leaping to his feet. This is bad. We have to stop Xianxia. In the past 10,000 years, our Qingyuan Empire's Mingshi Tang Empire has only produced these few experts, and they have left behind these few wills. If all of them were to disappear, our Mingshi Tang Empire will really be finished. The wills of the predecessors had been left behind in the Master Teacher Tower, and they had reached the pinnacle of the Master Teacher Tower. If there was anything that they did not understand, they could still learn from them. If all of them were to disappear, the Mingshi Tang Empire would really be finished. Stop him? Xianxia is crashing a pavilion, and the headquarters have already approved of it. Under normal circumstances, we shouldn't be able to stop him. Wuxia was stunned for a moment before realizing the severity of the matter. However, he knew that he had to follow the rules, so he hurriedly interjected. I know that we can't stop him, but why don't we just admit defeat? Pavilion Master Go was on the verge of tears. If our Qingyuan Empire's Mingshi Tang Empire admits defeat and admits that Zhang Xian has successfully crashed the pavilion, we should be able to stop him. Pavilion Master Go flicked his wrist and took out the token that represented the head of the Qingyuan Empire's Pavilion Master Go. Then, he bit his finger and tapped on the token. Wang, a burst of light shot into the sky. Hung Long, following which, a powerful might burst forth from the Mingshi Tang Empire, exerting immense pressure on everyone present. Following which, a majestic voice echoed in the air. The Qingyuan Empire's Mingshi Tang Empire admits defeat to Zhang Xian's pavilion crashing. Please stop the pavilion crashing. Oh, there's no need for that. I'm already done with the pavilion crashing. But before he could finish his words, Zhang Xian walked out of the Master Teacher Tower with a perplexed look on his face. What's going on with your Master Teacher Tower? Why are all of the examinees gathered on the second floor? Cough cough, the cross-dressing matter is only for a month. If you can't clear the pavilion within this month, so be it. Ha ha ha. Seeing the look on Pavilion Master Go's face, Pavilion Master Go spurted another mouthful of blood. This time, he definitely wouldn't be able to retire peacefully. So many ancestors' wills had been destroyed, and he was the first Hall Master in history to go this far. Since Xianxia has successfully crashed the Qingyuan Master Teacher Pavilion, he's free to make any request that he wishes. As long as it doesn't go against the rules of the Master Teacher Pavilion, our Qingyuan Empire's Mingshi Tang Master Teacher Pavilion is willing to submit to him. After a long while, Pavilion Master Go finally suppressed the stifling feeling in his chest, clasped his fist, and bowed deeply. His attitude was no longer as haughty as before. There had only been 3 successful pavilion crashers in the entire history of the Master Teacher continent. To think that he would be one of them, Vice Pavilion Master Tian has colluded with Zhong Qingwang to frame a Master Teacher. On top of that, he even intentionally leaked the secrets of the Master Teachers to the otherworldly demonic tribe, resulting in the deaths of countless Master Teachers. His crimes are unpardonable, and I hope that Mingshi Tang of the Qingyuan Empire will investigate the matter thoroughly. Zhang Xian. Yes, Pavilion Master Go nodded. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly frowned and asked, "Where's Vice Pavilion Master Tian?" Just a moment ago, this Temple Master Tian was still following him closely. How did he disappear in the blink of an eye? Hall Master, the Vice Hall Master has just left for a while, a Master Teacher hurriedly stepped forward. Oh no. Narrowing his eyes, Pavilion Master Go hurriedly instructed, "Find him right away." Voila, the Master Teachers immediately rushed out, and not too long later, they returned with awful complexions on their faces. Pavilion Master Zhang. Xianxia has already left the capital, and we have no idea where he is. Pavilion Master Go's body trembled, and his face turned livid. He had been too shocked by Xianxia challenging the master-teacher tower that he hadn't paid much attention to the other party. Who could have thought that the other party would make use of this opportunity to escape? It seemed like he could tell that Xianxia was on the verge of crashing the pavilion, and he would be captured at any moment. As such, he dared not stay any longer. The reason why I crashed the Qingyuan master-teacher pavilion is because I was wronged by the other party. I knew that he would escape if I succeeded, but I didn't make any preparations in advance. What's the point of being the pavilion master? Xianxian's face darkened. The conflict between him and Mingshi Tang stemmed from Tianqing. Regardless of whether he succeeded in crashing the master-teacher pavilion or not, Tianqing would have to bear the blame. Under such circumstances, how could he not send someone to keep an eye on him and allow him to come and go as he pleased? As a 7-star pinnacle master-teacher, unless one used the Eye of Insight, it would be nigh impossible to find them. Pavilion Master Go's face reddened. He did not think that the young man before him would be able to successfully crash the master-teacher pavilion, not to mention, so quickly. Naturally, he was unable to react in time. I am Qingyuan Empire Master-Teacher Mingshi Tang's arrest warrant. Arrest Tianqing. If you dare to arrest him, you can kill him on the spot. Clenching his fists tightly, Pavilion Master Go turned around and instructed. Yes. A master-teacher turned around and left. The master-teacher arrest warrant was the highest arrest warrant in the entire master-teacher continent. Once it was issued, all of the empires, kingdoms, and Mingshi Tang within the Qingyuan Empire would receive the news, and no matter who it was, as long as they were to report the matter, they would be rewarded handsomely. It could be said that unless one changed one's identity and concealed one's strength, it would be nigh impossible for one to escape from the arrest warrant. I, Go Tianzi, have failed to live up to Mingshi Tang's trust in me. From today onward, I will resign from my position as the head of Mingshi Tang's Pavilion Master-Teacher Pavilion. As for the position of the Pavilion Master, I'll be leaving it to Wushi for the time being. After making the arrangements, Pavilion Master Go took out his identity token and passed it over. In an instant, he felt as if he had aged several hundred years, and he had lost all of his strength. He had held the position of Pavilion Master for 500 years, and never in his dreams did he think that it would end in such a manner. Knowing that it would not be easy to capture Tianqing since he had already escaped, Xianxia shook his head and turned his gaze to Wushi. Wushi, this is my supporting occupation, and it's sufficient. I would like to apply to become a 7-star master teacher. After saying those words, he passed the 7-star supporting occupation emblem over to Xianxia. After taking a look at it, Wushi nodded. Xianxia, please wait for a moment. I'll report your situation to the headquarters, but it might take some time. There's no need to rush. I happen to be free at the moment, so I'll head to the library to take a look. Xianxia nodded. Even though he had the experience of advancing to empire building, there was still a long way to go before he could apply for the 7-star emblem. With Wushi handling the matter, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. Rather than going through the trouble of waiting, he might as well make use of this opportunity to browse through some books. Even though he was already qualified to become a 7-star master teacher, he had never read any books regarding 7-star master teachers before. This is my identity token. Xianxia, take this and feel free to browse through the books in the library. Wushi said. After successfully crashing the master teacher pavilion, all of the master teachers in the Mingshi Tang master teacher pavilion would be no match for him. There was no doubt that he would be able to obtain the emblem. As such, it wasn't against the rules to pass his identity token to Xianxia in advance. After taking the identity token, Xianxia followed a master teacher to the library. The library of the Qingyuan Empire Mingshi Tang Master Teacher Pavilion didn't just contain books regarding master teachers. There were also many books regarding the supporting occupations, such as painter, appraiser, and the like. Master teachers were extremely knowledgeable, so it took Xianxia an entire day to collect all of them into the Library of Heaven's Path. After browsing through the books regarding master teachers, Xianxia headed to the books regarding the supporting occupations. There were books regarding spirit awakener, demonic tunist, apothecary, physician, painter, beast tamer, terpsichore, formation master, appraiser, celestial designer, and many others. Even though the books regarding the supporting occupations in Mingshi Tang Master Teacher Pavilion weren't as detailed and profound as those in the other guilds, to Xianxia, it was fine as long as there was a sufficient number of them. By the time Xianxia finished reading all of the books regarding the supporting occupations and the 7-star Heaven's Path Divine Art, it had already been 3 days since he left the Mingshi Tang Master Teacher Pavilion. Xianxia, here is your emblem. As soon as Xianxia walked out of the library, Wuxia walked up to him. Taking a look at his emblem, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. From this moment onward, he was finally a 7-star master teacher. A year ago, he hadn't even heard of the master teacher occupation. He was just a teacher in Tianxian Kingdom who was on the verge of being fired. Yet, at this very moment, he was already a 7-star master teacher, standing at the pinnacle of the master teacher continent. Xianxia, there are still no traces of Tianqing at the moment. However, there's no need to worry. I have already reported this matter to the headquarter, and the headquarter has already dispatched a representative. If nothing goes wrong, he should arrive within half a month. Wuxia said. Xianxia nodded. After seeing that Xianxia had successfully crashed the Qingyuan Master Teacher Pavilion, it was likely that Tianqing had already escaped. Unless the Master Teacher Pavilion sent someone over with the aid of a unique artifact, it would be nigh impossible to find him. Where's Zhong Qingwang? Did you manage to capture him? He's currently locked up in the Mingshi Tang Master Teacher Pavilion, but he didn't say anything, Wuxia replied. Lock him up for the time being. I asked you to commend Xianxia previously. How is it going? After Xianxia's death, Xianxia had instructed Wuxia to commend Xianxia instead of criticizing him. Before the commendation could even begin, Xianxia had already started crashing the Qingyuan Master Teacher Pavilion. Now that Wuxia had regained control of the Qingyuan Master Teacher Pavilion, the commendation should have been completed by now. Just as you instructed, the commendation ceremony was held this morning, and it was announced that Xianxia has contributed greatly to mankind. Furthermore, he has provided detailed information regarding his contributions to mankind. Wuxia hurriedly nodded. That's good. Now, bring along a few powerful master teachers and follow me. We'll head over to capture Vice Pavilion Master Tian. Hearing that Xianxia had made the necessary arrangements, Xianxia chuckled. Head over to capture him? Where to? Wuxia was taken aback. Simple. We'll set up an ambush at Xianxia's residence. If nothing goes wrong, someone will surely pay a visit tonight. Xianxia nodded. Pay a visit tonight? Xianxia, are you saying that Xianxia has grasped some kind of secret of Tianqing's? Wuxia frowned. Xianxia was Tianqing's student, and he had died in his cell for no apparent reason. Now that Tianqing had escaped, Xianxia found it hard to believe that there was no connection between the two. I'm not too sure either. It's just that I've been reading books for the past 2 days, and I suddenly came up with a theory. If Xianxia hadn't grasped some kind of secret, there's no way he would have been silenced. Now that you are commending Xianxia in front of everyone, even though he might harbor some suspicions, he wouldn't dare to take such a gamble. Xianxia said with a smile. I know that he might have grasped some kind of secret, but Tianqing is already a target of scorn. If he were to be caught, at the very least, he would be stripped of his identity as a master teacher. Since things have already come to this, there's no need for him to risk his life for some so-called secrets. Wuxia was perplexed. The current Tianqing was no different from a criminal who had committed a capital offense. In any case, he had already received the heaviest punishment, so there was no way he would mind adding a few more crimes to his name. Since that was the case, even if Xianxia had some kind of secret, there was no need for him to risk being captured to sneak over. That would depend on how many secrets Xianxia has grasped. Xianxia said. The reason why Xianxia was exposed was because he went to Zhang Yinqiu's residence to retrieve a piece of intelligence. However, unbeknownst to Mingshi Tang, the otherworldly demonic tribe found out about it. What if the intelligence he possesses is related to the otherworldly demonic tribe or some kind of secret passageway? Wuxia's body stiffened. Xianxia, did you discover something? It's just a guess at the moment, so I can't be too sure yet. Xianxia shook his head. Over the past 2 days, he had not only been studying and reading books, he had also been going over his encounters in Qingyuan City over the past 7 days. After a few tries, he realized that something was amiss. The otherworldly demonic tribe had learned of the matter from Xianxia, so it was impossible for Tianqing not to know about it. As the vice-head of the Mingshi Tang Pavilion, it was truly bizarre for him not to pursue the matter despite having leaked the intelligence to the otherworldly demonic tribe. Alright, I'll gather them right now. Knowing that Xianxia must have learned something from his words, Wushi hurriedly left. Not too long later, he returned with 5 master teachers. 4 of them were elders of the Mingshi Tang Pavilion, and one of them was a familiar face, Zhang Jiuxiao. While Zhang Jiuxiao had been utterly defeated by Zhang Xian, his true strength was still not to be underestimated. On top of that, he had many artifacts on him. If one did not follow the rules, even Wushi might not be a match for him. There's no need to rush. We'll set off once night falls. Zhang Xian said with a smile. All right. The others nodded in agreement. After crashing the Qingyuan Empire Master Teacher Pavilion, everyone was filled with admiration for the young man before them. At this moment, Zhang Xian's prestige in the Qingyuan Empire Mingshi Tang Pavilion had surpassed even that of Wushi. In a private room in a tavern at the edge of Qingyuan City, a few people were seated in the room. From time to time, they would glance at a residence not too far away. Xianxia, that's Xianxia's residence, Wushi sent a telepathic message to Zhang Xian. Due to the arrangements made by the Master Teacher Pavilion in advance, they did not attract the attention of anyone. Extending his spiritual perception, Zhang Xian's residence came into view. The spiritual perception of others, even Wushi, could only extend to a radius of 400 meters. On the other hand, Zhang Xian's spiritual perception was able to extend to a radius of 2,500 meters. As long as there was even the slightest disturbance in the surroundings, he would be able to sense it in advance. There was no need for him to hide in Xianxia's residence at all. This residence sure is luxurious and sturdy. Zhang Xian remarked as he swept his gaze across the residence. Xianxia did not seem to have much fame in his eyes, but the truth was that he was a 6-star pinnacle master teacher, as well as the direct disciple of a vice pavilion master. Even in the entire Qingyuan Empire, Xianxia's standing could be considered to be one of the more prestigious ones. As such, Xianxia's residence was filled with all kinds of formations, some of which had even reached the level of 7-star. While the decor was far from comparable to Prince Zhong's residence, it was still far superior to that of ordinary clans. 5 steps to a building, 10 steps to a pavilion, the waists of the corridors were winding, and the eaves were high. It was hard to tell what kind of method Wushi had used, but the entire residence did not cause too much of a commotion due to Xianxia's death. Instead, it was extremely peaceful. Xianxia, do we need to prepare anything in advance? Wushi pondered for a moment before asking. Based on what I know, Tianqing seems to have a Saint Intermediate tier artifact in his possession as well. Its tier might not be on par with Jin Yuanding's, but it complements his fighting prowess. There's no need for us to prepare in advance. If Tianqing were to notice something and escape, we won't have the time to deal with him. Zhang Xian shook his head. The best way to prepare in advance was to set up all kinds of formations in Tianqing's residence and ambush more master teachers. However, this would cause too much of a commotion, and if the fish did not take the bait, they would be in trouble. Then, Wushi was a little worried. There's no need to worry. No matter how powerful Zhang Xian is, as long as he isn't stronger than Pavilion Master Go, we should be able to take care of ourselves. If we cause a huge commotion, we should be able to call for reinforcements from the Combat Master Hall. Zhang Xian. He had crossed blows with Tianqing before, and he knew that the latter was no match for him. Even if Tianqing possessed some kind of powerful artifact, he should be able to protect himself with ease. If worst came to worst, he could just have Hall Master Xing bring the elites of the Combat Master Hall over. Even if Tianqing was a true leaving aperture realm expert, it would still be difficult for him to survive. That's true. Wushi nodded and heaved a sigh of relief. Knowing that they might encounter a great battle, everyone observed and cultivated at the same time, adjusting their condition to the peak. After waiting for an unknown period of time, when the moon was setting in the west, Zhang Xian suddenly stood up and said, "It's coming." Wushi and the others were taken aback. Regardless of whether it was their eyes or their divine senses, there was nothing. They couldn't find even half a shadow. What's coming? He has already entered the residence. Noting the confusion on their faces, Xianxia shook his head and said, he came from underground. Underground? The crowd stared at Xianxia in disbelief. It was difficult for one's spiritual perception to penetrate underground, and yet, the other party was able to find him? The other party is extremely cautious. He used some kind of secret art to sneak into the residence next door. Even though his movements are extremely subtle, I was still able to notice him beforehand. Now that I'm heading over to catch him, it's like a turtle in a jar. Xianxia said with a light chuckle. He had seen such a technique back when he was at the Poison Temple in Jingyuan City. It was the trump card of one of the Qingtian 10 Great Kings, the Earthleaf King. It was precisely because he had seen it before that he had discreetly extended his spiritual perception to observe the situation underground, and he happened to see this sight. All right. The crowd rose to their feet and leaped out of the window, heading straight for the residence before them. Arriving at the courtyard at the center of the residence, Xianxia gestured for the others to stand in position while he stood at a corner. With a light flick of his finger, a few formation flags were planted into the ground. Wang, Xianxia stomped his foot on the ground and bellowed, "Come out." Pung, the ground immediately trembled, and a figure was forcefully plucked out from the ground before crashing heavily onto the ground. The figure was dressed in black, and it was impossible to see his appearance clearly due to the darkness of the night. However, as primordial spirit realm cultivators, they were able to recognize the other party's appearance in an instant. Tianqing, it's really you. Wusher's face darkened. Get out of here. After saying those words, Xianxia raised his hand, and a powerful might immediately crushed down on Tianqing, threatening to tear him apart. Not expecting that someone would be lying in ambush here, Tianqing narrowed his eyes in alarm. He swiftly raised his arms to block Xianxia's attack before dashing forward. Escape? Do you think that you can escape? With a light chuckle, Zhang Jiuxiao flicked his finger, and a sword burst forth from the sky. It was his Saint Intermediate Tier sword. After listening to Xianxia's lecture, even though the sword had yet to achieve a breakthrough to half-leaving Aperture Realm, its prowess had grown significantly. Coupled with Zhang Jiuxiao's cultivation, it was able to cover a distance of several dozen meters, and in the blink of an eye, it was right before Tianqing. Tianqing's face darkened. Without any hesitation, he whipped out a sword of his own to face Xianxia's attack. Ding ding ding, the two swords clashed several dozen times in the air, and Zhang Jiuxiao was forced to retreat. No matter how powerful Tianqing was, the other party was an entire cultivation realm higher than him. In a clash of the same tier weapons, he was still slightly inferior. It only took Tianqing a split second to fend off Wusher and push Zhang Jiuxiao back. However, barely after he leaped half a meter into the air, he suddenly felt several powerful forces tearing at him from all directions. They were the elders from Mingshi Tang's side. They were primordial spirit realm pinnacle experts as well, and they knew how powerful the young man before them was. Not daring to hold back, they whipped out their weapons, and their sword chi swiftly formed a wall in the air. If Tianqing were to continue leaping forward, he would surely be sliced in two. With an awful look on his face, Tianqing knew that there was no way he could escape. Thus, with a flick of his sword, he used the momentum to plummet downward. Barely after he stabilized himself, Wusher and Zhang Jiuxiao's attacks had already arrived. As soon as he arrived, Xianxia had already made arrangements. Wusher and Zhang Jiuxiao were the strongest of the group, and they would be the main attacking force. The other four would cover for Tianqing from the sides, forming a tight encirclement. He couldn't allow Tianqing to escape. Seeing that Tianqing was no match for them, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. He scanned his surroundings carefully. Since Tianqing had taken the risk to come here, there must be a secret here that he viewed as more important than his life. This was the back garden of Chen's residence, so there was rarely anyone here. On top of that, the battle had already sealed the area from the very start, making it even more difficult for anyone to find out about it. Taking a look around, Xianxia suddenly frowned. Taking a few steps, he walked up to a few large trees in the courtyard. These were Saint Tier lingering fragrance trees, and they were capable of bearing lingering fragrance fruits. Even though the lingering fragrance fruit was a saint-tier medicinal herb, it didn't have any effect on raising one's cultivation. The only use it had was that it could retain its fragrance in one's body for an entire year. It was something that only noble ladies and young ladies liked to consume. Xianxia didn't think that Chen's back garden would actually have 7 lingering fragrance fruits planted in it. Even before walking up to them, he could already smell a rich fragrance assaulting his nostrils, leaving him feeling slightly intoxicated. It must be said that the fragrance of the lingering fragrance fruits was indeed pleasing to the nose. If it was placed on the body of a lady, she would surely fall into a state of ecstasy. However, Xianxia wasn't here to look at these saint herbs. Instead, he was surveying the area beneath his feet. 7-star aura sealing formation. Using saint-tier medicinal herbs in place of formation flags to seal off one's aura and conceal one's presence. This is indeed a good idea. Xianxia nodded in approval. As a 7-star pinnacle formation master, Xianxia was able to easily tell that they were a unique formation even though they were just a few trees to others. Similar to the aura sealing formation he had set up back then, it was capable of sealing off one's aura. While it wasn't too complicated, the saint lingering fragrance fruit had been enhanced to the level of a 7-star pinnacle formation master, and the other formations in the surroundings were concealment as well. If one didn't pay close attention, it would be impossible for one to notice it. It was only because he had just activated his eye of insight that he was able to discern the fluctuations of spiritual energy in the area. To think that a 6-star master teacher would actually set up a 7-star pinnacle aura sealing formation in his residence. I would like to see what is hidden beneath. Taking another 2 steps forward, Xianxia stomped on the ground. Voila, the ground was immediately torn open, and a stone door appeared before him. With a light press of his hand, the inscriptions inscribed on the stone door were erased before Xianxia walked in. Behind the stone door was a series of stairs that extended downward. It was hard to tell what material was used to carve the stairs, but it was exceptionally dark. Under the illumination of the night illumination pearls, Xianxia couldn't see it clearly. Activating his eye of insight, Xianxia was able to see the surroundings clearly. It's the star illumination stone, Xianxia frowned. After reading through the books of the Appraiser Hall and Mingshi Tang, he had gained a deeper understanding of some of the unique ores on the Master-Teacher continent. The star illumination stone was an extremely bizarre rock. It was capable of absorbing light, causing an area to turn incomparably dark, such that one would be unable to see it with one's eyes. Of course, if one had a unique method, one would be able to release the light that the star illumination stone had absorbed to illuminate the surroundings. This was also the reason why it was called the star illumination stone. The stone before him was so dark that one couldn't even see one's outstretched fingers. Clearly, it had been refined using a unique method, such that it could only be absorbed, not activated. However, to Xianxia, it didn't affect him too much. Thus, he slowly walked down the stairs. After walking for around 70 to 80 meters, Xianxia finally arrived at a hard surface. Lifting his gaze, he couldn't help but be taken aback. It was a vast underground chamber. At the very center of the chamber was a massive cavern that led straight to the core of the earth. A massive amount of lava was trapped within the cavern, emanating a tremendous amount of energy. This formation is probably at the level of an 8-star formation. The formation before Xianxia was constructed using a unique combination of materials, and its grade was on par with those in the Qiuwu Palace. Most likely, it had already reached the level of an 8-star formation. Putting aside the fact that there was a 7-star pinnacle formation hidden in the backyard of a 6-star master teacher, to think that there was an 8-star formation beneath the underground chamber as well, it would be a lie to say that he wasn't perplexed. What is this formation powering up? The purpose of the formation was to gather the energy of the magma from the Earth's core and channel it to something to activate it. Raising his head, Xianxia took a closer look at the area where the energy of the formation was gathering, and his eyes narrowed in astonishment. This 515 fan event. Everyone can like each other. It's said to be able to accomplish certain missions. Before Xianxia's eyes was a massive altar floating silently in the air. Due to the lack of activation, it looked a little dark, as if it had extended into the depths of the night. This altar is very similar to the one I obtained from the Scarlet Leaf King. Could it be an otherworldly demon's altar? Xianxia's face darkened. This altar was identical to the one he had obtained from the Scarlet Leaf King, just that it was much larger. With a single look, it was clear that it was an artifact that belonged to the otherworldly demonic tribe. Through the eye of insight, Xianxia could see innumerable words inscribed on the altar. These words were extremely bizarre. They weren't written in the language of humans or beasts. However, with just a single glance, Xianxia was able to recognize them. These are the words left behind by ancient sage Qiu Wu. He had seen these words before, and they were similar to the words left behind by ancient sage Qiu Wu. If one were to write too many of them, they would be able to harness the power of space. It's most likely a teleportation formation that teleports the otherworldly demons here. He had guessed that Xianxia had betrayed mankind and sided with the otherworldly demonic tribe, and from the looks of it now, it seemed to be true. The altar was powered by the grade 8 formation beneath it. If he was not mistaken, there was a good chance that it could teleport the otherworldly demonic tribe over. The invasion of the otherworldly demonic tribe 20 years ago might have been related to this. Otherwise, given the seal on the subterranean gallery, how could so many otherworldly demonic tribe members suddenly appear? It seems like Tianqing has betrayed mankind as well. Knowing that Xianxia had sided with the otherworldly demonic tribe, it was clear that Tianqing was a traitor. Xianxia was only Mingshi Tang, an insignificant master teacher. It was impossible for him to have done such a huge deed without his teacher knowing. The only possibility was that Tianqing was a part of it as well. In other words, Vice Pavilion Master Tian, the most authoritative 7-star pinnacle master teacher in Mingshi Tang, had already sided with the otherworldly demonic tribe and was a spy. I knew it. I didn't do anything as soon as I arrived at Qingyuan City, and I was just trying my best to keep a low profile and behave myself. So, that's why the other party would come for me. Putting all of this together, Xianxia came to a realization. It had not even been a week since he had arrived at Qingyuan Empire, and he had been keeping a low profile all this while, unlike back when he was at the Master Teacher Academy, causing trouble everywhere he went. Even so, the other party still wanted to target him. From the looks of it now, it seemed like Xianxia wanted to exact vengeance for the Skyleaf King and the others. The Qingtian 10 great monarchs had all fallen at his hands. It would be a lie if he said that he did not want revenge. The Qingtian lineage, Tianqing, Zhongqingwang. I should have known. He shook his head. 9 of the 10 great monarchs had been killed, and 1 of them had been tamed. It could be said that they had been completely wiped out. Under such circumstances, the moment he heard Tianqing's name, he should have immediately thought of him. It was just that Xianxia had a unique identity, so Xianxia felt that it was unfair for the other party to do things. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that the other party was from the Qingtian lineage. Tianqing. Qingtian, Zhongqingwang. Is he loyal to the Qingtian lineage? Furthermore, the 2 of them had made great contributions to the otherworldly demonic tribe back then. Forget it, no matter who the other party is, I should just destroy this altar first. Once it's destroyed, I won't be able to teleport over anymore. Even though Xianxia had a rough idea of what was going on, he still needed concrete evidence to verify it. Thus, he flicked his wrist and took out the glacier rain sword. Voila, Xianxia drove his Jinqi furiously as sword chi surged in and out of his body. After 3 days of training in the Combat Master Hall, his Heaven's Path sword art had advanced yet again. If the Glacier Rain Sword could reach Saint Intermediate tier, he would be able to defeat Pavilion Master Go easily even without using any formations. Break! Just as Xianxia was about to destroy the altar before him and sever the connection between him and the otherworldly demonic tribe, he suddenly felt a peculiar force assaulting him, causing his head to spin for a moment. Following which, he felt a powerful pulling force tugging at his soul, as if trying to tear it apart. On the other hand, Xianxia's body swayed weakly, and he found himself unable to execute his attack. He had experienced this feeling of his soul being tugged at before. Songsu had used it on him once before. However, that tugging force was extremely weak, and due to his powerful soul, it had not affected him in the slightest. However, this tugging force was extremely powerful. If he could not withstand it, there was a good chance that he would be sucked away on the spot. I'm using this formation. Xianxia drove his Heaven's Path Shinchi and came to a halt. Turning his gaze back to the altar, he came to a realization. The other party must have made use of this formation to amplify the might of his soul attack. Otherwise, even if his soul was 10 times stronger than Song Su's, he would still have been unable to shake the altar. Such a pure soul attack. That person must be the one who killed Xianxia. Given how the other party was able to tug at his soul through the altar, it should have been a walk in the park for the other party to kill Xianxia. It seemed like Xianxia was right. Xianxia was indeed killed by the other party. I was trying to lure them out, and they were trying to lure me out as well. No wonder it was so easy. Knowing that there was someone hiding in the shadows, using the altar to devour his soul in an attempt to kill him, Xianxia narrowed his eyes. It was just that his emotional quotient was a little low, but in other aspects, he was extremely intelligent. In fact, as his soul depth grew higher, his mind grew even more intelligent. The reason why he had instructed Wuxia to commend Xianxia publicly was to lure Tianqing over. Tianqing had indeed come out, but he had ended up suffering a soul attack instead. It seemed like the other party was no fool either. The other party's motive was not to destroy the altar but to lure him over so that he could kill him. Xianxia had thought that the other party was the prey, but who could have known that he would become the prey instead? Could it be related to Vicious? Xianxia hurriedly contacted the fellow in his storage ring. Master, this is my secret art. However, the one executing it isn't me. Even if it's just a portion of my body, you won't be able to withstand it. Vicious voice sounded. Xianxia nodded in response. As powerful as his Heaven's Path soul art was, it was a pity that its tier was too low. If the other party was truly vicious, it would have been a walk in the park for the other party to devour his soul. If it isn't a portion of your body, who else could it be? Just as Xianxia was perplexed by the situation, he suddenly felt his head spinning once more. The power from before struck him once more, and this time, it was even more ferocious than before. It seemed like the other party had decided to try a second time after failing the first time. I should head over to take a look. Since the other party wanted to devour his soul, he might as well make use of the opportunity and head over to take a look. After discussing the secret art with Vicious, Xianxia walked up to the altar, took out a brush, and began drawing something on it. Only then did he stop suppressing his soul. His soul flew out from his glabella. My soul is too big. If I head over like this, I'll surely make preparations in advance. It's best for me to shrink it down a little. His soul was 10 meters tall, and if he were to be sucked in, his strength would be exposed. With a light chuckle, Xianxia tapped his finger lightly, and the spatial laws of the heavenly art of dimension unravel began driving. In the blink of an eye, his 10-meter-tall soul was compressed to the size of his physical body. Even though he had only cultivated the one dan of the heavenly art of dimension unravel, he was still capable of sealing his soul. Without any resistance, Xianxia's primordial spirit was pulled into the altar by the suction force that was emanating from it. With a flash of light, his soul vanished from the spot. Upon entering the underground chamber, Xianxia saw that Vice Pavilion Master Tian was being ganged up on, and he was on the verge of collapsing. His body was covered in blood, and his clothes were tattered. No matter how powerful he was, it would be difficult for him to escape from the encirclement of 6 experts who were on par with him. Tianqing, surrender now, or else I'll kill you on the spot. Wuxia harumphed coldly. Previously, Pavilion Master Go had already declared that anyone who encountered Vice Pavilion Master Tian was to be killed on the spot. If Tianqing continued to be stubborn, they wouldn't mind bringing his corpse back with them. Kill me? Since that's the case, let's die together. Knowing that it was impossible for him to escape, Tianqing roared savagely as the energy in his body surged. This is bad. He's going to self-destruct. Quickly seal the surroundings. Wuxia narrowed his eyes in alarm. The self-destruction of a half-leaving Aperture Realm expert was extremely powerful. If he were to blow himself up, the area within a radius of 1,000 meters would be reduced to a living hell. Xianxia deserved to die, but his family and the civilians in the area were innocent. As master teachers, they couldn't allow any harm to come to them. Yes. The crowd hurriedly released their Xinqi to protect the surroundings. Doing so would result in severe injuries or even death, but they didn't hesitate in the slightest. There's no need to go through so much trouble. I'm here. Just as the crowd was about to face death calmly, they suddenly heard a roar, and a massive cauldron descended from the sky. Pada! In an instant, it smacked Vice Pavilion Master Tian, who was intending to self-destruct, into the ground. Fearing that something might happen, Xianxia had released Jin Yuanding in advance and left him outside. Seeing that the crowd was at their wits' end, Tianqing rushed over. Hula! After smacking Tianqing into the ground, Jin Yuanding's massive body abruptly turned around, opened the cauldron lid, and swallowed Tianqing in a single gulp. Boom! Right after Tianqing swallowed Tianqing, a resounding explosion echoed within the cauldron. Following which, the cauldron lid opened, and a puff of white smoke rose from it, reminiscent of a burp. Pudong! A tattered corpse was spat out from the cauldron. The taste is terrible. How disgusting! Jin Yuanding's body swayed a little, and it seemed as if he was about to puke. However, recalling that he had no stomach, he could only give up. As a Saint Intermediate tier artifact, even though Tianqing's self-destruction was powerful, it was still impossible for him to destroy it. The eyebrows of the crowd shot up. Wuxia and Jin Yuanding had gone through life and death situations together, so he knew how powerful Jin Yuanding was. However, he didn't think that the latter would become even more formidable after awakening. Even after swallowing the self-destructing fellow, he was still fine. It seemed like it was only a matter of time before he reached leaving Aperture Realm. He's already dead. Zhang Jiuxiao walked up to the corpse and took a look at it. He's dead? Wuxia walked up to the corpse. After taking a closer look, Wuxia couldn't believe what he was seeing. Given how fast Tianqing escaped, he shouldn't have been able to face death calmly. How could he have died so easily? Double. We are about to drop out of the top 20. Do we still have any monthly votes left? Keep his corpse properly and bring it back to the Mingshi Tang Academy. Since he was already dead, all grudges should be resolved. Sighing, Wuxia waved his hands. Tianxia wielded immense authority in the Master Teacher Pavilion. Even though he was only a Vice Pavilion Master, his authority was actually on par with that of the Pavilion Master. He thought that it was only a matter of time before he became an 8-star Master Teacher. Yet, who could have thought that he would end up dying here? Just the thought of it left Xianxia lamenting. Of all the people he could offend, the last person he should offend was Xianxia. It seemed like he had made the right decision. The two elders walked up to Xianxia and kept the corpse properly. After which, Wuxia scanned the surroundings and asked, "Where's Xianxia?" Due to the intense battle earlier, Xianxia hadn't noticed where Xianxia had gone to. Master entered that underground cavern. Jin Yuanding's heart skipped a beat. Underground cavern? Only then did Wuxia and the others realize that there was a stone door at the side of the garden. It's because the aura sealing formation has concealed its aura that we didn't notice it earlier. Wuxia said as he walked up to Xianxia. The aura sealing formation had been sealed by the aura sealing formation, so even though they were fighting not too far away, they didn't notice anything amiss. However, when the aura sealing formation was concealed, it was impossible for them to notice it now that the stone door was open. If they still couldn't notice it, they wouldn't be worthy of being a 7-star Master Teacher. Let's go in and take a look. Nodding, Wuxia nodded and walked in. Zhang Jiuxiao and the others followed behind him, and shortly after, they heard a frustrated voice, "Give me a hand." Everyone turned around, and only then did they realize that Jin Yuanding was intending to enter as well. However, he was blocked by the stone door. His 3 thick legs were stuck outside the door, and he seemed to be filled with resentment. That fellow could grow bigger, but it wasn't that easy for him to shrink back. It was just like how Xianxia's soul couldn't shrink back into his origin core no matter how hard he tried. The crowd hurriedly smashed apart the stone door before finally rescuing the trapped cauldron. After smashing the entrance into pieces, Jin Yuanding followed behind the crowd in satisfaction. Then, he flew up the stone stairs proudly. Not too long later, they arrived at the underground chamber. He saw the lava and the altar. He also saw Xianxia sitting motionlessly on the ground. "Xianxia," everyone gathered around. Wuxia's face paled, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. There's no breath and heartbeat. Xianxia is dead? How is that possible? He couldn't feel the other party's breathing or heartbeat at all, as if he was a statue. He was a celestial master teacher and a celestial saint, so how could he possibly die in such a remote place? Just as he was at a loss for what to do, he heard Jin Yuanding's noisy voice. Die? What death? My master is cultivating some kind of special technique, all of you go play at the side. Back at the Qiuwu Palace, Jin Yuanding had once brought Xianxia into the depths of the lava, so he knew that when the latter cultivated a certain kind of cultivation technique, his physical body would be no different from a dead body after his soul left his body. Cultivation technique? What kind of cultivation method can make people not feel anything? Everyone frowned in disbelief. As master teachers, they had seen many things in their lives, but they had never heard of any cultivation technique that could make one's body resemble a corpse. How can there be such a cultivation technique in the world? Zhang Jiuxiao shook his head. As an offspring of the Zhang clan, he had seen many bizarre occurrences in his life. However, for a person like this, whose heart had stopped beating, breathing had stopped, and whose body had stiffened. More importantly, who was unable to hear anything and was unable to regain consciousness at all. What else could it be other than death? Even if one's primordial spirit left one's body, one would still have a heartbeat and breathing. Hearing his words, the crowd was perplexed as well. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Jin Yuanding twisted his massive body. If he had a face, he would have surely looked down on the crowd. To think that a bunch of master teachers wouldn't even have the insight of a mere cauldron like him. I'll know once I use my Xianxia to check, he would know whether Zhang Xian was dead or not with just a simple check. After saying those words, without waiting for Jin Yuanding's reply, Zhang Jiuxiao stretched out his hand and grabbed Zhang Xian. As long as one's meridians remained supple and one's organs were still active, it meant that one was still alive. But just as his hand landed on Zhang Xian's body, he suddenly felt a powerful might gushing toward him, as if he had been targeted by a ferocious beast. Narrowing his eyes, Zhang Jiuxiao felt goosebumps rising all over his body. He tried to dodge, but it was already too late. Following which, he saw a palm imbued with boundless might striking down on his dashing face. Following which, his mouth twitched, and his entire face contorted like a gourd. Pooh! So, spurting a mouthful of blood, Zhang Jiuxiao was sent crashing heavily into the wall of the underground chamber. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper. A huge crater had been created in the wall, and Zhang Jiuxiao couldn't help but tear up. I was just giving it a try. Is there a need to exert so much strength on me? As the victim, Zhang Jiuxiao naturally knew who had struck him. It was none other than the corpse-like Zhang Xian. I was just trying to see whether you were dead or not. Was there a need to beat me up as if I was a murderer? In an instant, Zhang Jiuxiao felt extremely tired. In any case, ever since he met this fellow, he hadn't had a single good day. Struggling out of the wall, Zhang Jiuxiao looked at the other party once more, only to see that the culprit who had sent him flying didn't show the slightest hint of guilt. Instead, his eyes were still closed, and he was still seated on the spot. It was as if what had just happened had nothing to do with him at all. I told you that my master is practicing some kind of cultivation technique, but you just wouldn't listen. Seeing this sight, Jin Yuanding's body swayed as he spoke with a serves you right. He's really cultivating. The lips of Wusher and the others twitched upon hearing those words. They had seen bizarre cultivation techniques, but they had never seen such a bizarre one. Was there really such a cultivation technique in the world? Since Xianxia is cultivating, we'll wait here for him. Elder Gu, head to the Mingshi Tang Academy and bring some men over to seal off this area. Also, report this matter to the headquarters. A moment later, Wusher instructed. Yes. An elder quickly backed out of the room. The world spun before Zhang Xian's eyes, and when he opened them once more, he was already in a dilapidated house. Beneath him was an altar. Most likely, it was connected to the one in the underground chamber, and his soul had been drawn away from him. There was a unique suction force on the altar that bound him to it, preventing him from moving at all. It would be difficult for him to escape anytime soon. Xianxia, we meet again. Just as Zhang Jiuxiao was about to assess his surroundings, he suddenly heard a calm voice. Raising his head, he saw a bronze-masked man standing beside him with his hands behind his back. It's you? Frowning, Zhang Xian recognized the other party. It was the bronze-masked man who had used the sorrowless old man's 8th-level painting back at the appraiser hall. That's right. The bronze-masked man nodded before turning around. If I'm not mistaken, you have altered the contents of the seal, right? Altered? Shaking his head, Xianxia's eyebrows shot up. With a righteous look on his face, he said, "How is that possible? Putting aside whether I have the ability to do so or not, even if I do, as a master teacher, I can't possibly alter another person's painting. That's a violation of another person's copyright." You can't? The bronze-masked man narrowed his eyes. Only your consciousness entered the painting, and after the seal was undone, it changed into a completely different appearance. Not only was the painting style different, even the concept was different. Who else could it be other than you? After undoing the seal, he found it hard to believe that it was a beautiful woman bathing instead of what he had deduced. However, when he returned to the appraiser hall and pondered over the matter, he realized that something was amiss. To be able to find an 8th-level painting and notice the seal within, his comprehension of painting was on par with guild leader Meng Chang's. Even though the bathing beauty beneath the seal was an imitation, there was still a huge difference between it and the sorrowless old man's original painting style. In order to make the painting even, the sorrowless old man had even shaved off a layer of the painting and added a seal on top of it. He was already obsessed with the cleanliness and symmetry of the painting. Even though the painting that Xianxia had created was equally clean and neat, it was placed on top of a pile of rocks. On top of that, the color of the ink was relatively new, so it was easy to tell that someone had intentionally added the seal. On top of that, before undoing the seal, only the young man's consciousness had entered the painting, so it wasn't too difficult for him to deduce the culprit. You have misunderstood me. Even though the bathing beauty doesn't cover a large area, it is exceptionally detailed. It hasn't been too long since my consciousness entered the painting, so do you think that someone could possibly create a painting of such caliber in such a short period of time? Xianxia shook his head. Indescribable sincerity could be seen on his face. This? The bronze-masked man frowned. He was also bewildered by this. From the moment the other party's consciousness entered the painting to the moment the seal was undone, no more than 3 minutes had passed. To create a painting in such a short period of time and infuse it into another painting without anyone noticing anything amiss, putting aside the bronze-masked man, even an 8-star painter would find it difficult to accomplish such a feat. But if the other party wasn't the young man before him, who could it be? He could guarantee that other than the day he took out the painting, he had never shown it to anyone else. Seeing the bronze-masked man's hesitation, Xianxia continued, "It's one thing for him to be unable to paint in such a short period of time. Besides, I wasn't the only one who entered the painting." You weren't the only one? Indeed. Have you forgotten? That Zhang Jiuxiao's consciousness entered the painting as well, but he was assaulted by the spirit and ended up with a head full of durians. Xianxia explained. Indeed. Zhang Jiuxiao's consciousness entered the painting as well. The bronze-masked man's face darkened. He's from the Zhang family. I don't think I need to elaborate on the fearsomeness of the sage clans. That clan loves to snatch other people's possessions. Putting aside a painting, they might even snatch a person's entire body. Since they know the method to undo the seal, they might have some kind of artifact on them, and they secretly used it to alter the contents of the painting so that you wouldn't notice it. Xianxian. Sage Zhang family. The bronze-masked man's lips twitched, and fear surfaced in his eyes. It seemed like he had heard of the sage clans before, and he knew how fearsome they were. Achoo, Zhang Jiuxiao, who had just finished applying the ointment, suddenly sneezed, and a look of astonishment appeared on his face. This? Is someone thinking about me? He had been traumatized all this while, and now that someone was thinking about him, he couldn't help but feel a little agitated. No. If the sage clans were to make a move, they would have crushed me openly. There's no need for them to act so discreetly. Recovering from his shock, the copper-masked figure frowned. The Zhang clan was known as the #1 sage clan on the master-teacher continent, and there were countless experts in their clan. If they had learned of the secret behind the painting, they would have long sought him out and killed him with a single slap. Even though Mingshi Tang was around, and most things were governed by rules, but, in the face of true strength, rules and whatnot would still be crushed. The Zhang family possessed the strength to crush everything. Anyway, what I saw was a beauty coming out of the bath. Seeing that the other party didn't believe him, Xianxia shook his head and said, "If you don't believe me, you can ask around. I, Xianxia, have always had a good reputation, enough. I called you over to restore this painting." The copper-masked figure harumphed coldly. Knowing that he would only end up wasting a lot of time if he were to continue dwelling on this matter, he knew that he would only end up wasting a lot of time. Even though someone had added new content to the previous painting, as long as the painter was skilled enough, it was still possible to restore it. After all, the era of the ink blots was different. As long as one's level was up to par, it should not be difficult. The fact that the young man before him was able to break the seal easily and accomplish something that even he and guild leader Meng Chong were unable to do meant that he had already reached the pinnacle of the Qingyuan Empire Master-Teacher Pavilion in the field of painting. In fact, he was even on par with the sorrowless old man from back then. If the young man were to make a move, there was a high chance that he would succeed. Xianxia continued to shake his head. "It's not that I don't want to, but I can't do it, can't do it." The copper-masked man sneered, his eyes filled with killing intent. "It seems like you still don't understand your situation. What I've captured is your soul. In other words, your physical body is already dead. You're a dead man now." The copper-masked man said. "Dead?" Xianxia was horrified. "I'm dead?" Lowering his head to take a look, he saw his body fading away. His vision darkened as he fainted from fright. Seeing Xianxia's actions, the copper-masked figure scratched his head in frenzy. He had used a secret art to extract the other party's soul. As long as the other party wasn't retarded, he would definitely know. The moment he said it, he pretended to be surprised and even fainted. "Big brother, you are a soul, can you really faint?" His primordial spirit had been sealed, unable to escape or dissipate, and his physical body was dead as well. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't he be terrified and obediently obeying his orders? What's with this attitude? There's no need to put on an act. Putting aside fainting, you won't even be able to die on this altar. The copper-masked figure was so infuriated that he wanted nothing more than to rush forward and slap the young man before him to death. "I can't faint." Xianxia sat up again with regret. "Then forget it. I won't faint for now. However, I really can't do what you said." The image of Kongshur hidden in the painting was concealed by the bathing beauty painting. It was destined that it would be impossible to reveal it, let alone restore it. Seeing that Xianxia was indeed feigning unconsciousness, the copper-masked figure was so furious that he could explode. However, he still suppressed his rage and spoke with a cold and sinister voice. "Don't think that I can't teach you a lesson just because you are a soul. Since I was able to capture you from another location and bring you here, I know some formidable secret arts that can make you wish you were dead." Raising his eyelids, Xianxia remarked lazily, "Since I'm going to die anyway, it's best if you just kill me." "You." The copper-masked figure's chest heaved up and down, and it was hard to tell whether it was due to anger or suffocation. "Since you don't know what's good for you, I'll just have to use a soul search on you. Once I'm done, your soul will dissipate, and you will die." Voila! After saying those words, without waiting for Xianxia's reply, the copper-masked figure raised his hand, and a powerful force immediately crushed down on Xianxia. "This is the means of a soul oracle." Seeing the copper-masked figure's actions, a glint flashed across Xianxia's eyes. The reason why he had willingly allowed himself to be captured by the copper-masked figure was because he wanted to see who he was and what he was up to. Who could have thought that the other party would use the means of a soul oracle? Tzzzzzz. Despite his astonishment, Xianxia did not resist the other party's attack. Instead, he allowed it to enter his mind. This was because he could tell that the other party was not using a soul search art but a soul-peering art. The soul-peering art was a relatively violent art. While it would allow one to obtain the information stored in the other party's mind, it would also damage the other party's soul, resulting in the dissipation of the other party's soul or even death. On the other hand, the soul-peering art allowed one to uncover the secrets one wanted to know without harming the other party. It seemed like the copper-masked figure was still hoping that Xianxia would help him restore the painting. "I would like to see what you know." With a cold harumph, the copper-masked figure's consciousness began wandering around Xianxia's mind, and it did not take long for him to glean some information. "To think that you really don't know the secret behind the seal," the more Xianxia read, the deeper the frown on his forehead grew. Through his soul peering, he could tell that the other party was indeed unaware of the contents of the seal. In other words, the painting of a bathing beauty had nothing to do with him. Furthermore, through his investigations, he could tell that the other party was an upright and talented master teacher. Putting aside the fact that the other party had a great reputation, he was also an upright and talented master teacher. It seems like I have guessed wrongly. After reading through all of that, the copper-masked figure retreated from Xianxia's mind. He had thought that the other party was the one who had altered the painting, but from the looks of it, that was indeed not the case. However, since he had already captured the other party, he would have to find a way to restore the contents of the painting. Otherwise, all of his efforts over the years would go down the drain. As expected of a soul oracle, and he seems to have a close relationship with Tianqing and the others, as the copper-masked figure's consciousness entered Xianxian's mind, Xianxian was also discreetly probing the other party. However, this sliver of consciousness was too small, and it didn't contain much information. Otherwise, Xianxian would have been able to see through the other party's intentions. Xianxian's understanding of souls far surpassed that of the other party, so it wasn't too difficult for him to set up an illusion to deceive the other party. Through his investigation, he realized that Zhong Qingwang and Tianqing had some kind of close relationship with him. This was also the reason why Tianqing had taken the risk to lure Wushi and the others while he had here to capture Xianxian's soul. I was intending to soul search you, but if I were to do so, you would surely die. There would be nothing left of you. So, I'll give you two options. Knowing that Xianxian was indeed clueless, the copper-masked figure harumphed coldly. First, help me restore the painting. If you succeed, not only will I spare your life, I'll even bring you back to life, making you even stronger than you are now. Second, soul search, and you'll vanish from the world. To be honest, even though you have a deep understanding of painting, there are many painters on the master-teacher continent who have reached your level. Even if you don't agree to it, it's only a matter of time before I restore the contents of the painting. Bring me back to life? Xianxian was perplexed. That's right. The copper-masked figure flicked his wrist, and a physical body appeared before Xianxian. This is a soulless metal humanoid. As long as you agree to the first condition, I'll allow your soul to reside in it temporarily. That way, you'll be able to live like a normal person. Soulless metal humanoid. The other party's soulless metal humanoid was of a much higher tier than the ones that Xianxian had seen before. Most likely, it was forged using the physical body of a primordial spirit realm pinnacle expert. Not only so, the craftsmanship was exquisite as well, making it look exactly like a real person. It could be said that if one's soul were to enter the soulless metal humanoid, it would be hard for even a 7-star master teacher to notice it. As a master teacher, even if you don't know much about the soul oracles, you should have at least heard of the soulless metal humanoid, right? Not only will it allow you to grow stronger, it will also allow you to change your identity and become an authoritative figure. The copper-masked figure sneered coldly. Become an authoritative figure? Could it be that Tianqing and Zhong Qingwang are both soulless metal humanoids? Upon recalling a matter, Xianxian's eyes narrowed in astonishment. Since Tianqing was able to become the vice head of Mingshi Tang, there was no doubt that he had a clean past. Could it be that he had been forged into a soulless metal humanoid and another soul was forcefully added into it, and Zhong Qingwang as well? If that was really the case, it would be truly frightening. For a powerful soulless metal humanoid to be turned into a vice head without anyone noticing. More importantly, the two of them had only exposed themselves because they wanted to kill him. If that was the case, how many of them were still in the dark? To be able to use a secret art to extract a soul and replace it with another soul, it was no wonder why Mingshi Tang was so determined to eradicate the soul oracles back then. Just this ability alone was already frightening enough. This was because once the secret art was used on a large scale, it was impossible to tell whether one was a friend or a foe. Zhong Qingwang isn't a soulless metal humanoid. Soulless metal humanoids aren't that easy to forge. The copper-masked figure shook his head. He isn't? He's just a toy loyal to me, the copper-masked figure harumphed coldly. Then, what about Tianqing? Xianxian continued asking. Tianqing? The copper-masked figure sneered coldly. Instead of answering Xianxia's question, he turned to Xianxia and asked, "Do you want to know what I look like beneath my mask?" Xianxia nodded. "If I can find out who you are, I might be able to believe your words and agree to your conditions. Otherwise, since I'm already dead, there's no need for me to help the person who killed me." He had always been curious about the copper-masked figure, but ever since the other party met him, he hadn't used any battle techniques. The soul detection art that he had used previously was a technique unique to soul cultivators, so it couldn't be considered as a battle technique. As such, he had never formed a book in his mind, and he had no idea who it was either. It would be best if the other party could remove his mask. "The reason why I concealed my appearance is so that others wouldn't notice me. You won't be able to escape at the moment, and your life and death are in my hands." Since the other party's soul was under his control, it wouldn't hurt for him to show you his true appearance. The other party's soul was under his control, and his life and death were in his hands. He wasn't afraid of any resistance at all, so to him, showing his true appearance was nothing. Seeing that the other party's soul was under his control, the other party's life and death were in his hands. There was no need for him to fear any resistance. Thus, it wasn't a big deal for him to show the other party his true appearance. How can it be you?" The person who had appeared before him was none other than Vice Pavilion Master Tian. Wasn't he fighting with Wu Shi and the others? More importantly, when he first met the copper-masked man, Tian Qing had been imprisoned in Mingshi Tang's headquarters. How could he have become the copper-masked man? Zhang Xian could hardly believe his eyes. This was already beyond his expectations. "Indeed, Tian Qing and I are the same person." Vice Pavilion Master Tian nodded. Ever since he was captured, the copper-masked man had shown no signs of fear or worry. He was extremely satisfied with the look on his face. "No. You aren't Tian Qing. If I'm not mistaken, you should be the Qing Tian Emperor, right?" Zhang Xian revealed his deduction with a frown. Over the past few days, he had been suspecting that Tian Qing was the Qing Tian Emperor. Otherwise, the other party wouldn't have intentionally tried to frame him. It was just that there were some details that he was unable to make sense of. "You are indeed a smart person. However, you shouldn't have said it out loud." Vice Pavilion Master Tian's voice turned incredibly sinister, and an intense killing intent burst forth from his body, leaving one feeling as if they had fallen into the cycle of reincarnation. This killing intent was even purer than that of the Skyleaf King. Those with weaker mental fortitude would have fainted upon being enveloped by it. "Since you know who I am, you should understand that the conflict between the otherworldly demonic tribe and mankind is irreconcilable. Submit to me, and not only will you be able to live, you will also be able to enjoy riches and honor. If you don't agree to it, I have no choice but to kill you." The Qing Tian Emperor stared at Zhang Xian coldly as if he was looking at a dead man. Since the other party had already guessed his identity, there was no need for him to continue pretending anymore. "If you are the Qing Tian Emperor and Tian Qing, then who is the one fighting with Wu Shi and the others outside? You are an otherworldly demon. No matter how well you disguise yourself, even if you wield authority over Mingshi Tang's headquarters, you will still be easily exposed." Zhang Xian asked. This was something that had been bothering him all this while. If the Qing Tian Emperor was really Tian Qing, it was one thing for him to disguise himself as an ordinary master teacher. However, he found it hard to believe that the Qing Tian Emperor had not been exposed. If Mingshi Tang was so blind as to be unaware that the otherworldly demonic tribe had infiltrated the upper echelons of the Master Teacher Academy, he would have long been wiped out. Tian Qing is the reincarnation of a sliver of my will. My identity as a master teacher is something that I slowly ascertained through my tests. For the sake of this identity, I prepared for 800 years. I didn't expect that it would be ruined by you. You should know how much I want to kill you." The Qing Tian Emperor sneered as killing intent surged in his eyes. For the sake of the identity of Tian Qing, he had paid an immeasurable price and even sacrificed the lives of countless clansmen. If not for the person in front of him, he would still be Vice Hall Master Mingshi Tang, holding all the power. 800 years of hard work, 800 years of sacrifice. In the end, it was forcibly broken. Of course, through the help of Mingshi Tang and master teachers, he had also managed to find some important information and the items he wanted. He was only a small step away from success. Otherwise, he would not have bothered to waste his breath on this fellow. He would have just killed him the moment he saw him. Reincarnation of a will? Xianxia was taken aback for a moment before realization dawned on him. It was no wonder he had noticed that Tian Qing's primordial spirit was severely flawed. Most likely, it would be difficult for him to reach leaving Aperture Realm. He had thought that it was a problem that had occurred in his cultivation, but it turned out that it was just the reincarnation of a will. With an incomplete will, reaching primordial spirit realm would already be considered as one's pinnacle. It would be nigh impossible for one to reach leaving Aperture Realm. This was because the reincarnation of a will was equivalent to gaining a new life. As such, not even the Library of Heaven's Path was able to tell who the original owner was. This might sound simple, but as a soul oracle, he knew how difficult it was. Wills were of the Yin attribute, and after reincarnating, they would be haunted by ghosts. Thus, it was very easy for a fetus to die prematurely. More importantly, such reincarnation was detrimental to the harmony of the heavens, and it was forbidden by the heavens. Even if one were to succeed, it would come at a heavy price. Even with the means of a soul oracle, the chances of success were less than 1 in 10,000, otherwise, Mo Hunching wouldn't have put his life on the line for the 9 Hearts Lotus back then. Of course, more importantly, after one's will was reincarnated, it would fall into a deep slumber. There were some people who would be unable to awaken their memories even at the brink of death, living a life of mediocrity until their death. This was the so-called conundrum of the fetus. As such, unless one was driven into a corner, no one would choose to reincarnate. On top of that, every reincarnation would deal severe damage to one's soul. If one failed the first time, there would be no second chance. Not only did the other party succeed, he even became a 7-star pinnacle master teacher, wielding the power of Mingshi Tang. Even with the backing of the main body, he was still a fearsome existence. That's right. Don't test my patience. Since you have already revealed your identity, unless you submit to me and offer your soul, you should know that you won't be able to leave this place alive. The Qing Tian Emperor harumphed coldly. The fact that he dared to reveal his identity before the other party meant that he didn't care if the other party leaked his secret. All he needed was a single thought to kill the other party. Alright, I'll submit. Xianxia nodded. The Qing Tian Emperor was taken aback. Having lived in the master-teacher continent for many years, he knew just how resolute and determined master-teachers were. Considering how arrogant the young man before him was, such that even Mingshi Tang could be easily defeated, he had thought that the other party would be more resolute, but who could have thought that he would agree to it so easily? Wasn't this way too straightforward? If I submit, I'll have to offer my soul first. The Qing Tian Emperor hesitated for a moment before saying. Of course. Xianxia nodded. Very well, let's begin then. The Qing Tian Emperor found it hard to believe, but he still nodded. Once he offered his soul, he would be able to kill the other party with a single thought. No matter how crafty the other party was, there was no need for him to fear betrayal. Wait a moment. If I offer my soul, will you really be able to find a suitable soulless metal humanoid for me? Will you let me live? Xianxia interjected. You don't have to worry about that. The Qing Tian Emperor waved his hand dismissively. He had thought that the other party would have some backbone, but it turned out that he was just trying to live. It was no wonder why even the most stubborn master teachers would choose to submit in the face of death, just like how Su Qing Tian had listened to him obediently back then. Then, can you tell me the method to enter the soulless metal humanoid so that I can give it a try? Xianxia continued. Only after I am certain that I will be able to survive and that you aren't lying to me will I submit to you. Besides, if you want me to help you restore the painting, you'll have to give me a physical body. Without a physical body, I won't be able to pick up a brush with my soul. Soul oracles were able to pick up objects with their souls, but that was impossible for their souls. The Qing Tian Emperor frowned. He wanted to see what the other party was thinking about, but he only saw a naive look on the other party's face. Recalling the sight that he had seen in the other party's consciousness, the Qing Tian Emperor nodded. Very well. The method to enter the soulless metal humanoid is very simple. As he spoke, he began to explain the method to the other party in detail. I got it. Seeing that the Qingtian Emperor's explanation was similar to Imo Huanxing's heritage, Xianxia nodded in agreement. He had already compiled the Heaven's Path divine art for this method, and he had learned it before. Back then, when he forged his clone, he had sent his separated soul into the soulless metal humanoid through this method. Release me, I'll enter the soulless metal humanoid. After struggling for a moment, he realized that he was still trapped on the altar, unable to move at all. Xianxian. Don't try anything funny. I was the one who forged the soulless metal humanoid, so naturally, I know how to destroy it. Don't think that you'll be able to stand against me just by entering it. The Qingtian Emperor harumphed coldly. My soul is only at St. Tudan. No matter how powerful the soulless metal humanoid is, it won't be of much use to me. Even if it harbors malicious intent, I won't be a match for it, Xianxian. The Qingtian Emperor pondered for a moment before nodding. It seemed like he was really getting a little paranoid. The other party was right. No matter how powerful a St. Tudan soul was, what could it possibly do? The Qingtian Emperor raised his hand, and the altar glowed brightly. Following which, Xianxian felt his body loosen, and his trapped soul immediately stood up. Let me give it a try. Standing up, Xianxian dived into the body of the soulless metal humanoid. The next moment, the soulless metal humanoid opened its eyes. Xianxian shook his head in disappointment. It felt as though he was controlling a puppet, but it was no different from controlling a puppet. Humans possessed senses of touch. Even though one's soul was able to survive after entering the soulless metal humanoid, it was no different from a dead person. It was no wonder soul oracles were unwilling to learn the occupation despite their long lifespan. Naturally, being a human was much better than living in the darkness, struggling at death's door. Seeing that the young man before him had entered the soulless metal humanoid, the Qingtian Emperor heaved a sigh of relief. He was the one who had forged the soulless metal humanoid, so the young man entering it was no different from being trapped in a cage. Make the sacrifice. The Qingtian Emperor harumphed. All right, Xianxian nodded. Controlling the soulless metal humanoid, he walked up to the altar and said, since it's a sacrifice, let's use this altar. After saying those words, a soul shot out from the soulless metal humanoid's glabella and floated in the air. Not expecting the young man before him to be so proactive, the Qingtian Emperor nodded. He walked up to the altar and drew his soul out as well. The cultivation technique that he cultivated was the soul of the soul oracles, so his soul was frigid and cold. Even before coming into contact with him, one would already be intimidated by it. What was most important to a soul oracle was their soul. Only by offering it to their soul would they be of use. Make the sacrifice. The Qingtian Emperor harumphed coldly as he looked at Xianxian in satisfaction. He had thought that the young man before him was a formidable figure, but from the looks of it, he was still too young. As long as the sacrifice was successful, the young man would become his loyal subordinate. All right. Xianxian nodded. The soulless metal humanoid circled around the altar before abruptly striking its palm on it. Wang, the inscriptions on the altar lit up, and in the blink of an eye, a powerful suction force pulled on the Qingtian Emperor's soul. You. How did you manage to activate the altar? The Qingtian Emperor's face warped in astonishment. Everyone, please speak up. Laoya will give you a like. The altar was forged using a method unique to the otherworldly demonic tribe, and it required the Xianxia of slaughter to be activated. More importantly, it involved the secrets of the soul oracles. How could a mere master teacher like the other party possibly pull it off? The Qingtian Emperor felt like he was about to lose his mind. Others might not know how terrifying this thing was, but he knew very well. Once activated, it would be able to capture a person's soul, making it difficult for even leaving Aperture Realm experts to resist. Sizzle, but before he could recover from his shock, the suction force suddenly grew stronger and stronger. Unable to control his primordial spirit any longer, his primordial spirit was sucked in by the suction force, as if it would be teleported to the other side at any moment. You're courting death. Knowing that he had fallen for the other party's ploy, the Qingtian Emperor roared furiously as he stretched out his hand to grab the soul in the air. But before it could reach the golden humanoid puppet, the soul was already completely unaffected by the altar. With a slight jolt, it dived right into the golden humanoid puppet. This golden man was made by me. If I want you dead, it's just a matter of thought. Not expecting the other party to escape, the Xianxia Emperor bellowed furiously. With a thought, the soulless metal humanoid sealed all of its acupoints, and the energy within its body began to surge furiously, threatening to explode at any moment. He had successfully refined the Golden Man, and he could make it self-destruct with a single thought. Sealing one's acupoints meant trapping one's soul within, preventing it from escaping. Back then, Xianxia had used this method to kill the Jade Leaf King. "There's no need to trouble you," Xianxia's voice rang out. Immediately after, a poochie sound was heard. The soulless metal humanoid was torn apart from the middle like a piece of cloth. His soul immediately walked out. It was at least 10 meters tall. Had it been in the past, he wouldn't have been able to escape if he had been trapped in the golden body with his acupoints sealed. However, his soul had been shrunk by the heavenly art of dimension unravel. As soon as his soul recovered, it was no different from putting an elephant into a sack. Naturally, the latter wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure and would be torn apart on the spot. "This is your soul body. Why is it so big?" Seeing Xianxia tear the golden avatar in half, the Xianxia Emperor was dumbfounded. As a soul oracle, he was well aware of the significance of a large soul body. For the soul before him to reach a height of 10 meters. How powerful must his soul be? "No, you are a soul oracle?" Halfway through his words, he suddenly came to a realization and narrowed his eyes. Only soul oracles could possess such a powerful soul. Wasn't the other party a master teacher? How did he become a soul oracle? He was about to go crazy. In order to learn the heritage of the soul oracles, Xianxia had paid an unimaginable price. Yet, the other party, a genius master teacher that only appeared once every 10,000 years, actually knew the heritage of the soul oracles as well. "Don't be nervous." Seeing that the other party had lost his composure, Xianxia consoled him before walking up to the other party's frozen body. With a thought, his primordial spirit shrank down to the size of a human before diving into the other party's glabella. "What are you doing?" Upon seeing this sight, the Xianxia Emperor panicked. That was his physical body. If the other party's soul were to enter his body, it would be equivalent to possessing his body. If so, there would be nowhere for his soul to go. "I already told you, don't be nervous. Didn't you just teach me how to use the soulless metal humanoid? Let me see if I can take over your body." As Xianxia spoke, his primordial spirit successfully entered the Xianxia Emperor's body. Not too long later, he opened his eyes and stretched his neck. I tried it out. It feels pretty good." The Xianxia Emperor chuckled as he raised his palm and struck the primordial spirit on the altar. Hong Long, killing intent burst forth from the Xianxia Emperor's body, and his strength surged like a raging river. "How powerful!" Xianxia remarked in awe as he felt the strength of the Xianxia Emperor's body. While Xianxia did have 20 otherworldly demon puppets in his storage ring as well, they were nowhere near comparable to the otherworldly demon puppet before him. They were on completely different levels. One was akin to an ocean while the other was akin to a small stream. The Xianxia Emperor felt as if he would explode on the spot. Who could have thought that he, the emperor of the otherworldly demonic tribe, would actually be toyed with like that? More importantly, the other party had even used his own body to attack his soul. Be it his physical body or his soul, it would be disastrous for him if he were to be injured in any way. Damn it! Knowing that he would be crushed to death if he didn't defend himself, the Xianxia Emperor swiftly gathered his strength to clash with the palm strike of the Xianxia Emperor's body. Hong Long, as the two forces clashed, Xianxia's body was forced to retreat 8 steps. Incredible! I didn't think that he would be a true leading aperture realm expert. Xianxia exclaimed in astonishment. He had thought that the Xianxia Emperor would only be a quasi-leading aperture realm cultivator like the Skyleaf King, but who could have thought that he would actually be a true leading aperture realm expert after undergoing the lightning tribulation? Due to the Yin attribute of souls, it was far more difficult for a primordial spirit cultivator to undergo the lightning tribulation than a normal primordial spirit cultivator. The fact that the Xianxia Emperor was able to succeed showed just how frightening his talent was. "Get out of my body!" Ignoring Xianxia's shock, the Xianxia Emperor roared furiously as he raised his hand to grab at the air. In an instant, Xianxia felt as if the surrounding air had been sealed, making it difficult for him to launch another attack. This seal was somewhat similar to that of Pavilion Master Go's, but it was several times stronger. If Pavilion Master Go had been able to exert such strength previously, he would have long admitted defeat and failed his pavilion crashing attempt. With his physical body sealed, Xianxia felt a powerful force pulling at him, as if trying to pull his soul out of his body. "Don't worry, I'll be able to get out." Knowing that the Qingtian Emperor was intending to use some kind of means to pull him out, Xianxia shook his head. He abruptly flicked his palm and struck his chest. Pung! The Qingtian Emperor's body was knocked back, and a mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth. "You!" The Qingtian Emperor trembled uncontrollably. "Can you be any more shameless? That's my body, Pung." Just as the Qingtian Emperor was at a loss for words, he saw the other party striking his chest once more. Pooh! More blood spurted from his mouth. "Stop!" Unable to escape from the suction of the altar, the Qingtian Emperor bellowed furiously. At this rate, his body would really be destroyed. Even if his soul managed to escape, he would be nothing more than a stray dog, and his fighting prowess would plummet. "If you stop first, I'll stop too." Ignoring the Qingtian Emperor's roar, Xianxia raised his palm once more, preparing to launch another attack. "Fine, I'll stop." The Qingtian Emperor retracted his outstretched palm as he clenched his teeth so tightly that they were on the verge of shattering. He had no choice but to stop. At this rate, he was afraid that his body would be completely destroyed. If that happened, his body would be crippled as well. Hong Long, just as the Qingtian Emperor was about to speak, he suddenly saw a palm strike heading straight for him. Humph! 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 Even though he had stopped his attack, the other party didn't stop at all. *CKU. The Qingtian Emperor's soul staggered, and he nearly died on the spot. He felt as if he was going insane. Ever since becoming the emperor of the Qingtian lineage, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? No matter what he did, the one who would be getting pummeled would be him. "Stop!" The Qingtian Emperor instinctively channeled his energy to block the other party's attack, but before he could do anything, the other party suddenly raised his palm and struck his body once more. Pu. This time, the palm strike was even more vicious. Fresh blood spurted from his mouth, and his internal organs seemed to have sustained irreparable damage. Retracting his energy, the other party struck his soul once more. This repeated itself, and the Qingtian Emperor felt his soul growing weaker and weaker. Despite being a leaving aperture realm expert and a soul oracle, he was actually being toyed with by a Saint Tudan cultivator. He felt as if he would collapse at any moment. How could a human be so shameless? "Aren't you a master teacher? Shouldn't a master teacher abide by the rules? Who in the world would possess another's body to attack the other party's soul? How am I supposed to fight like this? This won't do. At this rate, even if my soul survives, my physical body will surely be crippled." As the emperor of the Qingtian lineage, there was no way the other party could be underestimated. While the other party's method was despicable, it was the most effective way to deal with his current predicament. If he dared not deal a fatal blow to his physical body, the other party would be in an invincible position, leaving him no choice but to take the other party's blows. Frustrated, the Qingtian Emperor persevered for a moment longer before his soul finally succumbed to the suction force of the altar. Who? He was sucked into the altar, vanishing from sight. This is bad. Seeing how the Qingtian Emperor was being sucked into the altar, Xianxia's face darkened. On the other side of the altar was the underground chamber, and his physical body was still there. Given how powerful the Qingtian Emperor was, if he were to make a move, he would be in deep trouble. "I have to hurry over." Knowing that he would be in deep trouble at this rate, Xianxia drew his soul out of the Qingtian Emperor's body, and with a wave of his hand, he kept the Qingtian Emperor's corpse into his storage ring. As his soul was in the Qingtian Emperor's possession, he didn't have a storage ring on him. Since he was in control of the Qingtian Emperor's body, it went without saying that he would be in control of the storage ring as well. There was no time for him to take a closer look at the ring, so he hid it in a corner that was hard to find. Then, with a flash of his body, he was already standing right in front of the altar. Hula! With a flash of light, he vanished from the spot. Who? The Qingtian Emperor appeared in the underground chamber. What? It's his soul. As soon as the Qingtian Emperor's soul appeared, It was immediately noticed by Wushi and the others, and they immediately stood up warily. Why are there so many master teachers here? In just a short while, more master teachers had arrived from the master teacher pavilion. There was a total of 20 to 30 of them, and they had been guarding the area to protect Xianxia. Who could have thought that they would actually see the Qingtian emperor? I'll be doomed if they capture me. The Qingtian emperor's hair stood on end. He was already severely injured, and now that he had encountered so many master teachers, even if he was a leading aperture realm expert, he could very well lose his life. That's his physical body. Great. Since you want to possess my body, I'll possess yours as well. Just as the Qingtian emperor was contemplating what he should do, he suddenly caught sight of Xianxia's body, and his eyes narrowed. So. He dashed over. Since you are so heartless, don't blame me for being heartless. At most, we'll just have to deal with one another. This is bad. That soul oracle is going to possess Xianxia. Hurry up and stop it. Sensing that the Qingtian emperor's soul was heading straight for Xianxia, Wushi and the others narrowed their eyes in alarm, and they hurriedly made a move. Even though the Qingtian emperor's soul had undergone the lightning tribulation, it was still emanating a chilling aura. If one were to use their spiritual perception to scan it, it would be easy for them to notice its presence. Walala, overwhelming might fell like rain. Humph. The Qingtian emperor narrowed his eyes in disdain. The reason why Xianxia had been beaten up so passively earlier was due to the other party possessing his physical body. As such, he had not dared to use his strongest attack. While these master teachers were not weak, they were still unable to stop him if he wanted to escape. Seal. Xianxia flicked his finger in the air. Voila, a ripple of energy rippled into the surroundings, and the space within the underground chamber seemed to have been frozen by a powerful force. In the blink of an eye, everyone found themselves trapped in a swamp. Regardless of whether it was their movements or attacks, they were all severely restricted. It's a leaving aperture realm expert. Zhang Jiuxiao exclaimed anxiously. To be able to exert such powerful might to seal the attacks of so many master teachers, the Soul Oracle had to have undergone the lightning tribulation, reaching the leaving aperture realm. An expert of such caliber was not someone that could be defeated with numbers alone. Grand Roaming Dragon Formation. Knowing that the Qingtian Emperor would not be an easy opponent, Wushi bellowed. The Grand Roaming Dragon Formation was a formation that every master teacher under Mingshi Tang of the Qingyuan Empire had cultivated in order to deal with dangerous situations. Voila, by the time Zhang Jiuxia shouted, the formation had already been formed. With more than 20 master teachers forming the formation, the entire underground chamber was immediately filled with a powerful aura. With a light jolt, the seal that had sealed the underground chamber shattered as if a block of ice. The seal of a leaving aperture realm cultivator was not the true seal of space. Rather, it was a technique to seal off one's surroundings. Not expecting the master teachers to react so quickly, breaking through the formation in the blink of an eye, the Qingtian Emperor did not dare to hesitate any longer. His primordial spirit darted right up to Xianxia and dived right into his glabella. Ha ha ha. As soon as he entered Xianxia's body, the Qingtian Emperor burst into laughter. Didn't you want to kill me? Let's see how you'll kill me once I enter your body. Xianxia, not expecting the Soul Oracle to really possess Xianxia, the eyes of Wushi and the others reddened in agitation. Even though they didn't know much about the Soul Oracles, they did know that once one was possessed, one's soul would be erased, and one would die for good. While Xianxia was cultivating, he had so many people guarding him, but such a big problem still appeared. This was simply unforgivable. Voila, in an instant, they surrounded him, all of them brimming with killing intent. What? Do you want to fight? Come on. Let's kill this genius master teacher of yours first. Controlling Xianxia's body, the Qingtian Emperor bellowed in excitement. However, before he could finish his words, his eyes suddenly narrowed, as if he had seen a ghost. What is this? No. Plop. He lay on the ground, twitching nonstop. His blood-curdling scream soared into the sky. Huh? Wushi and the others, who were attacking, exchanged glances with one another, not knowing what to do. It was just a moment ago that the other party was acting so arrogantly, so how did he end up like this in the blink of an eye? No, I won't possess your body anymore. Let me go. Let me go. Screaming in agony, the Qingtian emperor's soul struggled frenziedly to break free from Xianxia's body, only to realize that all of his acupoints had been sealed, making it impossible for him to escape. Don't kill me. I don't want to hurt you anymore. I really don't want to. Just let me go. I beg of you. Tzzzzzzzzzz. The screams grew louder and louder, and the Qingtian emperor felt as if he had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. His voice gradually grew fainter and fainter. The altar shimmered, and Xianxia appeared once more. The Qingtian emperor was a powerful cultivator. If anything were to happen to him, he would be in deep trouble. As soon as Xianxia appeared, he was just about to look for the Qingtian emperor when he suddenly saw a crowd of master teachers standing before him. Another one has come. Beat him to death. No one knew who shouted. Before Xianxia could even process what was going on, he suddenly felt a torrential might crushing down on him. Even though the soul oracles who cultivated the heaven's path divine art didn't possess the cold attribute, their spiritual perception was still able to detect them. Under normal circumstances, it was rare for one's spiritual perception to circulate constantly. As such, even if one were to leave discreetly, they wouldn't be noticed. However, the altar had activated once more, and with the precedent set by the soul oracles, their spiritual perception was already gathered here. Palipala, the frenzied attack swept toward Xianxia, and goosebumps rose all over his body. What was going on? Why did so many master teachers suddenly appear when I was out for just a moment, and why are they attacking me so ferociously? Was he insane? Where is the Qingtian emperor? More importantly, he couldn't explain the matter at the moment. If he did, he would lose his identity as a soul oracle, and that would cause a huge uproar in the Mingshi Tang Empire. Feeling so stifled that he could spurt blood, Xianxia's body swiftly shrank once more, dodging the attacks of the crowd. With a powerful leap, he dashed toward his physical body. You're courting death. Kill him. Everyone was in a frenzy. It was just a moment ago that they failed to protect Xianxia, allowing him to be possessed by a soul oracle. Who could have thought that the one who had just arrived would be even more brazen, daring to charge right at them? This was intolerable. Walala, all kinds of attacks flew toward Xianxia, completely blocking the area around him. Xianxia was on the verge of going berserk. If I don't teach the Qingtian emperor a lesson, why are these fellows so persistent? Ding ding, come over. Xianxia hurriedly called out to Jing Yuanding. Since the other party had submitted to him, they could communicate telepathically. Master. Hearing the call, Jing Yuanding hurriedly flew into the air. Hurry up and send me over to the altar. The attacks of the crowd were too concentrated for Xianxia to charge through, so he could only rely on the cauldron for help. All right. Who? The cauldron flew right up to Xianxia's physical body. Everyone, get out of my way. Roaring furiously, it rammed right into Xianxia's corpse, causing it to be sent flying forward. Palipala, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Xianxia clutched his forehead. Can't you be a little gentler? He knew that Jing Yuanding was unreliable, but he didn't think that he would be this unreliable. Xianxia felt deeply stifled, but he knew that this wasn't the time for that. Thus, he dived into his body with his primordial spirit. Driving his Xianxia, Xianxia slowly recovered from his injuries before opening his eyes to look at the crowd. Did you notice the Qingtian emperor's arrival earlier? Before Xianxia could finish his words, the crowd suddenly emanated a killing intent, seemingly ready to make a move at any moment. What are you up to? Xianxia narrowed his eyes. Who are you? Even if you possess Xianxia, do you think that you'll be able to get away? Wuxia bellowed. Through their spiritual perception, they had seen with their own eyes how the soul oracle had dived into Xianxia's body and possessed him. That left them so furious that they could explode. It was one thing for one soul oracle to possess Xianxia, but two in a row. Do you think that our Mingshi Tang is a pushover? Do you think that Xianxia's body is a playground? Knowing that the crowd was worried about him, Xianxia shook his head and said, I am Xianxia. I was cultivating a moment ago, and I just woke up. Do you think that we'll believe your words? Wuxia shook his head. The crowd also found it hard to believe. You opened your eyes as soon as your primordial spirit entered Xianxia's body. How could that be possible? You don't believe me? Xianxia frowned. Wuxia, you used the 7th move of the hexagram swordsmanship against me earlier, and there are 8 flaws in it. They are your sword qi, your aura, your strength, and your zhenqi. Knowing that it would be futile to explain himself, Xianxia pointed out the flaws in his move. Only master teachers possessed such an ability, so it was best to use it to prove one's strength. This, hearing the other party pointing out the flaws in his body without any pause, Wuxia's body trembled uncontrollably. The final flaw is the damage to my soul caused by the demonic tune in the Qiuwu Palace, and it hasn't fully recovered yet. Am I right? Ah, yes, Wuxia hesitated for a moment before nodding his head. Then, am I Xianxia? Xianxia's eyebrows shot up. Yes, Wuxia hurriedly nodded his head. To be able to point out so many of his flaws, as well as the matter regarding the Qiuwu Palace, there was no doubt that the other party was Xianxia. What happened? Why did you attack me? Seeing that the crowd had verified his identity, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he frowned doubtfully. He had been careful enough, but he was discovered as soon as he appeared, and he was nearly beaten to death. Just what in the world happened? It's like this, Wuxia quickly recounted the events that had transpired earlier. You are saying that, a soul dived into my body, and after that, I kept screaming in agony? Xianxia's eyebrows shot up in disbelief. Was the Qingtian emperor a fool? His body was filled with heaven's path Xianxia, the nemesis of souls. What was the difference between a sheep charging into a tiger's den? He had thought that it would be difficult to capture him once he escaped, but who could have known that he would end up courting death instead? It seems like he saw how I possessed his physical body, so he wanted to test mine as well. Xianxia rubbed his glabella in distress. To think that the emperor of the Qingtian lineage, a leaving aperture realm expert, would actually commit such a foolish act. With this, he would probably be reduced to ashes by his heaven's path Xianxia, vanishing from the face of the world. I'm fine. I was cultivating some kind of unique cultivation technique earlier. So I lost my consciousness. If I'm not mistaken, the 2 souls that dived into my body have already been erased. Xianxia waved his hand, not bothering to explain the matter. Yes. Hearing those words, the crowd nodded without asking any further. While others might be confused, Wuxia knew full well what was going on. As a celestial master teacher, if one's physical body could be possessed so easily, Xianxia would have long been dead. How could he possibly have become the world's teacher? Thank you all for standing guard over me. Knowing that the crowd was only acting so bravely for him, Xianxia clasped his fist in gratitude. You're too polite, Xianxia. The crowd nodded in response. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Xianxia turned his attention back to his body with a perplexed look on his face. Even if the Qingtian emperor had been killed by his heaven's path Xianxia, there should have been something left behind. It was impossible for there to be nothing at all. Hee, are you looking for me? Just as Xianxia was in the midst of looking into his body, an eerie voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Who is it? Xianxia felt goosebumps rising all over his body. To think that the other party would speak in his head without him noticing. Who in the world could it be? He quickly turned his gaze toward the source of the voice, only to see a pitch-black passageway stretching far into the distance. Come in. Seeing that Xianxia had discovered the passageway, the sinister voice sounded once more. Following which, Xianxia felt his body jolting, and his consciousness appeared right before the passageway. To think that he would be sucked into the passageway. Who in the world are you? With an awful look on his face, Xianxia peered into the depths of the passageway, only to see a massive eye before him. It opened and closed, as if piercing right into one's soul. It's no wonder you were able to deal with my subordinate so badly. So, you're a celestial master teacher. After so many years, a celestial master teacher has finally appeared. A cold sneer sounded. You can tell that I'm a celestial master teacher? Xianxia narrowed his eyes in astonishment. Even a Saint Seven Dan expert like Luo Qingxin was unable to see through his identity. Yet, the other party was able to see through it with a single glance. Wasn't that a little too formidable? If you can't even see through this much, what right do you have to compete with Xianxia for so many years? The eye harumphed coldly. Compete with Xianxia for so many years? You are vicious? Hearing those words, Xianxia narrowed his eyes. Previously, the vicious sealed in his book of Heaven's Path had told him that the secret art to capture souls was unique to him. If he was not mistaken, a part of the vicious sealed in the marshlands of the northern meadows. Who could have thought that it would appear here, not to mention, it was a massive eye. You have heard of me? The voice from the eye chuckled softly. That's right. I trapped Kongsher in Xianxia and nearly killed him. Even if the Mingshi Tang doesn't care about the dignity of the world's teacher, it should have some records of my deeds. You trapped Kongsher? Xianxian was taken aback. In the Book of Heaven's Path, vicious memories had been damaged due to the loss of a part of his body. As such, he was unable to recall many things regarding Kongsher. Clearly, the young man before him knew more than him. In his heart, Kongsher had always been an invincible figure, and there was no one on the master-teacher continent who could match up to him. Yet, he had actually been trapped by vicious in Xianxia and nearly lost his life. This was something that he had never heard of before. It seems like you don't know about it. However, it's fine even if you don't know about it. If I can devour a celestial master teacher, I should be able to recover quite a bit of my strength. Once that's done, I'll be able to free myself from that seal and live a carefree life. Vicious eyes glowed in excitement. It seems like I'll have to trouble you then. Die. Whoosh, immediately after that, Xianxian felt a massive suction force coming from the black hole before him. It was as though it wanted to devour his soul. This is bad. This is the art of capture personally executed by Vicious. His expression was ugly. Previously, the Qingtian emperor had barely been able to withstand the might of the altar, so how could he possibly withstand the might of Vicious? Knowing that he would be pulled into the black hole at any moment, Xianxian felt goosebumps rising all over his body. As expected of the person who had once fought with Kongsher. Even if Vicious' current strength was less than a tenth of his original, it was still not something that Xianxian could withstand. The gap between them was simply too huge. At this rate, it's only a matter of time before I'm devoured. Even though he had no idea what the black hole before him was, he knew that he would be doomed if he fell into it. Gritting his teeth, Xianxian tried his best to hold on. At the same time, he discreetly communicated with Vicious in the Book of Heaven's Path. If I'm not mistaken, it should be my head and eyes. Vicious sent a mental wave over. What should I do? Xianxian asked anxiously. As formidable as this art of capture is, it's still difficult to pull it off due to the distance. It's just like how the Qingtian emperor used the altar. If I were at my peak, I would have been able to capture and kill him from several 100,000 li away. However, at this rate, it's likely that he's using some kind of connection. As long as I sever the connection, I should be safe. Vicious pondered for a moment before replying. When he was at his peak, he could easily kill a Saint Tudan cultivator from several 100,000 li away. As long as he was prepared and had the other party's blood, he would be able to do so with a single thought. However, he had been reduced to a pile of severed limbs back then. Even if the Qingtian emperor had recovered faster than him, it would still be impossible for him to do so. The only possibility was that he had used some kind of connection with the altar, just like the Qingtian emperor. Connection? That's right. Hearing those words, Xianxian was stunned for a moment before a thought struck him. It's the Qingtian emperor's soul. The Qingtian emperor's soul had entered his body, so it was likely that the Qingtian emperor had used the power of his soul to capture him. It seems like that fellow hasn't been thoroughly whittled down yet. Let me see where you are then. Knowing the reason, Xianxian heaved a sigh of relief. He used his consciousness to resist the suction force of the black hole while extending his spiritual perception to search his body. Found it. Not too long later, Xianxian found a soul hidden in a corner of his spiritual perception. Under uncontrolled circumstances, the Heaven's Path Xianxia was able to circulate throughout one's body, but it was extremely difficult for it to enter one's spiritual perception. It seemed like the Qingtian emperor had managed to avoid a calamity by hiding here. Humph. With a thought, the Heaven's Path Xianxia surged into Xianxian's body. Ah! The Qingtian emperor cried in agony. Following which, Xianxian felt the black hole swiftly receding from him. At the same time, the massive eye flickered twice, seemingly on the verge of vanishing. I didn't think that I would be discovered. However, it doesn't matter. You'll die in my hands one day." With a deep roar, the eye abruptly vanished without a trace. Only then did Xianxia realize that he was still standing motionlessly in the underground chamber, and cold sweat was trickling down his forehead. For an instant, he felt as if he had fallen into an illusion, and he had nearly been devoured by the Qingtian Emperor. Incredible! Even though he was safe now, he still couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. That was way too frightening. If he hadn't reacted in time, his consciousness would have been captured by the Qingtian Emperor. If he had been captured by the Qingtian Emperor, he wouldn't have been as easy to fool as the Qingtian Emperor. "Master, I didn't dare to make a move in that situation. If I did, I would have been exposed." The Qingtian Emperor might have resorted to even more frenzied means, and that would only put you in a disadvantageous position. Vicious said from within the Book of Heaven's path. Xianxia nodded. Vicious was right. As long as Vicious made a move, the Qingtian Emperor would surely be able to sense it. If Vicious wanted to devour the Qingtian Emperor, the Qingtian Emperor would surely want to devour the Qingtian Emperor as well. Thus, doing so would only make the Qingtian Emperor even more frenzied. If he were to do so, the Qingtian Emperor would only be alerting the Qingtian Emperor to the existence of Vicious, making it much more difficult for him to make a move on the Qingtian Emperor in the future. At the very least, the Qingtian Emperor was out in the open while the Qingtian Emperor was out in the dark. "How strong is the Qingtian Emperor? Are you a match for him?" Xianxia asked. "I'm unable to gauge his exact strength, but he should be at least at leaving Aperture Realm. Given my current strength, I might not be a match for him. However, if I were to devour the Qingtian Emperor, I should be able to reach leaving Aperture Realm." Vicious replied after a moment of hesitation. "Devour him?" Xianxia was taken aback for a moment before nodding. The otherworldly demonic tribe possessed a secret art that allowed them to advance their cultivation by devouring humans and master teachers. Even though the Qingtian Emperor was an otherworldly demon, he was a soul oracle and had reached leaving Aperture Realm. Devouring the Qingtian Emperor would surely help raise his cultivation significantly. "Yes," Vicious replied. "I'll leave the Qingtian Emperor to you after I'm done with my interrogation," Xianxia said. After being trapped by the Heaven's Path Xianxia and being worn down by the Qingtian Emperor earlier, the Qingtian Emperor had already lost more than half of his strength. Since Xianxia still had some doubts, it wouldn't be too late to hand them over to the Qingtian Emperor after questioning him. Xianxia, while it sounded complicated, it had only been several dozen breaths since the appearance of the Black Passageway. Xianxia raised his head and saw Wuxia and the others looking at him worriedly. "I'm fine." "Wuxia, come with me." "Right, move this altar to the Mingshi Tang and pass it to the people from the headquarters as evidence," Xianxia said. "Alright," Wuxia nodded before following Xianxia out of the underground chamber. Activating his Eye of Insight, Xianxia swiftly scanned the surroundings. It didn't take long for him to determine a direction, and he began flying in that direction. Chenji's residence was located at the edge of Qingyuan City. The two of them flew swiftly, and it didn't take long for them to arrive at the depths of the forest. After searching for a moment, they finally saw a wooden hut. "This is it. I didn't think that there would be a distance of several dozen kilometers between the two." After confirming the matter, Xianxia was shocked. He had thought that the two altars wouldn't be too far apart, but who could have thought that they would actually be several dozen kilometers apart? To be able to capture his soul so easily from such a distance, this move of Vicious was truly frightening. Entering the wooden hut, Xianxia found the storage ring that he had hidden earlier. Seeing that there was a similar altar in the wooden hut, Wuxia couldn't believe his eyes. "Look at who this is." Grabbing the storage ring, Xianxia swiftly drove his Heaven's Path Xianxia to erase the soul imprint within. With a thought, a corpse appeared before him. "This is Vice Pavilion Master Tian? Didn't he self-detonate?" Wuxia was taken aback. Tian Qing had self-detonated right before his eyes, and his corpse had been brought back to the Mingshi Tang. Why would there be another one here? Furthermore, the other party seemed to be in perfect condition, and his aura was even stronger than before. "This is his disguise." Xianxia swiped his palm lightly across the surface of the corpse. Voila, the disguise was removed, and the corpse immediately grew in size, reaching a height of 2 meters. Even though there was no change to his appearance, the aura he exuded carried a frightening killing intent. Otherworldly demon? Wuxia narrowed his eyes in astonishment. Not only is he an otherworldly demon, he's also the Qingtian Emperor. Xianxia nodded. The Emperor of the Qingtian lineage? Wuxia was astonished. How could Vice Pavilion Master Tian be the Emperor of the Qingtian lineage? If that was the case, how could he not recognize the other party after several hundred years of interaction? It's like this, knowing that the other party wouldn't believe him, Xianxia swiftly explained everything that he knew. This, Wuxia couldn't help but tremble in fear. For an otherworldly demon of the Qingtian lineage to become the vice head of the Qingtian lineage and rule over a region without them noticing, this was truly a huge crime. If what Xianxia said was true, how many master teachers in the entire Mingshi Tang were in the same situation? You should know that this matter mustn't be leaked to the outside world, or else the entire world will fall into a state of panic. Knowing that Xianxia had realized the severity of the matter, Xianxia instructed, however, we have to find the traitor of mankind, or else we'll be in deep trouble. Therefore, you have to investigate in secret and try to uproot the foundation that the Qingtian Emperor left behind in one fell swoop, so as to nip it in the bud. Yes. Wuxia replied with a nod. Xianxia was right. This matter concerned Mingshi Tang's foundation, so he couldn't afford to let his guard down. Otherwise, Mingshi Tang's legacy would be destroyed in a single day. I'll leave this corpse with you. Find a way to deal with it. When the people from the headquarters return, use it as evidence and report the matter to them, Xianxia said with a wave of his hand. As powerful as the Qingtian Emperor's corpse was, it was meaningless to Xianxia. He might as well use his own body to deal with it. More importantly, it also involved the identity of a vice pavilion master. Leaving it to the other party would save him a lot of trouble. Thank you. Wuxia clasped his fist and stowed the corpse into his storage ring. After which, he turned to look at the young man with gratitude. To be honest, if not for the young man before him, he would have never believed that Vice Pavilion Master Tian, who had contributed greatly to the war against the otherworldly demonic tribe back then, was actually the Emperor of the Qingtian lineage. You should return for now. It's time for me to rest for a while. Xianxia nodded before nodding his head. After which, Wuxia turned around and left. Shortly after Xianxia left, Xianxia stowed the altar into his storage ring before taking out the Qingtian Emperor's storage ring. As the Emperor of the Qingtian lineage, the latter should have quite a few treasures on him. Xianxia extended his consciousness into the storage ring. A painting materialized in Xianxia's palm. It was the grade 8 painting that he had appraised previously. Keeping the painting, Xianxia turned his attention back to the painting. A moment later, he took out a few jade boxes with a delighted look on his face. Opening them lightly, he immediately felt a surge of pure spiritual energy gushing into his head, leaving him feeling refreshed. Concentrated high-tier spirit stones. There are 6 jade boxes, and each box contains 5 concentrated high-tier spirit stones. There are actually 30 concentrated high-tier spirit stones. Xianxia was full of excitement. He had only obtained 18 high-tier spirit stones from the Qingyuan Emperor, but who could have thought that the Qingtian Emperor would actually take out 30 of them in one go? It could be said that they were even wealthier than the Qingtian royal family. With these 30 pills, I should be able to break through to the embryonic soul realm easily, Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief. The purpose of taking the 7-star Master Teacher examination was to earn more concentrated high-tier spirit stones. Now that he had gotten his hands on the spirit stones, it was about time for him to raise his fighting prowess. No matter what, strength was king. Only with such strength would he be qualified to enter the sanctum of sages and advance his cultivation swiftly, thus gaining the qualifications to negotiate with the Zhang clan. Time waits for no man. He didn't want to watch his lover marry into the sage Zhang family. She was going to marry a *T genius who had never appeared since he was young. After finding the spirit stone, Xianxia immediately leaped into the myriad ant hive nest. The myriad ant hive nest was relatively quiet, and no one would disturb him. Sitting down cross-legged, Xianxia waved his hand, and the 30 concentrated high-tier spirit stones appeared before his eyes, emanating concentrated spiritual energy. Time to begin. With a thought, Xianxia's soul appeared before his origin core once more. This time, without the shackles from before, he dived right into it. At the same time, the concentrated spiritual energy within the concentrated high-tier spirit stones surged into his meridians, gushing toward his origin core. The embryonic soul realm was a realm where one's soul and origin core would be fused together to form a nascent soul. Xianxia had long prepared the cultivation technique, and the only thing he was lacking was spirit stones. Now that he had the spirit stones in hand, concentrated spiritual energy began gushing toward his origin core. Hung long, with a deafening explosion, the concentrated high-tier spirit stones formed a spiritual vortex above Xianxia's head. Under the intense assault of the concentrated high-tier spirit stones, an opening suddenly appeared on his origin core. Following which, a palm slowly reached out. Break! Knowing that he had reached a crucial moment, Xianxia didn't hesitate at all as he continued driving his spiritual energy toward his origin core. See la, the origin core exploded, and as the palm reached out, an infant slowly crawled out. This is an embryonic soul? Looking at the embryonic soul before him, Xianxia's lips twitched. The embryonic souls of other cultivators were similar in size to infants. Even though Xianxia's embryonic soul was similar to an infant's as well, it was 10 meters tall, a 10-meter tall embryonic soul. That was way too fearsome. This? How much energy do I need? Xianxia's eyebrows shot up as an ominous premonition surfaced in his heart. Given the embryonic soul's size, it was bound to require a huge amount of energy. A concentrated high-tier spirit stone was already sufficient for one to cultivate their entire embryonic soul realm or even primordial spirit realm. How much would he need? Xianxia hurriedly absorbed the spiritual energy within the concentrated high-tier spirit stone to raise his cultivation. After an unknown period of time, the final spirit stone finally shattered, and Xianxia slowly opened his eyes with a helpless look on his face. I have only just reached embryonic soul realm intermediate stage. Xianxia shook his head. He had thought that the 30 concentrated high-tier spirit stones he had obtained would be sufficient for him to push for a breakthrough to embryonic soul realm pinnacle, but who could have known that he would have to expend all of them just to reach embryonic soul realm intermediate stage? It seems like I'll need at least 50 more concentrated high-tier spirit stones to push for a breakthrough to embryonic soul realm pinnacle. Rubbing his forehead, Xianxia felt exhausted. Just finding a single concentrated high-tier spirit stone would require a great deal of effort. If he were to find another 50 concentrated high-tier spirit stones, he would only be able to reach embryonic soul realm pinnacle. Where else could he find so many concentrated high-tier spirit stones? Even if he flipped Qingyuan City upside down, he wouldn't be able to do so. Although it consumes a lot of spirit stones, the increase in combat power is also very terrifying. Even though the 30 concentrated high-grade spiritual stones had been used up so quickly, he had to admit that he was very satisfied with the improvement of his strength. Previously, he had not been a match for Pavilion Master Go, and he had only been able to emerge victorious through formations and the like. However, with his current strength, he would be able to put up a fight even against the leaving Aperture Realm Qingtian Emperor. In other words, upon reaching embryonic soul realm intermediate stage, one's strength would be comparable to a leaving Aperture Realm primary stage cultivator. With such strength, he was probably one of the strongest experts in Qingyuan City. When he had first arrived at Qingyuan City, he had only been a Saint 1 Dan Pinnacle rookie. At the very most, he had only been able to match a Saint 3 Dan Pinnacle cultivator, and even a Saint 4 Dan cultivator would have had to avoid him. But now, not even Hall Master Xing was a match for him. Just thinking about it made one sigh. It has already been 8 days since we arrived at Qingyuan City, he sighed with emotion. It had been 8 days since he had arrived at Qingyuan City. In 8 days, he had only managed to raise his cultivation by 2 realms, and that was even with the help of the Heaven's Path Divine Art. Just thinking of this made Xianxia feel so embarrassed that he could not even show his face. Let's see what that fellow has to say. Tossing aside his stifled emotions, Xianxia tapped his finger forward, and a soul appeared before him. At this moment, the Qingtian Emperor had been worn down by the Heaven's Path Xinqi, leaving him with only half of his strength remaining. He looked extremely sickly, as if he would die at any moment. However, as soon as he saw Xianxia, intense hatred immediately seeped into his eyes. I'll kill you. Roaring furiously, the Qing Tian Emperor prepared to charge at Xianxia. However, before he could even get close, he suddenly saw a finger crushing down on him. Pada, he was stuck to the ground, unable to move at all. No matter how hard he struggled, it was to no avail. Why you? How can you be so powerful? The Qing Tian Emperor narrowed his eyes in disbelief. Just 2 hours ago, that fellow was still far from being a match for him. How could he have become so powerful in the blink of an eye, to be rendered completely helpless by a single finger? Just what kind of strength was this? As an otherworldly demon, how did you manage to get here? How did you get acquainted with Vicious and become a soul oracle? Also, how many of Mingshi Tang's men are under you? Tell me, and I'll grant you a swift death. Otherwise, you should know how fearsome I am. Xianxia couldn't be bothered to waste his breath on the other party. The reason why he had spared the Qing Tian Emperor's life and not allowed Vicious to devour him was because he wanted to know these things. Trying to get information out of my mouth? Dream on. The emperor of our Qing Tian lineage isn't someone who fears death. The Qing Tian Emperor roared furiously. However, before he could finish his words, a foot suddenly stomped down on his head, crushing it into the ground. Following which, a voice muttered, "Vicious, as long as you can replenish your primordial spirit, the Qing Tian Emperor's death won't matter to you, right? All right then, I won't stand on ceremony then." Right after those words were spoken, the other party raised his hand, and a surge of soul-searing Xianxia appeared in his palm before crushing down on the Qing Tian Emperor. You. Ah. A searing pain shot through the Qing Tian Emperor's body, and he held in agony. Gritting his teeth, the Qing Tian Emperor was just about to persevere when the other party flicked his finger and pulled out a thin thread from his soul. Soul search, the Qing Tian Emperor's face warped in horror. As a soul oracle, he knew that the other party was using a soul search. Putting aside the excruciating process, once it was completed, even if one's soul did not dissipate, they would at least become a retard. I'll speak. The Qing Tian Emperor hurriedly called out. My apologies, but it's too late. Xianxia couldn't be bothered to waste his breath on the other party. Exerting force, he pulled the thread out. If the other party had spoken earlier, he would not have bothered to make a move on the Qing Tian Emperor. However, since the other party had already made a move, there was no point in listening anymore. Since that was the case, he might as well conduct a soul search instead. Tzzzzzz, Xianxia extracted the memories from the Qing Tian Emperor's soul and examined them carefully. 2 hours later, exhaling deeply, Xianxia rubbed his glabella. After conducting a soul search on the Qing Tian Emperor, he had gained a clear understanding of the entire matter. More than 2,000 years ago, the Qing Tian Emperor had inadvertently come into contact with Vicious consciousness while conducting a ritual. Vicious had used a secret art to teleport Xianxia over through the power of the sacrificial ritual and imparted the soul oracle cultivation technique to him. Knowing that the humans of today were no longer the ignorant fools of the past who could be bullied as they pleased, in order to gain full control over the human race, he did not dare to make any rash moves. Instead, he carefully laid out a plan to possess the body of an infant and reincarnate. This secret art was extremely complicated, and it could inflict severe injuries on one. It could only be used once every decade, and after more than 120 trials, Tian Qing was the only one who managed to succeed. Through the Qing Tian Emperor's memories, Xianxia finally understood why he had gone through so much trouble. It's Kongshir's celestial amulet of legacy, Xianxia remarked grimly. 2 chapters over. Seeking monthly votes. Before Kongshir disappeared, he had left behind 6 celestial amulets of legacy. Of the 6, 1 was guarding the Mingshi Tang, and the other 5 were nowhere to be found. Legend had it that as long as one gathered all 6 celestial amulets of legacy, they would be able to enter the Temple of Confucius and search for the great codex of spring and autumn that he had left behind. For this reason, countless people had been searching for the celestial amulet of legacy over the past several dozen millenniums, but to no avail. Or perhaps, someone had already obtained it, just that no one dared to announce it. After all, even a master teacher could lose his mind over something that involved Kongshir. The Qing Tian Emperor had learned of the celestial amulet of legacy from Vicious, and he had spared no expense to set up a trap for it. Based on his memories, there should be a key to finding the celestial amulet of legacy in the Qiuwu Palace, but there doesn't seem to be anything. Through the soul search, Xianxia realized that the Qingtian Emperor had gone to great lengths to search for the Qiuwu Palace for a reason. Through various clues, he had found out that not only did conjurers will remain in the Qiuwu Palace, but there was also a key to finding the celestial amulet of legacy as well. As long as he could find the key, he would be able to find the celestial amulet of legacy and even find the exact location of the Temple of Confucius. The Temple of Confucius was something that Conjure had left behind back then. It was hidden in the depths of space, and no one knew its exact location. Most likely, the rumors are all false. Xianxia shook his head. He might not be familiar with the other places, but he had been to the Qiuwu Palace twice already, and he had not found any key at all. In fact, he had not found anything related to it at all. If that was the case, the rumors might not be true. But of course, the key was only a supporting factor. 2,000 years ago, it was said that a painter had seen the celestial amulet of legacy, and he had imprinted Conjure's figure in it. After hearing this news, the Qingtian Emperor had captured the painter and interrogated him, but he had not been able to find anything. 3 years ago, he had stumbled upon an ancient artifact left behind by the painter and found the painting. He had suspected that the painting had something to do with it, but it had been sealed, preventing him from seeing anything. Thus, he had turned to the head of the Appraiser Guild, guild leader Mu, and they had worked together. As for what happened after that, Xianxia. Could it be that the painting that I saw is the location of the celestial amulet of legacy? Frowning, Xianxia guessed. Even if the news regarding the Qiuwu Palace was false, he had seen Conjure's silhouette in the painting, so there shouldn't be any mistake. Go back and check where this mountain range is. Then, go and look for it, he thought to himself. After reading all these, Xianxia also saw the list of Mingshi Tang spies. There were more than 100 of them scattered throughout the entire Qingyuan Empire. The lifespan of the otherworldly demonic tribe far exceeded the lifespan of a Saint Realm expert by 1,000 years. As such, it was not too difficult for the otherworldly demonic tribe to set up a trap. No matter how resolute a master teacher's will was, there were still quite a few of them who were unable to withstand the corrosion of sugar-coated bullets. In the end, they ended up becoming the puppets of the other party. Xianxia copied down all the names and sent them out through the communication jade badge. He heaved a sigh of relief. With these things, Wuxia would be able to avoid a lot of trouble and could even capture them directly. Vicious, I'll leave him to you. With a slight flick of his wrist, he passed the Qingtian Emperor's soul over to Vicious. That's right, Vicious. Having lived in the human domain for 2,000 years, this otherworldly demon had killed innumerable master teachers. Devouring him was already letting him off lightly. Thank you, Master. Vicious replied in excitement. Standing up, Xianxia stretched his back lazily. Just as he was contemplating how he could earn more concentrated high-tier spirit stones, his lips suddenly twitched as he recalled something. If I recall correctly, the other 3 combat master halls will be coming to challenge Hall Master Xing 3 days from now. After arranging the training plan for the combat masters, Xianxia had immediately headed over to the Mingshi Tang Empire. But in the end, he had been delayed for 4 days. Going by the timing, the other combat master halls should have already arrived. Perhaps, the exchange might have already begun. Let's head back to take a look. Leaving the myriad ant hive nest, Xianxia realized that it was already noon on the 4th day. Back then, Hall Master Xing had said that he would share half of the reward with him if he managed to train the combat masters well. Since he didn't take a look, he couldn't help but wonder if those fellows were to follow the training plan seriously. If they were to lose, he would lose 50 concentrated high-tier spirit stones. Just the thought of it made his heart ache. Anxious, Xianxia flew straight to the combat master hall. In the training hall of the combat master hall, countless combat masters were gathered in the area, staring at the few elevated platforms at the center. At the very front of the crowd, 4 elders were seated on the viewing platform, and one of them was Hall Master Xing. Hall Master Xing, I heard that some of your combat masters have joined the Xianxian faction? Isn't that an organization from a Tier 1 empire? Before the exchange even began, the 3 elders turned to look at Hall Master Xing with deep frowns on their foreheads. When they arrived the previous day, they had already heard that most of the strongest combat masters had joined a Tier 1 Empire's Master-Teacher Guild. Everyone was stunned. While the Qingyuan Empire Combat Master Hall had always been at the bottom of the pecking order, it shouldn't have fallen to such an extent, to actually submit to a bunch of ordinary master teachers. That was a disgrace to the combat masters. Yes. Hall Master Xing nodded. There were more than 10,000 members of the Xianxia faction residing in the Combat Master Hall, so there was no way he could hide it from them. It's not that I want to criticize you, but to think that a combat master would actually join a Tier 1 Empire's Master-Teacher Guild, what in the world are you thinking? Have you forgotten the dignity and identity of a combat master? An elder with a goatee harumphed coldly. He was the head of the Chongyuan Empire Combat Master Hall, Zhao Yi. It's not what you think. The Xianxian faction might be a student organization from a Tier 1 empire, but their understanding of combat far surpasses that of our Combat Master Hall. Kongsher once said that we should learn from the best, regardless of strength, Hall Master Xing explained. Alright, there's no point in wasting your breath on us. There's only a limited number of slots for the Qianchong conferred Empire's Sword Lagoon, so naturally, we want you to be as weak as possible. The first old man said, interrupting the old man's words. He was the head of the Haohai Empire Combat Master Hall, Lu Qinshan. It's one thing for the Qingyuan Empire Combat Master Hall to fall from grace, but don't incur the wrath of the headquarters. If that happens, I'll be ashamed to face my ancestors. The third elder shook his head. He was the head of the Qianyun Empire Combat Master Hall, Wei Qianshu. Of the 8 great conferred empires, the 4 great conferred empires were the Chongyuan Empire, Qianyun Empire, Haohai Empire, and Qingyuan Empire. Qingyuan Empire used to be ranked 3rd, but due to the calamity of the otherworldly demonic tribe 20 years ago, it had suffered too great of a loss, and it had yet to recover its strength. As such, it could only be ranked last in terms of strength, Mingshi Tang Empire, and Combat Master Hall. We'll be troubling the 3 of you. While our Qingyuan Empire Combat Master Hall hasn't fully recovered yet, we've made significant improvements in our strength. We're no longer the same as before. Hearing the disdain in the words of the 3 hall masters, Hall Master Xing frowned. He was just about to explain when cheers suddenly sounded behind him. The participants had already entered the ring. It's indeed different from before, Hall Master Zhao Yi sneered. Hall Master Xing, is this the beggar army? Are you sure you want them to fight against the elites of the 3 great empires of Mingshi Tang Empire? Wei Qianshu was stunned. Beggar army? Hall Master Xing was perplexed. He turned his gaze over, and what he saw made his lips twitch. Shi Hao was still dressed in his toilet-scrubbing uniform, and he was holding a feather duster in his hand. Jiao Tan was holding a fly swatter, Xiao Qin was holding a birdcage, and Dong Rui's head was filled with bumps. They looked no different from a bunch of homeless beggars. Division Head Liao, what's going on? Hall Master Xing hurriedly turned his gaze over. Hall Master Xing, Xianxia simply left too many instructions for them to complete, so they had no choice but to head straight up to the ring, Division Head Liao quickly explained. Xianxia had left too many instructions for them to complete in just 3 days. It was hard to say whether they had been bewitched or brainwashed, but for some reason, they just couldn't stop training. How could the combat masters of the Combat Master Hall possibly behave in such a manner? Just thinking about it left Hall Master Xing stifled. After hearing the explanation, Hall Master Xing's face turned bitter. If only he had known that this would happen, he wouldn't have invited Xianxia to train them. Not only had he embarrassed the Combat Master Hall, he might even become the laughingstock of others for many years to come. Scrubbing toilets, swatting flies, catching birds, and jumping trees. Just what was Xianxia up to? Was he really reliable? Chongyuan Empire Combat Master Hall's Ling Xian, St. Tu Dan Intermediate Stage, challenges a friend from Qingyuan Conferred Empire. May I know who it is? Just as Hall Master Xing was at a loss as to what to do, a loud bellow suddenly sounded from the front. A combat master from Chongyuan Conferred Empire leaped onto the dueling ring and stared at Hall Master Xing intently. To challenge Qingyuan Conferred Empire right from the start. Is he intending to take us down a notch? Hall Master Xing clenched his fists tightly. The rules of the Combat Master Hall's Combat Master Hall stated that there was an order in which the various empires would face off against one another. Yet, to challenge Qing Yuan conferred empire right from the start, it was clear that the other party was intending to take them down a notch. And as the host, they had no choice but to accept the challenge. It's me. Jiao Tan leaped onto the dueling ring. Jiao Tan was a genius of the martial arts division, and his cultivation had reached St. Tu Dan intermediate stage. He was the one who would be participating in the Combat Master Hall's Combat Master Hall. You? Seeing the other party's uniform and the fly swatter in his hand, Ling Xian sneered coldly. Very well, let's begin then. Allow me to experience the might of the combat masters from Qing Yuan conferred empire. Voila, after saying those words, Ling Xian released his aura, and from his palm, it felt as if lightning was hidden within it. That must be the famous lightning rush palm of Chongyuan conferred empire, right? It's said that when executed, one's movements are as swift as lightning. There's no one in the same cultivation realm who is able to withstand it. Indeed. It's an extremely difficult technique to master, and countless geniuses have been stumped by it. Yet, Ling Xian was able to master it and execute it with incredible strength. Most likely, he has already reached major accomplishment in it. Not only that, I heard that he has already reached consummation. Ling Xian is the most talented genius of Chongyuan conferred empire's Combat Master Hall's martial arts division. His comprehension of battle techniques has broken the record, mastering 34 battle techniques before reaching 30. He's actually that formidable? Discussions broke out beneath the dueling ring. Ignoring the discussions of the crowd, Jiao Tan stepped forward with the fly swatter in his hand. Isn't that fly swatter made of bamboo? It's soft and powerless, but to use it to deal with the galloping lightning palm? Is there something wrong with that fellow's head? Jiao Tan is the #1 genius of the martial arts division, and he possesses an incredible mastery of battle techniques. Under normal circumstances, even if he isn't a match for Ling Xian, he should still be able to put up a fight. Yet, he chose to use a fly swatter. Is he insane? Seeing Jiao Tan's reaction, everyone was dumbfounded. Even division head Liao and the others' mouths twitched uncontrollably. They had placed great hopes on Jiao Tan, and yet, after training under Xianxia for a few days, this fellow suddenly became a lunatic as well. He was still able to put up with a Saint low tier or even half-Saint artifact, but a fly swatter made of bamboo. How could he dare to go up the stage in such a manner? Are you sure you want to use this to fight with me? Ling Xian's face reddened in anger. An exchange between combat masters was a solemn and dignified affair, and yet, this fellow actually dared to use a fly swatter to humiliate him. If you think that you are at a disadvantage, feel free to use your weapon. Jiao Tan nodded. Gritting his teeth, Ling Xian flung his sleeves grandly and said, there's no need for that. I'll use my palms to teach you a lesson today. I'll let your Qing Yuan Empire Combat Master Hall know that a weakling is a weakling. Voila, along with those words, Ling Xian launched a palm strike, and a deafening rumble echoed. Xinqi burst forth, and in the blink of an eye, the entire dueling ring was filled with a powerful aura. Let's give it a try. Jiao Tan replied. Without any hesitation, he raised the fly swatter in his hand and swatted it toward the lightning. You're courting death. Seeing that the other party dared to use a fly swatter to withstand his galloping lightning palm, Ling Xian clenched his jaws tightly and smacked his palm down. He was going to use his strongest move to defeat the other party in a single move and let him know what a true expert was. There's no need to watch anymore. The outcome is already decided. Pavilion Master Zhao Yi shook his head. Indeed. Even though Zhang Xian is only at St. Tu Dan intermediate stage, in truth, not even a St. 3 Dan expert would be a match for him. Even a half-Saint artifact would be shattered by him on the spot. A mere fly swatter made of bamboo. There's no way it would be able to withstand his might. Hall Master Lu Qinsha nodded as well. It seems like the Qing Yuan Empire won't be able to secure a single slot this year. Pavilion Master Wei Qianshu chuckled softly. However, before he could finish his words, a crisp sound reverberated across the entire hall. What happened? He couldn't help but be taken aback as he hurriedly raised his head. Before Ling Xian's rushing thunder hands could reach Jiao Tan had already smacked him in the face with a fly swatter. His entire face was covered in red spots, as if he had covered his face with a ladle and had been splashed with boiling oil. I'm going to kill you. Clearly, Ling Xian didn't expect the other party's fly swatter to be so swift. After being slapped in front of everyone, Ling Xian was so furious that he was on the verge of exploding. Furiously dashing forward, he sent out another palm strike. Pa, but before his palm could reach the other party, another crisp sound echoed, and the fly swatter landed on his face once more. Ling Xian was about to explode. His body flashed, and 5 illusions immediately appeared on the stage. No one could tell which one was the real one. As a combat master who had been through countless battles, even though he felt humiliated after being slapped twice consecutively, he knew that the other party's fighting prowess was not to be underestimated. Thus, he executed his strongest movement technique. 7 arcane illusory steps. When executed perfectly, a Saint intermediate tier battle technique would produce 7 illusions, making it impossible to tell which one was the real one. Its offensive prowess was inferior to the rushing thunder hands, but its reputation far surpassed it. Ever since he mastered it, he had never been defeated. Stroking his beard, Hall Master Zhao was just about to speak up to redeem his reputation when another resounding sound echoed from the front. 5 phantoms. He has already cultivated it to a level where even I am unable to discern them. Yet again, the fly swatter struck the other party's face accurately. Frenzied, Ling Xian hastened his footsteps, and the illusions became even more blurry. 3 consecutive swatters, and every single one of them struck accurately on the other party's face. It was as if the illusions didn't affect the other party at all. Ling Xian, he's using a weapon now. You should use a sword. Seeing that their men had been slapped so many times without leaving a single scratch on the other party, the combat masters of Chongyuan Empire couldn't hold themselves back any longer and shouted. Alright, knowing that the other party wouldn't be easy to deal with, Ling Xian flicked his wrist and whipped out a Saint low-tier sword. Before he could execute the move, a burst of sword chi had already burst forth, and in the blink of an eye, the entire dueling ring was filled with powerful shockwaves. Frigid Rain Sword Intent. It was created when Ling Xian was 23 years old. He comprehended the winter rain, and with a single slash, no one is able to dodge it, Pavilion Master Zhao continued. However, before he could finish his words, Jiao Tan, who was standing amidst the sword chi, raised his fly swatter once more. Yet another 3 slaps, and Ling Xian's entire face was swollen. Voila, overwhelmed with grief and indignation, Ling Xian brandished his sword and executed all kinds of sword arts. Holding the fly swatter in his hand, Jiao Tan was like a butterfly darting through a field of flowers. No matter how dense the flowers were, he was able to avoid them easily. More importantly, his hand didn't stop moving at all. The sound was steady and rhythmic, almost as if he was playing a musical instrument. The other 3 combat masters widened their eyes in disbelief. Hall Master Xing, Division Head Liao, and the others glanced at one another in bewilderment. They had all seen Zhang Xian's training method, and it was no different from a scam. How could Jiao Tan have changed so much in the blink of an eye? Incredible. I didn't think that swatting a fly would be so powerful. I saw Jiao Tan looking for a fly in the toilet with my own eyes. Even if he said that he would break the fly's front leg, there's no way he would hit the back leg. Given how small the fly is it really possible for him to achieve such a feat? Indeed. His control over his body is extremely precise. A few combat masters on the spectator stand whispered among themselves. I get it now. Hearing the conversation between the duo, Division Head Liao slapped his thigh in realization. What do you understand? Division Head Wei asked. Jiao Tan is a genius of the martial arts division, and he practices many different kinds of battle techniques. In a battle, it's very easy for him to get distracted, thus limiting his fighting prowess. While Zhangshir's task of swatting a fly might seem useless, it's actually related to the principle of simplicity. The flight path of every single fly is different, and it represents a different battle technique and movement technique. In order to strike them down, one has to observe their flight path and make a judgment beforehand. More importantly, it will help him get rid of his impetuous heart and assimilate all of the battle techniques he has learned. Division Head Liao explained. Division Head Wei fell into deep thought. Thinking about it, that was indeed the case. As a genius of the martial arts division, Jiao Tan was a prideful individual. He must have gone through an arduous process to get himself to swatting a fly, and by doing so, his comprehension of battle techniques would rise to a whole new level. It was for this reason that no matter how the other party changed his movements, he would never be able to escape from a single slap. Even the legs of a fly could be easily swatted away without harming his core. Pa 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 pa, the sound grew louder and louder. Stop. I admit defeat. After an unknown period of time, Ling Xian had already executed all of his battle techniques, but to his dismay, he was unable to harm even a single hair on the other party's body. At this moment, his face was already swollen to the size of a flatbread. Qingyuan Empire Jiao Tan is victorious. With someone admitting defeat, the duel came to an end. Qianyun Empire's Bai Sun, St. Tu Dan Primary Stage, would like to challenge an expert of the Qingyuan Empire Combat Master Hall. Walla, a muscular young man leaped onto the dueling platform. St. Tu Dan Primary Stage, would like to challenge you. Shihao stepped forward. Bai Sun is a genius of the Qianyun Empire's fist division, and his iron fists are known to be invincible. It'll be difficult for that cleaner to defeat him. Cough cough, he isn't a cleaner but a genius of our inner breath division, Shihao. Upon seeing the duo, the combat masters from both sides clenched their fists tightly. Hall Master Xing, do you think that your men will be able to win? Hall Master Lu Qinshan asked. If everyone had thought that the Qingyuan Empire Combat Master Hall had fallen into disgrace a moment ago, Jiao Tan's strength had made them look at them in a different light. I don't know either. Hall Master Xing shook his head. To be honest, Xianxia's training method was simply too bizarre, such that even he couldn't comprehend it. To think that the genius of the inner breath division, Shihao, would spend several days scrubbing the toilet bowl. Who could tell whether his cultivation had improved or regressed? It's impossible for him to defeat Bai Sun. Hall Master Wei Qianshu of Qianyun Empire declared confidently. I have absolute confidence in him. He is my direct disciple, and his fist art is invincible. There is no one who can defeat him, but before he could finish his words, the duel on the dueling platform had already begun. Knowing that it was a duel between combat masters, Bai Sun didn't hold back in the slightest. Thus, he used his strongest fighting prowess. But just as his fist was about to strike Shihao, the latter abruptly extended his palm and pressed it against the other party's face. As if scrubbing a toilet bowl, he began scrubbing it forcefully. Bai Sun's eyes widened in fury. Roaring furiously, Bai Sun's fist flew over once more, and it felt as if the air itself was being crushed. However, just like before, the other party's palm appeared on his face once more, and he continued scrubbing it, leaving a huge lump of mud on it. Your face. You haven't washed it in days, right? Shihao rubbed his hands on his clothes. Bai Sun. I'll kill you. Bai Sun's face turned livid, and the lump of mud on his face fell to the ground. Putting on a pair of boxing gloves, he charged forward once more. The combat masters of the fist division were able to exert greater fighting prowess through boxing gloves, making them comparable to weapons. Seeing that Bai Sun was using a weapon, Shihao didn't hesitate either. Grabbing the feather duster that he had tossed aside not too far away appeared in his hands. Ice-shattering fist. Bellowing furiously, Bai Sun's boxing gloves glowed brilliantly, and his fist came crashing down, seemingly intending to crush the figure before him into dust. Just as Bai Sun's fist was still a distance away from the other party's body, he suddenly felt a tightness on his face. A feather duster had already been stuffed into his mouth, and the feather duster was being scrubbed inside. Bai Sun. Shihao's Xianxia is extremely powerful, and he prefers to overwhelm his opponents with brute force. Against opponents of lower cultivation, he is able to defeat them easily, but against opponents of the same cultivation realm or higher, he will only exhaust his Xianxia faster. Division Head Liao stared at the dueling ring unblinkingly, and his lips turned dry. The feather duster is extremely fragile, and it would break with just a little bit of force. In truth, the reason why Xianxia had him use it to scrub the toilet bowls was so that he could control his Xianxia better. After scrubbing tens of thousands of toilet bowls over the past 3 days, his Xianxia control has improved, and his Xianxia control has improved as well. As for Xiaoqin, he has an impatient personality. The reason why he had him catch birds is to temper his patience. On top of that, birds need to fly in order to catch them, thus tempering his agility. Lu Jianling has a cowardly personality, so he went around confessing his love to others and even flirting with other men. Even though it has only been 3 days, his courage and mind have undergone a complete transformation, and his confidence has grown exponentially. Don't underestimate this confidence of his, but it's actually a huge boost to his fighting prowess. As for Dong Rui, even though he's a genius of the defense hall, his mental fortitude is slightly weaker. Falling from the tree can temper the defense of his head, as well as temper his courage. If he isn't afraid of falling from such a height, it's only natural that he dares to face his opponent head-on. The defense hall relies on one's invincible physical body and brute strength. Qin Xiaoxiu is. As the battle progressed, division head Liao grew more and more excited, and he clenched his fists tighter and tighter. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen matches had already been carried out, and the Qingyuan Empire combat team Mingshi Tang and the others whom they thought would be unable to defeat had actually won all of them with ease. At this moment, they finally understood how fearsome the training that Xianxia had arranged was. He has seen through the flaws of the 20 combat masters and used the simplest methods to temper them. Scrubbing the toilet bowls, swatting flies, catching birds. These actions might seem simple, but they are actually the epitome of simplicity, allowing one to comprehend the most profound of martial arts from the mundane. Hall Master Xing's eyes lit up as he came to a realization. Previously, when he saw Xianxia's training plan, he had been dumbfounded as well. He had thought that the other party was just messing around, but at this moment, he realized that the other party had really hit the nail on the head. As the members of the Combat Master Hall had been cultivating for many years, their battle techniques, battle instincts, and even reflexes had already become fixed. It was impossible for them to make any significant changes in just 3 short days. Let them put down their martial skills, put down their cultivation, and do some things that ordinary people can do. Once their state of mind is completely relaxed, and then let them practice more, it will naturally become their instinct. It was just like how Xianxia would rub his hands randomly when he was fighting with his opponent. In truth, he didn't do it on purpose. It was just a habit that he had developed after scrubbing the toilet bowl for so long. What a joke, I thought I would definitely lose this time, he smiled bitterly and shook his head. Previously, he was still filled with worry, thinking that he would surely lose this training. Never in his dreams did he expect that Xianxia had already grasped the upper hand. It's no wonder he didn't return for the past 3 days, and he even had the time to challenge Mingshi Tang. It seems like he knew that there wouldn't be any problem with such training. The thinking of an expert was extraordinary. It was not something that a person like him could fathom. In an instant, Hall Master Xing's admiration for Xianxia deepened. On the other hand, the 3 arrogant hall masters of the 3 combat master halls had withered like cucumbers. Never in their wildest dreams could they have thought that a bunch of beggar-like combat masters would actually be so powerful. Not a single one of the combat masters whom they had gone to great lengths to recruit was a match for them. What in the world was this? Hall Master Xing, what's going on with your combat masters? Unable to take it any longer, Hall Master Zhaoyi asked. They had fought with the combat masters for many years now, so they were well aware of the fighting prowess of the combat masters. Yet, after so many matches, none of their combat masters were able to defeat a single one of them. This was more than enough to say that something was amiss. Qingyuan Empire's Mingshi Tang was no longer the weakling he had been back then. To tell you the truth, 3 days ago, the fighting prowess of Shi Hao and the others was still beneath you geniuses. It was only after undergoing special training that they managed to achieve their current strength. Hall Master Xing replied honestly. Special training? They managed to achieve their current strength in just 3 days? How is that possible? 3 days? Given how short a period of time they have, they might not even be able to master the simplest battle technique. The 3 hall masters were in disbelief. Other cultivators usually took decades to cultivate. What could they possibly achieve in just 3 days? Perhaps they might not even be able to comprehend their battle techniques before the training ended. It's the leader of the Xianxia faction that I spoke of earlier. He personally formulated a training plan for them to target their flaws, and that's how they managed to improve so swiftly. Hall Master Xing said proudly. the leader of the Xianxia faction? The three hall masters glanced at one another. That's right. Hall Master Xing nodded. Even though he's from a Tier 1 empire, his comprehension of combat and battle techniques has already reached an unfathomable level, far surpassing the likes of us. It's for this reason that we decided to engage in an exchange with the Xianxia faction in hopes that our combat masters will grow stronger. With just 3 days of guidance from a master teacher from a Tier 1 empire, they were able to achieve a complete victory? Everyone still found the matter inconceivable. While they were still in shock, a commotion suddenly broke out on the dueling platform. Turning their gazes over, they saw that the sparring session had already come to an end. The 60 combat masters from the 3 combat master halls had all been defeated. In other words, the 20 slots for the selection had all been taken by the Qingyuan Empire Combat Master Hall. The mouths of the 3 hall masters twitched uncontrollably, and they felt as if they were going insane. Before coming here, they had thought that they would be able to get at least 18 slots, but who could have thought that they wouldn't even get a single slot? All of the combat masters had been utterly defeated. Where is the leader of the Xianxia faction? Can you bring us to meet him? We would also like to see how powerful the person whom you have boasted so highly of is. Knowing that there was no turning back, the 3 hall masters heaved a sigh of relief. Hall Master Wei Qianshu couldn't help but ask. He isn't in the Combat Master Hall at the moment. Hall Master Xing shook his head. Xianxia had gone to take the 7-star Master Teacher examination, so it wouldn't be convenient for him to interrupt the latter. He isn't in the Combat Master Hall? Then bring us to the Xianxia faction. I would like to see what kind of charm an organization from a Tier 1 empire has to be able to win your respect. Zhao Yi said. That. All right then. Hall Master Xing hesitated for a moment before nodding. It wasn't a big deal for them to pay the Xianxia faction a visit. It seemed like the members of the Xianxia faction were quite fond of receiving combat masters and beating them up. Paying no heed to the cheers from the Combat Master Hall, Hall Master Xing led the way, and it didn't take long for them to arrive at the residence of the Xianxia faction. Before they could enter, a young lady walked out. Lady Qiqi, these are the hall masters of the Chongyuan, Qianyun, and Haohai Empire Combat Master Halls. They would like to have an exchange with our Xianxia faction. May I know if they are free now? Hall Master Xing clasped his fist. He recognized the young lady before him. She was the strongest member of the Xianxia faction, Luo Qiqi. It had been a few days since they last met, but it seemed like her cultivation had advanced once more. She had already reached St. Tudam primary stage. An exchange? Sure. Why don't you suppress your cultivation and come at me together? Luo Qiqi turned around and raised her eyebrows. Hearing that they would come at her together, Zhao Yi frowned in displeasure. We are the heads of the Combat Master Hall, leaving Aperture Realm experts. Do you think that we will be able to defeat her just because we have suppressed our cultivation? Young lady, to be able to reach leaving Aperture Realm at such a young age, you are indeed talented. However, even if you are talented, you don't have the right to be arrogant. Wei Qianshu shook his head. When we were younger, we were also existences who could fight 10 at the same time. Even though we are old now, it won't be easy for us to defeat you. Lu Qinshan said. We can give it a try. Seeing that the 3 hall masters didn't believe her words, Luo Qiqi chuckled softly. Since Hall Master Xing has praised your Xianxia faction so highly, why don't you show me just how formidable you are? Seeing that the young lady wasn't paying any heed to their words, Zhao Yi stepped forward and suppressed his cultivation to St. Tudam primary stage. The other 2 also suppressed their cultivation as well. In a flash, Zhao Yi appeared before Luo Qiqi. As if a massive dragon emerging from the ocean, he exerted a powerful pressure on those around him. Even though he had suppressed his cultivation, he was still a leaving Aperture Realm expert, possessing powerful primordial spirits. His every movement still left one feeling as if they would find it difficult to deal with him. Hee. Paying no heed to the pressure, Luo Qiqi moved. In the blink of an eye, she was already right before Zhao Yi. With a flick of her palm, a surge of energy immediately neutralized the other party's strength. Zhao Yi's body trembled uncontrollably, and his eyes narrowed in astonishment. In a battle between experts, one could easily tell the difference in their strength with a single glance. Yet, the young lady before him was actually stronger than him at the same cultivation realm. It was no wonder why she dared to act so arrogantly. Humph. Zhao Yi's face darkened. Not daring to underestimate the young lady anymore, he dashed forward and executed his battle technique. Just as he was about to grab the young lady, she had already arrived before Wei Qianshu and Lu Qinshan, and with a flick of her wrist, she sent a palm strike right toward them. Just as she had said earlier, she was going to face the three of them alone. Boom boom boom, under the assault of Luo Qiqi and Lu Qinshan, the two hall masters couldn't hold themselves back anymore, and they could only retaliate. Peepa! 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 10 breaths later, Zhao Yi's face reddened in embarrassment. There were two palm prints on his chest, but they had only torn his clothes apart. Clearly, the other party had held back. 20 breaths later, Wei Qianshu and Lu Qinshan were forced to retreat several steps, unable to say a word. We have lost, the trio clasped their fists. Had it been in the past, they would have never dared to believe that they were still unable to defeat this young lady. But now, it was happening for real. If not for the other party going easy on them, they would have been severely injured by now. May I know, how should I address you? Zhao Yi looked at Luo Qiqi with a grim look on his face. No matter what, he had to know the other party's name, or else it would be too embarrassing. Placing her hands behind her back, the young lady tilted her head upward, and a smile reminiscent of the blossoming of flowers appeared on her lips. Xianxia faction, Luo Qiqi. Qiqi stared at Zhao Yi anxiously. I have already doubled the last 5 hours. Where are my monthly passes? Otherwise, I will cry for you. Luo Qiqi? The three of them committed the name to memory. As hall masters, every single one of them was in existence who could take on 10 opponents at once. Even so, they were still no match for the young lady. May I know if Lady Qiqi is interested in joining our Chongyuan Empire Combat Master Hall? Zhao Yi asked. I'm not interested. Luo Qiqi shook her head. If she wanted to join the Combat Master Hall, she would have taken the examination long ago. There was no way she would have waited until now. To be honest, all she wanted at the moment was to stay by her teacher's side. This, having been rejected without any hesitation, Zhao Yi knew that it would be difficult for him to convince the other party to change her mind. With a bitter smile, he was just about to say a few more words when a deafening explosion suddenly echoed in the air. At the very center of the Combat Master Hall, the Combat Master Hall sounded like the horn of a charge. A deep rumble of thunder sounded from it, as if it would tear the heavens apart at any moment. It's the Combat Master Assembly Order. The faces of the 4 hall masters immediately warped in horror. The Combat Master Hall was responsible for the safety of the region, and most of the time, it was used for training and cultivation. However, as soon as the horn sounded, the members of the Combat Master Hall had to assemble immediately. Let's head over. Not daring to waste any time, the 4 of them hurriedly rushed toward the Combat Master Hall. The fact that the horn was being sounded meant that something major had happened. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the square in front of the Combat Master Hall. At this moment, all of the Combat Masters had already gathered, and they were standing in formation with grim expressions on their faces. Hula, the 4 hall masters landed at the very front, and as soon as they landed on the ground, they felt an intense ripple of energy surging toward them, forming a massive barrier in the air. The headquarters have just sent a message. Upon seeing this, Hall Master Xing and the others heaved a sigh of relief. They had thought that a war had broken out somewhere, but from the looks of it, that wasn't the case. If a war had broken out, it would have been transmitted directly to their minds, and they would have set off immediately. Hong Long. Just as they were speculating about what had happened, the voice of an old man slowly rang out as the energy flowed through them, resounding in everyone's hearts. Reporting from the Qingyuan Empire Combat Master Hall that Combat Master Xingyang has cleared the Progeny of Combat Challenge and become the new Progeny of Combat of the Combat Master Hall. Voila, then, on the energy screen, a figure slowly appeared, holding a long spear, with a sharp aura, as if he could break through the air at any time. The current Xingyang was even sharper than before. In the past, although he was a divine weapon, he had never experienced battle, and had never been stained with blood. But now, his sharpness was on full display. Each and every one of his movements gave off an immense pressure. It was as if he was touching a dagger that could easily cut through his flesh. Son of War. Zhao Yi, Wei Qianshu, and Lu Qinshan narrowed their eyes, and their bodies stiffened. It had been 300 years since the last progeny of combat had appeared in the Combat Master Hall. He had thought that the Qingyuan Empire was just a defeated empire, and the Combat Master Hall was in dire straits. Who could have thought that the Combat Master selection would actually succeed in the progeny of combat examination? Putting everything else aside, just the kindness of his recommendation was enough for him to soar to the top. Their throats were dry, and the three of them were speechless. They had been feeling a little frustrated that they hadn't gotten a single slot in the spar, thinking that they had been unlucky. But at this moment, they realized that it wasn't luck at all but the other party's strength that they were no match for. Hall Master Xing narrowed his eyes in astonishment. Xingyang hadn't been sent to the Combat Master Hall but to the headquarters instead, so there was a high chance that he would fail. Who could have thought that he would actually succeed, the progeny of combat, the future head of the Combat Master Hall, the future war god of the Master Teacher continent, to appear in their branch, Wang? While they were still in shock, the image on the energy screen suddenly changed. With a sweep of his spear, Xingyang charged right toward a massive dragon. Dragon Gate Formation, Hall Master Xing nodded. In order to become the progeny of combat, one had to clear the Dragon Gate Formation first. The Dragon Gate Formation was divided into 3 stages, namely the Dragon's Tail, Dragon's Back, and Dragon's Head. In each of these stages, there would be 3 cultivators, and they would be of the same cultivation realm as the challenger, 1 cultivation realm higher, 2 cultivation realms higher, 3 cultivation realms higher, all the way up to 8 cultivation realms higher. Furthermore, they had formed a formation, so one would have to defeat them in order to clear the trial. It was for this reason that no one had ever succeeded in clearing the trial for the past 300 years. The reason why the headquarters has sent a recording of the progeny of combat breaching the Dragon Gate Formation to all combat masters is to raise morale and show them the strength of the progeny of combat. At the same time, they will also know that the trial is fair and impartial, and there is no cheating involved. This recording had been recorded in a record crystal by the headquarters, so naturally, there was a reason for it. It wasn't just to let everyone know the strength of the progeny of combat, more importantly, it was to establish their authority. Through this, all combat masters would know the strength of the progeny of combat, and through that, they would be able to establish their authority. Hula, Hall Master Xing pondered for a moment before he saw that Xingyang had already arrived before the dragon's tail. His spear pierced forth with a speed as swift as lightning, so fast that one couldn't even see it clearly. How powerful! Sensing the speed of the spear, Hall Master Xing felt a chill run down his spine, and his body trembled uncontrollably. It was fortunate that he hadn't faced the other party before. If he had been at the same cultivation realm, he would have surely been pierced through the throat before he could even react. While Hall Master Xing knew that he wasn't a match for the other party, the combat masters on the dragon's head swiftly reacted and countered with a spear of their own. However, Xingyang didn't show the slightest hint of fear. With a slight sway of his body, he took a step forward. His movements might seem light, but for some inexplicable reason, he moved with incredible speed. In an instant, he appeared before one of the combat masters on the dragon's tail and swept his spear horizontally. Pung, with just a single strike, the combat master was sent flying. Following which, Xianxia continued executing his spear art, and 3 moves later, the remaining 2 combat masters were defeated as well. What swift spear art! All of the combat masters on the square clenched their fists tightly in agitation, and their faces reddened in agitation. This was especially so for those from the martial arts division, and their eyes were practically glowing in excitement. Breaking the dragon's tail, Xingyang had used a total of 5 moves. Each of them might have seemed simple, consisting of a straight thrust and a horizontal sweep, but they harnessed the ultimate essence of spear art, leaving one with no choice but to dodge and defend against them. Even if they were to cultivate for several hundred years, or perhaps even their entire lives, they would never be able to achieve such a feat. Of course, the dragon's tail was the simplest, followed by the dragon's back. The 3 combat masters on the dragon's back were already 3, 4, and 5 cultivation stages higher than Xingyang, and they cleared the trial swiftly as well. While it was a little more difficult, it did not pose too much of a hindrance to them. He used a total of 17 spear moves. Hall Master Xing made a rough calculation. After clearing the dragon's back, he walked up to the dragon's head. The 3 combat masters were 3 cultivation stages higher than Xingyang, 6, 7, and 8 cultivation stages respectively. As soon as they made a move, a powerful gust of wind and lightning rumbled in the air. In an instant, their auras blanketed the entire sky. It was as if a pure-blooded true dragon had appeared, and the sky darkened. Standing in the midst of the storm, Xingyang felt like a withered leaf floating on the surface of a lake. It felt as if he would be swallowed by the storm at any moment, but somehow, he managed to remain standing in the sky. Pung! 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 After an unknown period of time, the clouds and rain dispersed, revealing Xingyang's figure once again. He was panting heavily, and sweat continuously flowed down his forehead. There were at least dozens of wounds on his body, and his injuries were severe. However, the 3 combat masters on the dragon's head had also been knocked to the ground. Clearly, they had already cleared the trial. Looks like I'll have to return the final dragon orb. The Dragon Gate formation in the headquarters was guarded by the dragon orb. In the past 300 years, there had been nearly 10 people who had cleared the simplified Dragon Gate formation without the dragon orb, but not a single one of them had succeeded in clearing the dragon orb. Standing on the spot, Xingyang took a few deep breaths to recover a little before proceeding forward. Fresh blood flowed from his wounds, and the tip of his spear left a deep crimson mark on the ground. However, he did not stop at all. Instead, his footsteps grew steadier and steadier. It was as if there was a strong conviction in his heart that he would not back down even if he were to face death. Boom boom boom, he fought against the dragon orb. The battle between the two was so intense that it felt as if space was being torn apart. Even Xingyang's spear had been shattered by the dragon orb. However, he still did not give up. His punches, palm strikes, movement techniques, leg techniques. Each move was more exquisite than the one before it. In the end, he even used his body as a spear to breach the defense of the dragon orb. 388 moves, Hall Master Xing's throat turned dry as he counted. In the battle against the dragon orb, Xingyang had actually used close to 400 moves. Even though Zhang Xian had defeated the other party, he was already close to his limit. His entire body was covered in blood, and there was not a single part of his body that was unscathed. It's not easy to become the progeny of combat. Seeing how the other party was still able to persevere despite his severe injuries, the combat masters fell silent. To be honest, if they were in his shoes, they would have already given up on the dragon orb. This had nothing to do with strength but conviction. It seemed like Xingyang carried a conviction that he would never lose. Even if dozens of holes were pierced through his body, he would still persevere to defeat his opponent. This was something that they would never be able to match. I, Xingyang, am just an ordinary spearmanship practitioner in Tianxian Kingdom. After the recording of the Dragon Gate formation ended, Xingyang appeared before the crowd once more. This time, his injuries had fully recovered. I was fortunate to meet my teacher. He was the one who imparted me the most profound of spearmanship and set me as an example. He taught me the principles of a person and guided me step by step against the current to reach where I am today. The way of the spear is the way of humanity. Cultivation is the cultivation of one's life. The reason why I became the progeny of combat isn't because I possess superior strength but because I have my own principles and goals. I hope that all combat masters will be able to understand this. Lastly, I will announce the first, Progeny of Combat seal. We will heed the teachings of the Progeny of Combat. The members of the Combat Master Hall knelt down on one knee and clasped their fists. The Progeny of Combat seal was equivalent to the Hall Master seal of the Combat Master Hall, equivalent to the Marshal seal of the Army. All combat masters had to obey it unconditionally. I am a student of my teacher, and without him, I wouldn't be where I am today. In the future, everyone in the Combat Master Hall, regardless of who it is, has to treat him respectfully. Yes. The crowd nodded in agreement. Respect for one's teacher was something that everyone had to abide by. The teacher of the Progeny of Combat and the future Hall Master was the teacher of the entire Combat Master Hall. If anyone dared to disrespect him, they would be disrespecting the entire Combat Master Hall. My teacher has always maintained a low profile, and this news is only known to the Combat Master Hall. Anyone who dares to spread this news will be killed without mercy. Xingyang said with killing intent boiling in his eyes. Yes. The crowd replied. Very well. I hope that you will remember his name. My teacher. Xianxia. Xianxia? Reciting the name, Hall Master Zhaoyi nodded his head. Since the progeny of combat was so respectful to his master, he had to be respectful when he saw him in the future. Just as Xianxia was muttering under his breath, he suddenly saw a figure flying over from afar. Landing not too far away, he looked at the progeny of combat in the sky with his hands behind his back and a complicated look in his eyes. Hall Master Xing, are these your men? It is one thing for you to arrive late when the combat master assembly order has been issued, but not only did you not kneel down before the progeny of combat, there is not the slightest hint of respect in your eyes. Is this how the combat masters of the combat master halls behave? Narrowing his eyes, Hall Master Zhaoyi bellowed furiously. It was just a moment ago that the progeny of combat had instructed all members of the combat master hall to respect his teacher, and yet, such a shameless fellow suddenly popped up. Was there something wrong with his head, or was there something wrong with his head? Oh? He isn't a combat master of our Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. He's the leader of the Xianxia faction that I mentioned to you previously, the principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, Zhang. Pavilion Master Zhao, what are you up to? Hall Master Xing turned to look at Xianxia with a smile. Just as he was about to introduce the other party, Zhaoyi suddenly stood up and walked up to Xianxia with a sharp glint in his eyes. I don't care if you are the leader of the Xianxia faction or anyone else. The progeny of combat of the Combat Master Hall is speaking to you, so please leave immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for getting nasty. The speech of the progeny of combat was classified as a secret of the Combat Master Hall. Considering that the other party was not a member of the Combat Master Hall, could it be that he was trying to steal the military secrets of the Combat Master Hall? You're welcome? Xianxia frowned. He had just flown back to check on the outcome of the exchange when he saw Xingyang's silhouette. Just as he was thinking that his student had finally grown up and knew how to empathize with his teacher, he was threatened by the young man before him. Yes, Zhao Yi's face darkened. Just as he was about to speak, he saw a finger piercing through the air. Patter, he flicked his finger lightly. Whoosh, Xianxian's face warped in horror. Before he could even react, he was already sent flying, crashing heavily into the walls of the Combat Master Hall. Xianxian was watching as his student walked step by step towards the pinnacle, and he felt happy for him. At such a time, Xianxian didn't want to be disturbed. If they came to cause trouble, they could just flick them away. After that, Xianxian put his hands behind his back and continued to look at the sky. Just as the other party had said, when Xingyang had first arrived in the Master Teacher continent, he had indeed been an ordinary spear-wielding youngster who had just fallen out of love. But now, not only had he become a formidable spear-wielding expert, he had even become the progeny of combat of the Combat Master Hall. In less than a year, the changes were so great that it made people sigh with emotion. Xianxian sighed inwardly as a hint of satisfaction flashed across his eyes. Teacher is only a supporting role. What's more important is your own hard work. Even though the simplified version of the Heaven's Path divine art that Xianxian had imparted to Xianxian was an unparalleled cultivation technique, if one didn't put in the effort, it would be useless. Just like Sun Chong. Forget it, it's all tears. Among his personal disciples, Xingyang's talent wasn't the best. However, he was the most courageous and ferocious of them all. His dedication and passion for spear arts had brought him to where he was today. It wasn't just because he had taught them well. Damn it, Zhaoyi clenched his jaws as he crawled out from the shattered wall. He had thought that the other party would leave with his tail between his legs, but who could have known that the other party would end up beating him up instead? For the Combat Master Hall to make a move on a Hall Master, this was an unforgivable crime. Just as Zhaoyi was about to rush forward to teach the other party a lesson, Hall Master Xing suddenly rushed over. Hall Master Xing, the leader of the Xianxia faction, dared to make a move on me before the progeny of combat. I don't care whether he is your guest or not, but don't blame me for getting nasty. Zhaoyi gnashed his teeth furiously. Not only was his student unable to defeat the other party in the Combat Master Hall because of this fellow, he had even been trampled on by a young lady. To be honest, he had been holding back his anger for a long time now. It just so happened that he had the progeny of combat as an excuse. If he didn't teach the other party a lesson, how could he call himself a combat master? Listen to me, he isn't just a guest, Hall Master Xing said anxiously. I know that your combat master Hall has benefited from him, but he disrespects the progeny of combat, which is equivalent to looking down on our combat master Hall. If I don't make a move, what right do I have to lead a branch? Harumphing coldly, Zhao Yi continued walking forward. Fine, I'll teach him a lesson then. Seeing that Hall Master Xing was unable to hold Zhao Yi back no matter how hard he tried, Hall Master Xing felt a little displeased. Flinging his sleeves, he said, right, I forgot to tell you that the name of the leader of the Xianxia faction is Xianxia. Xianxia? Zhao Yi's footsteps immediately halted, and his body trembled in fear. You mean the progeny of combat? Xianxia? Who do you think he is? Hall Master Xing turned around and returned to his seat before kneeling down once more. What the heck is this? You still won't listen to my advice, you sure are formidable, continue fighting. He is, the teacher of the progeny of combat? Zhao Yi's vision darkened, and he nearly fainted on the spot. It was no wonder he was able to defeat them with just 3 days of guidance. It turned out that he was the teacher of the progeny of combat, who, Zhao Yi froze on the spot, completely at a loss as to what to do. Only then did the silhouette of the progeny of combat in the sky slowly vanish. Only then did the combat masters rise to their feet and turn their gazes toward Xianxia once more with looks of admiration in their eyes. They all know, Zhao Yi's vision darkened. This was a huge problem. It was just a moment ago that the progeny of combat told him to be respectful to his teacher, and yet, he was going to be rude to the other party. With a reddened face, Zhao Yi was still thinking about how he should apologize to the other party when Wei Qianshu and Lu Qinshan suddenly appeared before Xianxia. With respectful looks on their faces, they said, paying respects to Xianxia. Our combat master Hall would like to have an exchange with the Xianxia faction. May I know if Xianxia is free? We have long heard of the Xianxia faction, and we would like to have an exchange with you as well. Zhao Yi's lips twitched. Those two fellows were way too shameless. It was just a moment ago that they were displeased with the leader of the Xianxia faction, but as soon as Xianxia revealed his identity, they immediately stepped forward to invite him for an exchange. Where was their dignity? You should discuss the matter with Hall Master Xing. Seeing that more and more people were gathering in the area, Xianxia shook his head and left. He was gratified that Jing Yang had become the progeny of combat, so he decided to leave the matter to the others. He couldn't be bothered to deal with it anymore. Not too long later, Hall Master Xing walked up to him. Xianxia, under your guidance, our branch has obtained all 20 slots. However, it will take a few days for the rewards to arrive. How long? Hall Master Xing pondered for a moment before replying, even though the headquarters has a special method to deliver the rewards, it will still take at least 10 days. 10 days. Xianxia shook his head helplessly. He had been hoping that he would be able to obtain the concentrated high-tier spirit stones so that he could push for a breakthrough to embryonic soul realm pinnacle as soon as possible, but it seemed like that was not going to happen. Cultivation, why was it so difficult? Thinking about it now, he really missed the feeling of advancing a realm in a single night. Xianxia, do you still require concentrated high-tier spirit stones? Hall Master Xing guessed the reason behind Xianxia's reaction. Do you have any connections? Xianxia turned to look at Hall Master Xing. I don't have any connections, but if Xianxia only wishes to cultivate, the grade 7 spirit reinforcing pill is extremely potent, even for leaving aperture realm experts. I wonder if it will be of use to Xianxia. Hall Master Xing said. Spirit reinforcing pill? Xianxia was taken aback. There was a book on pill forging written by Mingshi Tang. He had seen the spirit-reinforcing pill before, and it was a 7-star medicinal herb. Similar to concentrated high-tier spirit stones, it had the ability to raise a cultivator's cultivation. However, he had never seen the actual spirit-reinforcing pill or its formula, so he had no idea whether it would be of use or not. I happen to have one with me. Xianxia, you can give it a try. If it's of use, you can look for guild leader Wu. He should have quite a few of them. Hall Master Xing said as he flicked his wrist, and a jade bottle appeared in his hand. Xianxia uncorked the bottle, and there was indeed a scarlet pill floating within, emanating concentrated spiritual energy. Xianxia took it out and placed it into his mouth. The spiritual energy immediately melted into his body, and a warm energy flowed through his body. The pure energy slowly gathered in his dantian. It's effective, Xianxia's eyes lit up. He had been too used to cultivating with concentrated high-tier spirit stones that he had failed to think of anything else. In truth, there were many treasures that could be used as a substitute. Take the earth vein spirit essence for example, it could be used as a substitute for middle-tier spirit stones. Pills could also be used as a substitute. Even though the spiritual energy harnessed in the spirit-reinforcing pill paled in comparison to concentrated high-tier spirit stones, it was still much more useful to him than ordinary spirit stones. With sufficient spiritual energy, he would be able to push for a breakthrough to embryonic soul realm pinnacle. Xianxia, doesn't he need to digest the medicinal energy? Seeing how the young man before him swallowed the pill without even cultivating, Hall Master Xing could hardly believe his eyes. Even he would require a very long time to digest a spirit-reinforcing pill of this tier. Yet, the young man before him actually swallowed it just like that? Wasn't he afraid that his body would explode from absorbing too much spiritual energy? But it's already digested, Xianxia said. It was just a small pill. As soon as he finished eating it, the other side would digest it. There was no need for him to cultivate at all. You're done digesting it? Hall Master Xing's lips twitched. He finally understood how the young man before him managed to raise his cultivation so quickly. Putting everything else aside, just the speed at which the young man digested it was already far beyond that of an ordinary cultivator. Do you have many of these pills in the apothecary guild? Xianxia asked. If he wanted to make use of the spirit-reinforcing pill to advance his cultivation, he would require at least 100 of them. He wondered if the guild had that many. I'm not too sure either. I'll have to ask guild leader Wu about it, Hall Master Xing said. Guild leader Wu was Wu Huayu. Back then, during the pill debate in the Master Teacher Academy, he had won Xianxia's admiration and willingly gifted him a grand intermittence grass. I'll head over to the apothecary guild right now. Xianxia. Lozozi was going to marry the genius of the Zhang clan in the 3rd month of next year, so she couldn't afford to waste any time in her cultivation. After bidding farewell to Hall Master Xing, Xianxia walked out of his residence, only to see Luo Qiqi walking over. Teacher, upon seeing her, Xianxia felt a headache coming on. He already had a girlfriend, so it would be awkward for a student to confess to him. However, if he were to flee, he would lose his dignity as a teacher. Teacher, can you accompany me for a day? Luo Qiqi's complexion turned a little awful as she looked at Xianxia expectantly. Just a day. What's wrong? Seeing that the young lady's eyes were slightly reddened, seemingly having just cried, Xianxia frowned. Even though he did not wish to see the other party confess to him, if anyone dared to bully his student, he would not go easy on them. It's nothing much, Luo Qiqi replied. I just want to spend some time alone with teacher. Ah, all right then. Seeing that the other party seemed to be troubled by something, Xianxia could only shake his head helplessly. It was normal for someone who was too outstanding to be liked by others. As long as one could maintain one's original intentions, it was fine even if they were to spend some time alone. As long as one's actions were righteous, the other party would naturally give up on the idea. However, the more one tried to avoid the other party, the more the other party would think otherwise. Seeing that Xianxia had agreed to it, Luo Qiqi was overjoyed. Then, let's find a quiet place. It's too noisy here. The Combat Master Hall, the Xianxia faction. There were familiar faces everywhere, and it was indeed a little noisy. Xianxia nodded in response. The two of them flew out of the city, and it did not take long for them to arrive at a mountain outside the city. They landed on a boulder by the side of the cliff. Sitting on top of the boulder, Luo Qiqi looked at the countless buildings before her, deep in thought. The mountain breeze caressed her hair, causing it to fall on her flawless face. It was as if she had walked straight out of a painting. It had to be said that the young lady was indeed beautiful, and she had an elegant disposition. She gave off a tranquil and serene aura. It was comfortable and clean. Do you have something on your mind? I might be untalented, but as long as it's within my means, I will never back down. Seeing that the other party had brought him here without saying a word, Xianxia frowned. Judging from the other party's expression, there was no doubt that she had something on her mind. However, if she did not speak, there was nothing he could do to help her. It's nothing much. I just recalled some things from my childhood. Luo Qiqi chuckled softly as she turned her gaze toward Qingyuan City. When I was young, what I loved to do the most was to sit on the rooftops and look at the sunrise and sunset, as well as the birds flying around. I was really happy. Once, I fell in love with an artifact, and I really wanted it. So, I pestered my father, asking him to help me look for it. Helpless, my father eventually agreed. However, I had to learn a set of cultivation technique within a certain period of time. So, I worked hard on my cultivation, day and night. After an entire year, I finally succeeded. Father didn't break his promise. He found the treasure and gave it to me. On the day I received the treasure, I was extremely happy. It took me a lot of effort to get it. I carried it with me every day, even hugging it to sleep. Unfortunately, it was destroyed in a battle. I cried for 3 whole days. My father found me a similar one. No matter how I looked at it, it was exactly the same, but I don't want it anymore. Hugging her calves, Luo Qiqi rested her chin on them. Tilting her head, she asked, "Teacher, do you know why?" Xianxia shook his head. This is no longer the one I like. Even if it's exactly the same, it's still not the same. Luo Qiqi said. N. Not knowing how he should respond, Xianxia could only nod in response. In truth, everyone had experienced such a situation when they were young. Once an object that they loved was destroyed, even if they were to buy an identical one, they would no longer have that longing for it. This was a feeling that couldn't be replaced by an object. As I grew older, I gradually came to understand that the things that I like might not always be with me. Just like that broken artifact, no matter what I do, it's impossible for it to return to its original state. Luo Qiqi seemed to have many things she wanted to say, but she was unable to say them. What happened? Did someone bully you? If it's an unforgivable crime, I'll kill him for you. Noticing that something was amiss with Luo Qiqi's expression, Xianxia frowned. Pfft. Luo Qiqi chuckled as she looked at Xianxia with interest. Can you really kill him for me? Of course. Xianxia nodded. Teacher, you're the one who bullied me. Do it. Luo Qiqi said. Xianxia was speechless. He didn't think that he would be tricked by this lass once more. The previous time, she had some doubts in her heart, and he had helped her resolve them, only for her to confess to him. This time, it seemed like it was the same as well. She put on a pitiful front, but as soon as he tried to talk to her, she would fall into a deep pit. Just as Xianxia was at a loss as to how he should respond, the young lady suddenly looked at him with a blurry look in her eyes. Teacher, your answer the previous time wasn't good. You should know that, my feelings for you are more than just love. Impudent. If that's all you want to say to me, I'll be leaving now. Xianxia stood up. Luo Qiqi stuck out her tongue and said, I'm just joking with teacher. Don't get angry. It's not funny at all. Don't make jokes like that in the future. Xianxia waved his hands. Yes. Teacher, can you teach me pill forging once more? Luo Qiqi nodded as she looked at Xianxia. Sure. Xianxia nodded. Is there any pill that you wish to learn? There were many different types of pills, and every single one of them had different forging methods. I wish to learn how to forge a grade 7 spirit reinforcing pill. May I know if teacher can teach me in detail? Luo Qiqi asked. Spirit reinforcing pill? Xianxia was taken aback. He had just told Hall Master Xing that he needed spirit reinforcing pills, and he was intending to look for them at the Apothecary Guild. He didn't think that Luo Qiqi would want to learn it. Yes. Luo Qiqi blinked her eyes. After a moment of hesitation, Xianxia asked, Do you have the pill formula and medicinal herbs? Since Luo Qiqi wanted to learn it, he could use this opportunity to deduce the forging method. This would save him a lot of trouble when he went to the apothecary guild later on. I have already prepared it in advance. Chuckling softly, Luo Qiqi flicked her wrist and passed a jade token over. Xianxia scanned it with his spiritual perception, and the contents of the jade token immediately appeared in his mind. It was the pill formula for the spirit-reinforcing pill. His comprehension of pill forging had already reached the level of a 7-star pinnacle, so he was able to figure out the most optimal forging method just by going through the pill formula. These are medicinal herbs. Just as Xianxia was about to speak, Luo Qiqi suddenly turned to him with a smile. With a flick of her wrist, a huge pile of medicinal herbs appeared before him. Where did you find all of them? Upon taking a look, Xianxia was stunned. Every single medicinal herb that Luo Qiqi had taken out was several thousand years old. Given their age, every single one of them would fetch an astronomical price. Ordinary spirit-reinforcing pills could be successfully forged using medicinal herbs of 50 years old. However, those that were several thousand years old were several dozen times more potent. Teacher, you know that I like to research, so you once found an ancient domain. These medicinal herbs were obtained from there. Luo Qiqi explained. You sure are lucky. Xianxia remarked in awe. To be able to deduce the location of the subterranean gallery where Wu Yanzi was captured just by looking at the forging method of a weapon, it was indeed a piece of cake for him to find an ancient domain or two. Teacher, can these medicinal herbs be used to forge spirit-reinforcing pills? Luo Qiqi asked. Of course. Not only so, I'm sure that you'll be able to forge an extremely high-tier pill as well. Xianxia nodded. However, the medicinal herbs are too valuable, so we can't afford the slightest mistake. Otherwise, we won't be able to bear the consequences if the cauldron were to explode. The medicinal herbs were simply too valuable. As long as the steps were correct, forging a spirit-reinforcing pill wasn't a problem at all. However, if one were to successfully forge such a valuable medicinal herb, there was a good chance that it could even raise the grade of the spirit-reinforcing pill to an even higher tier. Luo Qiqi nodded. Since it's a medicinal herb of such a grade, I'll have to modify the forging method a little. Due to the different ages of the medicinal herbs, the forging method would naturally be different as well. Standing on the spot, Xianxia went through the process once more to find a more suitable method. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he released Jin Yuanding. Even though that fellow was a weapon cauldron, he possessed incredible strength. As long as he added a few seals to it, it wouldn't be too much of a problem for him to forge a pill. Let him forge the pill. At the very least, it'll ensure that the cauldron won't explode. Yes. Luo Qiqi replied. Once everything was ready, Xianxia took out a brush and paper and wrote down the steps of forging the pill. He had the young lady commit them to memory before he began. With Xianxia's guidance and the steps from before, the forging process went smoothly. Not too long later, the lid of the cauldron was opened, and concentrated spiritual energy gushed into the sky. So, 5 pills flew out from the cauldron, intending to escape. They are quasi-grade 8 pills. Xianxia's eyes lit up. He immediately issued a command, and Jin Yuanding immediately rushed forward to grab the escaping pills and place them into a jade bottle that he had prepared beforehand. Spirit-reinforcing pill was a grade 7 pill, but the age of the medicinal herbs that Luo Qiqi had given Xianxia was simply too high. Due to their superior medicinal properties, she was able to forge 5 quasi-grade 8 pills. Even though they hadn't reached grade 8 yet, their medicinal properties were still far superior to ordinary spirit-reinforcing pills. To be able to forge pills of such grade, you should have already mastered the forging method of the spirit-reinforcing pill. Xianxia said with a smile as he passed the jade bottle over to Luo Qiqi. Not only were these pills at quasi-grade 8, they had even reached the level of inscribed pill. The flow of inscriptions on the pills felt as if they would soar into the sky at any moment. Pills could be categorized into formation, fullness, perfection, and inscribed pill. The fact that Xianxia was able to forge inscribed pill meant that his comprehension of the pill had already reached the pinnacle. As long as he could assimilate the knowledge he had gained after returning, his comprehension of pill forging would surely rise by a whole new level. It's all thanks to teacher's guidance. The pills belong to teacher. Luo Qiqi stretched out her hand and passed the pill bottle over. I can't accept it, Xianxia shook his head. The medicinal herbs belonged to Luo Qiqi, and she was the one who forged the pills. Even though he had given her some pointers, it wasn't enough for him to receive such compensation. Knowing Xianxia's thoughts, Luo Qiqi took out a pill and passed it over. Then, how about this? I'll take one and give the remaining 4 to teacher. If you think that I'm making a loss, you can buy them with spirit stones. After a moment of hesitation, Xianxia nodded. This? All right then. It just so happened that he was in dire need of spirit-reinforcing pills, and a single one of them was equivalent to dozens of ordinary pills. With these 4 pills, it wouldn't be too difficult for him to reach embryonic soul realm pinnacle. Xianxia took out a storage ring and placed the 10,000 high-tier spirit stones he had obtained from the appraiser hall into it. Luo Qiqi took the storage ring and stowed it away. Then, she suddenly raised her head to look at Xianxia expectantly. Teacher, you said that you would stand up for me if someone bullies me, right? Not expecting Luo Qiqi to ask such a question, Xianxia was taken aback for a moment before nodding. If someone really bullies you, I'll stand up for you. P.S. The 9th volume, I'll stand up for you, has ended. Next volume, Xiaoya's plea for help. Xianxia was finally going to reach the peak of the continent and clash with the strongest powers there. Please look forward to it. What? Do you want to rest for a day after this volume ends? Laowa never rests, and I still have a new chapter in the afternoon. In the future, please call me Iron Man Cliff. Or Iron Man Cliff. I'll work hard to update. I'm a professional. No matter what, Yu Feier was his student. If someone were to bully her, he would not sit idly by. This was the same as Lu Chong and the others. Thank you, teacher. Seeing the determined look in the young man's eyes, Luo Qiqi recalled how he had risked his life to fight against the otherworldly demonic tribe puppets in order to save her, and a smile crept onto her lips. She had been with the young man for half a year now, and she knew what kind of person he was. For his student, he was willing to stand against an entire kingdom. For his butler, he was willing to stand against the first king of conferred empire and vice pavilion master Mingshi Tang. Domineering and protective of his students, just based on his personality alone, he would definitely step in if something were to happen to her. This was also the reason why she liked the other party. True character, courage, responsibility, and charisma, there was not the slightest bit of pretense or hypocrisy in him. Alright, I'm glad to hear such words from you. Teacher, I'll be heading back first. Luo Qiqi patted off the dust on her hands and smiled. I won't hold you up any longer, go on. Xianxia nodded. Even though he did not say it explicitly, he had tactfully rejected her with his actions. After today's matter, she should know that in his heart, she was only a student, and it was impossible for her to have feelings for him. Perhaps, she might just suppress such thoughts in the future and find a suitable match for her. Goodbye. Teacher. Luo Qiqi said softly before turning around and flying away. In the blink of an eye, she had already disappeared from sight. Most likely, she had returned to Qingyuan City. Seeing her leave, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. He had only spent 2 hours with the other party, but it felt like he had fought a war. It seemed like he would have to restrain himself and keep a low profile in the future. Otherwise, if more girls fell in love with him, he would never be able to get rid of them. This was the sorrow of being too outstanding. Shaking his head, Xianxia was just about to find a place to digest the medicinal energy of the spirit-reinforcing pill he had just forged so that he could push for a breakthrough to embryonic soul realm pinnacle when a figure suddenly flew over. It was none other than Yu Feier. Xianxia, how can you be so kind as to teach Qiqi pill forging alone here? Even if you didn't tell me, I would have wanted to learn as well. Yu Feier harumphed. Clearly, she was displeased that the two of them were alone together. The two of them had already confessed to each other, but Xianxia was still with Luo Qiqi. They couldn't help but feel a little jealous. I'm just teaching her pill forging, it's nothing much, rubbing his glabella, Xianxia shook his head. He knew that it was best for him to be direct with the young man before him, so he decided not to beat around the bush. To tell you the truth, I already have someone I like. Who? Qiqi? Yu Feier asked warily. It's not her. It's the little princess of the Luo clan, a sage clan. Xianxia replied. Sage Luo clan? Yu Feier was in disbelief. Sage clans are lofty existences, how could Xianxia possibly know of him? Moreover, she's a little princess. The sage clan stood at the pinnacle of the continent and could be said to be invincible existences. The royal family of Han Yuan, which she belonged to, was nothing compared to them. Xianxia came from a small place like Tianqian Kingdom. How did he get to know such a person and fall in love with him? You don't have to believe me. As for why we got to know each other and why I fell in love with her, I can only say that it's fate. Moreover, we love each other. Thinking of Luozi, Xianxia chuckled softly. The first time he met her was a misunderstanding. He thought that he was being pursued by a spirit beast. Thinking about it now, if not for that misunderstanding, their relationship wouldn't have progressed at all. It was as if fate had worked itself out. Since he already had someone he loved, he didn't want to get involved in such matters anymore. If he wanted to stop this from happening, he would have to say it out loud. Otherwise, it would only lead to more misunderstandings and trouble. I don't believe it, Yu Feier's face paled. She had thought that since Xianxia didn't have a girlfriend, she, Luo Qiqi, and even Hu Yaoyao would have a chance as long as they worked hard. But from the looks of it, it was already too late. Xianxia shook his head and said, You are a good lady, but what I'm saying is the truth. Yu Feier's breathing hastened for a long moment before she gritted her teeth and turned around. Biting her lips, she spat out word by word, Xianxia, I've disturbed you. I'll be heading back first. Before waiting for Xianxian's reply, she had already flown out, and in the blink of an eye, she had already disappeared from sight. Even though she didn't say anything, one could hear the heartbreak in her voice. It was clear that Xianxian was already taken, and this was something that he found hard to believe and unwilling to accept. Sigh. Seeing how he had hurt two ladies in the blink of an eye, Xianxian shook his head and sighed deeply. In truth, he hadn't done this intentionally. If he didn't make a decision, he would definitely suffer. He didn't feel the slightest bit of affection for these two ladies. Only Luozi's heart couldn't help but be moved. With the Library of Heaven's path and the experience of 2 lifetimes, he had always been mature and courteous. Yet, for the other party, he was willing to act like a youngster, beating up Fengsen viciously in a fit of jealousy, even going so far as to deal a blow to Zhang Jiuxiao, all because he hated the Zhang family. But even though the two of them were equally beautiful, outstanding, and interested in him, he didn't feel the same way. Instead, he felt the affection a teacher had for his students. Thus, he understood what he was feeling. Since that was the case, rather than getting entangled with them, it would be better for him to make use of this opportunity to sever the knot so as to not give them any hope. This way, everyone would be able to relax. Forget it, I should raise my cultivation to embryonic soul realm pinnacle first. Knowing that there was no mistake in his decision, Xianxia shook his head and tossed these thoughts aside before sitting down on the ground. The area was exceptionally quiet, and there wasn't a single person in sight. It was the perfect place for him to cultivate. He adjusted the strength in his body and adjusted his breathing. About 2 hours later, when his body reached its peak condition, he took out a spirit primary pill and swallowed it. The spirit-reinforcing pill that Luo Qiqi had forged was made using medicinal herbs that were several thousand years old, and every single one of them harnessed immense medicinal energy. On top of that, they had reached the level of inscribed pill, making it several dozen times stronger than the one Hall Master Xing had concocted. As soon as the medicinal energy seeped into Xianxian's chest, he immediately felt as if a blazing flame was burning within him. A surge of heat flowed through his meridians and through his entire body before finally gathering before his embryonic soul. Upon reaching Saint 3 Dan intermediate stage, his embryonic soul was no different from an 8-year-old child. Every single movement it made carried immense might that felt as if it could shatter the world. Calming his mind, Xianxia began driving his Xianxia according to the Heaven's Path Divine Art 3 Dan cultivation method. As soon as he felt that he was running out of spiritual energy, he would consume a spirit-reinforcing pill. Under his relentless cultivation, his cultivation and strength rose steadily. Embryonic Soul Realm Intermediate Stage, Embryonic Soul Realm Advanced Stage, Embryonic Soul Realm Pinnacle. An hour later, his origin core had already reached the size of a 17-year-old child, and its appearance was identical to his, just that it seemed a little immature. His body was still the same as when he was an infant, standing at 10 meters tall. I'm finally here, sighing deeply, Xianxia couldn't help but sigh. In order to reach this realm, he had truly gone through many trials and tribulations, and he had put in a lot of effort. It was fortunate that his hard work paid off. After a long period of hard work, he had finally succeeded. However, the 4 spirit-reinforcing pills that Luo Qiqi had given him had been completely depleted as well, leaving him penniless once more. Taking a look at his body, he could feel that his Xianxia was flowing more smoothly through his meridians, and his strength had also increased by 2-fold. Thus, he raised his hand and clenched it lightly. Pung, a deafening explosion echoed in the air. Following which, a powerful shockwave rippled outward, crushing the boulder beneath him into dust. It was fortunate that he had flown up in advance, or else he would have been covered in dust by now. Is this the strength of an embryonic soul realm pinnacle cultivator? Xianxia clenched his fists tightly, and he could hardly contain the excitement on his face. How powerful, even though he didn't have any experts to compare himself with, making it hard for him to gauge the exact extent of his strength. If he were to meet the Qing Tian Emperor once more, he would probably be able to reduce the latter into meat paste with a single punch. Voila, standing up, Xianxia retracted his aura, and without the pressure from before, he looked no different from an ordinary Saint 3 Dan pinnacle cultivator. Even though his cultivation had risen significantly, it was still his intention to maintain a low profile. If possible, he would try his best not to attract too much attention. At this level, ordinary spirit-reinforcing pills won't be of much use to me anymore. There's no longer a need for me to head to the Apothecary Guild. Initially, Xianxia had intended to head to the Apothecary Guild to purchase some spirit-reinforcing pills so that he could push for a breakthrough to higher realms. However, with the rise in his cultivation and the consumption of the inscribed spirit-reinforcing pills, ordinary spirit-reinforcing pills were no longer of any use to him anymore. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to waste his money anymore. Alright, I should return to the Combat Master Hall. It just so happens that the 3 Hall Masters are around, so I should test my strength on them. Xianxia chuckled softly as he prepared to head back to the Combat Master Hall to test his strength against the 4 Hall Masters. However, he suddenly froze for a moment, and with a flick of his wrist, a jade token appeared in his grasp. It was a message from Wushi. Taking a look at it, his face immediately warped in astonishment. Pavilion Master Go is dead? The 10th volume, Zhaoya's Call for Help, begins. A new volume, a new journey. Please subscribe to me. Qingyuan Empire Mingshi Tang, straw mats were placed side by side on the ground, and 8 corpses were laid out on top of them. Each of the corpses was dressed in a master-teacher robe, and the 7 stars on their chests reflected their identities. Xianxia was extremely familiar with the old man standing at the very center. It was due to his unfair treatment that he had crashed the pavilion and even fought with him. He had thought that the old man would be stripped of his position as the head of the Qingyuan Empire Pavilion, but who could have thought that he would actually die here? What happened? Xianxia turned to Wushi with a frown. It happened this morning. Based on the name list you gave me, I only managed to interrogate 8 people when 8 of them suddenly died. Wushi's face turned livid. After learning the name list from the Qing Tian Emperor, Xianxia had sent it to him. In order not to alarm the enemy, he had been discreetly interrogating the 8 people. However, just as he was about to interrogate the 8th person, he suddenly heard a subordinate reporting that 8 7-star master teachers had died in the Qingyuan Empire Pavilion. Among them was Pavilion Master Go. Xianxia's face darkened. 8 7-star master teachers had died in the interrogation of the 8 people. It was clear that the other party was trying to warn them off. Furthermore, they died in the same manner as Xianxia, having their souls ejected from their bodies, leaving only their bodies behind. Wushi continued. Xianxia fell silent. As soon as he entered, he had noticed that everyone, including Pavilion Master Go, had their souls taken away by the soul capture technique, thus turning them into corpses. It's vicious. Xianxia clenched his fists tightly. To be able to do such a thing, even Pavilion Master Go, it was likely that only Vicious was capable of such a feat. Just that, according to the Qingtian Emperor's confession, there seemed to be some kind of seal binding him in the marshlands of the northern meadows, preventing him from escaping. How could he possibly use such a secret art to kill so many master teachers consecutively? Perplexed, Xianxia turned to Xianxia and asked, where were they found? They were all in their own residences. Their family members thought that they were resting, but they couldn't wake them up by the time they woke up. Hearing those words, Wuxia couldn't help but ask, is this related to the Qingtian Emperor? But wasn't the Qingtian Emperor killed? As a sole oracle, the Qingtian Emperor possessed such a unique secret art, and Xianxia had already told him about how he had killed Xianxia. Since Xianxia was already dead, he couldn't help but wonder who could have used such a bizarre move. Death for no reason, without any warning, had already caused the entire Mingshi Tang to be in a state of panic and fear. Humans tend to be fearful of the unknown and incomprehensible, and this was exactly the case for the person in front of him. Hall Master Go could be said to be the strongest existence in the entire Qingyuan city, and yet, even he was unable to withstand the attack and was killed silently. No matter who it was, they could not help but feel a chill run down their spine. The Qingtian Emperor is indeed dead, but the person behind him isn't. Xianxia shook his head. The people behind you? Wuxia was puzzled. Xianxia didn't tell anyone about the matter regarding Vicious, so he didn't know anything about it. Even though the Qingtian Emperor is one of the emperors of the otherworldly demonic tribe, the heritage of the soul oracles has already been severed. Most likely, the culprit is that person. Xianxia nodded in agreement. The person who taught the Qingtian Emperor the soul oracles? How powerful is that person? His cultivation surpasses that of a conferred Empire Master Teacher, so I can report this matter to the headquarters and have them send their men over. Wuxia narrowed his eyes in astonishment. The Mingshi Tang had its own rules. Under normal circumstances, the most they could do was to submit a written report to the headquarters and not have the upper echelons deal with it. Firstly, the headquarters were too busy to clean up the mess of their subordinates. Secondly, it was also a good opportunity for the headquarters to temper their subordinates. If they had to report everything to the headquarters, wouldn't a high-ranking master teacher be overworked to death? However, once the strength of a conferred Empire Master Teacher exceeded that of a conferred Empire Master Teacher, the situation would be different. Countless lives would be lost, so they could request for the headquarters to send more powerful Master Teachers to deal with the matter. How long will it take for them to send their men over? Xianxia asked with a frown. Qiancheng Conferred Empire, which is closest to us, has a half 8-star Master Teacher. It will take them around 10 days to send their men over. As for the Empire Alliance with 8-star Master Teachers, it will take at least 20 days for them to arrive. Wuxia pondered for a moment before replying. 10 days? 20 days? That's too late. Xianxia shook his head grimly. By the time they arrive, I fear that even more people in the Mingshi Tang Empire will die. What should we do then? Wuxia asked anxiously. 10 days was indeed too late. The other party had killed 8 of them in a single night. If they were to make a move, it was likely that all of the 7-star Master Teachers in the Qingyuan Empire would have been wiped out. I'm not too sure how powerful the person behind the Qingtian Emperor is, but it shouldn't be beyond leaving Aperture Realm. Otherwise, the headquarters of the Mingshi Tang Empire would have noticed it long ago. Instead of answering his question, Xianxia analyzed the situation. While the headquarters of the Mingshi Tang Empire had delegated their authority to their subordinates, they would still patrol the area from time to time, and they would deal with any life forms that exceeded their cultivation realm personally. The strongest existence in the conferred empire was the leaving Aperture Realm. The fact that Vicious I was able to remain in the Qingyuan Empire without being noticed meant that he hadn't surpassed that limit yet. Even if he hasn't surpassed leaving Aperture Realm, there's still a huge gap between each realm of leaving Aperture Realm. As long as he surpasses leaving Aperture Realm primary stage, we won't be a match for him. Wuxia said. At leaving Aperture Realm, one's primordial spirit would be able to draw out one's primordial spirit and control one's surroundings through the power of nature. Every single realm that one advanced would require one to undergo a lightning tribulation, and the more lightning tribulations one experienced, the stronger one would become. The difference between every single realm could be said to be as great as the clouds and mud. Taking leaving aperture realm primary stage and intermediate stage as an example, even though there was only a small gap between them, the difference in their fighting prowess was several times greater. Even if 10 of them were to work together and form a formation, they might not necessarily be a match for the latter. As such, even if the other party was still at leaving aperture realm pinnacle, the gap between them and leaving aperture realm primary stage was simply too huge. I know, but I'm not too sure about his exact cultivation level. However, this isn't the time to be thinking about that. Aren't you curious as to how that fellow managed to kill all of them? Xianxia asked with a deep frown. He knew that it was impossible for him to gauge the other party's strength based on such a conjecture. Thus, he walked around the corpses on the ground and asked. How did he manage to kill all of them? That's right. Back then, I was ambushed by the Qingtian Emperor, and I learned of their means. Through the altar, they are able to infiltrate the consciousness of others and capture their souls. In other words, no matter how formidable the soul evocation art is, it requires a medium to execute it. So, what does the medium use to kill the 8 of them? Did you look into it carefully? Xianxia asked. The soul evocation art that Vicious used could be executed directly at close range, but at a distance of several dozen thousand li, he would have to rely on various artifacts. For example, the altar. However, the altar had been taken away by Wuxia for investigation by the headquarters. So, how did the 8 of them die? This? I didn't notice that. Wuxia was taken aback by Zhang Xian's question. Perhaps, you might be able to find something, Zhang Xian instructed. Activating his eye of insight, he began assessing the corpses on the ground once more. Judging from the terrified expression on Pavilion Master Go's face before his death, it was likely that he had encountered something that he could not believe. Zhang Xian examined the corpses closely, but after a moment, he shook his head. The cause of Pavilion Master Go's death was identical to Chen-Zhe's. His soul had been captured and turned into a corpse. Even with the eye of insight, Zhang Xian was unable to discern anything. Right, where's that Zhong Qingwang? Where is he being held? Zhang Xian suddenly thought of a person and asked anxiously. He was captured once more and imprisoned in the underground prison of the Mingshi Tang Empire, so there's no way he can get any news out. Last night, Emperor Chu Tianqing requested an audience, but I turned him down. Wuxia pondered for a moment before replying. Emperor Chu Tianqing requested an audience? Zhang Xian frowned. That fellow was only a king, not the emperor's biological son. Why would he rush over as soon as something happened? Why would he pay such a huge price? That's right, but the 2 of them didn't meet. There shouldn't be any problem, right? Wuxia asked. I'm not too sure about that, but there's a good chance that Chu Tianqing is involved as well, Zhang Xian replied grimly. Zhong Qingwang had already confirmed through the memories of the Qingtian Emperor that there was a problem with him. Yet, given how close the emperor was to him, Zhang Xian found it hard to believe that there was no problem at all. Should we capture him and interrogate him? Let's not rush into it for now. Once we interrogate him, it'll cause a huge commotion. What we need to do right now is to find the medium that killed these people and find a way to get rid of the mastermind. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Xian analyzed, only with Black Hand's death will we be safe. That's true. Wuxia nodded. Xianxia was right. Making a move on the emperor of an empire was bound to cause panic among the populace. Putting aside the chaos it would cause, more importantly, the lack of evidence would affect the credibility of the Mingshi Tang Empire. If the Mingshi Tang Empire wanted to make a move on an empire, they would need irrefutable evidence. Otherwise, what would the other empires think? Wouldn't everyone be in danger? Just suspicion was far from enough. I'll send some men to investigate this matter right now. Having thought through this, Wuxia said. Not only so, we'll need to prepare some men to head to the marshlands of the Northern Meadows together. Marshlands of the Northern Meadows? Wuxia was perplexed. I suspect that the mastermind is hiding there, Zhang Xian explained. All right. I'll select the most elite troops of the Mingshi Tang Empire and the experts of the Combat Master Hall to head there together, Wuxia said. I'll make some preparations as well. After making the arrangements, Zhang Xian nodded. There were 2 things he had to do in order to find Vicious in the marshlands of the Northern Meadows. Firstly, he had to raise Jin Yuanding's cultivation further so that he could reach leaving Aperture Realm. Secondly, he had to help Vicious, who had devoured the Qing Tian Emperor, overcome his lightning tribulation as soon as possible. Only then would he be able to reach leaving Aperture Realm. Otherwise, given his current cultivation and the fact that Vicious wasn't strong enough, there was a good chance that he would become the other party's tonic. If that happened, he would really be helpless. Knowing that the Vicious of the marshlands of the northern meadows would not hold back once he made a move, Xianxia dared not waste any time. Leaving Mingshi Tang's side, he headed straight for the Blacksmith Guild. Logically speaking, Vicious wouldn't make a move so quickly, but with the death of the Qing Tian Emperor and the exposure of his identity as a celestial master teacher, Vicious would surely feel pressured. Once that fellow broke free from the shackles of the marshlands, the first person he would kill would surely be him. Thus, Xianxia had to make preparations in advance. This was not just for his own safety. More importantly, he couldn't allow the master teachers who protected mankind to die for no reason. The Golden Origin Cauldron is currently at half leaving Aperture Realm. If I infuse the black gold crystal ore into it, it should be able to raise its tier significantly. Even if it can't reach the level of a Saint high tier artifact, it should at least be able to raise its quality to a whole new level. Xianxia deduced as he proceeded forward. The black gold crystal ore was a treasure he had obtained from Wu Yangzi. After splitting a portion with Luo Qiqi, he still had another piece in his possession. It was just that, he hadn't had the time to fuse it into Jin Yuanding. Since he had decided to head to the marshlands of the northern meadows, it would be best for him to arm himself in advance. The Blacksmith Guild was roughly 5 kilometers away from Mingshi Tang, so it didn't take long for him to arrive at his destination. Xianxia was only a 6-star blacksmith from the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, so he hadn't even received a 7-star emblem yet. Thus, he took out his emblem and walked in. The Qingyuan City Blacksmith Guild was just as bustling as any other place. There were countless customers who came to purchase weapons every day. The highest grade weapons sold here were Saint low-tier artifacts. Those that were even higher had to be custom-made or purchased at a hefty price. But of course, there was no market for them. Xianxia? It's really you? Just as Xianxia was about to ask where the head of the Blacksmith Guild was, he suddenly heard an exclamation. Turning around, he saw Chu Xiang, whom he had met at the Terpsichore Guild, standing not too far away with an excited look on his face. Chu Gongzi, Xianxia chuckled. The young man before him had been a great help to him before, so he couldn't just ignore him. Thank you, Xianxia, for informing me in advance. I have already recovered from the injuries on my soul. Chu Xiang bowed deeply. Back at the Terpsichore Guild, Xianxia had instructed Fairy Xian to do her best during the solitary dance with Xianxia, and it was only then that Fairy Xian had treated his injuries to the best of her abilities. Nothing much, Xianxia shook his head. It was just a pity that the other party had given up that concentrated high-tier spirit stone of his. If the other party had been watching him dance, he would have surely recovered much faster. I heard about Xianxia's pavilion crashing incident. That's incredible. After expressing his gratitude, Chu Xiang was filled with agitation and admiration. It's nothing. I'm just casually wandering around, Xianxia shook his head helplessly. Xianxia had caused a huge commotion in the master-teacher pavilion crashing, such that the entire Qingyuan city was aware of it. Considering how the other party was acquainted with Xianxia, it was only a matter of time before he realized that there was no way he could hide the matter from the other party. I'm just going to try it out, Chu Xiang rolled his eyes. The esteemed Mingshi Tang of the Qingyuan Empire had remained unscathed for so many years, and yet, as soon as you arrived, you successfully crashed the Qingyuan Empire Master Teacher Pavilion, causing the entire Qingyuan Empire Master Teacher Pavilion to fall into despair, and even the pavilion master had to resign. You call that casually? Wouldn't the other Mingshi Tang be scared to death? Could it be that Xianxia is here because he finds the Blacksmith Guild an eyesore, and he intends to crash it as well? Seeing that Xianxia was unwilling to speak any further, Chu Xiang suddenly recalled a matter and asked. Ever since Xianxia arrived in Qingyuan City, he hadn't had a single day of peace. First, he had wrecked the entire building in the Spirit Awakener Guild, and then, he had crashed the Spirit Awakener Guild, and now, he was here. Cough cough. Not expecting that an upright person like him would leave such a terrible impression on the other party, Xianxia coughed awkwardly and said, "Actually, I am an honest person, so how could I possibly do something like that?" "You are thinking too much into it, honest person?" Chu Xiang's lips twitched. He had seen quite a few honest people in his time, but this was the first time he had seen such an honest person. "If you aren't crashing the blacksmith guild, you must be here to observe Master Linjia's smithing, right?" "Master Linjia? He's a half 8-star blacksmith from the Qianchong Empire, and he happened to be passing by. Guild leader Qin invited him to conduct a lecture, and he even gathered all of the 7-star blacksmiths in Qingyuan City. I was fortunate enough to receive the invitation." Chu Xiang said. "You are a 7-star blacksmith?" Zhang Xian had thought that the young man before him was just a profligate scion, but who could have thought that he was actually a 7-star blacksmith? "Of course. I am extremely talented in smithing," Chu Xiang replied gleefully. "Xianxia, if you have any questions regarding smithing, feel free to ask me. Given our relationship, I'll surely answer you honestly." "That's right. I will." Knowing that Chu Xiang was speaking out of goodwill, Zhang Xian nodded. "It just so happens that I have something that I need your help with. Can you bring me to meet the guild leader of the blacksmith guild?" "You wish to meet guild leader Qin? That won't be a problem." Chu Xiang stepped forward and said, "Come with me." Zhang Xian followed closely behind him. With someone to introduce him, it would save him a lot of trouble. Following behind Chu Xiang, Zhang Xian also learned the name of the guild leader, Qin Chong, a 7-star pinnacle blacksmith. It did not take long for them to arrive at the guild leader's residence. After reporting his arrival, the duo walked in. "Guild leader, this is the 7-star master teacher Zhang Xian, Xianxia, who has successfully crashed the blacksmith guild a few days ago." Chu Xiang introduced. "So, it's Xianxia. Nice to meet you." Guild leader Qin hurriedly stood up. "A master teacher who had successfully crashed the blacksmith guild's master Linjia's cultivation and eye of discernment had reached an inconceivable level." "Guild leader, you're being too polite." Zhang Xian clasped his fist. The two of them sat down, and after exchanging a few pleasantries, guild leader Qin asked worriedly, "May I know the reason behind Xianxia's visit?" "Our blacksmith guild has always been law-abiding, and I have always been strict with my subordinates." At this point, Chu Xiang couldn't bear to watch on anymore. "Guild leader, Xianxia isn't here to crash the blacksmith guild, that's good." Guild leader Qin heaved a sigh of relief. Hearing the conversation between the duo, Zhang Xian was rendered speechless. All he did was crash the Mingshi Tang Hall, and yet, he ended up being misunderstood like that. He really was an honest person. Why did everyone believe him? "Actually, I have some matters that I would like to trouble guild leader Qin on." Knowing that the other party wouldn't necessarily believe him even if he explained himself, Zhang Xian shook his head helplessly. "I have a Saint Intermediate tier artifact that I would like to fuse with the black gold crystal or to raise its fighting prowess. May I know if you have the time to help me forge it?" "Pardon me, Xianxia, but what kind of weapon is the Saint Intermediate tier artifact? Does it possess a spirit?" Guild leader Qin hesitated for a moment before asking, "What cultivation realm have you reached?" "It's a half-leaving aperture realm artifact cauldron, and it possesses a spirit." Zhang Xian introduced. This, guild leader Qin replied awkwardly, "To be honest with Xianxia, if this cauldron was only at primordial spirit realm primary stage, I might have been able to forge it and fuse it with the black gold crystal ore. However, I'm not even at half-leaving aperture realm yet, so I'm afraid that it'll be difficult for me to do so." "Guild leader, there's no need to worry. I'll give you some pointers when the time comes. As long as you follow the steps, there won't be any problems." Zhang Xian had been wondering what guild leader Qin was worried about, but it turned out to be this matter. To be honest, it went without saying that he would have to observe and guide the forging of Jin Yuanding personally. Otherwise, no one would be able to rest assured. "You will guide him?" Guild leader Qin asked doubtfully. "Is Xianxia a blacksmith as well?" I've learned a little, and I'm already a 6-star blacksmith now." Zhang Xian replied. He had read all of Mingshi Tang's books on smithing, and he had even learned the Heaven's Path divine art. Thus, his understanding of smithing had already reached 7-star pinnacle, comparable to some 8-star primary blacksmiths. It was just that he had never learned smithing before, so he could only hammer out a metal lump at the very most. Fearing that he might injure Jing Yuanding, he decided to seek guild leader Qin's help. 6-star blacksmith? Guild leader Qin and Chu Xiang glanced at one another with a frown on their foreheads. There was a huge gap between a 6-star and a 7-star blacksmith, and yet, he wanted to guide me with such a low level. You must be joking. Actually, my understanding of smithing has already reached 7-star. It's just that I haven't come to take the examination yet. Noticing the bizarre looks in the eyes of the duo, Xianxia explained. I see, guild leader Qin nodded in realization. Since that's the case, I'll have to invite Xianxia to the smithing hall. Saint intermediate tier artifacts and black gold crystal ore can only be melted by the earth flames here. Alright. Xianxia nodded. In the blacksmith guild, most of the flames used for smithing came from earth flames. However, there were differences in strength between earth flames as well. The black gold crystal ore was already difficult to assimilate, and the golden origin cauldron, which had reached half-leaving aperture realm and had been tempered by lightning, was not something that ordinary flames could melt. It didn't take long for the trio to arrive at the smithing hall. By then, the place was already packed with people, and every single one of them had an emblem pinned on their chests. They were all 7-star blacksmiths. This, Xianxia frowned. Initially, he thought that the smithing hall was empty, so he came over to temper Jing Yuanding, but with a single glance, he saw several hundred 7-star blacksmiths. Oh, Xianxia, please don't blame me. This is the only smithing hall that is capable of melting black gold crystal Oregon. It just so happens that Master Lin Jia is going to conduct a lecture on smithing here. If Xianxia can wait, why don't you listen to Master Lu's lecture? He's a quasi-8-star blacksmith, and his understanding of smithing has already reached an unimaginable level. If you listen to his lecture, your understanding of smithing will surely soar. Noticing Xianxia's displeasure, guild leader Qin hurriedly explained. I'm afraid that I don't have that much time. Xianxia shook his head. Vicious could kill someone at any moment, so Xianxia had to raise Jing Yuanding's cultivation as quickly as possible so that he could deal with anything that came his way. Why? Judging from your tone, are you saying that listening to my lecture is a waste of your time? Before Xianxia could finish his words, a displeased voice sounded. Turning around, Xianxia saw an old man walking over. He had a white beard, and he exuded a heroic spirit. His cultivation was difficult to see through, and it was hard to tell just how profound it was. Master Lin Jia, guild leader Qin clasped his fist respectfully, and Chu Xiang bowed respectfully as well. Be it in terms of cultivation or understanding of smithing, a quasi-8-star blacksmith was far superior to them. Master. This is Mingshi Tang's 7-star pinnacle master teacher, Xianxia. Guild leader Qin hurriedly introduced. Considering how Xianxia was able to successfully crash the master teacher pavilion and defeat pavilion master Go, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him the pinnacle of the 7 stars. 7-star pinnacle master teacher? Master Lin Jia was taken aback. To be able to wield such strength at such a young age, it's no wonder he has the right to be so arrogant. Initially, he had thought that the other party was an arrogant person who would intentionally slander him in front of so many people. However, since the other party was a master teacher of his caliber, there was no reason for him to do so intentionally. I'm really sorry, but I, Mingshi Tang, have something to do and can't be delayed. I'd like to borrow this refining hall to temper my weapon. Is that okay? Xianxia cupped his fists. It was indeed rude for the other party to come over and borrow the earth flame to conduct a lecture. Forging weapons? Xianxia is also a refiner? Master Lin Jia asked curiously. I studied it systematically for a period of time. Xianxia replied, I was lucky enough to get a 6-star badge. Master Lin Jia nodded. Perplexed, he asked, may I know what kind of weapon Xianxia intends to forge? What kind of weapon had to be in this refining hall? While the Qingyuan Empire Blacksmith Guild was not as majestic as the Qiancheng Empire Blacksmith Guild, it still had at least 600 to 700 chambers that were suitable for smithing. There was no doubt that there was a reason why the Blacksmith Guild had chosen the Qingyuan Empire Blacksmith Guild. If the other party was a 7-star pinnacle blacksmith, Xianxia wouldn't have asked too much about it. However, 6 star. That was indeed a little too low. The earth flames here were exceptionally ferocious, and the slightest lapse in control could result in the destruction of one's weapon. It's him. With a flick of his wrist, Jin Yuanding appeared in the hall. Master, are you trying to train me? Haha, I'm going to advance again? Looking around, Jin Yuanding realized that he was in the blacksmith guild and there were blacksmiths everywhere. He was filled with excitement. Half-leaving Aperture Realm Saint Intermediate Tier Artifact? He had thought that it would be a half-saint artifact, but who could have thought that it would be a middle-tier artifact? Master Lin Jia's eyebrows shot up in disbelief. Zhang. Sure intends to forge this cauldron? Yes. Zhang Xian nodded. This, seeing how fearless Zhang Xian was, Master Lin Jia could not help but console him. Tempering a saint intermediate tier artifact requires not only strength, but it also requires the protection of one's spirit, as well as the most accurate tempering and hammering. There's no room for carelessness. Otherwise, not only will you be unable to upgrade it, you might even damage the internal structure of the saint intermediate tier artifact, thus causing its grade to drop. Even he only had a 20% chance of successfully forging a saint artifact of that tier. Yet, a 6-star blacksmith, without sufficient strength, forcefully melting the weapon back into the furnace would not only fail to improve it, but it might even cause it to drop in grade. The gains did not make up for the losses. Old man, what do you mean by this? Our young master casually guided an apprentice, and I managed to upgrade a saint low-tier artifact to a middle-tier artifact. Do you think that I need you to lecture me? Before Zhang Xian could say a word, Jin Yuanding had already harumphed in displeasure. Ever since it was born, the person it had admired the most was its master. Yet, the other party actually dared to doubt the other party. It was already a miracle that it did not charge forward and smash the other party's head with his butt. Guide an apprentice? Everyone was taken aback by those words. It was difficult for an apprentice to even forge a saint low-tier artifact. Yet, with just a few pointers, he was able to upgrade a saint low-tier artifact to middle-tier artifact. No one will take you for a mute if you don't speak. Zhang Xian bellowed as he slapped the lid of Jin Yuanding's cauldron to shut it up. The reason why Song Zhen was able to upgrade Jin Yuanding so smoothly previously was due to the other party's many years of experience in smithing. Not only was his cultivation on par with a 6-star blacksmith, his mastery of smithing techniques had also reached an extremely high level. That was also the reason why he was able to follow Zhang Xian's guidance and complete the task easily. Had it been any other apprentice, they would have surely been unable to pull it off. It was just a coincidence, and it was difficult to replicate it. There was nothing for him to brag about. The cauldron twisted its body indignantly. I am speaking the truth. You just casually guided an apprentice to help me upgrade, shut up and stay by the side. Seeing that the cauldron still dared to refute him, Zhang Xian frowned. Yes, Jin Yuanding didn't dare to speak anymore and retreated to the side. This fellow is used to living a carefree life, so it's a little rude. I apologize for my rudeness in front of Master Lin and Guild Leader Lin, Zhang Xian said apologetically. For a weapon to butt in while its master was speaking, it was truly disrespectful. It's nothing much. Master Lin Jia shook his head. There was still a hint of bewilderment in his eyes. You said that Zhang Shi guided an apprentice to forge a saint low-tier artifact. May I know what's going on? Forget it, Zhang Xian replied. Since he was here to upgrade Jin Yuanding, it would be best for him to keep a low profile. It was just a matter of the past, and there was no point in talking about it now. I have been too rash. Master Lin Jia thought that the other party was unwilling to speak of it, so he chose not to probe any further. Alright, let's not waste any more time. I'll start now. Seeing that there was no misunderstanding, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. After which, he turned to Chu Xiang and said, Brother Chu, I'll have to trouble you later on. Feel free to speak your mind, Zhang Shi. As long as it's within my means, I won't turn you down. Chu Xiang replied with a smile. Putting aside the fact that the two of them were acquainted with one another, just the fact that the young man before him had successfully crashed the Qingyuan Empire Master Teacher Pavilion and had become the #1 Master Teacher of the Qingyuan Empire made it impossible for him to befriend the other party. It's like this. I have been spoiling this weapon of mine, and if I were to forge it personally, I might find it difficult to do so due to various considerations. Thus, I hope that you can help me temper it. Xianxia said. Spoiling it? Jin Yuanding racked his brains, but he couldn't think of a time when the young man before him had ever doted on it. If he recalled correctly, he had even slapped it a moment ago. Chu Xiang was taken aback upon hearing that the young man was going to request for him. With a bitter smile, he hurriedly waved his hands and said, Xianxia, it's not that I don't want to help you, but my cultivation hasn't even reached primordial spirit realm yet. Even though I'm a 7-star blacksmith, it's still impossible for me to forge a leaving aperture realm saint intermediate tier artifact. Even a 7-star pinnacle blacksmith like guild leader Qin was unable to forge such a high-tier artifact, so how could a mere 7-star blacksmith like him possibly be able to do so? The other party really thought too highly of him. There's no need to worry. I'll guide you in the forging process. As long as you follow my instructions strictly, it'll be fine, Xianxia said. Chu Xiang was conflicted. Xianxia's cauldron is extremely valuable. I fear that something might go wrong. It's fine. I'll be using the impartation of heaven's will on you later on. As long as you follow my instructions strictly, I won't blame you if anything goes wrong. Knowing what Chu Xiang was worried about, Xianxia said with a smile. Hearing the other party's words, Chu Xiang knew that he would be looking down on Xianxia if he were to turn him down any further. Let's begin then. With a light chuckle, Xianxia turned to Jin Yuanding and said with a frown, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and scram over to the earth flame. Jin Yuanding shuddered in aggrievement as he hurriedly flew over. You call this doting? Dark lines streaked across Master Xianxia and guild leader Qin's faces. It was just a moment ago that Xianxia said that he was too doting on his artifact, such that he found it difficult to do so during the forging process, just like how a doctor would be reluctant to operate on his kin. Yet, upon seeing such a sight, you call this doting? Walking up to the formation to draw out the earth flame, Xianxia gestured to Chu Xiang. The latter immediately understood Xianxia's intentions and walked over. Xianxia, this is the token to draw out the earth flame. Seeing that they were about to start forging, guild leader Qin flicked his wrist and took out a token. The earth flame had been drawn out from the ground by the formation, and a unique token was required to activate it. Just as Xianxia was about to pass the token over, the young man's voice suddenly sounded. Take 3 steps to the left, 2 steps forward, 1 step back, and 1 step to the right as well. Drive your Xianxia and focus it on your right leg. Stomp down. There was a unique charm to the sound of water. Without any hesitation, Chu Xiang followed Xianxia's instructions strictly and stomped his foot on the ground. Xiong xiong, the formation to draw out the earth flame immediately came to life, and a dense ball of flames burst into the sky, shrouding Jin Yuanding within. This, guild leader Qin narrowed his eyes in disbelief. To light up the earth flame without using a token. How did you do it? The earth flame was extremely hot, and even a Saint 4 Dan expert would be reduced to ashes if they were to be caught in it. This was also the reason why there was no fire in the formation when it wasn't in operation. Under normal circumstances, it would be nigh impossible to draw out the earth flame without a token. Yet, under Xianxia's guidance, the young man before him was able to do it so easily. Even though he was witnessing it with his own eyes, he still found it hard to believe. This is something that only those who have reached the pinnacle of formations are able to do. Judging from the looks of it, that Xianxia seems to be a formation master as well, and his proficiency in it should be quite high as well. Seeing guild leader Qin's expression, Master Xianxia nodded in agreement. To be able to understand the structure of the earth flame formation with just a single glance and draw out the earth flame with ease, his comprehension of formations could be considered to be top-notch even in their Qianchong Empire. Indeed, guild leader Qin also calmed down. Let's see how skilled he is in smithing. Even though a master teacher has the impartation of heaven's will, guiding another person in smithing. Not to mention, instructing him to forge a Saint Intermediate tier artifact with a person who has never worked with him before, Master Xianxia shook his head. He wasn't too optimistic about the situation before him. It was one thing for both parties to have a tacit understanding of one another. There were also smiths in the real world who did the same thing. But when it came to the other party's strength, Xianxia, and smithing technique, to guide the other party to forge a Saint Intermediate tier artifact that exceeded his own, In his view, this was an impossible task. For Xianxia to do such a thing. Was he being too careless, or did he think that the cauldron could be discarded? Master Lin Jie turned to look at Jin Yuanding with pity in his eyes. This isn't doting, why does it feel like he's trying to kill me? Alright, prepare your tools. Let's begin. Zhang Xian instructed with a frown. Seeing that Chu Xiang was still in a daze, he instructed. Yes. To be able to reach Saint 3 Dan at such a young age and become a 7-star blacksmith at such a young age, Zhang Xian was no ordinary person. Taking a deep breath, Chu Xiang calmed himself down. Lad, don't worry. It's not that I want to boast, but as long as you follow my master's instructions to the letter, not only will I be completely fine, my rank will even soar. Seeing that Chu Xiang was still in a daze, Jin Yuanding laughed heartily. Hearing those words, Master Lin Jie and guild leader Qin glanced at one another worriedly. Was this cauldron really that cauldron, or was there something wrong with his head? It was one thing for him to lose his rank, but more importantly, there was a good chance that his soul would be destroyed as well. Was he really not worried at all? Yes. Chu Xiang replied before turning to Zhang Xian and asking, Xianxia, may I know what I'm going to fuse with? Here. With a flick of his finger, a stone flew over. This? Chu Xiang narrowed his eyes in astonishment. Black gold crystal ore? Black gold crystal ore was incomparably valuable. Just a single piece of it could significantly enhance the prowess of an artifact. Even in conferred empires, it was considered an extremely rare ore. Who would have thought that the other party would take it out so casually? Isn't it difficult to melt this ore? Guild leader Qin frowned. While black gold crystal ore was extremely rare, as the head of the blacksmith guild, he had his means to obtain some. However, it was extremely difficult to melt this ore. Even the earth flames in the hall would have to expend a great deal of effort to melt it. If he couldn't melt it, how was he going to fuse it into an artifact and raise its quality? It shouldn't be difficult to melt the earth flames in the Qianchong Empire, but this, Master Lin Jie shook his head. While the earth flames in the blacksmith hall were the hottest in the blacksmith guild, they were still slightly lacking compared to the earth flames in the Qianchong Empire. It wouldn't be that easy to melt the black gold crystal ore again. Just as they were wondering how the other party was going to melt the ore, the young man suddenly issued an instruction, and Jin Yuanding opened the lid of the cauldron and swallowed the ore. This, meanwhile, Master Lin Jie slapped his thigh as his eyes lit up. Why didn't I think of that? The cauldron I was going to forge is a weapon cauldron. While the temperature of the earth flames is limited, by utilizing the energy of a Saint Intermediate tier artifact, it should be able to increase the temperature of the cauldron. It would be difficult to melt the cauldron on its own, but putting it into the cauldron would make it much easier. However, even though this method can melt the magnetite gold crystal ore, there's a flaw to it as well. That is, one's spiritual perception is unable to enter the magnetite gold crystal or to determine when it'll be completely melted. If it's too early or too late, it'll have a huge impact on the forging process, Master Lin Jie said. With the heat of the earth fire and the support of the furnace, the temperature inside the furnace was so high that it could even melt magnetite gold crystal. If one's divine sense were to enter the furnace, it would definitely be burned. If he couldn't enter, he wouldn't be able to confirm his condition. For high-quality ores like the black gold crystal ore, the duration of the fire used had a huge impact. Sometimes, a difference of 1 or 2 breaths could lead to failure. That's right. Not only that, this cauldron is constantly burning in the earth and flames. If there's a mistake in timing, not only will the ores be wasted, it might even lose its optimal structure, causing its grade to plummet. Guild leader Qin also came to a realization. This cauldron was forged from the fusion of many ores and metals, and it had already reached a unique equilibrium. This was the reason why it was able to remain as a Saint Intermediate tier artifact. At this moment, the golden crystal ores were being continuously burned by the earth flames, and this equilibrium could be easily broken. On top of that, there was no telling when the golden crystal ores would be able to melt. Even though this solution solved the problem of the lack of temperature in the earth flames, it also increased the difficulty of the forging process by several folds. While the duo was still worrying over the matter, the young man's impassive voice sounded once more. Take 2 steps forward and infuse your Xianxia toward the northeast. Then, use the 3 leaves forging technique to open the lid. The young man's voice carried the unique rhythm of the impartation of heaven's will. There was no hesitation in his voice at all. Hearing those words, Xianxia took 2 steps forward and tapped his finger on the lid. Voila, the lid of the cauldron opened, and a lump of golden liquid flew out and floated in midair. It's melted? Furthermore, it's only just melted. There's no mistake in timing at all. This? Guild leader Qin narrowed his eyes in disbelief. It was just a moment ago that he had said that the young man was unable to grasp the timing properly, and yet, the young man was able to confirm it so precisely. How in the world did he manage to do it? It's a combination of the earth flame formation. Xianxia moved forward and infused his Xianxia into the northeast, causing the temperature of the magnetite gold crystal ore to rise instantaneously. Following which, he used the 3 leaves forging technique. You should be familiar with this forging technique. Putting aside the ferocity of the magnetite gold crystal ore, more importantly, it allows one to compress the flames into a single point, thus increasing the intensity of the heat. Furthermore, the alteration of the formation earlier allowed him to melt the magnetite gold crystal ore in an instant. This forging technique and his calculations are simply too precise. Realizing what was going on, Master Xianxia clenched his fists tightly. Even though it was just a short sentence, it involved the young man's grasp of the formation, the temperature of the magnetite gold crystal ore, the attribute of his Xianxia, and many other factors. Only with a clear calculation of all of these could one be able to achieve this level of accuracy. Putting aside a 6-star blacksmith, even a quasi-8-star blacksmith like him wouldn't be able to pull off such a feat. The amount of calculations required in that instant was simply too frightening. Move 3 CUN to the left, raise the hammer in your hand, and strike the mouth of the cauldron. Then, use the falling willow leaf technique to forge the cauldron 148 times. Every 3 breaths, no more, no less. Proceed at a uniform speed, and then, the young man continued speaking. Ding ding dang dang. Following which, a series of hammering sounds could be heard. Ingenious. This is too ingenious. Master Xianxia suddenly exclaimed in astonishment. Master. Guild leader Qin was perplexed. You aren't strong enough to see where the problem lies. The falling willow leaf technique is one of the most basic forging techniques. It doesn't sound like a willow leaf falling to the ground slowly and evenly. However, using it here is too coincidental. The cauldron has just been burned by the earth flame, and it is showing signs of melting. If one were to use too fast and forceful a forging technique, it would cause cracks to form within the cauldron. Such cracks wouldn't be too large, but it would lower the quality of the cauldron. However, if one were to use the falling willow leaf technique, such a problem wouldn't occur. In fact, it might even be able to strengthen the cauldron, thus increasing its prowess. Xianxia's eyes reddened in agitation. The guidance of the young man before him was truly miraculous. Even though he was using the simplest forging technique, he was able to fuse the black gold crystal or essence better with the cauldron. Ding ding dang dang, after striking the cauldron 148 times, Xianxia happened to strike the mouth of the Jin Yuanding cauldron. Following which, under Zhang Xian's instructions, the hammer spun in midair and struck the legs of the cauldron. Why didn't he strike the cauldron directly? Why did he strike the legs of the cauldron? Guild leader Qin was still perplexed. Under normal circumstances, one would have to strike the cauldron in order to stabilize the cauldron. To strike the legs of the cauldron right after striking the mouth of the cauldron. Wasn't this a little too huge? This, Master Xianxia also frowned, unable to make sense of the situation. Weng, just as guild leader Qin was perplexed by the situation, a deep sound wave suddenly sounded from the cauldron. This? I get it now. Hearing those words, Master Xianxia widened his eyes in realization. Guild leader Qin hurriedly turned his gaze over. That's the tidal forging art. It said that an 8-star blacksmith created this forging technique after hearing the sound of the tides. First, he struck the mouth of the cauldron, then the legs of the cauldron. The distance between the two is the furthest, and the moment he struck the legs of the cauldron, a unique resonance would be induced, reminiscent of the tides. With this, the black gold crystal ore on the body of the cauldron would be able to fuse together with the cauldron without damaging its previous structure. More importantly, through the vibrations of the tides, the spirit within the cauldron would be refined and become even more powerful. How in the world did he come up with this idea? The more he spoke, the more astonished he became. Master Xianxia found himself at a loss for words. The tidal forging technique was extremely rare, such that even he had never used it before. Who could have thought that it would actually be executed here? There were many forging techniques, but if one used them appropriately, not only would one be able to fuse the various metals together better, it would also be able to refine the spirit within the metals. There were many people who made use of high-quality ores to improve the quality of their weapons. As a result, the weapon would become more resilient, but the spirit within it wouldn't increase by much. It was just like how a small cow pulling a large cart was not necessarily a good thing for the overall prowess of the weapon. However, the young man before him had used the tidal forging technique at a crucial moment to solve this problem. Not only had the weapon improved significantly, the spirit within it had also been enhanced. Killing two birds with one stone. To think that he would be able to consider this aspect while guiding others in smithing. What kind of mastery does one have to possess in order to achieve such a feat? Previously, he had thought that it would be extremely difficult for the other party to succeed in guiding others in smithing, but from the looks of it now, there was a high chance that he would succeed. The other party's understanding of smithing was far deeper than his, they weren't even on the same level. The more he observed, the more astonished he became. Every single step of Xianxia's guidance was as precise as the work of the heavens, without the slightest flaw or mistake. Even though he wasn't the one making the move, he was still able to take into account the other party's strength and Xianxia attribute. Initially, he was still able to understand the other party's forging techniques, but as time passed, he found himself unable to comprehend many of them. He was still able to make sense of them after some contemplation, but at this moment, the other party had already executed many more moves, leaving him completely dazzled. After some time, a deafening explosion sounded, and under Xianxia's instructions, Xiang retreated a few steps. Boom, following which, everyone in the forging hall felt a brilliant aura rising into the air, and the sky suddenly darkened. It's the leaving aperture ordeal. Everyone's body tensed up as their faces warped in shock. At St. Fidan leaving aperture realm, one would have to undergo the leaving aperture ordeal in order to raise their primordial spirit. Even though a weapon had reached leaving aperture realm, it was still unable to form a primordial spirit and break free from its shackles. However, it was still able to grow legs and walk like a human, making it much more agile than before. The cauldron before him had already reached half leaving aperture realm, and after fusing with the black gold crystal ore, it had indeed overcome its bottleneck and triggered the leaving aperture ordeal. The ominous clouds grew larger and larger, tearing apart the roof, revealing the sky outside. This was the first time that the blacksmiths in the room had seen a weapon reaching leaving aperture realm, and they trembled in agitation. Gotcha! Countless blue streaks of lightning intertwined together, threatening to tear the air apart. How did this cauldron trigger the leaving aperture ordeal without even tempering it? Guild leader Qin couldn't believe his eyes. There were 3 steps to smithing a weapon. The first step was to melt the metal and ores. The second step was to temper the weapon. The third step was to temper the weapon. Quenching. The first 2 steps weren't too difficult for a skilled blacksmith, but the third step was the hardest to master. For many weapons, whether the materials could be fused together perfectly or not depended on the blacksmith's ability to temper the weapon. He hadn't been able to understand most of the earlier moves, so he thought that the final tempering would be an eye-opener for him. Yet, who could have thought that before he could even temper the weapon, he would have already triggered the leaving aperture ordeal? It's not that he hasn't tempered the weapon, but he's intending to temper it. Master Xianxia said with a dry throat. He's intending to temper it? Master Xianxia is intending to temper the weapon with lightning? Guild leader Qin narrowed his eyes in realization, and his body stiffened. Indeed. He's intending to temper the weapon with lightning, Master Xianxia replied. The leaving aperture ordeal is extremely ferocious and violent. Even a true leaving aperture realm cultivator would find it difficult to withstand it. Yet, he's intending to use it on a weapon that has just reached leaving aperture realm. Guild leader Qin felt that it wasn't him who had gone mad but that Xianxia. The leaving aperture ordeal was formed by lightning, and it was incomparably ferocious. Even leaving aperture realm cultivators feared it, not daring to face it head-on. Hall leader Go of the Mingshi Tang sect had long broken through to the next realm, but he didn't even dare to withstand a single strike of the thunder tribulation because he was old and weak. He felt that he couldn't withstand it, and the slightest carelessness would cause his soul to dissipate. Such a ferocious weapon was something that most people would avoid at all costs. Yet, that fellow was actually using it to temper his weapon. In other words, he was absorbing the energy of lightning into his weapon. He was too bold. The slightest carelessness could cause all of his previous efforts to go to waste, and that was nothing much. More importantly, there was a good chance that he would be unable to withstand the pressure and explode on the spot. The explosion of a leaving Aperture Realm artifact was equivalent to the self-destruction of a leaving Aperture Realm expert. If things went wrong, their entire branch could very well be wiped out. He would be completely erased from the Master-Teacher continent. Everyone, retreat quickly and lead everyone away. Unable to hold it in any longer, he hurriedly ordered. All of the 7-star weapon refiners in Qingyuan City had gathered here to listen to Master Lin Jia's lecture. If they were all killed by the explosion, it would really be over for them. Yes. Run, hurry up and go to the Mingshi Tang factory to ask for help. If we can't control the situation, it's very likely that all lives will be lost. Many of the weapon refiners also realized the danger they were in, and their faces paled as they hurriedly fled the area. Soon, the only ones left in the room were Xianxia, Master Lin Jia, Guild Leader Qin, and Chu Xiang. At this moment, Chu Xiang's face had also paled in fright, and his body was trembling uncontrollably. He hurriedly turned his gaze to Xianxia, only to see the latter standing there with his hands behind his back. Not only was there not the slightest hint of fear in his eyes, there was even a hint of excitement in his eyes. Xianxia. Gulping down a mouthful of saliva, Chu Xiang called out. There's no need to worry. It's just the leaving Aperture ordeal. Jin Yuanding should be able to survive it. Knowing what Chu Xiang was worried about, Xianxia chuckled softly. While normal tempering could still draw out the power of the black gold crystal ore, its prowess would definitely be far inferior to tempering it with lightning. By doing so, not only would he be able to fuse all of the materials together perfectly, more importantly, he would be able to infuse the entire cauldron with the power of lightning. This would give him a huge advantage over other leaving Aperture Realm experts. Gotcha. While everyone was still recovering from their shock, the first bolt of lightning struck down. It landed on Jin Yuanding's body, and it was absorbed effortlessly without causing the slightest ripple. Instead, its luster became even more dazzling, and it seemed to have become even more resilient. This? Master Lin Jia couldn't believe what he was seeing. This cauldron is a Saint Intermediate tier artifact, and it has been fused with the black gold crystal ore as well. It's not surprising that it was able to withstand the first bolt of lightning, but why is the spirit within it completely fine? Just like souls, spirits were of the Yin attribute, and they feared lightning the most. If one were to absorb the lightning into one's weapon to temper it, one's spirit would naturally be attacked, and it could very well be reduced to ashes. Yet, the spirit within the cauldron was actually completely fine. Instead, it was wriggling around in the air, as if it was a little too proud of itself. What in the world was going on? Jin Yuanding's spirit has undergone a transformation after going through the lightning tribulation once. While the lightning tribulation isn't weak, it's still unable to harm him. Seeing that Master Lin Jia was on the verge of going insane, Xianxia shook his head and explained. In order to save Xianxia, Jin Yuanding's spirit had fallen into a deep sleep due to the lightning tribulation. What he had gone through back then was far more powerful than what he had just experienced. Even if there was no one controlling a grade 8 formation, its might was still far beyond that of the leaving Aperture ordeal. It was due to this experience that Xianxia dared to use the lightning tribulation to temper the cauldron. He went through the lightning tribulation? Master Lin Jia heaved a sigh of relief. However, a worried look soon surfaced on his face. Leaving Aperture Realm is also divided into primary stage, intermediate stage, advanced stage, and pinnacle stages, and each of them corresponds to the 4 lightning tribulations. May I know what level Jin Yuanding has reached? Normally, when a leaving Aperture Realm cultivator reached primary stage, they would only have to face a single bolt of lightning. While it was difficult for them to withstand, as long as they could withstand it, their primordial spirit would be able to recover from its injuries and grow stronger. As such, it would be much easier for them to face the second tribulation in the future. From primary stage to intermediate stage, most cultivators would have to cultivate for several decades to 100 years. As such, they would have sufficient time to heal the injuries inflicted by the lightning tribulation. However, weapons were different. If one were to advance too much all of a sudden, reaching leaving aperture realm pinnacle, one would have to face 4 lightning tribulations: primary, intermediate, advanced, and pinnacle. If one were to face 4 lightning tribulations simultaneously, one's spirit would not be able to recover, and there was a good chance that one's body would crumble apart. Xianxia's smithing skills are still a little lacking. Even though his coordination with the cauldron is decent, he still hasn't reached leaving aperture realm pinnacle yet. Xianxia pondered for a moment before coming to a conclusion. While the black gold crystal ore was extremely rare, and it was highly beneficial to the forging of weapons, Jin Yuanding's materials were simply too weak. On top of that, Xianxia's smithing skills were slightly lacking as well. Even though Xianxia's guidance had not made any mistakes, reaching leaving aperture realm advanced stage was already his limit. Nevertheless, this realm was not to be underestimated. Upon reaching St. 5 Dan, every single small breakthrough was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Who knew how many people had been trapped in this realm, with the strength of a leaving aperture realm advanced stage cultivator tempered by the lightning tribulation? Even a leaving aperture realm pinnacle cultivator might not necessarily be a match for him. Putting aside the Qingyuan conferred empire, such a person could be considered one of the top experts even in the Qianchong conferred empire. Leaving aperture realm advanced stage? To undergo 3 lightning tribulations. I fear that it won't be easy. Master Lin Jia's lips twitched in worry. To reach leaving aperture realm advanced stage all of a sudden, one would have to undergo the primary, intermediate, and advanced lightning tribulations. Each of the 3 lightning tribulations was more fearsome than the previous, making it extremely difficult to overcome them. I know. Xianxia nodded. However, I believe that Jin Yuanding will be able to succeed. Overcoming 3 lightning tribulations at once was no easy feat, but only by overcoming it would one's cultivation be considered to have succeeded, and one's fighting prowess would soar. Without experiencing the storm, how could one see the rainbow? As unreliable as Jin Yuanding might seem, he was still a sentient being who had lived for innumerable years, and he had been nourished by innumerable people in the Master-Teacher Academy. Possessing the will and spirit of a master-teacher, he should be able to survive the ordeal. Otherwise, he would have died in the sea of lightning instead of falling into a deep slumber. Boom! Amidst their conversation, the second lightning tribulation descended. This time, it was even more ferocious than before. Even before it reached Xianxia, the air around him was already charred black, threatening to shatter at any moment. Kacha, the lightning tribulation struck Jin Yuanding's body, causing him to shudder. Unable to maintain his balance in the air, he fell to the ground, creating a huge crater. Even though he was in a terrible state, he still managed to hold on. Hung Long Long, at the end of the second lightning tribulation, before the other party could react, the third lightning tribulation descended. This lightning tribulation was even more powerful than the previous one. It was a deep blue lightning bolt as thick as a water jar, and it struck down on Jin Yuanding. This is bad. It's much stronger than I thought, I might not be able to withstand it. Seeing the might of the lightning tribulation, Xianxia couldn't remain as composed as before, and his face tightened. Even though he trusted Jin Yuanding deeply, the lightning tribulation before him was simply too fearsome. If it really struck him, he could very well lose his soul and spirit on the spot. Jin Yuanding, devour the earth flames and face the lightning tribulation with fire. Knowing that the other party wouldn't be able to withstand the lightning tribulation alone, Xianxia hurriedly shouted. At the same time, he flicked his wrist, and a pile of formation flags appeared in his palm. He flicked them out. So, the formation flags fell around Jin Yuanding, forming a formation to draw in the earth flames. Given the size of the lightning tribulation, it was impossible for him to withstand it head-on. Since that was the case, he would have to face it head-on, using the earth flames to face the lightning tribulation. Xiong, the formation activated, and the earth flames were immediately drawn in by the formation, forming a deep purple flame. Jin Yuanding also knew that this was a matter of life and death. He struggled to climb out of the pit, opened the lid of the cauldron, and sucked in the flames. Voila, the flames immediately entered the cauldron, forming a massive fire dragon. The fire dragon gushed out and collided with the third bolt of lightning in the sky. Boom, the earth shook, and the shockwaves from the collision of the two powerful forces scattered in all directions. In the blink of an eye, all of the blacksmith buildings in the blacksmith guild collapsed. My guild leader Qin's eyes twitched, and he burst into tears. You said that you wouldn't crash the blacksmith guild, and yet, you chose to forge a weapon. How am I supposed to answer to my ancestors in the future? Later on, there's an update, arriving at the second update. Requesting official subscription. With the disappearance of the third lightning bolt, the ominous clouds in the sky slowly dissipated, as if having accomplished their mission. Heaving a sigh of relief, Jin Yuanding slumped weakly to the ground as if a pile of mud. Having reached the leaving aperture realm, it was no longer as immobile as before. At this point, it was already capable of simple movements, such as walking, just like a human. Walking up to it, Xianxia placed his palm on its body and heaved a sigh of relief. Even though it was exhausted after undergoing 3 consecutive lightning tribulations, its spirit hadn't suffered too much damage. As long as it recuperated quietly, it should be able to make a full recovery within 3 months. Of course, if one were to use an artifact capable of recovering one's spirit, the rate of its recovery could be sped up significantly. You should return to the myriad ant hive nest and cultivate under the Bodhi Saint tree first. Xianxia instructed. The Bodhi Saint tree that he had planted in the myriad ant hive nest was extremely effective in nourishing one's soul. Since Jin Yuanding's spirit had been severely damaged, it was best to have the Bodhi Saint tree help him. Yes. Understanding his condition, Jin Yuanding nodded before disappearing from everyone's sight. Keeping the Bodhi Saint tree, Xianxia turned to Chu Xiang and said, Brother Chu, thank you for your help. These ores are your compensation. He had obtained quite a few ores from Emperor Chu Tianqing back then, and even though he had used up quite a bit of the black gold crystal stone to temper Jin Yuanding, he still had a large portion left over. Since Chu Xiang had helped him, he had to express his gratitude no matter what. There's no need for that. I have gained a deeper understanding of smithing through this experience, so I can't thank you enough for that. Chu Xiang hurriedly waved his hands. This opportunity to forge a weapon was a great tempering for him. Just this benefit alone was much more direct than the ores and treasures that he had obtained. All right then. Seeing that Chu Xiang was adamant on not accepting the ores, Xianxia couldn't be bothered to insist on it. This fellow was able to take out a concentrated high-tier spirit stone just to watch someone dance. With a single look, it was clear that he came from an extraordinary background. It was just a bunch of ores, so it was likely that they weren't that important to him. This? Guild leader Qin, I apologize for causing such a mess in the blacksmith guild. After dealing with Chu Xiang, he walked up to guild leader Qin. He had not expected such a huge explosion to occur. Initially, the other party had lent him a place to forge equipment out of goodwill, but now that the entire guild had been reduced to rubble, he felt really bad about it. Fortunately, there were no casualties. Otherwise, even 10,000 deaths would not be enough to atone for their sins. How about this? I'll ask Mingshi Tang's people to come over and help you rebuild it, he said awkwardly. I'll be troubling Xianxia then. President Qin heaved a sigh of relief. With Mingshi Tang's help, it should not take more than a day for these collapsed buildings to be restored to their original state, or even better than before. In this way, it could be considered a blessing in disguise. N. Xianxia nodded and sent a message to Wushi, asking him to send someone over. Then, he looked at Master Lin Jie again and said, I'm sorry to disturb Master Lin's lecture. Please continue. I'll take my leave now. The corner of Master Lin Jie's mouth twitched. If all of the blacksmiths are gone, who am I supposed to lecture? Besides, after seeing your exquisite smithing skills, if I were to lecture you on some low-end techniques, even if others don't look down on me, I would still be too embarrassed to speak of it. If only I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have agreed to lecture you. Mingshi Tang has such a powerful expert around, and yet, he still insisted on sending me over. Just the thought of it left me feeling stifled. Paying no heed to the two of them, Xianxia bade farewell to the crowd from the blacksmith guild. Instead of returning to Mingshi Tang, he flew out of Qingyuan city and headed for the wooden hut where the Qing Tian emperor had captured his soul previously. This place was extremely quiet and deserted, making it a perfect place to deal with Vicious. Who, with a tap of his finger, the Book of Heaven's path appeared before him. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia stretched his hand forward. Voila, the heart and finger imprinted on the Book of Heaven's path slowly floated into the air. Previously, due to his lack of strength, he had been suppressing Vicious within the Book of Heaven's path. However, he was intending to release Vicious from the Book of Heaven's path to face the lightning tribulation. In any case, Vicious had already sacrificed his soul, so there was no need for him to fear betrayal. Tzzzzzz, being released from the Book of Heaven's path was akin to being freed from its shackles. The heart and finger immediately emanated a powerful killing intent, filling the entire wooden hut. Alright, you should hurry up and assimilate the Qingtian Emperor's soul to raise your cultivation. Otherwise, I fear that you'll be the one to die if you meet the Vicious of the marshlands of the northern meadows. Seeing how this fellow still had the time to show off, Xianxia harumphed coldly. Yes. Vicious dared not waste any time. He continued devouring the Qingtian Emperor's soul. Due to the suppression of the Book of Heaven's path, the rate at which he devoured the Qingtian Emperor's soul was not too fast. However, at this moment, he was pushing his strength to its limits. Not too long later, the cries of agony grew fainter and fainter, and the Qingtian Emperor was completely devoured. Hong Long, as the Qingtian Emperor's soul was devoured, ominous clouds appeared in the sky once more. He had also summoned the leaving aperture ordeal. Unlike Jin Yuanding, even though Vicious had lost his memories, he was still an old monster who had lived for innumerable years. As fearsome as the leaving aperture ordeal was, it was not too difficult for him to overcome. Just like Jin Yuanding, he charged through the third tribulation cloud and reached leaving aperture realm advanced stage before he finally came to a stop. The Qingtian Emperor's soul was only at leaving aperture realm primary stage. While the energy that he provided was still considerable, Vicious was only able to reach leaving aperture realm advanced stage. I'll bring you to the marshlands of the northern meadows in the next 2 days to devour the Vicious. Seeing that Vicious had succeeded, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. With the protection of 2 leaving aperture realm advanced stage experts, he would be much safer. On top of that, his cultivation had also risen by leaps and bounds, reaching St. 3 Dan embryonic soul realm pinnacle. As long as the Vicious of the marshlands of the northern meadows did not exceed leaving aperture realm, he should not be in too much danger. Let's return to the Combat Master Hall. After stowing Vicious back into the Book of Heaven's path, Xianxia flew back to the Combat Master Hall. Even though only 6 to 8 hours had passed, both his combat power and his ability to stay alive had increased by several folds. At this moment, the members of the 3 Empires Combat Master Halls had already had a deep discussion with the Xianxia faction, and both sides had come to an agreement on their future development. However, Xianxia paid them no heed. Just as he was about to look for Hall Master Xing to discuss the matter regarding the expedition to the marshlands of the northern meadows, Yu Feier suddenly walked up to him. Zhangshi, Luo Qiqi has left? Xianxia was taken aback. Where did she go? This morning, she had asked him to accompany her for an entire day and teach her pill forging for 2 hours. Why would she leave in the blink of an eye? I have no idea either. Yu Feier shook her head. Did she say anything? Xianxia was perplexed. Even if he had rejected her, surely she wouldn't have left without bidding farewell? Could something have happened? She said that she had some matters to attend to at home, so she had to leave for a period of time, Yu Feier replied. She had some matters to attend to at home? When I first came to the Master Teacher Academy, I saw her recommendation letter. She was recommended here by the Baiyuan Empire, so she should be the princess of that empire. A few days ago, I heard that there was a huge commotion in the Baiyuan Empire, and many members of the royal family were killed. She should have returned to resolve the issue. Yu Feier deduced. Baiyuan Empire. Xianxia nodded. When he first met Luo Qiqi, he had indeed heard someone introduce her as the princess of some empire, but he didn't think that it would be the Baiyuan Empire. It was a Tier 1 empire, but while it was slightly stronger than the Hongyuan Empire, it was still a far cry from the Qingyuan Empire. The Baiyuan Empire is only a Tier 1 empire, so the strongest expert there is only at St. 1 Dan Pinnacle. Luo Qiqi is a Saint Tudan expert, so she should be able to resolve the issue soon. Seeing that Zhang Xian was a little worried, Yu Feier said. Zhang Xian nodded. With Luo Qiqi's recent rise in cultivation, dealing with the turmoil of an empire should be a walk in the park. Just that, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed that his students were leaving one after another. Yu Feier paused for a moment before saying, Xianxia, actually, I am intending to return to the Han Yuan Empire as well. You are leaving as well? Zhang Xian frowned. I've thought about it for several hours, and I've come to a conclusion. You're a dragon of the 9 heavens, so it's impossible for you to stay in such a small place. Only the little princess of the Luo clan is worthy of you. As for me, I'm just the princess of a Tier 1 empire, so there's no need for me to dream about it. Rather than following behind you, I might as well focus on my cultivation. Yu Feier said. She was a decisive person. Since she had made a decision, there was nothing to be hesitant about. She had only known Zhang Xian for slightly more than half a year, but she could clearly see his talent. At first, he was lower than her, but now, he was much higher than her. If this continued, the gap between them would only grow wider. Rather than following behind him every day, unable to sever his own thoughts, he might as well leave first and calm down for a period of time. This, not expecting the other party to think things through so quickly, Zhang Xian couldn't help but feel a little impressed. Nodding, he said, take care of yourself then. Even someone of his mental fortitude was unable to resolve the issue of love. In order to be together with Luozi, he had put in so much effort. Yet, in just a few hours, the other party was able to come to such a conclusion and sever her feelings for him. As long as nothing unexpected happened, she would surely be able to reach a level that her father, Yu Shenqing, had never been able to reach. Xianxia, farewell. With a light smile, Yu Feier turned around and walked out. She left swiftly and elegantly as well. It seemed like she had also seen through his determination. Rather than continuing to pester him and incur his disgust, she might as well leave him with a good impression. I know that Qiqi shares the same thoughts as me. Dealing with the affairs of the Luo clan is only one of them. More importantly, she doesn't dare to face the rejection. Since she has already left to find a way to cultivate on her own, I should speed up as well so that I won't lose out to her. After leaving the Combat Master Hall, Yu Feier glanced at the majestic hall and clenched her fists tightly. Both she and Qiqi were prideful people. It wasn't easy for them to fall in love with one another, only to be rejected by both of them. Indeed, we aren't worthy of you at the moment, but we'll work even harder so that we can reach a level where you can view us as equals. This is my, Yu Feier's, determination, as well as my pride. On the other hand, if she were to continue following behind him and accept his guidance and gifts, even if she were to grow stronger, she might not dare to harbor any other thoughts. As a 7-star master teacher, Zhang Xian was able to see through Luo Qiqi and Yu Feier's thoughts. However, since he already had someone he liked, he didn't want to get involved in other matters. While it was better to make them sad for the time being, it was better than making them sad for the rest of their lives. It was better to deal with the pain quickly rather than prolong it. He couldn't afford to hesitate in the slightest, or else he would only end up harming himself as well. After sending Yu Feier off, Zhang Xian calmed himself down before heading to Hall Master Xing. The most important thing for him at the moment was to deal with Vicious in the marshlands of the northern meadows. Otherwise, if he were to allow that fellow to wreak havoc, not just the master teachers of the Mingshi Tang Empire, he would be in grave danger as well. After all, the allure of a celestial master teacher was simply too great for the otherworldly demonic tribe. Even if the other party was trapped and unable to make a move, as long as news of the matter leaked out, he would be hunted down relentlessly. As a member of the Mingshi Tang Empire, we can't just sit idly by and do nothing. Xianxia, please bring me along as well. After hearing those words, Hall Master Xing's eyes turned resolute. The Combat Master Hall was a part of the Mingshi Tang Empire. Since an otherworldly demon dared to make a move on them, as the head of the Combat Master Hall, he couldn't shirk his responsibility. All right. You can choose 2 people to accompany me, but there's no need for too many of them. Otherwise, we could easily draw attention to ourselves. If the other party makes preparations in advance, it will be difficult for us to kill him. Zhang Xian pondered for a moment before replying. Vicious was an existence who had once fought with Xianxia. If news of the matter were to leak, the other party could very well lose his life. I understand. Understanding the severity of the matter, Hall Master Xing nodded before leaving in a hurry. Soon, the Soul Hall's Hall Master Liao and the Inner Breath Hall's Hall Master Wei arrived. They were the first to start cultivating the Vitreous Heart Tempering Sutra, so their state of mind is the most stable. If the other party is really a soul oracle who specializes in soul attacks, the two of them are the best candidates for the job, Hall Master Xing said. Xianxia nodded. Soul oracles specialized in soul attacks and creating all kinds of illusions. As long as one's soul depth was high enough, they would be much safer. There was no doubt that Division Head Liao was the head of the Heart Division. On the other hand, Division Head Wei was the first person to come in contact with the Vitreous Heart Tempering Sutra, and he had been cultivating it for a period of time. There was no doubt that he had made significant progress in his cultivation as well. On top of that, the two of them were second only to Hall Master Xing in terms of strength, so they were indeed the best candidates to deal with Xianxia. This trip, you will most likely die. It is very likely that you will not be able to return. You must think carefully. Xianxia looked over with a solemn expression. We know. The purpose of establishing the Combat Master Hall is to resolve all of the threats that lurk in the otherworldly demonic tribe. It's an honor to die for mankind. Division Head Wei and Division Head Liao did not hesitate in the slightest. Alright, let's go to Mingshi Tang now and meet up with Wushi and the others. Seeing how resolute they were, Xianxia could tell that this was the spirit that the Combat Master Hall had nurtured over the years. Without any hesitation, he led the way to Mingshi Tang. At this moment, Wushi had already gathered his men. There were 3 loyal 7-star pinnacle elders, and one of them was actually an old acquaintance of his. Zhang Jiuxiao. Jiuxiao has been to the marshlands of the Northern Meadows and entered the Ghost Cavern personally. I think that the Qing Tian Emperor's hiding place is very likely to be related to the Ghost Cavern, so it would be more appropriate to have him lead the way, Wushi said. This, Xianxia was taken aback for a moment before nodding in agreement. There was not much information regarding Vicious in the Qing Tian Emperor's memories, and it was not too detailed either. It was not that Xianxia's soul-searching ability was lacking, but since Vicious was a soul oracle, he would know how to erase his memories and avoid danger. As such, the memories in the Qing Tian Emperor's head were incomplete. Since Zhang Jiuxiao had been to the Ghost Cavern before, it would be much easier to have him lead the way. Xianxia, even though we have our differences, I won't back down from this matter. That's because I am a master teacher. Zhang Jiuxiao said resolutely. Indeed, we are both master teachers. Not expecting Zhang Jiuxiao to have such thoughts, Xianxia was a little surprised. Previously, due to Luo Ruoxin's matter, he had thought that the Zhang clan was a tyrannical and unreasonable clan that didn't care about the feelings of others. However, after seeing Zhang Jiuxiao's attitude, he couldn't help but change his view of the Zhang clan. Just as Xianxia was deep in thought, the young man before him suddenly raised his eyebrows and said with an unshakable expression, "Furthermore, I intend to surpass you and let you know that I, Zhang Jiuxiao, am the true genius." Surpass me? Not expecting Zhang Jiuxiao to have such thoughts, Xianxia shook his head helplessly. As long as you are happy, surpass him. There might be other geniuses in the world who were stronger than him, but it was definitely not the young man before him. Regardless of whether it was his soul depth, cultivation, supporting occupations. Forget it, there was no point thinking about it anymore. Surpassing him was something that he could only dream about, or else he might just lose all confidence in himself. Since everyone is here, let's set off. Without any hesitation, Wushi summoned the highest-tier aerial saint beast of the Mingshi Tang, and the group leaped onto it. Following which, they swiftly made their way to the marshlands of the Northern Meadows. The marshlands of the Northern Meadows was located north of Northern Meadows City, and it was roughly 1,000,000 li away from Qingyuan City. Even though the aerial saint beast of the Mingshi Tang had reached primordial spirit realm pinnacle, it would still take at least 5 to 6 days to reach the marshlands of the Northern Meadows. I have some pills here that I have specially concocted before we came here. Once we reach the marshlands of the Northern Meadows, consume them. They will be able to neutralize all kinds of poisons and prevent soul oracles from possessing one's body. Standing in the wooden hut on the back of the aerial saint beast, Xianxia took out a few pills and passed them over. Including him, there were a total of 9 people heading to the marshlands of the northern meadows. Even though they were all top-notch existences in Qingyuan City, they still had to make some preparations to deal with an old monster like Vicious. Yes. The group took the pills and carefully placed them away. The collaborative formation of the Combat Master Hall is not too bad. It allows you to combine the formations as you please, but there are still quite a few flaws. I have just made some improvements to it and recorded the method to coordinate the formations. You can take a look at it and learn from it. Xianxia took out a book and passed it over. The Combat Master Hall and the Mingshi Tang both had their own collaborative formation. To others, it might have been a formidable formation, but to Xianxia, it was riddled with flaws, and he couldn't stand it anymore. Thus, he decided to make some improvements to it. You are making improvements to the Combat Master Hall's collaborative formation? Hall Master Xing, Division Head Liao, and the others quickly turned their gazes over, and their faces reddened in agitation. He had thought that the formations of their Combat Master Hall had already reached a level where it was impossible to alter them after so many years of tempering. Who could have thought that it would still be so much weaker than the formations that Xianxia had modified? Soon, they finished browsing through the formation. After browsing through the modified formation, Zhang Jiuxiao's face alternated between redness and paleness. After some time, he finally shook his head. There was no way he could match up to the young man before him in the field of formations. He could only try to surpass him in other areas. No matter how formidable a genius is, there's bound to be flaws. Zhang Jiuxiao is bound to have them as well. As long as I can get along with him, I should be able to find them. Suppressing the stifled feeling in his heart, Zhang Jiuxiao heaved a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to begin studying the formation, Xianxia suddenly turned to him and said, "Brother Zhang, you are a member of the Zhang family. I happen to have a question for you, Xianxia, feel free to speak." Xianxia paused for a moment before asking, "It's like this. I heard that there's an unparalleled genius in the Zhang family who possesses an exceptionally pure bloodline. May I know if that's true? Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated." Since the young man before him was a member of the Zhang family, it would be best for him to find out more about the genius of the Zhang family so that he could make some preparations in advance. I belong to the side family of the Zhang family, so I'm only qualified to be listed in the records of the side family. I'm not qualified to enter the core residence. You must be referring to the young master of the Zhang family, right? I've heard that he's 20 this year, and his talent is unparalleled. Even if he isn't the #1 genius back then, he's not far from it. Zhang Jiuxiao hesitated for a moment before adding, "However, I've never seen him before." The matter regarding the young master of the Zhang family had caused a huge uproar when he was born, so it wasn't a secret at all. You've never seen him before? Indeed. He's one of the core members of the Zhang family, and it's rare for side family members like us to meet one. Zhang Jiuxiao nodded. I heard that your young master is engaged to the little princess of the Luo clan. May I know if that's true? Xianxia asked. That. I'm not too sure about that. The core members of the Zhang family are forbidden from asking about it, and we aren't allowed to speak about it either. Zhang Jiuxiao replied. Then, how are the core members of the Zhang family compared to you? Xianxia asked. Me? We're nothing more than ants standing before a divine dragon. There's no way we can compare. Zhang Jiuxiao said with a bitter smile. Putting everything aside, Xianxia, your talent is already extremely high. Throughout the history of the Qingyuan Empire, there might not have been anyone who could match you. But compared to the core members of the Zhang family, you're still far too lacking. Even I'm far too lacking? Xianxia frowned in disbelief. While his cultivation of the Heaven's Path divine art couldn't be said to be fast, it wasn't slow either. Could there be someone who was even more talented than him? Indeed. Xianxia, there's no need to doubt it. As long as the core members of the Zhang family awaken their bloodline, they will be able to easily reach primordial spirit realm and push for a breakthrough to leaving aperture realm or even higher. It's not something that we can hope to achieve with our current strength. Zhang Jiuxiao said with a bitter smile. There was no way to compare one's talent. It was just like how the otherworldly demons were born with the strength of a transcendent mortal. Many of the core members of the Xiang family were able to reach an extremely high realm just by awakening their bloodline. Awakening their bloodline? The purer the bloodline of the sage clans is, the greater their strength will be when they awaken their bloodline? Indeed. This is somewhat similar to spirit beasts. The closer one's bloodline is to that of an ancient beast, the greater their strength will be. This is also the main reason why the sage clans have been able to survive for several dozen millenniums. Zhang Jiuxiao nodded. Does that mean that your bloodline isn't pure? I'm only from the side family, so naturally, the purity of my bloodline is far inferior to that of the sage clans. Zhang Jiuxiao replied awkwardly. Since bloodline is so important, is there any way to purify one's bloodline or raise the grade of one's bloodline? Xianxia asked. Raising one's bloodline? How is that possible? Zhang Jiuxiao shook his head. The bloodline of a sage clan is determined at birth. In fact, most of the core members of a sage clan are already determined even before they are born. Just like unique constitutions, it is innate. Is it really possible to alter a person's constitution through external means? This? Xianxia hesitated for a moment before nodding. As he had never come into contact with sage clans before, there were many things that he was unaware of. However, there were two students who possessed unique constitutions. Xiaoye and Wei Ruyan possessed the purine body and innate poison body respectively. It was indeed impossible for them to cultivate their unique constitutions. It was just like how an earthworm could never become a divine dragon no matter how hard it tried. There was no way to bridge the gap between them. Otherwise, he would have long upgraded Xingyang, Lu Yang, Sun Chang, and the others to their unique bloodlines and raised their cultivation swiftly. It seems like I was thinking too simply, Zhang Jiuxiao shook his head. Ever since he had the experience of raising the bloodline of spirit beasts, he had thought that it would be possible for sage clans to do the same as well, but from the looks of it now, it seemed like he had been too naive. While the bloodline of a sage clan allows one to cultivate swiftly, there is a flaw to it as well, and that is, it is extremely difficult for one to surpass their ancestors. For this reason, the sage clans have only been able to guard their foundations for the past several dozen millenniums. It is extremely difficult for them to reach greater heights. Zhang Jiuxiao continued. There were pros and cons to everything. Possessing a pure bloodline and possessing high talent would allow one to advance one's cultivation swiftly in the early stages. However, it would be extremely difficult for one to surpass their ancestors' realm. This was similar to an empire. It would be extremely difficult for one's descendants to surpass the founding emperor. After asking a few more questions, Zhang Jiuxiao revealed everything that he could, leaving out the things that he could not reveal. Knowing that sage clans had their own rules, Xianxia chose not to pry too much into it. Even though Zhang Jiuxiao didn't reveal any important information, through their conversation, he had learned that there was indeed an engagement between the Zhang family and the Luo clan. On top of that, the genius of the Zhang family was just as Musher had said, an extremely mysterious figure. He had only heard of such a person, but not even his shadow had been seen. However, based on Zhang Jiuxiao's deduction, even though the young man before him was only 20, his cultivation had already reached Saint 7 Dan at the very least. He hadn't seen this person before, but he had seen the other core disciples. One of them had a very high-grade bloodline, and he wasn't even 30 years old yet. Even though his bloodline was of a lower grade than his, he was still so powerful. Needless to say, that young master must be even more terrifying. Saint 7 Dan, Xianxia felt a strong pressure in his heart. Luo Qingxin was an expert of this level. With just a thought, without even using a martial technique, Xiaoqin could suppress Xiaoqin, leaving him unable to resist at all. The difference between them was so great that it could not be measured. From the Saint realm to the primordial spirit realm, I have to pay a huge price for every small advancement. Looks like I'll have to work even harder if I want to marry Lozozi. He clenched his fists. Beyond Saint 4 Dan, every single advancement would have a higher demand on one's talent and spiritual energy. Regardless of whether the young master of the Zhang clan had shown himself or not, if he didn't make full use of his time, he wouldn't be a match for him. If he couldn't even defeat his love rival, how could he possibly win Lozozi back? Time to cultivate. Feeling the pressure weighing down on him, Xianxia spent the next few days either cultivating or digesting the books in the library of Heaven's Path. Not only did his cultivation grow stronger, his comprehension of battle techniques had also deepened. This was especially so after studying the heavenly art of dimension unravel that ancient sage Qiu Wu had left behind. His comprehension of spatial laws had grown even more profound. Even though he was only at embryonic soul realm, he was already capable of executing the spatial shackles that leaving aperture realm experts were capable of. Once executed, anyone within a radius of 5 meters would feel as if they had fallen into a swamp. Be it their speed or offense, they would be significantly reduced. In such an environment, even Hall Master Xing would be able to crush them with a single finger, needless to say, Wuxia and the others. This is due to my embryonic soul and Jinqi cultivation being too strong. My comprehension of spatial laws is still too weak. I'm still some way off from reaching Tu Dan. Knowing where his flaws lay, Xianxia did not get complacent. The heavenly art of dimension unravel was divided into 5 dan. Even though he had already reached 1 dan pinnacle, he was still a long way off from reaching Tu Dan. 6 days later, the Saint Beast stopped in the sky above a massive city. Xianxia, this is the Northern Meadow City, also known as the Ji City. Of the many cities in Qingyuan Empire, it can be considered one of the top cities. Wuxia said as he gestured. Lowering his head, Xianxia saw a massive city shrouded in white clouds. Innumerable towering buildings could be seen towering in the distance, stretching as far as the eye could see. It was indeed a massive city. Even if it could not match up to Qingyuan City, it was still much more majestic than places like Hongyuan City. The marshlands of the Northern Meadows is an extremely dangerous place. Not only is it difficult to traverse on the ground, the air is also extremely ethereal. If we wish to enter, we'll have to find a guide who is familiar with the terrain. Otherwise, even if we aren't weak, we might just end up being devoured by nature. Wuxia explained. Xianxia nodded. Through his books, he had gained a deeper understanding of the marshlands of the Northern Meadows. Just as Xianxia had said, it was extremely bizarre. Even primordial spirit realm experts were unable to fly, so they could only walk on the ground obediently. Without a good guide to lead the way, there was a good chance that they might fall into a trap left behind by a hunter, be surrounded by some unique saint beasts, or even fall into a nest filled with venomous insects. Given the group's strength, while these were not much of a problem, it would still delay their journey. In fact, they might even leave some traces behind, allowing Vicious to take precautions against them. The head of the Northern Meadow City's Mingshi Tang Pavilion, Ji Tianxiong, is a good friend of mine. I have already sent him a message earlier, and he should be arriving very soon. By then, I'll have him lead the way for us. Wuxia said. I've heard of Ji Tianxiong before. He once stayed in our Combat Master Hall for a period of time, and he possesses formidable strength. Pavilion Master Liao interjected. Indeed. His glacial Jinqi coupled with his finger of glacial frost allows him to freeze water, making it extremely useful in a marsh. With him leading the way, we won't have to be so passive even if we encounter any danger, Wuxia replied with a nod. He had great confidence in his good friend. While they were speaking, the Saint Beasts had already arrived in the sky above the Northern Meadow City. Following which, they saw an old man flying over. Xianxia took a closer look at the old man, and he appeared to be in his 50s. He had a pair of eyes reminiscent of an eagle's, brimming with vigor and vigor. His cultivation was at primordial spirit realm pinnacle, and there seemed to be a mountain of ice lying dormant around him. With a single look, it was clear that he cultivated an ice attribute cultivation technique. Upon seeing the old man, Wuxia hurriedly greeted him. After the old man entered the wooden hut, he introduced him to the crowd. This is the head of the Northern Meadow City's Mingshi Tang Pavilion, Ji Tianxiong. This is Xianxia, the head of the Combat Master Hall. Hall Master Xing Xianxia introduced the others as well. Upon hearing that it was Xianxia, Jisha immediately bowed respectfully. Ji Tianxiong pays respect to Xianxia. Even though the Northern Meadow City was millions of li away from Qingyuan City, they had still heard of Xianxia's pavilion crashing. Just the fact that he had single-handedly challenged the entire Mingshi Tang Pavilion and stood at the very peak of the Northern Meadow City was enough to make him worthy of respect. There's no need to stand on ceremony, Xianxia replied with a smile. I believe that Wuxia has already explained the situation to you. Wuxia has already told me about it. Jishir nodded. That's good. We intend to enter the depths of the marshland in search of the ghost cavern, so I'll need Jishir's help to lead the way, Xianxia said. The ghost cavern is an extremely bizarre place. It isn't located in a fixed location, and there are some people who might not be able to find it even if they were to find it. Through my experience, I can only roughly determine its location, but I can't say for sure whether I'll be able to enter it or not. Jishir said. While the ghost cavern was located in the marshlands of the northern meadows, it wasn't a fixed location. All you need to do is to lead us to its location. Zhang Jiuxiao, Xianxia, has entered the ghost cavern before. Perhaps you might be able to find it, Xianxia said with a smile. All right. Jishir nodded. The ghost cavern was a place that could temper one's state of mind. Every year, there would be many master teachers who would venture into the ghost cavern to try their luck. Some would succeed, but others would vanish without a trace. While Zhang Jiuxiao had been there once, he had been led there by someone. Just like the desert, the marshlands had undergone great changes. Even if he were to return to the ghost cavern again, he would still need someone to lead the way. However, if he could find the exact location of the ghost cavern, there was a good chance that he might be able to enter the ghost cavern successfully. After flying for so many days, do you all want to head over to Mingshi Tang to rest for a while? There's no need for that. Let's hurry over. Otherwise, I fear that even more master teachers will fall into the hands of the ghost cavern. Xianxia waved his hands. Every day that they were delayed meant an additional layer of danger. As cultivators, they could cultivate as a substitute for sleeping, so they didn't feel tired at all. Alright, let's set off then. Jishir instructed the aerial Saint Beast to find the right direction and head straight ahead. The marshlands of the northern meadows were located to the north of the G city. After flying for roughly 2 hours, the crowd saw a pitch-black swamp that seemed to be connected to the heavens. Let's alight here. The air currents in the swamp ahead are extremely chaotic, and there are many unique auras around it. The slightest carelessness could cause one to fall into the swamp, and it would be difficult for one to escape. If we wish to enter the swamp, we'll have to walk. After flying for a while longer, Jishir instructed the aerial Saint Beast to land on the ground. The marshlands of the northern meadows weren't just filled with man-eating swamps. There were also unique auras in the air as well, and the slightest carelessness could easily lead to one's death. Alighting from the back of the aerial Saint Beast, the crowd took a closer look at the swamp. The swamp was filled with scarlet plants that resembled lotus leaves. They were laid flat on the ground, and they extended toward the depths of the swamp. These are known as man-eating lotuses. They might look beautiful, but they are extremely dangerous. Even some transcendent mortal experts would find it hard to escape once caught by them. After introducing the plants, Jishir picked up a small rock and tossed it toward the lotus leaf. Voila! As soon as the rock came into contact with the lotus leaf, it was immediately enveloped by the lotus leaf and crushed into smithereens, as if devoured by a unique force. This, Xianxia's eyebrows shot up. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that such a plant existed in the world. Just as Jishir had said, even an ordinary transcendent mortal expert would find it hard to escape from the devouring of the man-eating lotus. If the man-eating lotus were to be planted in the residence, it would be difficult for any ordinary cultivator to enter. Other than the man-eating lotus, there are also some unique venomous bugs that live beneath the swamp. Once bitten, one will be paralyzed on the spot, unable to exert any strength. Eventually, they will sink into the swamp, turning into piles of bones. Every year, more than 100,000 master teachers and cultivators die here. This is also the reason why the swamp has been labeled as a forbidden zone, forbidding cultivators from venturing here. As Jishir spoke, he took out a piece of cooked meat from his storage ring and tossed it into the swamp. The cooked meat floated on the surface of the swamp, and a moment later, some black-shelled bugs crawled out from the mud and bit down on it. In the blink of an eye, the meat was reduced to a puddle, as if it had been corroded by a powerful acid. Upon seeing this sight, everyone's complexion turned awful. They knew that the swamp would be a dangerous place, but they didn't think that it would be to such an extent. Even as primordial spirit realm experts, they still couldn't help but feel a chill running down their spines. However, there's no need to worry too much. No matter how dangerous a land of death is, there will always be signs of life. There are some exposed areas in the swamp that are connected to one another, reminiscent of a floating bridge. As long as we can find these areas, we'll be able to proceed forward. Jisher chuckled. With a leap, he leaped 10 meters forward and arrived at a sturdy spot in the swamp. Everyone, follow closely behind me. Don't make a mistake or get left behind. After saying those words, he continued leaping forward. In just a few leaps, he was already several hundred meters away. Taking a closer look, Xianxia noticed that the area where he landed was slightly different from the rest. There was a slight hint of green in it, and even though there wasn't any vegetation around, it felt as if it was brimming with life. It's very unlikely that these areas were formed naturally. Most likely, they were constructed by someone. Xianxia wasn't too sure how the swamp was formed, but once it was formed, it was bound to cause the entire area to collapse. For there to be a spot several dozen meters wide enough for a person to stand on, there was a high chance that it was man-made. Let's go. Deciding not to dwell on this issue, Xianxia had the aerial Saint Beast wait on the spot while Xianxia and the others followed closely behind. All of them were Saint Realm experts, so they had powerful memories. Even though the other party had only walked once, they had already memorized the exact location of the other party. Thus, they were able to follow the other party's footsteps without any deviation. Jisher, I heard that there are Saint Beasts here. May I know how they survive here? It was already so troublesome for them to enter this place. How did the sacred beast survive? If you walk deeper into the swamp, you'll find some landmasses. Even the largest of them is only several kilometers in diameter. Due to the unique environment, there are some spirit herbs and unique ores that can be found there. Many saint beasts will claim the land as their king in order to improve themselves, and they'll fight or even kill the cultivators who venture into the swamp. Jisher introduced, Look, there's one right ahead. Everyone looked over, and sure enough, they saw a piece of land not far away. It was lush green, just like an isolated island in the sea. There were all kinds of plants growing on it, and there were even many birds living on it. Advancing swiftly, Xianxia walked for roughly 10 minutes before arriving at the entrance. This piece of land was about 500 meters in diameter. There was a small hill that floated above the swamp like an upside-down turtle shell. Everyone descended from the sky. Let's hurry up and get to the center of the swamp before nightfall. Otherwise, the swamp will be even more dangerous at night. Seeing that the group was intending to wander around the land out of curiosity, Jisher said. Taking a look at the sun, Xianxia instructed, Let's go. Even though it was still some time before nightfall, the swamp was simply too vast, and they were unable to fly. It would take them at least 4 hours to reach the center of the swamp. With Jisher leading the way, the group was indeed much safer. They took a detour around the lands where Saint Beasts resided, avoiding the dangerous areas in advance. After walking for nearly 4 hours, they finally arrived at the depths of the swamp. Along the way, they encountered a few groups of cultivators who took the initiative to avoid them. In order to conceal their identities, even though they weren't wearing their master-teacher robes, their strength was still apparent. In the city, with Mingshi Tang watching over it, no one dared to act rashly. However, in the swamp, there were many cases of cultivators killing one another for their treasures. As long as a corpse was tossed into the swamp, not even a master-teacher would be able to find it easily. The island ahead is the center of the swamp. If we wish to find the ghost cavern, we'll have to come here first. After that, we'll have to find a way to search the area bit by bit. Even I don't have a better idea. After walking for another hour, when the sun was already setting, Jisher pointed forward and said. Following the direction of his finger, the group saw a massive island with a diameter of 7 to 8 kilometers. A towering mountain stood at the center of the island, and all kinds of plants grew densely around it. From afar, it looked like a city. Let's head over. Following closely behind Jisher, the group soon arrived at the island. It was no different from the land outside. In fact, the spiritual chi here was even denser, giving people a comfortable feeling. It's no wonder there are saint beasts living here, unwilling to leave. Cultivating here will indeed allow one to achieve twice the results with half the effort. Xianxia nodded. This place was rich in spiritual energy, making it a natural cultivation paradise. If one were to cultivate here, the rate at which one could advance one's cultivation would surely far surpass that of the outside world. It was likely that many saint beasts had discovered this secret as well. Despite knowing how dangerous it was, they still chose to stay here. Let's rest here for the night and continue looking for the ghost cavern. At night, the venomous insects in the swamp will crawl out, and we'll be in grave danger if we were to encounter them. Flicking his wrist, Jisher took out some high-tier saint beast urine and sprinkled it around the area. This was to warn the venomous insects and beasts not to approach the swamp. Along the way, the group began to feel the fearsomeness of the swamp. Without any hesitation, they took out the items that they had prepared beforehand. Fine wine, roasted meat, and a sumptuous meal. After dinner, Xianxia didn't rest. Instead, he sat on the floor and continued cultivating. His heaven's path Xianxia flowed through his body, nourishing his embryonic soul so that it could evolve as quickly as possible. After cultivating the quintuple incandescence golden body to perfection, Xianxia had compiled the cultivation techniques of Mingshi Tang's defense hall into the heaven's path golden body, and the effects were not too bad. At this moment, even if his physical body wasn't on par with Jin Yuanding's, it wasn't too far off. After cultivating for an unknown period of time, Xianxia suddenly felt a surge of energy not too far away. Turning his head over, he saw Hall Master Xing's face reddening, seemingly having difficulty suppressing the energy within his body. What's wrong? Xianxia walked up to Hall Master Xing. The others also awoke from their cultivation, and they quickly gathered around Hall Master Xing. Xianxia, I might be facing the leaving aperture ordeal soon. Hall Master Xing said. Xianxia frowned. Hall Master Xing's primordial spirit had been damaged, but with his help, he had managed to recover it, allowing him to swiftly achieve a breakthrough to quasi-leaving aperture realm. Under normal circumstances, as long as he willed it, he would be able to trigger the leaving aperture ordeal at any time and become a true leaving aperture realm expert. What's going on? Xianxia asked. I'm not too sure either. I just cultivated for a moment, and I suddenly felt my primordial spirit reaching its peak state. I tried to suppress it, but I was unable to do so. With a reddened face, Hall Master Xing exuded his Xianxia through his pores. Following which, ominous clouds gathered overhead, signifying the arrival of the leaving aperture ordeal. There's no need to panic. It's just a leaving aperture ordeal. With your strength, you should be able to overcome it easily. Xianxia said with a smile as he gestured for the crowd to leave the area of the leaving aperture ordeal. As the head of the Combat Master Hall, he possessed incredible fighting prowess. Even though the leaving aperture ordeal was a little sudden, it shouldn't be too difficult for him to overcome it. Hong Long, right after Hall Master Xing said those words, a bolt of lightning suddenly fell from the sky. Hula, with a thought, Hall Master Xing drew his primordial spirit out of his physical body and headed straight for the lightning. Tzzzzzz. As soon as the primordial spirit came into contact with the lightning, it shrank rapidly, as if it was suffering from unbearable torture. Xianxia frowned. The leaving aperture ordeal is incomparably dangerous. Shouldn't one overcome it with one's physical body? Why would Hall Master Xing draw his primordial spirit out to welcome it? That is too dangerous. Wuxia was also a little incredulous. Under normal circumstances, in order to overcome the leaving aperture ordeal, most cultivators would use their physical body to resist a portion of the lightning while allowing their primordial spirit to absorb the rest. Yet, Hall Master Xing actually drew his primordial spirit out to welcome the lightning. That was no different from courting death. It seems like he's not in control. Activating his eye of insight, Xianxia's face darkened. Not in control? The crowd was perplexed. It seems like a soul oracle has made a move on him. Knowing that he's about to make a breakthrough, he drew his primordial spirit out to use the power of lightning to get rid of him first. Or perhaps, he wants us to expend our strength in order to protect him. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. Soul Oracle? We have been discovered? The faces of Wuxia and the others darkened. They had changed out of their master-teacher robes and rushed over without any hesitation. The reason they had come here was to find the teacher of the Qingtian Emperor before the latter noticed them. Who could have thought that they would be the first to fall for the other party's trap? That should be the case, Xianxia nodded. Turning his gaze back to the sky, he saw that Hall Master Xing's primordial spirit was growing weaker and weaker, and it seemed like it would dissipate at any moment. As powerful as Hall Master Xing was, his primordial spirit had been damaged in the past. On top of that, he had not been prepared for the leaving aperture ordeal. At this rate, Hall Master Xing might really die. Division Head Wei and Division Head Liao exclaimed anxiously. As friends who had known one another for several centuries, they couldn't bear to watch as their good friend was zapped to death by the lightning. Xianxia, do you have a way to save him? The two of them turned their gazes over. If there was anyone here who could save Hall Master Xing, it could only be the young man before them. Don't worry. Even if the duo didn't say anything, Xianxia would still make a move. Without any hesitation, he activated his Eye of Insight and scanned the area before him. Through the Eye of Insight, Xianxia could see that Hall Master Xing's primordial spirit was on the verge of dissipating at any moment. There are many people who have reached quasi-leaving aperture realm, but they fear the might of the lightning tribulation. Take Hall Master Go for example. Even though he has already reached leaving aperture realm, he still doesn't dare to summon the lightning tribulation. It's likely that Hall Master Xing's primordial spirit was controlled by a soul oracle, resulting in his current situation. Xianxia's frown deepened. It's impossible to stop Hall Master Xing's primordial spirit from entering the lightning tribulation. If he were to forcefully stop it, the lightning tribulation would only grow stronger and stronger. Jisher shook his head. Even though he was only a primordial spirit realm pinnacle cultivator, he still knew a thing or two about the leaving aperture realm and the leaving aperture ordeal. This was the judgment of the heavens upon the strong. Cheating would only result in greater backlash. Indeed. This is indeed a little troublesome. Xianxia nodded. One could only overcome the lightning tribulation by themselves. If others were to interfere, it would only intensify until it reached an uncontrollable level. It was just like how Lozozi didn't intervene when he faced the Saint Ascension ordeal back then. If he were to intervene, he would have at least dozens of ways to neutralize the lightning tribulation. However, if he couldn't interfere, that would be troublesome. But if we don't think of a solution soon, Hall Master Xing won't be able to hold on for much longer. Division Head Liao said anxiously. Xianxia flicked his wrist, and a book appeared in his library of Heaven's Path. He flipped it open. A moment later, he exhaled deeply and turned to Wuxia. You're the only one who can save him. Me? Wuxia was taken aback. Without explaining anything, Xianxia turned to the crowd and asked, do any of you have an origin spirit pill? I have one. Division Head Liao stepped forward and passed a jade bottle over. Consume this pill. With a flick of his wrist, Xianxia tossed the origin spirit pill over. Catching the pill, Wuxia's eyebrows shot up. It was a grade 7 pill, and it was one that harnessed spiritual energy to replenish one's stamina. Even though he had reached half-leaving aperture realm, if he were to consume it without sustaining any injuries or xinqi, the slightest carelessness could very well result in his body exploding. There's no time to explain. Hurry up. Division Head Liao's hesitation, Xianxia's face darkened. Yes. Knowing that the young man before him possessed unimaginable strength, Wuxia dared not waste his breath. He uncorked the bottle and swallowed the pill. In the blink of an eye, he felt a burst of heat in his body. The violent energy was restless, as if it was going to burst his entire body. There are several flaws in the cultivation technique you practice. As long as you correct these flaws, you will be able to achieve a breakthrough successfully. Xianxia's voice sounded like a heavenly melody, exploding right beside his ears. Before Wuxia could react, he felt the xinqi in his body slowly flowing under the control of the other party's words. Impartation of heaven's will. Is Xianxia intending to have me repair the flaws and achieve a breakthrough to leaving aperture realm? Xianxia narrowed his eyes. Consuming a pill and explaining the flaws in his primordial spirit. No matter how foolish he was, it was impossible for him to not understand what was going on. Just as Xianxia was at a loss for what to do, he suddenly felt his xinqi gathering the spiritual energy from the primary spirit pill in his body. Rumble, in less than 3 minutes, he had reached the limit of what his body could bear. A primordial spirit that was identical to him drilled out of his glabella and floated in the air. Go over. Xianxian's eyebrows shot up as he pushed his palm forward. Before Wuxia could react, his primordial spirit, which had just left his glabella, had already charged right into the lightning tribulation. Wuxia's body trembled in fear, and he nearly fainted on the spot. He had only just reached leaving aperture realm, and he hadn't even had the time to reinforce his cultivation yet. Yet, he was already being pushed over. Did Xianxia think that Hall Master Xing wouldn't be able to survive alone, so he wanted to bring him along? Hurry up and pull Hall Master Xing's primordial spirit into his body. Seeing that Wuxia was still in a daze in the air, Xianxian bellowed. Pull it back? Wuxia was taken aback. It was only at this moment that he realized that even though he had entered the lightning tribulation, he hadn't been struck by the lightning tribulation. Heaving a sigh of relief, he hurriedly reached out and pulled Hall Master Xing's primordial spirit back. Then, he pressed down on it. Voila, Hall Master Xing's primordial spirit flew straight into his body. With the nourishment of Hall Master Xing's primordial spirit, Hall Master Xing's primordial spirit immediately felt much safer. As powerful as the lightning tribulation was, it was unable to do anything to him for the time being. What is going on? Aren't we supposed to interfere with the lightning tribulation? Witnessing this scene, everyone was filled with shock. All of them widened their eyes in disbelief. Under normal circumstances, one shouldn't interfere with the lightning tribulation, so how could Wuxia's primordial spirit be fine? Who said that it's fine? It's already here. Xianxian shook his head grimly. Everyone hurriedly turned their gazes over, and they saw that the lightning clouds in the sky were growing stronger and stronger. They were already on the verge of dissipating, but at this moment, they were gathering once more. Wuxia has only just reached quasi-leaving aperture realm, so it's impossible for him to attract the lightning tribulation. Thus, he was able to successfully save Hall Master Xing's primordial spirit. However, this time around, he was discovered by the lightning tribulation, and he's going to face the leaving aperture ordeal as well. Xianxian said. He's going to face the leaving aperture ordeal as well? Everyone staggered in shock. What was the difference between this and not saving Hall Master Xing at all? He had just saved one, but he was putting the other in danger. If things went wrong, he might even be struck to death. Wuxia, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and return to your body. Paying no heed to the shock of the crowd, Xianxian bellowed. Yes. Wuxia also noticed that he was attracted by the lightning tribulation, and his body trembled in fear. He quickly returned to his body and returned to it. Xianxia, what should I do? Xianxian asked anxiously. The lightning tribulation only gathered because it sensed your aura. Most of the lightning tribulation has already been absorbed by Hall Master Xing. As long as you don't draw your consciousness out, you should be able to withstand it. Xianxian walked up to Hall Master Xing and patted his body a few times. In order to save Hall Master Xing, Wuxia only managed to gather the lightning tribulation once more. However, after the previous lightning tribulation, most of the lightning tribulation had already been absorbed by Hall Master Xing. Thus, it was unlikely that the might of the lightning tribulation would be too great. Even though Wuxia had just achieved a breakthrough to quasi-leaving aperture realm, he had just consumed a spirit-reinforcing pill, and his primordial spirit had been mended. Even if he hadn't cultivated the simplified Heaven's Path divine art yet, he should still be able to withstand the lightning tribulation with his physical body. Most of the lightning tribulation has been absorbed by Hall Master Xing? That's good. Hearing Xianxian's explanation, Wuxia heaved a sigh of relief. Just as he was feeling relieved, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck down on his head. Voila, his hair stood on end, and his primordial spirit nearly exploded into smithereens. You mean that most of the lightning tribulation has been absorbed? Why does it feel like the lightning tribulation is even stronger than before? Wuxia's vision darkened, and he nearly fainted. Wasn't the lightning tribulation absorbed by Hall Master Xing? How could it still be so powerful? Just as Xianxian was at a loss as to what to do, the young man beside him suddenly said apologetically, "My apologies, I miscalculated. It seems like the lightning tribulation has become even stronger due to your participation. However, don't worry. I believe in your strength. You should be able to overcome it easily." Wuxia. He had thought that the young man before him was trustworthy, but who could have thought that he would be so unreliable, yet, you sent me over without verifying my identity. How can I possibly withstand it?" Just as Xianxia was at a loss as to what to do, he suddenly felt more and more lightning tribulation accumulating in his body. Voila, the lightning tribulation exploded within his body, and his primordial spirit sustained severe injuries under the impact of the lightning tribulation. At the same time, his physical body was also torn apart, and blood was seeping out from the corners of his lips. It seemed like he would succumb to the lightning tribulation at any moment. "It's over," Wusher's face darkened in despair. He had just achieved a breakthrough, and he hadn't even reinforced his cultivation yet. Yet, he was already facing the leaving aperture ordeal. Tzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. Just as Xianxia thought that his primordial spirit would be destroyed by the lightning tribulation once more, he suddenly felt a surge of Xianxia gushing out from his body, and his injuries healed at a visible rate. This surge of Xianxia harnessed the might of the heavens, and it was extremely pure. Even the injuries to his primordial spirit could be healed with ease. "This is something that Xianxia left behind in my body?" Xianxia clenched his fists tightly. He had seen with his own eyes how Xianxia was a celestial master teacher. Given how miraculous this surge of Xianxia was, there was no doubt that it had been left behind by the other party. It was no wonder the other party dared to send him to save Hall Master Xing who, in the blink of an eye, Xianxia's damaged primordial spirit had recovered. Following which, another surge of lightning struck him. Injured, healed. After 10 minutes, Wusher finally heaved a sigh of relief. He felt as if he had been through hell several times before he heaved a sigh of relief. The leaving aperture ordeal was over. Opening his eyes, Xianxia saw that Hall Master Xing's lightning tribulation had already passed, and the ominous clouds in the sky had dissipated. Even though Hall Master Xing had sustained severe injuries in the beginning, he was still the head of the Combat Master Hall, and he was still a formidable figure in all aspects. This was especially so for his cultivation, which was exceptionally pure. Even though the process had been dangerous, he had still managed to pull through in the end. "Thank you, Xianxia." Xianxia hurriedly clasped his fist and bowed deeply to Xianxia. If not for the Xianxia that the other party had left in his body, he would have surely died on the spot. Even though it had been excruciating, it had still allowed him to raise his cultivation by 2 realms within a short period of time, allowing him to reach leaving aperture realm primary stage from half-leaving aperture realm. Just as Xianxia was about to say a few words of gratitude, Xianxia suddenly sent him a telepathic message. "Don't speak. Act as if you have sustained severe injuries." Wusher had no idea why Xianxia would say such a thing, but he knew that it would be a grave matter, so he dared not say anything. His body immediately went limp, and he collapsed weakly to the ground. "Wusher." Zhang Jiuxiao hurriedly rushed over. With Zhang Jiuxiao's help, Wusher forced himself to his feet. Just as he was about to see what Xianxia was up to, the latter's impassive voice suddenly sounded. "It seems like you already know that we are here. Since that's the case, why don't you just come out? You want to kill me, and I want to kill you as well. There's no need for you to continue hiding." "Hide? Who is Xianxia talking to?" Wusher was taken aback. He wasn't the only one who was perplexed. Everyone was perplexed as well. Other than them, there was no one else on this isolated island. If there was really someone hiding here, it should have been impossible for them to escape from the detection of their spiritual perception. He. As expected of Xianxia, you are indeed formidable. I was just playing a little trick, and you were already able to see through it. Just as everyone was about to ask Xianxia about it, a sinister voice suddenly sounded. Following which, they saw a piece of land slowly emerging from the depths of the marsh, as if it had just crawled out from the ground. This is the ghost cavern." Zhang Jiuxiao clenched his fists tightly. "This is it?" Wusher hurriedly turned his gaze over. Even though he was the vice-head of Mingshi Tang's Qingyuan Empire Master Teacher Pavilion, this was his first time seeing the so-called ghost cavern. It was a small island with a diameter of around 2 to 3 kilometers. At the very center of the island was a spring that resembled an eye. It was impossible to tell how deep the spring was, and it was surrounded by odd-shaped boulders. Even though the island had emerged from the swamp, it seemed to be protected by something. There was not the slightest bit of mud on the ground. "If you want to kill me, come at me." If you don't, you can take your time to search for me. I'm not in a hurry. The sinister voice continued speaking. Following which, the group saw the island shrouded in a thin layer of mist, and it seemed as if it would disappear into the swamp at any moment. Let's go. Xianxia chuckled softly as he prepared to head over. However, before he could get far, Division Head Liao hurriedly stepped forward to block his path. We mustn't go. The other party has clearly come prepared. Even we have fallen into his trap here. If we head over, we'll surely fall into his trap. Even someone of Hall Master Xing's strength had fallen into a trap without him realizing it. If they were to enter the island, there was a good chance that they would fall into the trap that the other party had set up beforehand. He already knows that we are here, so he must have made preparations beforehand. If we don't head over now, it'll only get more dangerous. Xianxia shook his head. Since the other party already knew that they were here, that meant that the other party had already made preparations beforehand. Rather than waiting idly, it would be better for them to head over. Otherwise, it would be even more troublesome if they were in the open while the other party was in the dark. But, rather than waiting passively, we might as well see what he's up to. If he really wants to make a move, at least half of us would have died by now. Xianxia chuckled softly before falling silent. The other party was vicious, and his memory had clearly recovered far faster than that of the primordial spirit realm pinnacle elder he had. If the other party really wanted to kill him, he might still be able to stand against him. However, there was no way that the 3 primordial spirit realm pinnacle elders of Mingshi Tang would be a match for him. In fact, even Division Head Wei and the others would be hard-pressed to stand a chance against him. Instead of doing so, the other party invited them over. Naturally, they had to go over and see what was going on. Seeing how stubborn Hall Master Xing was, Division Head Liao was at a loss as to what to do next. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt a hand tightening around his palm, and a wine gourd appeared in his grasp. At the same time, a telepathic voice sounded in his ears. Pass the wine gourd to Hall Master Xing to drink. Drink? Hall Master Liao was taken aback. The Hall Master had just been struck by lightning, and there was not a single part of his body that was unscathed. Even his primordial spirit was severely injured. Under such circumstances, he should be taking pills to recuperate. Why would he give him wine? Go. Just as Xianxia was at a loss as to what to do, the feeble Wuxer suddenly walked over with a frown. Yes. Hearing Hall Master Xing's words, Division Head Liao dared not hesitate any longer. He walked up to Hall Master Xing, pried open the latter's mouth, and poured the wine into his mouth. Not too long later, the latter opened his eyes. Even though he was spirited, he was still weak. Since Xianxia is going, let's go together. Even if we die, we'll die together. After saying those words, under Division Head Wei's support, Hall Master Xing stood up and followed behind Xianxia with trembling legs. With a light chuckle, Xianxia leaped forward and leaped toward the land before him. The others quickly followed behind him. The island was eerily silent, as if there was some kind of formation isolating the air. Wuxer and the others scanned their surroundings nervously with grim looks in their eyes. It seems like there's a grade 8 formation here. To be able to seal off the entire island to the point where even master teachers of their caliber were unable to see through it, it was likely that the formation was on par with the ones they had encountered in the Qiuwu Palace. A grade 8 formation. Even though they had become true leaving aperture realm experts, they were still no match for it. Xianxia nodded. Even though he knew that it would be difficult for Vicious to kill him, he dared not let his guard down. That fellow was able to trap even Kongshi back then, and he had nearly failed to escape. The means that he had were truly fearsome. Activating his eye of insight, Xianxia scanned the surroundings discreetly. There was indeed a formation on the island, but it wasn't used for offense. Rather, it was used to float and conceal oneself. It turns out that the island doesn't float up from the ground. Instead, it's similar to a ship. Through the prowess of the formation, it floats above the marsh and only reveals itself to those who wish to see it, Xianxia deduced. Vicious has to devour master teachers in order to recover, so he intentionally exaggerated the prowess of the ghost cavern to attract countless master teachers to search for him. Then, every year, he releases a few fated individuals. The more he deduced, the more Xianxia came to a realization. It was said that the ghost cavern could raise one's soul depth, so it attracted more and more master teachers. Yet, most of the master teachers ended up being devoured by vicious. The sudden rise in their soul depth turned them into living advertisements for the ghost cavern. Humans die in pursuit of wealth, and birds die in pursuit of food. Master teachers were no exception. As expected of an old monster who has lived for several dozen millenniums. His means are far more profound than that finger of his, vicious finger, which he had tamed at the Cloud Mist Ridge, controlled spirit beasts and saint beasts to fight against humans. While he had devoured quite a few master teachers, the number of them was still far too few. Let's head over to take a look and see what the spring is that can attract so many master teachers. Shaking his head, Xianxia began making his way over to the spring. Xianxia, be careful. The spring is capable of reflecting one's distracting thoughts. It'll be difficult for you to escape once you fall into it. Xianxia noticed that Xianxia was walking toward the spring, intending to take a look. He had once cultivated here for a month. He knew that the spring was capable of reflecting one's thoughts, and the longer one looked at it, the more thoughts one would have. As a soul oracle, if he were to learn of these thoughts and make use of them to form inner demons, even if he didn't make a move, they would still be unable to stop him. Perhaps, this was the reason why that fellow had brought them to this island. It's fine. I'm interested to see what my distracting thoughts are, Xianxia chuckled. Since Zhang Jiuxiao could think of this, it went without saying that he could as well. However, if he didn't step forward, the other party wouldn't be able to find him, and he would be forced into a passive position. Xianxia, seeing that Xianxia wasn't listening to his advice, Zhang Jiuxiao turned to Wu Shi, hoping that the latter could help him persuade Xianxia otherwise. However, the latter's injuries were simply too severe, such that he couldn't even speak. Xianxia turned to Hall Master Xing, and just like Wu Shi, his eyelids were also slightly drooping, as if he would fall asleep at any moment. Alright, the rest of you wait here. I'll head over alone. If there's any danger, rush over immediately to save me. After instructing Hall Master Xing, Xianxia walked over to the spring. The water was incomparably clear, and it reflected the starlight. It felt as if it could illuminate one's soul. Looking into the water, Xianxia saw some illusions, reminiscent of thoughts. Following which, Xianxia felt his consciousness being pulled out of his body, and he was plunged into a pitch-black environment. It was similar to the inner demon ordeal he had experienced back then. It felt as if he had entered a sealed room, devoid of light and sound. After an unknown period of time, a pitch-black figure slowly floated out of the darkness, and a bewitching voice sounded. Xianxia, it's me. Soon, the figure walked up to Xianxia and revealed her appearance. It was no other than Luozi. With a faint smile on her lips, she looked at Xianxia calmly, as if a goddess who had descended from the heavens. She was just as beautiful as before, so beautiful that it was hard to believe her eyes. Looks like there's something new this time around, Xianxia nodded in satisfaction. The inner demons that he had encountered previously were all hideous and repulsive, but this one was still a little more intelligent. She had morphed into the appearance of Luozi based on the distracting thoughts in his mind. It seems like Vicious has made a move, Xianxia chuckled softly. The spring was able to reflect one's thoughts, and the person that he was thinking about the most was Luozi. But before he could even take a look, an inner demon that resembled Luozi had already appeared in his mind. Vicious must have made a move on him. If it had been anyone else, they might have really been controlled by the lover that they had been thinking about day and night. However, Xianxia was different. Putting aside the fact that he possessed the Library of Heaven's Path and the Eye of Insight, just the fact that he had undergone the acknowledgement of Celestial Master Teacher 4 times and Celestial Saint 1 time was more than enough for him to remain clear-headed in such a situation. Xianxia, Luozi walked up to Xianxia, and her pitch-black eyes were filled with tenderness that could melt a person's heart. You're here. Seeing her in such a state, Xianxia seemed to have been mesmerized. He hurriedly walked up to her and grabbed her soft hand. I really missed you, Luozi murmured softly. Xianxia nodded before sending a telepathic message over. I missed you too. Right, I have a manual on me, The Great Art of Inner Demons. Do you want to learn it? Great art of inner demons? Lozozi frowned. Indeed. If one cultivates an inner demon, one will be able to grow stronger and become an independent entity, Xianxia replied telepathically. Lozozi. Don't worry, I created this cultivation technique by combining soul oracles, spirit enchantment, and many other occupations together with the vitreous heart tempering sutra. If you don't believe me, I can explain it to you. Holding onto the other party's hands tightly, Xianxia opened his mouth and continued transmitting his voiceover. Inner demons are actually a kind of spirit as well. They carry the unique thoughts of humans, and just like a split personality, they will appear at a crucial moment to deal a fatal blow to the cultivator. However, once the cultivator dies, the inner demons will vanish as well. Why can an inner demon only become the vassal of a cultivator? Why can't it escape from such a fate? There's a detailed explanation in my Great Art of Inner Demons. This, Lozosi's eyes glazed over, and the more she listened, the more agitated she became. This is my Great Art of Inner Demons. Do you want to learn it? If you want to learn it, acknowledge me as your teacher, and I'll impart it to you. Xianxia's voice sounded once more. Teacher. The inner demon kneeled down and kowtowed. Pooh, as the inner demon kneeled down, Xianxia seemed to hear the sound of someone spurting blood. Imparting the Great Art of Inner Demons to Xianxia nodded in satisfaction before instructing, revert back to your original appearance. Yes. Lozozi swiftly reverted back to the appearance of the inner demon. A demonic aura emanated from her body, and just a single look at her would leave one's thoughts in disarray. What's your name? I am an inner demon that has just been born through a will. I don't have a name yet. The inner demon replied in embarrassment. After a moment of contemplation, Xianxia decided on a name for the inner demon before him. Alright, I'll give you a name then. Let's call you Demon Armor. Teacher, thank you for bestowing me with a name. Emojia's face was filled with happiness. Demon Armor, Demon Armor. It seemed like his teacher wanted him to protect her like an armor. Alright, let's go out. Just as Xianxia was feeling impressed by his teacher's knowledge, the young man beckoned for him to leave. He hurriedly nodded, and with a thought, the pitch-black space vanished without a trace. Following which, Xianxia's vision blurred, and he found himself still standing before the spring, as if nothing had happened. Xianxia. Are you all right? Seeing that Xianxia had regained consciousness, Zhang Jiuxiao and the others asked. Turning around, Xianxia saw the anxious faces of the crowd, fearing that an accident might occur. Don't worry, I'm fine. Xianxia waved his hands. Seeing that Xianxia was completely unscathed, Zhang Jiuxiao asked doubtfully, You didn't experience any inner demons? The spring water was capable of reflecting the chaotic thoughts of a person, and these thoughts were the source of inner demons. It was one thing if the other party did not make a move, but once the other party made a move, the other party would be able to turn his thoughts into inner demons, making him wish that he was dead. How could he be completely fine? Yes, I have. Xianxia smiled frowned. Come out and greet the master teachers. Yes. With a flicker of black mist, the black inner demon appeared before the crowd and bowed respectfully. Demon Armor pays respect to the master teachers. This is, an inner demon? The corners of their mouths twitched, and their eyes widened as if they had seen a ghost. This was the first time he had seen a living inner demon, and one that was so courteous to him. Xianxia, what's going on? Unable to hold himself back any longer, Pavilion Master Liao asked. As the head of the Heart Division, he had read innumerable books on inner demons. Such a fellow was born from his heart, and he knew that it was a vicious and domineering existence. How could he be so obedient? It's teacher who has changed me. Otherwise, I would still be muddling through life and death. Just thinking about it makes me blush with shame. Before Xianxia could reply, the demonic armor was already filled with admiration. Reform? Teacher? Everyone's face twitched, and their eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. This thing doesn't seem to be a living thing. How can it be accepted as a student? Don't worry about such a small matter. Do you want to come over and take a look? Xianxia pointed at the spring. Let me do it. Zhang Jiuxiao paused for a moment before continuing. He had been to this place once. The reflection of the spring water could give rise to inner demons, accepting the inner demon as his student. This was the first time they had met. He also wanted to try. Upon seeing Zhang Xian walking over, Zhang Xian sent a sliver of his will into Zhang Xian's body, and after making the necessary preparations, he said, "Take a look." Yes. Zhang Jiuxiao's eyes fell on the spring water, and innumerable distracting thoughts appeared one after another, threatening to invade his mind and drive him insane. Hong Long, just as he was about to sever these distracting thoughts, an explosion suddenly sounded before his eyes. Following which, just like what happened to Zhang Xian, he was plunged into a pitch-black space. Hula, a towering demon slowly materialized before him with a sinister smile on its face. That inner demon, is me? The sliver of his will that Zhang Xian had left in Zhang Jiuxiao's body took a good look at the other party, and his eyebrows twitched uncontrollably. He didn't think that the greatest inner demon of the descendant of the Zhang clan would actually be him. I must surpass you. Zhang Jiuxiao was still intending to take Zhang Xian in as his student, but upon seeing the inner demon, he immediately fell into a daze. Unlike Zhang Xian, he wasn't able to control his thoughts. As soon as the inner demon appeared, the negative emotions in his heart surged forth, and he lost his rationality. Surpass me? Sure, I can help you surpass me. As long as you cultivate according to my instructions, it won't be too difficult for you to do so. The inner demon said enticingly. Very well. Zhang Jiuxiao nodded before falling into a trance. So this is how ordinary people encounter inner demons. Zhang Xian widened his eyes in astonishment. He had encountered inner demons 3 times already, and he had only fallen into a trance during the first Saint Ascension ordeal. He had thought that the others would be in the same state as him, but from the looks of it now, that wasn't the case at all. Inner demons were born from one's heart. As soon as they appeared, the cultivator would lose control of their heart, and it would be easy for their cultivation to go berserk. Alright, I'll deal with it now. Knowing how other inner demons were born, Zhang Xian's will flew out from his hiding spot and said, Demon, be a good boy. I'll accept you as my disciple, Jiuxiao will be fine, right? Seeing Zhang Jiuxiao's body twitching uncontrollably by the side of the spring, everyone's faces turned grim. Xianxia has a deep understanding of inner demons. Since he's allowed to enter, there shouldn't be any problem, Division Head Liao said. That's good, the crowd nodded. Just as they were about to speak, Zhang Jiuxiao exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and slowly opened his eyes. Following which, a pitch-black demon appeared before everyone's eyes. Zhang Xian turned his gaze over and instructed, What are you waiting for? Pay respects to the master teachers. Yes, Demon E pays respects to the master teachers. The inner demon replied respectfully. Demon E? The inner demon from before was dumbfounded. Why did this name sound so weird? Just as it was perplexed, its teacher's voice sounded once more. Who's next? I'll give it a try. Division Head Liao stepped forward. Not too long later, another inner demon appeared not too far away. It bowed to the crowd and said, Demon Ding pays respects to the master teachers. Demon Ding pays respects to the master teachers. It's not an armor-like form of protection, but A, B, C, D. Hearing those words, the inner demon finally understood what was going on. It thought that Xianxia had given it a formidable name, but who could have thought that it would be so careless? It felt so stifled that it could spurt blood. There are already 4 inner demons. Who else wants to give it a try? Looking at the row of inner demons before him, Zhang Xian nodded in satisfaction. Allow me. Division Head Wei hurriedly stepped forward. Hong Long, but before he could even step forward, the ground suddenly began shaking. 2 massive springs began churning furiously, and the water level within was visibly decreasing. It was as if someone had pulled out the plug of a bathtub. A flight of stone steps slowly appeared before his eyes, and they descended downward. What's going on? I was intending to give the inner demons a try. Not expecting the spring water to start drying up after just 4 tries, Zhang Xian frowned. If you wish to meet me, come down. Before he could finish his words, vicious savage voice sounded once more, and this time it was filled with rage. It was no wonder he was furious. He had thought that as long as the other party looked at the spring water, he would be able to generate inner demons and gain control over the crowd. With that, he would be able to turn them into his subordinates with ease. Who could have known that after creating a few inner demons, the other party would end up taking them in as his students? If this were to continue, not only would the other party not weaken, he would even become stronger and stronger. The reason I created inner demons was to control you all, but in the end, I ended up becoming a tool for you all to grow stronger. The more he thought about it, the more stifled he felt. If not for the fact that he had been sealed, he would have long charged forward and smacked Xianxia to death with a single palm strike. He had seen people who didn't play by the rules, but he had never seen someone who didn't play by the rules. It was truly infuriating. "Let's go." Hearing that fellow's words, Xianxia reluctantly beckoned the crowd over and walked down the stone steps. Even though the spring water had just receded, there wasn't the slightest bit of dampness or mud on the stone steps. It was hard to tell what kind of stone carvings were on the walls, and in the darkness, it was impossible to see the surroundings clearly. With a flick of his wrist, he took out a few night illumination pearls and tossed them down. A warm glow immediately lit up the area beneath the stone steps. It was a vast hall, but due to the lack of visibility, it was impossible to see what was going on inside. Xianxia led the way down. As soon as he entered, he saw corpses all around him. There were no changes to their appearance or physique, but they had already lost their souls. From the looks of it, it was hard to tell how long they had been dead, soulless metal humanoids. This? Xianxia frowned. Through their clothes, he could tell that they were master teachers, and the corpses of master teachers had been forged into golden humanoids. Xianxia narrowed his eyes in fury. At that moment, he heard Jisher's anxious voice. Vice Pavilion Master Liu, following which, he saw Jisher standing before a golden humanoid with anxious eyes. Vice Pavilion Master Liu? That's right. This is the vice head of our Mingshi Tang Academy, Liu Yu. He went missing 3 years ago, and I thought that he had gone into seclusion somewhere. To think that he would end up here. Jisher's body trembled. This? Taken aback, Xianxia was just about to console Jisher when Wusher walked up to a golden humanoid and said, Elder Xing. Elder Xing is an elder of our Mingshi Tang Academy. He went missing 8 years ago, so why would he be here? An elder of the Mingshi Tang Academy exclaimed. Under the illumination of the night illumination pearls, the crowd walked down the hall, and it didn't take long for them to see many familiar faces. Most of them were primordial spirit realm master teachers. Most of them had gone missing in the past 20 years, and everyone had thought that they were dead. Yet, who could have thought that they would be turned into such inhuman and demonic creatures here? These are soulless metal humanoids. They are the shells of soul oracles that soul oracles can possess. Xianxia sighed. Damn it. Wusher's face paled, and it was hard to tell whether it was due to his injuries or anger. I'll have to report this matter to the Mingshi Tang Academy headquarters. To harm master teachers and forge them into puppets. This is unforgivable. Reported to the Mingshi Tang Academy headquarters? Before Xianxia could finish his words, vicious voice sounded once more. It's too late now, Walla. Shortly after those words were spoken, a resounding explosion sounded. Following which, they saw a stone door blocking the entrance. It's the dragon severing lock. Recognizing it, Xianxia's face darkened. It was none other than the dragon severing lock forged by celestial designers. Once it was sealed, even a leaving Aperture Realm pinnacle expert would find it difficult to break it. Hula, while Xianxia was still in shock, the soulless metal humanoids in the surroundings suddenly opened their eyes simultaneously. There were at least 100 of these soulless metal humanoids. Under the illumination of the night illumination pearls, their black eyes reflected a crimson glow, giving them an eerie feeling. It was as if they had suddenly stepped into a graveyard and found themselves surrounded by countless corpses. This is bad. The crowd felt as if their heads were about to explode. They quickly gathered together and scanned their surroundings warily. The dragon severing lock had sealed off the entrance of the cavern, meaning that there was no way they could escape. Thus, they could only continue forward. Voila! Before the crowd could recover from their shock, a soulless metal humanoid suddenly charged forward and struck down with its palm. Under the might of its palm, the crowd immediately felt a heavy pressure weighing down on them. These soulless metal humanoids are all primordial spirit realm pinnacle cultivators. Through a unique forging method, their physical body and Xianxia are completely unharmed. More importantly, they don't fear death at all. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. If they had not entered the cavern, they would not have been able to meet Vicious and resolve the threat. Who could have thought that the other party would be so deranged as to capture more than 100 Saint Fordan master teachers and forge them into soulless metal humanoids? Humph. Stepping forward, Division Head Wei smacked the soulless metal humanoid over. Just as he was about to tear it apart, an elder of the Mingshi Tang Empire suddenly stepped forward and said, "This is Elder Wang from our Mingshi Tang Empire. We are old acquaintances. Can you not destroy his corpse? Allow me to bring him back for a proper burial." This, Division Head Wei was just about to speak when the soulless metal humanoid he had smacked suddenly charged forward and knocked into him, forcing him to retreat several steps. Feeling a stifling sensation in his chest, he nearly spurted blood. As a combat master, even though his fighting prowess far exceeded that of the other party, the fellow before him knew neither pain nor danger. Even he felt a headache coming on. If we don't kill him, we will be the ones to be killed. If you wish to die here, don't drag us down with you. Seeing that the other soulless metal humanoids were starting to move as well, ready to charge forward at any moment, Division Head Wei bellowed furiously. This, Division Head Wei's complexion turned incredibly awful. He recognized most of the corpses around him, and some of them were even close friends that he had spent several hundred years with. He had thought that he could at least bring their corpses back and bury them, but given the current situation, that was impossible. Hong Long, just as Zhang Xian was feeling conflicted, a soulless metal humanoid suddenly dashed over and tore at him. Elder Hu, seeing this person reminded the elder of the past, and his eyes reddened. His body slowed down by half a beat, and a bloody gash appeared on his shoulder. Elder Zhang, he is no longer Elder Hu. His consciousness has dissipated and he is already a dead man. Zhang Xian frowned when he saw that this person was still immersed in his old friendship. As members of the Combat Master Hall, they had been through many life and death situations, and they knew what to do in the face of danger. Thus, they were able to quickly cast aside their previous emotions and fight with all their might. The people from Mingshi Tang were a little lacking in this aspect. They were too emotional. Elder Zhang's face was full of conflict. He clenched his teeth and said, "Yes." Taking a deep breath, Zhang Xian raised his palm and faced the attack head-on. Pung! Pung! The surrounding soulless metal humanoids immediately rushed over and surrounded the group of people. Walala, with so many primordial soul realm experts attacking at the same time, everyone immediately felt the intense pressure, as if they would succumb at any moment. "Xianxia, what should we do now?" Division Head Liao asked worriedly as he struck down two soulless metal humanoids with his palm. These fellows knew neither pain nor death. Only by chopping off their heads would they stop moving. With so many soulless metal humanoids attacking them simultaneously, even though they were not weak, they could still be severely injured at any moment. The soulless metal humanoids can only be used when someone is controlling them. As long as we can find the person controlling them and kill them, we should be able to resolve the danger. Zhang Xian frowned. These soulless metal humanoids were bound to be controlled by someone. As long as they could find the person controlling them, they should be able to resolve the danger. Alright, we'll hold on for the time being. Xianxia, hurry up and find them. Division Head Wei bellowed. Everyone, set up the formation and protect Xianxia, Hall Master Xing, and Wushi. Voila! Right after those words were spoken, the crowd immediately formed a circle around Zhang Xian, Hall Master Xing, and Wushi. They scanned their surroundings warily. The formation that Zhang Xian had imparted to them was extremely powerful when used together. Even though there were more than 100 soulless metal humanoids charging at them, they would not be able to breach the formation anytime soon. Xianxia, do you need us to make a move? Protected in the center, Wushi sent a telepathic message to Zhang Xian with a conflicted look on his face. His injuries had already been healed by Xianxia's Xianxia, so his current feebleness was just a facade. Don't worry. The two of you are our trump cards, so we can't expose them for the time being. Zhang Xian replied telepathically. But I'm afraid that they won't be able to hold on for long. Don't worry. These soulless metal humanoids are indeed formidable, but it won't be easy for them to breach the formation. Let's see who is controlling them first. Perhaps, we might be able to find the whereabouts of the Qingtian Emperor's teacher. Xianxia replied. In truth, with his strength, he could have easily breached the encirclement of the 100 soulless metal humanoids. The reason why he hadn't made a move yet was because he wanted to find out who was controlling these soulless metal humanoids and capture them. If the other party was vicious, it would be even easier. He would just have to find their location and flaws before subduing them. Once he succeeded, the threat of the Mingshi Tang would be resolved. Activating his eye of insight and spiritual perception, Xianxia began assessing the soulless metal humanoids. These soulless metal humanoids were forged from living master teachers. Even though their souls had been destroyed, their physical bodies had been preserved. There was a flickering flame in each of their eyes. Most likely, this was some kind of unique will. The reason why they were able to attack Xianxia and the others was due to this unique will. Let's see where these wills are coming from. Xianxia casually found a soulless metal humanoid and began examining it closely. His eyes gleamed as the number of lines on the soulless metal humanoid increased. In an instant, a thin thread appeared in the room and connected to the soulless metal humanoid. These thin threads resembled a fishing net, and every single soulless metal humanoid was connected to a single thread. Like a marionette, the ends of the threads converged together and extended all the way into the depths of the hall. That fellow's soul energy sure is powerful, Xianxia remarked grimly. To be able to control 100 soulless metal humanoids to launch different attacks and engage in different battles. This was a feat that required an extremely powerful soul energy. Even Xianxia found it difficult to pull off. There's a formation blocking the way ahead. Xianxia frowned. Taking a closer look, he realized that even before he reached the end of the threads, there was already a formation blocking his view. If he couldn't see the end of the threads, he wouldn't be able to pinpoint Vicious' location. Hold on for a moment, I'll head up to take a look. Xianxia said as he leaped out from the protection of the crowd. Following the direction of the threads, Xianxia swiftly flew forward. Only by fighting with the soulless metal humanoids would he be able to ensure that the other party was able to control them. Otherwise, once all of the soulless metal humanoids were eliminated, the threads would be severed, and it would be impossible for him to find the other party. Hula, before he could get too far, the 3 soulless metal humanoids suddenly charged right at him, and they tore at him with frenzied might. Xianxia, be careful. Pavilion Master Liao shouted anxiously. But before he could finish his words, Xianxia suddenly stepped lightly on the ground without even sparing a single glance at the soulless metal humanoids. Pada! 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 The 3 soulless metal humanoids abruptly fell to the ground, unable to even raise their heads. Ah! The soulless metal humanoids struggled desperately, but it felt as if they were being crushed by a mountain, unable to move at all. How powerful! Pavilion Master Liao's lips twitched. These soulless metal humanoids were so fearless that even he would find it difficult to subdue them. Yet, Xianxia was able to pin them to the ground with just a light tap of his foot. Even 3 of him wouldn't be a match for the other party. Half a month ago, when I made a move against him, I barely managed to escape with my life. Yet, in just a short period of time, he has already become so formidable. Pavilion Master Liao shook his head bitterly. Half a month ago, when he first met Xianxia, the other party, Hall Master Xing, and Division Head Wei had made a move against him simultaneously, and they had nearly killed him. Even though his battle instincts were strong, his strength and offense were simply too weak, making it impossible for him to withstand their attacks. But now, even with the 3 of them working together, they still wouldn't be a match for the other party. Having lived for several hundred years, he had seen his fair share of geniuses, but the rate at which the young man before him was improving was simply inconceivable. Not knowing how much of a shock Pavilion Master Liao had received from Xianxia with just a casual move, the 3 soulless metal humanoids stopped their attacks and continued walking forward. Pung 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 pung, Xianxia didn't seem to have done anything at all, but all of the soulless metal humanoids that were charging at him were sent flying before crashing into the ground and walls. Having reached embryonic soul realm pinnacle, Xianxia's fighting prowess was already on par with leaving Aperture Realm Intermediate. Stage Cultivators. These primordial spirit realm soulless metal humanoids were no match for him at all. After knocking away more than 20 soulless metal humanoids, Xianxia finally arrived at the end of the hall. At this point, the fine lines in Xianxia's eyes disappeared. It felt as if they had extended into the depths of the wall, but at the same time, they didn't seem to exist at all. It's a celestial designer mechanism. Taking a look at the wall, Xianxia frowned. This wasn't an ordinary wall but a mechanism. Clearly, the person who was controlling the wills of the soulless metal humanoids was hiding behind it. These mechanisms might be able to trap others, but if they want to stop me, shaking his head, Xianxia placed his hand on the wall. Hula, a book materialized in the library of Heaven's Path. With a single touch, the knowledge contained within was converted into memories. To think that it's actually set up by a 7-star pinnacle celestial designer. It seems like there's a celestial designer among the soulless metal humanoids. After reading through the content, Xianxia shook his head. There was no celestial designer guild in Qingyuan City, but that didn't mean that there wasn't one in the entire Qingyuan Empire. A mechanism set up by a 7-star pinnacle celestial designer would have been nigh impossible for an ordinary cultivator to decipher. However, Xianxia was different. With the knowledge of the Library of Heaven's Path, he was already familiar with the mechanism. Using his finger as a sword, Xianxia tapped on the wall 7 to 8 times consecutively. Kacha! Kacha, the sound of a spring operating echoed in the air. Following which, the wall before him parted to reveal a passageway. The thin line that had disappeared earlier was slowly creeping deeper into the passageway. Without any hesitation, Xianxia walked in. Barely after taking 2 steps, Xianxia suddenly felt a surge of sword chi heading straight for his glabella. What? Xianxia's eyes narrowed as goosebumps rose all over his body. This sword chi was extremely fast, like a bolt of lightning. Most importantly, it was extremely powerful. Even though his strength had greatly increased recently, he instantly understood that if he did not dodge, he would definitely be pierced through and die on the spot. With that, Xianxia executed the unbounded Voyager. The space around him seemed to compress, and he moved 3 meters horizontally, pressing himself against the wall. Voila, a cold gust of wind blew past, and the sword chi pierced through from the side, disappearing before his eyes. That was close. Fortunately, he had recently gained a deeper understanding of space and the unbounded Voyager. Otherwise, even if he didn't die from that attack, he would have been severely injured. What terrifying sword chi! Leaving Aperture Realm primary stage pinnacle. He clenched his fists tightly. Even though it had only been a moment, it was more than enough to ascertain the other party's strength. At the very least, the other party was at leaving Aperture Realm primary stage pinnacle, and the other party was skilled in swordsmanship. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to unleash such a powerful attack. Even he was almost unable to dodge the sneak attack, sizzle. Just as Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief, he felt another surge of killing intent. Another 2 surges of sword chi shot toward him, one from the front and one from the back, sealing off all his escape routes. Humph. Knowing that the passageway was narrow, Xianxia's face darkened. With a flick of his wrist, the glacier rain sword appeared in his hand. With a light slash, 2 surges of sword chi surged forward. Even though the glacier rain sword was only a low-quality saint artifact, it was extremely powerful when combined with his current strength. Like 2 bolts of lightning in the dark night, they collided with the incoming sword chi and immediately produced a deep sonic boom, causing rocks to fly everywhere. Buzz, the sword bent and almost broke. After destroying his opponent's sword chi with a single move, Xianxia did not stop and continued charging forward. Walala, his speed was fast, but the other party's sword chi was even faster. He had only taken 2 steps when he felt the sword chi tearing him apart again. This time, there were a total of 4 sword chi, and each one was stronger than the last. If he were to rush forward, there was a high chance that he would be cleaved into 2. The glacier rain sword slashed down again and again, blocking the attacks. However, the opponent's strength seemed to have the ability to stack, and each move was stronger than the previous one. After the 4th sword, it was the 6th sword, and the strength was even stronger than before. It's a kind of sword formation, or a special sword technique. Even though Xianxia had no idea who the other party was, to be able to execute such an attack, The other party was either using some kind of unique martial technique or some kind of formidable sword formation. Not daring to underestimate Xianxia anymore, Xianxia drove his Xianqi and tapped his finger forward. Buzz, the space in front of him seemed to have become sticky. The six-sword chi stopped in the air and slowly moved forward, no longer as threatening as before. The glacier rain sword pierced forward, neutralizing one attack after another. Just as Xianxia was about to advance, 8 swords appeared before him. The 8 surges of sword chi were far more powerful than the previous 6. Before they could even reach Xianxia, the space that Xianxia had frozen began to tremble violently. Walla, dang 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 dang, suffering from the backlash, Xianxia was forced to take 2 steps back. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he gathered his Xianqi to form a sphere to block the incoming attack. Having reached embryonic soul realm pinnacle, Xianxia's fighting prowess was already on par with a leaving aperture realm intermediate stage cultivator. Yet, despite his strength, he was still forced back by a few surges of sword chi. The other party's fighting prowess had far exceeded his expectations. Each of the sword chi is faster and stronger than the last. Could this be the famous crimson-green yin-yang sword from 1500 years ago? Xianxia's eyebrows shot up as a name surfaced in his mind. Having read through all of the books in the Combat Master Hall, he was well versed in the history of the Combat Master Hall. The 2 most talented swordsmen of the Qingyuan Empire Combat Master Hall had once inherited the heritage of swordsmanship from the Qianchong Empire, and they had created a unique sword formation known as the crimson-green yin-yang sword. Even a leaving aperture realm pinnacle expert would be unable to withstand their combined might. However, the 2 of them had already died more than 1,000 years ago, and not even their corpses were left behind. Could it be that their corpses had been captured and brought here to be forged into metal humanoids? If that was the case, that would be a little frightening. Even Xianxia might not be able to defeat them if he were to face them head-on. If I don't see them, I won't be able to see the flaws in their moves. If this continues, Vicious might make use of this opportunity to escape, knowing that it would only bring more trouble if he were to delay any longer. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. With a flick of his wrist, the massive Jin Yuanding appeared before him. Charge over. Don't worry, master. He's just a clown. Watch how I, ding ding, deal with him. With a furious roar, the golden origin cauldron rose into the air and charged toward the otherworldly demonic tribe. Ding ding dang dang, sword chi fell on its body, producing a crisp tinkling sound. Having fused with the black gold crystal ore, Jin Yuanding's defensive prowess had been enhanced significantly. On top of that, its cultivation had also reached leaving aperture realm advanced stage. As fearsome as the other party's sword chi was, it was still unable to pierce through its defenses. Seeing that it was able to withstand the attack easily, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Following closely behind it, he proceeded forward with widened strides. The passageway was long and narrow, spanning roughly 80 meters. Before long, they arrived at a hall. It was an underground chamber with a diameter of over 100 meters. Upon entering, Xianxia's spiritual perception was no longer restricted by the formation. Extending his spiritual perception outward, he saw 2 figures swiftly retreating. Similar to the soulless metal humanoids outside, even though their physical body, skin, and hair were no different from a living human, they were completely devoid of emotions. With a single look, it was clear that they had lost their souls. You want to leave after beating me up? Do you think that I'm that easy to bully? Sneering coldly, Xianxia raised his palm and sent a palm strike toward the 2 of them. Hung long, his palm strike carried a might that could topple mountains and overturn the seas. Heavenly Demon Great Sorrow Palm, sensing the immense might behind the palm strike, the 2 soulless metal humanoids hurriedly turned around and slashed with their swords. However, without the stacking of strength, the sword chi was only about the same as the first move. Before he could unleash his full strength, the palm force had already reached his chest. Then, the sound of ribs breaking could be heard, and the 2 golden men were slammed into the wall. Master, leave one for me. Seeing how Xianxia had crippled the 2 soulless metal humanoids with a single move, Jin Yuanding hurriedly shouted. It wasn't easy for him to find someone fun to play with, so naturally, he wanted to pummel the other party to his heart's content. I'll leave them all to you. Xianxia shook his head. What he was looking for was Vicious. As long as these small fries lost their fighting prowess, it would be fine. All right. Filled with excitement, Jing Yuanding charged straight toward the two otherworldly demons and rammed his cauldron into them. Podgy, one of the soulless metal humanoids, was smashed into a meat patty, and it hung on the wall like a mural. This is fun. Filled with excitement, Jing Yuanding turned around and rammed into the other soulless metal humanoid. The latter's face warped in fright, and it struggled to free itself from the wall before turning around to flee. Do you think that you can escape from me? With a cold harumph, the golden origin cauldron dashed forward. The soulless metal humanoid hurriedly drew its sword and slashed downward. The sword struck the cauldron, and with a resounding boom, it was sliced in two. The remaining force of the sword slammed the soulless metal humanoid into the wall once more. Crack, the soulless metal humanoid's bones were crushed, and just like the previous soulless metal humanoid, it was reduced to a mural. Xianxia shook his head. He was still thinking that these two corpses belonged to the experts of the Combat Master Hall, so he decided to leave them intact so that Hall Master Xing and the others could bring them back. Who could have thought that this would be the result of Jing Yuanding's attack? Forget it, it's not a big deal anyway. In any case, they were already dead. All that mattered was for them to rest in peace. Those from the Combat Master Hall weren't as inflexible as Mingshi Tang. On the battlefield, survival was the top priority. There was no need for formalities. I have insight. After killing the two soulless metal humanoids, Zhang Xian traced the line once more and saw that it was slowly extending underground. Walking up to it, Zhang Xian touched the ground with his finger, and as expected, he found the entrance to a mechanism. Placing his finger together, he pushed it forward lightly. Jai, the mechanism opened. Come over for a moment, not in a hurry to enter, Zhang Xian beckoned. I'm coming, the golden origin cauldron flew over. Go in and take a look to see if there are any traps or dangers. Zhang Xian instructed. Just as he was breaching the mechanism, he was assaulted by a sword chi. If not for the recent rise in his cultivation, he would have been dead by now. With Jing Yuanding around, it would be best for him to have this blockhead scout ahead so that he could be prepared if there was any danger. All right. Nodding, Jing Yuanding dashed toward the entrance of the mechanism. Pada. Master, I'm stuck here. Taking a look, Zhang Xian was rendered speechless. This fellow's body was too large, and the entrance was too small. It just so happened that he was stuck within. Come out first. Grabbing his forehead, Zhang Xian pulled it out and kept it in his storage ring. Then, driving his Xianxia, he slowly walked forward. The passageway was completely silent. After the previous experience, Zhang Xian didn't dare to let his guard down. Wielding the sword in his hand, he walked forward step by step. Not too long later, he reached the end of the staircase. This time, there was no attack. Zhang Xian took out a night illumination pearl and tossed it on the floor, illuminating the room before him. Just like the one above, it was a spacious hall. However, it was extremely empty, and there wasn't a single person in sight. Zhang Xian frowned. The line controlling the soulless metal humanoids had disappeared from this room. He thought that Vicious would be hiding here, but to his surprise, there wasn't a single person in sight. Jai, just as Zhang Xian was about to take a closer look to see if there was any other mechanism, he suddenly heard the sound of a spring above him. Raising his head, he saw that the passageway had already closed. Even though it wasn't the dragon's severing lock, the mechanism was extremely intricate. Without the Eye of Insight, it wouldn't be easy for anyone to find the entrance. Are they trying to separate me from Hall Master Xing and the others? Zhang Xian was taken aback for a moment before coming to a realization. It seemed like the other party's motive was simple, they were trying to separate him from the others. This way, they would be able to deal with him easily. Instead of opening the passageway, Zhang Xian took a deep breath and scanned his surroundings. Deactivating the mechanism, looks like the dagger has been revealed. Since that's the case, come out, Xianxia sure is a smart one. After that, a faint voice rang out. Then, a tall figure drilled out from the wall. It was as if he had passed through a wall. Knowing that it was the effect of some kind of mechanism, Zhang Xian paid it no heed. With just a single glance, he couldn't help but frown. You aren't dead yet? The person who had appeared before him was none other than Vice Hall Master Tian, whom he had viciously devoured back in Qingyuan City, the Qing Tian Emperor. Wasn't that fellow already dead? Why would he appear here? Dead? If I, the Qing Tian Emperor, can be killed that easily, how could I possibly rule over the Qing Tian lineage and become the emperor of the Qing Tian lineage? The Qing Tian Emperor sneered coldly as his Xianxia of slaughter burst forth. The one you killed was just a clone of mine. A clone? Xianxia frowned. Tian Qing was a will that had reincarnated into the Qing Tian Emperor, so he could be considered as one of his clones. To think that the copper-masked Qing Tian Emperor was just a clone as well. Wasn't the Qing Tian Emperor a little too powerful? That's a clone that I spent 500 years cultivating after severing my soul. Since you've killed it, I'll fulfill your wish today. The Qing Tian Emperor narrowed his eyes as deep hatred flashed in his eyes. As an emperor of the otherworldly demonic tribe, no matter how well he concealed himself, he would still have to tread carefully in the human domain and interact with master teachers. Thus, the copper-masked Qing Tian Emperor had paid a heavy price to create this clone. In order to ensure his safety, his main body had hidden here. Even though he had the ability of a soul oracle, he had still paid a heavy price to create his clone. Yet, this fellow had still killed both of them, not even sparing the 10 great kings. It could be said that the person before him had nearly wiped out the entire Qing Tian lineage. If he could, he would have crushed the other party's bones and killed him on the spot. I wish to die of old age. Xianxia replied. That's not up to you. The Qing Tian Emperor harumphed coldly as killing intent surged from his body. Hung Long, in the blink of an eye, Xianxia felt his soul being drawn in by a powerful force, and it seemed as if it would break out of his body at any moment. Knowing that the Qing Tian Emperor was using the soul-capturing art, Xianxia frowned. His soul was massive, but due to the lack of a suitable cultivation technique, his fighting prowess was lacking. At the moment, his strongest assets were his physical body and Xianxia. If his soul were to leave his body, he would be in grave danger. Driving his heaven's path Xianxia, Xianxia stomped on the ground and dashed forward. In any case, he was already a mortal enemy, so there was no need for him to hold back. Voila, vigorous Xianxia surged through his meridians. Xianxia seemed to have turned into a rampaging lion on a grassland. The sword in his hand slashed through the air, and his entire being seemed to have turned into a sword as he stabbed forward. One with a sword, back in the combat master hall, Xianxia had gone through all of the books regarding swordsmanship in detail, and his Heaven's Path sword art had already reached Saint Realm. At this moment, he was executing the swordman union technique once more, and a powerful surge of sword chi reminiscent of a rainbow hung in the air above the underground chamber. Not bad. The Qing Tian Emperor did not think that Xianxia's soul-capturing technique would not work on him, and he would even attack him instead. Narrowing his eyes, he could not be bothered with the soul-capturing technique anymore. Buzz, the air in front of him seemed to have solidified, and the advancing speed of the sword chi immediately slowed down. Leaving Aperture Realm Advanced Stage? Xianxia's heart tightened. As soon as the other party made his move, he immediately knew how strong the other party was. He was many times stronger than the copper-masked figure from before, reaching Leaving Aperture Realm Advanced Stage. At Leaving Aperture Realm Advanced Stage, the other party would have to undergo a lightning tribulation once. At Leaving Aperture Realm Advanced Stage, the other party would have to undergo 3 lightning tribulations. This was not an opponent that an embryonic soul realm pinnacle cultivator like him could deal with. Break! Xianxia abruptly slashed his sword downward, and an incomparably sharp sword chi tore through the barrier before him. Barely after he felt the pressure on his body easing, the Qing Tian Emperor suddenly raised his palm and sent a palm strike toward him. With an awful complexion, Xianxia raised his sword and faced the attack head-on. Due to his abrupt movements, he was struck before he could exert his full strength. Pung, the glacier rain sword was sent flying, piercing into the wall not too far away. Following which, Xianxia crashed heavily onto the ground, creating a huge depression. Even though he was able to defeat opponents stronger than him, he was only able to match up to Leaving Aperture Realm intermediate stage cultivators at best. If this is all you've got, you won't be able to escape death today. After sending Xianxia flying, the Qing Tian Emperor sneered coldly as killing intent filled the entire room. following which, he raised his hand once more and charged toward Xianxia. You want to kill me? Let's see if you have the strength and means to do so. Leaping up from the ground, Xianxia flicked his palm upward and pressed it down on the Qingtian Emperor. Heavenly Demon Great Sorrow Palm, boom. As soon as his palm collided with the Qingtian Emperor's palm, Xianxian's face reddened once more, and he was forced to retreat 8 steps. The Qingtian Emperor was an emperor of the Qingtian clan, and he had lived for countless years. As such, his comprehension of combat was not weak at all. On top of that, his superior cultivation made it so that Xianxia was unable to gain the upper hand against him at all. Lie down. The Qingtian Emperor sneered coldly as he raised his 5 fingers, reminiscent of metal hooks. Exerting the full might of a leaving aperture realm advanced stage cultivator, he sealed the space around him. No matter where Xianxia ran to, he would find it difficult to dodge. This move isn't just a physical attack, it carries a soul attack as well. If one's state of mind is slightly weaker, their mental defenses will be crushed right away. Xianxia clenched his fists tightly. The Qingtian Emperor's move might have seemed ordinary, but given Xianxia's deep understanding of battle techniques, he was able to see through the fearsomeness of the Qingtian Emperor's move with a single glance. Not only did it carry a Xianxia attack that made it difficult for one to dodge, it also carried a strong psychological illusion. It was as if a mountain was collapsing, leaving one with an inescapable feeling. If one allowed this illusion to spread, even if one possessed sufficient strength to withstand it, it was unlikely that one would be able to escape. Driving his mental fortitude, the fear in his heart immediately vanished without a trace. With a frown, Xianxia executed the unbounded voyager and dodged the Qingtian Emperor's palm in an instant. At the same time, he tilted his body to the side and jabbed his finger forward. Grand Constellation Finger, woo-woo, as if an arrow, Xianxia's finger shot right toward the Qingtian Emperor's eyes. To be able to notice the flaw in my eyes so quickly. As expected of a 7-star pinnacle master teacher. The Qingtian Emperor chuckled softly. Instead of panicking, he flicked his wrist and flicked his finger. Pung, a burst of light collided with the Grand Constellation Finger, and the two of them dissipated into nothingness. At the same time, Xianxia was forced to retreat once more. From the very start of the battle, he had already used the Library of Heaven's path to see through the flaws of the Qingtian Emperor's body. However, the Qingtian Emperor was simply too powerful, especially when it came to his ability to control his surroundings. Even though he knew his Ming men, his attacks were unable to get close to the Qingtian Emperor. The higher one's cultivation, the lower the effectiveness of one's Ming men, Xianxia nodded in realization. When he was still weak, as long as he knew his Ming men, he would be able to defeat experts who were several cultivation realms above him. However, as his cultivation rose and his comprehension of spatial laws deepened, it would be nigh impossible for him to achieve the same feat. However, killing the Qingtian Emperor was no easy feat, and it would be difficult for the Qingtian Emperor to kill him as well. Thus, Xianxia opened his palm into a fist and punched right toward the Qingtian Emperor. Kacha! Kacha! It was as if a rift had appeared in the space before Xianxia's eyes, and his fist seemed to be carrying a bolt of lightning as it rained down upon the Qingtian Emperor. Battle Technique, 1000 Punches of Lightning C. This was a battle technique created by a leaving aperture realm expert while he was undergoing his leaving aperture ordeal. It was one of the top battle techniques in the Qingyuan Empire, and the might of the battle technique that Xianxia was executing was even greater than before. Before the battle technique could be fully executed, the entire underground chamber was already filled with lightning. The might of the 1000 Punches of Lightning C was not on par with the Heavenly Demon Great Sorrow Palm, but the lightning it harnessed was effective against soul oracles. If it was used against the Qingtian Emperor, it might even be stronger than the latter. It was not always the case that the stronger a battle technique was, the more effective it would be. It was for this reason that countless experts had put their lives on the line to create new battle techniques. Not expecting a Saint 3 Dan embryonic soul realm cultivator to be able to withstand his consecutive attacks and even launch a counterattack against him, the Qingtian Emperor's complexion turned awful. He subconsciously retreated 2 steps before raising his palm and clawing forward once more. Voila, the lightning before him seemed to be enveloped by some kind of power, and with a light squeeze, it exploded simultaneously. I am a leaving Aperture Realm advanced stage expert who has undergone 3 lightning tribulations. Do you think that your lightning secret art will be able to affect me? The Xianxia Emperor harumphed coldly as he stepped forward once more. Under the powerful aura he emanated, he seemed like an unshakable giant. Even if the other party used all of his means, he would not be able to harm him in the slightest. It won't affect you much. But where is my Glacier Rainsword? Xianxia chuckled softly. Glacier Rainsword? The Qingtian Emperor frowned in incomprehension. He had already sent the other party's sword flying with a single move, and it had pierced into the wall. With such thoughts in mind, the Qingtian Emperor turned his gaze to where the other party's sword had been, and with a single glance, his eyes narrowed in astonishment. Where's the sword? The sword had already disappeared without a trace. Unbeknownst to him, it had been taken away by the other party. Behind you. Xianxia flicked his finger. The Qingtian Emperor's face darkened. He quickly turned around, but there was nothing behind him. This is bad. It was only then that he realized that he had been tricked by the other party. He immediately leaped to the side, but it was already too late. He felt a sharp pain in his chest, and a palm print had landed squarely on it. He was forced to retreat several steps, and his face paled. Even though the other party had made a move in a hurry, it was still enough to drive him into a frenzy. He was the emperor of the Qingtian lineage, an old monster who had lived for countless years, and his cultivation had even reached leaving Aperture Realm advanced stage. Yet, he was actually beaten up by an embryonic soul realm cultivator. This was intolerable. I'm going to kill you. Roaring furiously, the Qingtian Emperor was just about to execute his strongest move when the young man's voice suddenly sounded once more. Below. Humph. Do you think that your move will work on me? Seeing that the other party was still going at him, the Qingtian Emperor clenched his jaws and thrust his palm forward. Just as he was about to slap the other party to death, he suddenly heard a buzzing sound coming from below. Lowering his head, he saw that the sword that had been pierced into the wall a moment ago had been hidden beneath the ground, and it was piercing straight up toward him. You want to kill me with just your spirit alone? Aren't you underestimating me a little too much? The Qingtian Emperor sneered coldly as he raised his palm to strike the sword. If he were to focus his attack on it, he would surely be able to shatter it. However, before he could unleash his full strength, he suddenly felt a powerful force surging toward him from above. Following which, a massive cauldron suddenly sat right on top of his head. The Qingtian Emperor raised his hand to defend himself. Boom, the other party's strength was simply too great. Unable to withstand the force with his hands, his knees caved in, and he fell to the ground. Puha, the sword pierced right through his chrysanthemum. Flower petals bloomed. Ah! The Qingtian Emperor howled in agony. Tsk tisk, Xianxia covered his eyes. It was too cruel. He couldn't bear to watch. This was a longsword that had accompanied him for a long time. How was he going to use it in the future if it was pierced in that place? It must be stinky, the pitiful Glacier Rainsword, it was simply too miserable. On the other hand, the Qingtian Emperor felt like he was on the verge of going insane. For an emperor of the otherworldly demonic tribe to make a move against an embryonic soul realm lad, it was already a huge disgrace to him. Yet, to think that he would still end up having his chrysanthemum penetrated by the other party, more importantly, was the fact that the furnace up above was rubbing its massive rear end against his face, as if it were enjoying itself. The intense humiliation he felt was driving him crazy. All of you will die, with a furious roar, the Xianxia in his body burst forth. Whoosh, the long sword was expelled from his body, and the cauldron was also sent flying. So powerful. With a shriek, Jin Yuanding flew into the air and looked at the fellow before him warily. Under the impact of the other party's true chi, its buttocks turned red. Indeed powerful. Xianxia nodded. With his strength alone, it was impossible for him to injure the other party. Thus, he set up a trap step by step, allowing Jin Yuanding and the Glacier Rain sword to work together and succeed. Xianxia had thought that even if he managed to survive, he would at least be crippled. Who could have thought that he would still be able to force the sword out with his Xianxia and exert such a powerful might, as expected of the emperor of the Qingtian lineage? His anus forged from steel was truly worthy of respect. Voila, but before Xianxia could even finish his words, the Qingtian emperor roared furiously as his body grew larger and larger. In the blink of an eye, he had already grown to 3 meters tall. Xianxia blinked his eyes in bewilderment. What does it mean to grow so big? When one's body became bigger, their flexibility would decrease. Moreover, the range of attack would also increase. This was a big taboo in battle. Under normal circumstances, unless there was a special accident, the body would not grow bigger. This guy's sudden growth made him puzzled. Before Xianxia could make sense of what was going on, he saw the other party grabbing his right hand with his left hand and pulling it outward. His body was split into 2 halves. Could it be that he felt too ashamed to face anyone after his chrysanthemum was stabbed, so he committed suicide out of shame? Xianxia blinked his eyes. He wasn't the only one in such a state. Jin Yuanding was also standing in the air in a daze. On the other hand, the glacier rain sword had also stopped retching. She stared at Xianxia blankly, as if she had seen a ghost. It didn't matter that it was stabbed, but it smelled so bad that it wanted to vomit. Did it cry? Was he messing around? No, one must be strong. Even if you are a weapon, you must be strong. Even though it was so painful, he was still able to endure it. As an emperor, why couldn't you just let it go? He even tore himself apart. How ruthless. Master, he's not bleeding. He must have used some kind of secret technique. Just as Xianxia and his 2 weapons were dumbfounded, vicious voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Secret method? Xianxia frowned. My memory isn't complete, so I can't recall it clearly. However, after seeing him in such a state, I suddenly recalled a secret. Art of the otherworldly demonic tribe's royal family. Vicious said. This secret art is similar to the abrupt increase in strength of humans. In a short period of time, the cultivator has to endure immense pain and split himself into 2. If he succeeds, his fighting prowess will be boosted 2-fold. However, there's a time limit as well. Once the time limit is up, the cultivator will automatically recover, and his cultivation will plummet. Most likely, the other party knows that he isn't a match for him, so he intends to use this secret art. Split? There's such an ability? Xianxia widened his eyes in shock. If a single Qingtian emperor was already so difficult to deal with, wouldn't it mean that there would be 2 Qingtian emperors? More importantly, 2 Qingtian emperors weren't just a matter of 1 + 1 = 2. Rather, they shared the same thoughts, and if they worked together, they would be even more fearsome than the crimson-green duality sword. Jin Yuanding, glacier rain sword, hurry up and stop that fellow. Xianxia bellowed as he charged forward. If they weren't a match for the other party, there was a good chance that both of them would die here. Voila, before Xianxia could arrive, his palm had already come crashing down. A powerful saber chi burst forth. Using his hand as a saber, Xianxia intended to decapitate the other party. At the same time, the Golden Origin Cauldron and Glacier Rain Sword also came to their senses and charged forward. However, before they could even reach the Qingtian Emperor, the body of the Qingtian Emperor that had been torn into 2 began squirming non-stop. In the blink of an eye, 2 more arms and 2 more legs grew out from his body, forming 2 identical figures. Peng, Xianxia's saber palm was caught by one of the 2, and with a slight flick of the saber, Xianxia was sent flying. His back crashed heavily into the wall, and fresh blood spurted from his mouth. Pung pung pung, Xianxia drove his heaven's path Xianxia to suppress his injuries. Raising his head, he saw that both Jin Yuanding and Glacier Rain Sword had been sent flying as well. One of them was embedded in the ground while the other was smashed into the ground. The 2 Qingtian emperors were indeed much stronger than before. Even though Jin Yuanding was a leaving Aperture Realm advanced stage expert as well, he wasn't even able to withstand a single blow from the Qingtian emperor. You've forced me to use this move. You deserve to die. The 2 voices intertwined with one another, creating a bizarre illusion. The Qingtian emperor glared at Xianxia with a look that seemed as if he wanted to tear the latter into shreds. The chrysanthemum that he had guarded for many years had actually been pierced by the young man before him. You. Which one is your clone, and which one is your main body? Flying in the air, Xianxia asked warily. He was prepared to dodge the Qingtian emperor's attack at any moment. Regardless of whether they were split or not, There was no doubt that one of them was his clone while the other was his main body. It was impossible for both of them to be his main body. I'll tell you once you're dead. The two Xianxia emperors charged forward simultaneously. Voila, the underground chamber seemed to have been sealed by the Xianxia of slaughter, making it difficult for Xianxia to even move. Stop him! Xianxia bellowed furiously. You bastard! If I don't kill you, I won't be called Ding Ding. You bastard! If I don't kill you, I won't be called Ding Ding. Hearing those words, Jing Yuanding roared furiously as he charged forward. You shall die as well. The eyelids of the two Xianxia emperors twitched. They were so furious that they could explode on the spot. They had just been pierced, and that was the greatest pain in their hearts. Yet, the other party actually dared to shout it out. This was unforgivable. One of them charged forward to face the other party. Boom boom boom, the two of them clashed with one another. Seeing that Jing Yuanding had managed to deal with one of the Xianxia emperors, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. With a flick of his wrist, he whipped out a spear. Just like the glacier rain sword, this spear was a Saint Lotier artifact as well. There were many weapons in the Qiuwu palace, but none of them possessed spirit. Voila, Xianxia raised his arm and pierced his spear forward. Tzzzzzzz, the spear pierced through the air, producing a deafening buzz. Even though Xianxia rarely practiced his spear arts, he was still the one who had imparted Xingyang his spearmanship. As such, the Heaven's Path spear art was on par with his swordsmanship. Goo. On the other hand, the Xianxia emperor did not dodge in the face of Xianxia's spear. Instead, with narrowed eyes, he extended his fingernails and tapped lightly to deflect the spear. The Xianxia emperor's fingernails were black and sharp, probably some kind of unique weapon. As soon as the spear collided with the Xianxia emperor's, Xianxia immediately felt an immense force gushing through his body, forcing him to retreat several steps. Had it been anyone else, they would surely have sustained severe injuries after receiving so many attacks, and their strength would have been greatly diminished. However, Xianxia possessed the Heaven's Path Xianxi, which granted him superior regenerative ability. Even if he were to sustain any injuries, he would be able to recover swiftly. However, even though Jing Yuanding was of the same cultivation realm as the Xianxia emperor, without Xianxia's guidance, there was no way the latter would be a match for him, let alone the glacier rain sword. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before he was killed by the Xianxia emperor. To be able to create a clone, you sure are powerful. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia swiftly recovered from his injuries before retreating several steps back with narrowed eyes. You have forced me to create a clone. You are destined to die. Gritting his teeth, the Xianxia emperor charged forward once more. While he was still in midair, his palm had already descended upon the Xianxia emperor. His 5 fingernails were reminiscent of 5 surges of sword qi, threatening to tear Xianxia apart before they could even reach him. Xianxia quickly executed the Unbounded Voyager to defend himself. At the same time, he activated the Unbounded Voyager and retreated several dozen meters away. Hoo, barely after he retreated, the Xianxia emperor suddenly charged forward once more. Even after executing a secret art, the Xianxia emperor's speed was still on par with Xianxia's. After retreating 8 times and changing directions several times, Xianxia felt goosebumps rising on his back. He quickly turned around, only to see the other Xianxia emperor standing right behind him. Jing Yuanding was currently impaled into the ground, and his legs were twitching non-stop. It seemed like he had just been pummeled badly by the Xianxia emperor, and he would not be able to fight for the time being. The glacier rain sword was also impaled into the ground, not moving at all. He did not even have the mood to vomit anymore. You are an emperor, and yet you have 2 clones against me. This isn't fair. Xianxia gritted his teeth as he slowly retreated. Fair? It'll be fair if you die. The 2 Xianxia emperors sneered coldly. If you can split your clones, feel free to use the secret art as well. I don't mind how many clones you have. I don't know such a secret art. Xianxia shook his head. Don't blame me then. Today, I'll crush you with my clone. The 2 Xianxia emperors sneered savagely. The 2 of them exerted their strength simultaneously, and the surrounding space seemed to have frozen in place. As if a bug trapped in amber, Xianxia found himself unable to move at all. Driving his Xianxia furiously, Xianxia was barely able to get away from the spot. However, before he could get far, the two Qingtian emperors were already right in front of him. Peng, Xianxia felt a sharp pain in his chest as he was sent flying. He crashed heavily into the wall and sank into it. Pooh! Xianxia struggled to get out of the wall. From the looks of it, he was already severely injured, and he could die at any moment. At most, we'll just die together. Xianxia roared furiously as he drove his Xianxia furiously. From the looks of it, it seemed like he was intending to self-destruct. Do you really think that it'll be that easy for you to self-destruct? The two Qingtian emperors were just about to make a move when they suddenly felt a sharp pain in their heads, and their heads exploded simultaneously. Peng, it was as resplendent as fireworks. Following which, two fists shot out from the back of the two Qingtian emperors' necks. The Qingtian emperors could hardly believe their eyes when they saw their heads exploding. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they saw the person who had assaulted them. It was none other than Xianxia, following which, they saw Xianxia, who was in the midst of self-destructing, and a look of disdain surfaced in their eyes. It's just a clone, and yet you're acting as if it's something impressive. Who doesn't have at least one or two clones? It would already be difficult for Xianxia to defeat a single Qingtian emperor, let alone two of them. Thus, Xianxia decided to proceed with caution. First, he hid his clone in his storage ring and placed it at a certain location before retreating backward. He wanted to feign weakness so as to lure the Qingtian emperor to the location he had calculated beforehand. In the end, he pretended to self-detonate in order to distract the two of them. Only then did his clone succeed in its sneak attack. It sounded simple, but in truth, it involved a lot of things. What move should he use? How far should he run? Where should he stop? From which angle should his clone launch a sneak attack so that it would not be discovered, due to his meticulous calculations, as well as the fact that his clone had been cultivating for a period of time, his pure physical prowess was even greater than that of the main body. Thus, he was able to succeed in his plan. Otherwise, with just him and Jin Yuanding, it was impossible for them to win. Damn it! Following which, Xianxia heard a furious roar, and two souls flew out from the corpses. Following which, two souls flew out from the corpses and fell to the ground. The primordial spirit of the Qingtian emperor, this guy's physical body was split, and his primordial spirit was actually split into two as well. Rumble, as soon as the primordial spirit appeared, the surrounding space became even more solidified, as if it had fallen into a reverse current. Not to mention moving forward, it was extremely difficult to even maintain one's original position. Without the shackles of his physical body, his primordial spirit became even more powerful. It seemed like he could unleash even greater combat prowess. Whoosh, being attracted, the two primordial spirits slowly fused together in the air, forming a new one. It seemed like even though Xianxia was able to split himself into two with his primordial spirit, it would still be difficult for him to maintain his original form should his physical body be destroyed. I want you dead. With a livid face, the Qingtian emperor roared furiously as he charged forward to grab Xianxia once more. Ha ha ha, he was an emperor of the otherworldly demonic tribe, and yet, not only did he fail to kill the other party, he even ended up destroying his physical body. He felt so stifled that he could explode on the spot. Previously, it was only because his plan had been foiled and his subordinate had died that he wanted to kill the other party to preserve his dignity. However, at this very moment, it was impossible for him to live under the same sky as the other party. You said you wanted me dead just now. I'm still alive and well. Stop shouting, catch me first. In the face of the other party's threat, Xianxia smiled lightly. Not only did he not dodge, but he also rushed toward the other party's palm. Sizzle, as soon as the massive palm of the Qingtian emperor's primordial spirit came into contact with Xianxia's body, a sizzling sound echoed in the air, as if metal coming into contact with sulfuric acid. In the blink of an eye, a massive hole had appeared in the palm. Ah! With a cry of agony, the Qingtian emperor hurriedly retracted his hand as he stared at Xianxia in disbelief. Previously, when he still had his physical body, he had pummeled the other party to the point where he could only flee. Now that he was only left with his primordial spirit, the other party should have been even more fearful of him. How could it have ended up like this? Instead, it was his own primordial spirit that had corroded away. I might not be able to deal with other leaving Aperture Realm experts, but I have plenty of ways to deal with you. Paying no heed to the other party's shock, Xianxia chuckled softly as his Jinqi gushed out, filling the entire hall. Against other primordial spirits, with his current strength, he would only be able to passively take a beating. However, the other party was a soul oracle, a primordial spirit formed through the power of a soul oracle. The Heaven's Path Xianqi just so happened to be the bane of the other party. As long as he released the Heaven's Path Xianqi, no matter how powerful the other party was, he would not be able to withstand it. It was just like smashing sulfuric acid with a metal hammer. No matter how powerful the Heaven's Path Xianqi was, as long as it came in contact with just a little sulfuric acid, it would eventually corrode his primordial spirit completely. Damn it! The Qingtian Emperor exclaimed in rage. At this moment, he finally realized that under the other party's meticulous scheming, he, who had the upper hand all this while, had been forced into a passive position. The Qingtian Emperor's face paled as he stared at the Jinqi in the surroundings. As a leaving Aperture Realm advanced stage expert, he could clearly sense that the Jinqi in the surroundings was the bane of his existence. If he were to charge right into it, he would only grow weaker and weaker. If you want to kill me, I'll drag you down with me. The Qingtian Emperor roared furiously as he raised his hand to grab Xianxia. Since the other party's Jinqi was able to corrode his primordial spirit, even if it meant that his primordial spirit would be completely corroded, he would have to kill the other party first. At most, he would just have to die together with him. Hung Long, exerting his full strength, the Qingtian Emperor's might was no weaker than when he was in his physical form. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia felt as if he had fallen into a swamp once more. A centipede won't fall over even after death. As expected of the Qingtian Emperor, you're indeed formidable. Xianxia shook his head as he opened up all of his acupoints. Driving his Jinqi furiously, he tore open the sealed space around him once more. Without using any battle technique, he simply raised his palm and sent a palm strike toward the Qingtian Emperor. No matter what, the Qingtian Emperor was a leaving Aperture Realm advanced stage expert who had undergone 3 lightning tribulations. With his current strength, he would not be able to kill him that easily. Jai. Xianxia gathered his Jinqi to form a palm print in the air, and as soon as it came into contact with the Qingtian Emperor's primordial spirit, a sizzling sound echoed in the air. Ah! With a cry of agony, the Qingtian Emperor's primordial spirit shrank significantly. Damn it! The Qingtian Emperor roared furiously. Knowing that it was impossible for him to kill the other party with his spatial seal, he swiftly retreated several dozen meters away before pointing his finger at the other party. With his powerful control over his primordial spirit, even if the Qingtian Emperor's Jinqi were to land on him, it would be futile at such a distance. Wang, the Qingtian Emperor gathered the Jinqi from his finger together and shot toward the Qingtian Emperor at lightning speed. Peng, as expected, Xianxia was struck squarely in the chest and was sent flying. Using the same method, Xianxia sent his clone flying as well. Without his Heaven's Path Jinqi, it would not be easy for him to kill a leaving Aperture Realm advanced stage expert like the Qingtian Emperor. As expected of an old monster who has lived for countless years. You sure are experienced in battle. To be able to see through my problem with just a glance, Xianxia thought. Seeing how Xianxia was able to discern the problem with him so quickly and find a solution to it, Xianxia swiftly drove his Jinqi to heal his injuries. He had thought that with the Heaven's Path Jinqi, he would be able to kill the other party easily, but from the looks of it, that would not be the case. The Heaven's Path Jinqi was the nemesis of soul oracles, but as long as the Qingtian Emperor was able to widen the distance between them, the concentration of his Jinqi would weaken. Even if he could defeat the Qingtian Emperor, it would take a huge toll on his Jinqi, and he might even run out of Jinqi. If he were to run out of Jinqi before even meeting Vicious, it would not be worth it. What should we do? Xianxia couldn't help but feel a little troubled. However, there wasn't enough time for him to think about it. The Qingtian Emperor roared once more as he tapped another finger in Xianxia's direction. Woo woo woo, a tremendous force tore through the air, as if it was going to pierce through it. Just as he was about to counterattack, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Smiling faintly, Xianxia flicked his wrist. An altar fell to the ground. He gently stroked it with his palm. Hula, the formation inscriptions on it immediately came to life, and a powerful suction force gushed toward the Qing Tian Emperor. This is the altar that I set up in Qingyuan City. Attracted by the energy, the Qing Tian Emperor's primordial spirit took a closer look, and he immediately recognized what it was. It was none other than the altar that his clone had set up in Qingyuan City to slay master teachers and capture their souls. Who could have thought that the other party would actually carry it around with him and activate it to deal with him? The formation required the killing intent of the otherworldly demonic tribe to activate, and the formation was extremely complicated as well. Even he would have to pay a heavy price and expend a huge amount of energy just to activate it. How in the world did that fellow manage to do it? He's using his own Xianxia. Taking a closer look, the Qing Tian Emperor's eyebrows shot up. To think that the other party would actually use his own Xianxia to fuel the altar. How much Xianxia did he have to possess to be so extravagant? Just as the Qing Tian Emperor thought that the other party would not be able to hold on for long, he suddenly felt the suction force growing stronger and stronger. His primordial spirit staggered, and eventually, he lost control of his body and was pulled toward the altar. The altar harnessed the secret art of vicious, and it exerted a powerful suction force on one's soul. If he still had his physical body, he might still have been able to withstand the suction force. However, with only his primordial spirit left, there was no way he could withstand the suction force anymore. Just as he was trying to figure out a way to break free from the suction force, the two Xianxia suddenly charged at him simultaneously and began pummeling him. Palm strikes, fist strikes, kicks. In the blink of an eye, all of the moves that the Qing Tian Emperor could execute had landed on his body. Damn it! The Qing Tian Emperor bellowed furiously as he drove his Xianxia to its limits. It took him a great deal of effort to break free from the suction force of the altar and reach for the other party. However, before his attack could even reach the other party, the two Xianxia simultaneously dashed to a location 100 meters away. The Qing Tian Emperor lowered his head, intending to destroy the altar, only to realize that the other party had already placed it into his storage ring. With a livid face, the Qing Tian Emperor charged forward to kill the other party, but the altar suddenly appeared in the distance once more, exerting a powerful suction force on him. Voila, once more, he was pulled toward the altar, but he was still unable to move. The two Xianxia charged forward once more and pummeled him once more. I swear that I'll kill you. Furious, the Qing Tian Emperor struggled to break free from the altar once more, only to find that the two fellows had already fled even further away to activate the altar once more. Pada, once more, he was pulled toward the altar and pummeled once more. This repeated several times, and the Qing Tian Emperor's primordial spirit gradually grew smaller and weaker. How can you be so shameless? Knowing that he would collapse at any moment, the Qing Tian Emperor burst into tears. He had seen many formidable master teachers, but he had never seen such a shameless master teacher before. Author's note: if you can't make sense of it, you can refer to Stephen Chow's Inner Palace Spy Zero Hair, where he pummeled the faceless man with a magnet. Also, today is 518. Let me send you an official subscription and monthly ticket. Master, sure is ferocious. Jin Yuanding struggled to his feet as he took a closer look at the situation above him. There was a small crack on the lid of the cauldron, reminiscent of a mouth. He had thought that after fusing with the black gold crystal ore and overcoming 3 lightning tribulations, his cultivation had already reached leaving Aperture Realm advanced stage. Who could have thought that his master would be even more vicious than him? Despite having so many trump cards up his sleeves, the Qing Tian Emperor was still reduced to such a state. Just the thought of it left him in a pitiful state. It seemed like the saying that one should never go against their master was indeed true. Otherwise, they would have been sold off by their master. Alright, that's enough. After another round of pummeling, Xianxia waved his hand. The Qing Tian Emperor's clone was still looking forward to it. After being trapped in the storage ring for so long, this was a rare opportunity for him to pummel someone. He was looking forward to it. At this moment, the Qing Tian Emperor's primordial spirit was already on the verge of collapsing. After being tortured by Xianxia and Xianxia, not only was his primordial spirit severely weakened, his mind was also on the verge of collapse. I'll kill you. The Qing Tian Emperor bellowed weakly as his eyes were filled with hatred. I got it. Don't worry, I'll search your soul search. Bear with it for a while, it'll be over soon. Xianxia consoled. With a flick of his finger, he sent a sliver of his will into the Qingtian Emperor's glabella. No. Seeing that Xianxia was using such a secret art, the Qingtian Emperor's eyes widened in horror. He tried to flee, but the suction force of the altar was simply too strong. No matter how hard he tried, he was unable to escape. Clone, come and hold him down. Let's finish searching his soul search first. Seeing that the other party was running around aimlessly, Xianxia instructed. All right. With a look of excitement on his face, his clone rushed forward and sent a kick right toward the Qingtian Emperor's head. Paji, on the altar, the otherworldly demon emperor was reduced to the size of a Chinese character. Humiliation was written all over his face, and his body writhed uncontrollably. He tried to struggle free, but to no avail. Still disobedient? Shaking his head, Xianxia's clone turned around and commanded, "Sword, come." Hula, the glacier rain sword immediately flew over and landed in Xianxia's palm. If you dare to move again, I'll plunge my sword into your mouth. The Qingtian Emperor immediately froze on the spot, not daring to move in the slightest, as obedient as a puppet. That's more like it. Nodding in satisfaction, the clone turned to Xianxia and said, "All right, it's not moving anymore. Go ahead and search its soul." Yes. The thin line on Xianxia's fingertip immediately drilled into the space between the other party's eyebrows. Just as Xianxia was about to take a closer look to find out where Vicious was, the entire underground chamber suddenly shook, and a sinister voice sounded. To think that a celestial master teacher would actually be capable of soul oracle arts as well. If I were to reveal this news to the public, do you know how many people would want to study you? Kill you? There was a sinister smile in the voice. It was as if the voice was right next to one's ear, making it hard for one to locate it. You're finally willing to show yourself. Xianxia halted his soul search and kept the altar and the Qingtian Emperor into his storage ring before standing up once more. He knew that Vicious was in the vicinity, and the soul search earlier was just a ploy to lure the other party out. To be able to slay the leaving Aperture Realm advanced stage Qingtian Emperor as a Saint 3 Dan Pinnacle cultivator. As expected of a celestial master teacher. Just like Kongshi back then, you possess a unique comprehension of cultivation and battle that far surpasses that of other geniuses. Vicious remarked. However, you're still too young. Killing you would be a piece of cake for me. Right after saying those words, Xianxia suddenly felt his body shaking intensely, and his head began spinning. It felt as if something was pulling at his soul, threatening to tear it away from his body at any moment. Xianxia's face darkened. This was the same feeling that he had felt when he was in Chen's backyard. His soul was going out of his control, and it was on the verge of being devoured by the other party. Driving his heaven's path Xianxia tried his best to resist the powerful suction force. However, the suction force was simply too strong. In the blink of an eye, it felt as if a black hole had appeared before him, threatening to swallow him whole. Hula, his soul was pulled out of his body and brought right before the altar. This. What a massive soul. Vicious was taken aback by the sight before him. He was well versed in soul cultivation, and his soul was extremely powerful as well. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that the soul before him would be even larger than that. You should know that I have the ability to kill you easily, right? However, the shock only lasted for an instant before Vicious' eyes slowly emerged from the black hole and looked at Xianxia calmly. You do have the ability to kill me, Xianxia nodded. It's good that you know. Vicious chuckled softly. You should know that I have the ability to kill you, but I didn't make a move on you. You still have some value to me. You want me to let you out? Xianxia asked. As expected of a smart person. As long as you can help me escape, I'll spare your life, Vicious said. Spare my life? Does that mean that you'll turn me into a soulless metal humanoid or a puppet once you escape? Xianxia chuckled softly. Only a puppet or a soulless metal humanoid would speak such nonsense. Vicious replied calmly, not denying the other party's words. Since I'm going to die anyway, why should I let you out? Xianxia shook his head. Since the other party wanted to kill him anyway, why should he go through the trouble of saving the other party? That's not for you to decide. If you wish to see all of the master teachers who came with you die here, you don't have to agree to it. Vicious harumphed coldly. Following which, the black hole flickered, and an image appeared. It was Hall Master Xing and the others. At this moment, they were still trapped by the countless soulless metal humanoids. Division Head Wei, Division Head Liao, and the others who were guarding outside had already sustained significant injuries, and they were completely exhausted. Even though they weren't weak, facing so many soulless metal humanoids who didn't know pain and exhaustion, they were still unable to withstand them. At this moment, a mechanism suddenly opened in the room, and a figure slowly walked out. It was also a soulless metal humanoid, but its cultivation was significantly higher than the others. It had already reached leaving Aperture Realm intermediate stage. Xianxia gushed out from its acupoints, carrying intense killing intent. These soulless metal humanoids are already at their limits. If I were to make a move as well, how many of you do you think will be able to survive? Seeing the figure appear, Vicious shot a cold glance at Xianxia and sneered coldly. Following which, the soulless metal humanoid that walked out from the image charged right into the crowd. Everyone, prepare your defenses. Division Head Wei's face warped in horror as he bellowed anxiously. However, before he could finish his words, the other party had already arrived before him and struck his chest with his palm. Pung, with a pale face, Division Head Wei was sent crashing heavily into the wall, spurting huge mouthfuls of blood. The opening in Division Head Wei's position created an opening in the formation. Before the crowd could adjust their formation, the other party had already dived into the crowd and struck at the second strongest of the group, Division Head Liao. Gotcha. Under normal circumstances, given Division Head Liao's strength, he should have been able to withstand a few blows from the other party. However, after such a long battle, his Xianxia and stamina had already been depleted. Before he could even react, he was already struck and collapsed to the ground with a pale face. In the blink of an eye, of the group that had come with Xianxia, 2 of them had already been injured. Damn it! I'll kill you. Seeing that 2 of his companions had been severely injured, Zhang Jiuxiao roared furiously. He whipped out the Saint Intermediate Tier artifact from before and slashed it toward the soulless metal humanoid. However, the soulless metal humanoid seemed to have anticipated this move, and it tapped its finger lightly. Wang! The sword abruptly froze in midair. With a reddened face, Zhang Jiuxiao exerted all of his strength, but he was unable to move at all. It was as if he was glued to the ground. He was only a primordial spirit realm primary stage cultivator. No matter how powerful his fighting prowess was, he was still far from matching up to a leaving Aperture Realm intermediate stage cultivator. After immobilizing Zhang Jiuxiao, the soulless metal humanoid sneered coldly. Pada, Zhang Jiuxiao was sent flying as well. However, while he was still in midair, a light suddenly flickered from his chest, seemingly activating some kind of protective amulet. As a member of a prestigious clan, he did have a few protective artifacts with him. Interesting. However, you think that this thing can stop me? Dream on. Seeing this sight, Vicious sneered coldly. Under his control, the soulless metal humanoid bent its knees and stomped on the ground, charging forward once more. As if plucking a zither, it began unleashing wave after wave of attacks. Weng 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 weng, the protective amulet shielded Zhang Jiuxiao from harm, but as the number of attacks increased, the glow of the protective amulet grew dimmer and dimmer. No matter how powerful a protective amulet was, there was still a limit to its energy. It was one thing for it to be able to withstand 1 or 2 attacks, but once it was struck multiple times, it would be unable to hold on any longer. Pung, the glow of the protective amulet dissipated, and just like the others, Zhang Jiuxiao was sent flying. After defeating the 3 of them, the rest was simple. Soon, the 3 elders that Wu Shi had brought along were also injured. Other than the severely injured Wu Shi and Hall Master Xing, it could be said that the rest of the group had been wiped out. The soulless metal humanoid walked up to Hall Master Xing and the others and raised its palm, ready to strike them at any moment. How is it? Listen to me, and I can spare them. As a celestial master teacher, you can't possibly watch your friends die one by one, right? Seeing that the 2 of them were severely injured and would not be able to put up a fight, Vicious glared at Xianxia provocatively. Master teachers were very particular about rules and ethics. If one were to watch one's friends die before one's eyes, one would surely suffer a mental breakdown. Even if one were to survive, one would be deeply saddened, and it would be difficult for one to improve in the future. Die before my eyes? Ignoring Vicious' attitude, Xianxia shook his head and said, I don't think so. Seeing how stubborn Vicious was just about to say something when the battle on the screen suddenly changed. The severely injured Wuxia and Hall Master Xing suddenly leaped up and struck the soulless metal humanoid simultaneously. In the blink of an eye, two powerful surges of energy struck the soulless metal humanoid. Peng, not expecting the severely injured duo to be able to launch such a powerful attack, before the soulless metal humanoid could even react, a massive hole had already been punched through its chest, shattering all of its ribs. Unable to comprehend what was going on, Vicious suddenly heard Xianxia's impassive voice. How is it? Listen to me, and I can spare this soulless metal humanoid. As the one who trapped Kongshi, you can't possibly watch your subordinates die before your eyes, right? Vicious. Halala, after severely injuring the soulless metal humanoid, Hall Master Xing and Wuxia stood up and made their moves simultaneously. Before long, they had killed all of the soulless metal humanoids in the area. Having undergone the lightning ordeal, the two of them were already true leaving aperture realm experts. These soulless metal humanoids were only at the primordial spirit realm, so they were no match for them at all. After dealing with the other soulless metal humanoids, Wuxia walked up to the injured Zhang Jiuxiao, division head Wei, and the others, took out a gourd of wine, and gulped it down each of them. A few breaths later, the injured soulless metal humanoids had fully recovered, and they stood up one after another. Hall Master Xing, Wuxia. What is going on? You too. Everyone was shocked by the sight before them. The two of them were clearly severely injured from the leaving aperture ordeal, and they were on the verge of death. How did they suddenly become so powerful in the blink of an eye? It was Xianxia who instructed us to disguise ourselves so as to lower our guard before making a move at the very last moment. Hall Master Xing said. It was true that he had survived the lightning ordeal, and he had sustained severe injuries. Under normal circumstances, it would have been difficult for him to recover without several months of recuperation. However, the gourd of wine that Xianxia had given him was simply too powerful. Not only did it heal his physical injuries, it even healed his damaged soul. Wuxia nodded in agreement. Even though he did not drink the wine, Xianxia had infused his Xianxia into his body personally. As a result, he was able to fully recover from his injuries. Xianxia has just left. Let's head over to take a look as well. Seeing that they had survived the ordeal, the crowd nodded in agreement before proceeding forward. After taking a look, Vicious' face turned livid. He had been intending to draw down Hall Master Xing's lightning ordeal and make them lose a powerful ally, but who could have thought that he would end up helping the other party instead? You knew that I would send my men to kill them? Vicious asked with killing intent in his eyes. I didn't know, but it's better to be prepared than not. Xianxia replied with a shake of his head. He did not expect the other party to use Wuxia and the others to threaten him, but he knew that he could not place all his eggs in one basket. No matter what he did, he had to be prepared. This was especially so against an old monster who had lived for countless years. If he did not prepare in advance, he might very well lose his life here. Very well. Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you? Seeing how fearless the young man before him was, Vicious couldn't help but tremble in fury. Of course you dare to kill me, but can you kill me? Chuckling softly, Xianxia raised his eyebrows and said, if you could really do it, you would have made a move long ago. You wouldn't be wasting your breath on me. He had met Vicious twice. The first time he encountered the heart, the other party tried to kill him without any hesitation. Left with no choice, he had to resort to the golden page to subdue it. The second time he encountered the phalanx, the other party had also made a move on him without any hesitation. Since they were the same person who had undergone blood reincarnation, their personalities were bound to be the same. How could he have been so merciful the first two times? It was obvious that the other party was just saying it. If the other party wanted to kill him, it would not be that easy, otherwise, he wouldn't have wasted his breath on Xianxia. Or perhaps, he still wanted to borrow his hand to free himself from the suppression. That was why he had gone through so much trouble. Since that was the case, what was there to be afraid of? Vicious was taken aback. What? If you don't want to talk, then I'll go back first. Paying no heed to the other party, Xianxia drove the heavens past Xianxia in his body, and his primordial spirit jolted. In an instant, the sight before him blurred, and only then did he realize that he was still standing on the spot. It was as if everything that had happened a moment ago was just an illusion. Seeing that his guess was correct, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Previously, when the other party had made a move on him at Xianxia's residence, he had already felt that something was amiss. Later on, when the other party had intentionally triggered Hall Master Xing's leaving aperture ordeal, his suspicions had only deepened. If Hall Master Xing was truly powerful, he would have been able to crush Hall Master Xing easily. There would have been no need for him to go to such lengths. Later on, the Qingtian Emperor had been pummeled so badly that he was on the verge of death, but he still did not appear. Xianxia was almost certain in his heart, but he didn't dare to take the risk and continued to verify it. After his soul was captured by the other party, he realized that the other party still hadn't made a move on him. Instead, he was still negotiating with the other party, even threatening the lives of Wuxia and the others. Only then did he realize, it seemed like Vicious was not as fearsome as he had thought. Perhaps he was not even a match for the Qingtian Emperor, otherwise, he wouldn't have gone into hiding all this while, controlling the soulless metal humanoids to kill others. He wanted to pretend to be an expert and force Xianxia to submit to him. If it had been anyone else, they might have really fallen for the other party's ploy. However, never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that he was the true expert in pretending to be an expert. Even a Saint Seven Dan expert could be scared away by the other party's disguise as Xianxia. How could it be that easy to fool him? With a swift movement, Xianxia walked up to the wall where the Qingtian Emperor had appeared previously and placed his hand on it. A moment later, a smile crept onto his lips as he tapped his finger repeatedly. 7 consecutive strikes. Gotcha! With the sound of a spring opening, a passageway extended downward. The passageway was pitch black, making it difficult for one's spiritual perception to penetrate it. Clone, you take the lead. Xianxia turned around and beckoned his clone. His clone was the 9 Hearts Lotus, so even if he were to be sliced in two, he wouldn't be injured at all. Even though he knew that the other party might not be as powerful as he had imagined, it was still best to be careful. After all, the other party was an old monster who had lived for innumerable years. If this was all he had, there was no way he could have won the Qingtian Emperor's loyalty. Follow behind me. I'll cover you. If it comes down to it, I'll be the main body while you take the role of my clone. Xianxia's clone shot a disdainful glance at the main body before leading the way. To think that the main body would be unable to even defeat his clone, and more importantly, he was such a coward. How in the world did he manage to survive? Paying no heed to the narcissistic clone, Xianxia stowed Jin Yuanding and a glacier rain sword into his storage ring before following the other party into the passageway. Let me tell you, as the main body, you should be wise, decisive, and possess superior strength. If you act so cowardly that you don't even dare to take a passageway, how can you face my formidable clone? The clone harumphed in displeasure as he walked. It's best to be careful. Seeing that the clone was speaking too much, Xianxia felt a little awkward. This was probably the most pitiful main body in the world. Despite having created a clone, the other party was even more arrogant than him. Just the thought of it left him speechless. What's there to be careful about? Do you think that I'll be afraid? The clone sneered coldly. Just as he was about to continue speaking, a powerful force suddenly gushed toward him. Pada, before the clone could even react, his head was smashed flat like a pancake. Ah! Who dares to assault me? Roaring furiously, the clone immediately rushed in the direction of the attack. By this point, he had already reached the end of the passageway, and before him was a spacious hall. Voila! Several figures suddenly rushed out to block the clone's path. It was one of them who had smashed the clone's head to such a state. Seeing that there was indeed danger, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. If it had been him, he would have been dead by now. Thus, he took a closer look. There were 4 figures in total, and they were of roughly the same height as him. They weren't otherworldly demons or soulless metal humanoids. Celestial designer puppets? Xianxia frowned. The four figures before him were actually extremely exquisite celestial designer puppets. Unlike the puppets that Wu Yanzi had forged using the otherworldly demons as a model, the celestial palace puppets were made of spare parts and possessed mechanical springs, allowing them to exert powerful fighting prowess. Judging from how the other party was able to smash the clone's head with a single punch, it was likely that the other party was no weaker than him, at least at leaving Aperture Realm intermediate stage. Damn it! Xianxia's clone was on the verge of exploding. He had been trying to put on the airs of an expert before the main body to mock him, but in the end, he ended up being pummeled to such a state. With a furious roar, his head reverted back to its original state, and he charged right at the puppet that had just attacked him. Pung 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 pung, the clone and the puppet exchanged more than a dozen punches, and the immense might they exerted caused the surrounding air to tremble violently. Rocks flew all over the place, and cracks appeared on the ground. However, neither of them was forced to retreat a single step. How powerful! Xianxia's eyes twitched. The strength of the puppet was actually on par with the Qingtian Emperor. There were 3 more puppets by the side. If they were to work together, even Xianxian, his clone, and Jin Yuanding would not be a match for them. Why? Do you really think that I won't be able to kill you? Vicious voice sounded once more. You mean that you intend to kill me with these puppets? Xianxian asked. Regardless of what means you have, as long as you can kill me, that's the best you can do. Vicious sneered coldly. It seems like you have admitted that you won't be able to kill me with your own strength. Xianxian shook his head. From the Qingtian Emperor to these puppets, it seemed like it would indeed be difficult for the other party to kill him with his own strength. Master, I am certain that he is my brain and eyes. Vicious voice sounded from within the Book of Heaven's Path. Brain and eyes? The brain contains memories, and that's why it knows so much. It even remembers how you trapped Kongsher. The Book of Heaven's Path analyzed. However, the brain and eyes aren't suited for battle. At the very most, they can only beguile some of his subordinates into making a move on his behalf or execute some soul arts. That's also why he hasn't shown himself yet, resorting to such underhanded means. That's right. Hearing Vicious analysis, Xianxian nodded. Back then, when he encountered the finger bone, he had made a move on him without any hesitation. However, the Vicious before him was either an otherworldly demon, a puppet, or a soul oracle. It was clear that it was impossible for the other party to kill him with brute strength alone. However, Master, you must be careful. Even though the brain is lacking in fighting prowess, it possesses memories, and it knows a lot. It will be difficult for you to kill it and possess it. The Book of Heaven's Path warned. Even though his cultivation had improved significantly from the lightning tribulation, he was still no match for the other party's means. The brain possessed a complete set of memories, so it had to know how to possess the other party's body. This was not something that a mere heart and a finger could contend against. More importantly, the brain is the core of the body, and it has always obeyed the orders of the otherworldly demonic tribe, similar to the emperors and soldiers of the otherworldly demonic tribe. I fear that if I were to approach it, I might succumb to its will and obey its commands. The voice of Vicious within the Book of Heaven's Path carried a hint of worry. Putting aside him, even if he had the entire torso, he would still have to obey the commands of the brain. If he were to charge forward like that, not only would he be unable to possess the other party, he might even end up becoming a puppet under the other party's control. Xianxian frowned. Even if Vicious was reborn from a single drop of blood, as long as his brain remained, the other parts of his body would still have to obey his commands. It was precisely due to this ability that the other party was able to easily control the Qingtian Emperor, so many soulless metal humanoids, and so on. This was also the reason why he was able to pull Xianxian's soul into the black hole so easily. After reaching embryonic soul realm pinnacle, it would be nigh impossible for the other party to kill him using such a method anymore. However, that didn't mean that the other party wasn't fearsome, an old monster who had lived for several dozen millenniums, and more importantly, he still had his memories. Who knew what kind of means he could pull off? You don't dare to face him head-on? Vicious hesitated for a moment before asking. That's right. Putting aside how powerful he is, even if he's weaker than me, as his brain, I won't be able to stand up to him. Unless he loses consciousness and I slip my consciousness into his body. Vicious replied. He loses consciousness? Xianxia asked with a bitter smile. That was impossible. The fact that the other party was able to pull him out of the black hole so easily showed how powerful the other party was. To kill him, how could that be possible? It was simply an impossible task. The conversation between the two of them happened in the blink of an eye. The entire process took less than half a breath. The other 3 puppets took a step forward and surrounded him. One of them swung a fist at him, sending a crushing force crashing down on him. Jing Yuanding. Knowing that he wouldn't be able to withstand 3 puppets at once with his current strength, Xianxia summoned the cauldron and smashed its bottom right into the puppet before him. Pung! The fist collided with the bottom of the cauldron, and a resounding reverberation echoed in the air, forcing the puppet to retreat several steps. Jing Yuanding wasn't a match for the Qing Tian Emperor, but against a puppet that only knew how to rely on brute strength, its defense and weight held a huge advantage. Thus, the two of them were evenly matched, and it seemed like the former was even a little stronger than the latter. Heaving a sigh of relief, Xianxia didn't have the time to relax before the other 2 puppets charged at him once more. Walala! Wind and lightning stirred, and the surrounding air felt as if it was being torn apart. I'm the clone. That person over there is Xianxia. Look at how ferocious he is. With a pale face, Xianxia hurriedly shouted. The clone. I'm really just a doppelganger. Have any of you seen a doppelganger more powerful than the original body? Xianxia roared as he dodged. Hearing those words, one of the puppets hesitated for a moment before making its way over to the clone. In the blink of an eye, the clone's head was reduced to a pancake. The clone was on the verge of tears. Other people's main bodies were all upright and selfless. They would step forward bravely in the face of danger. What the heck was his main body? Simply, however, it seemed that the last time he was in danger, he also ran away in advance. Frustrated, Xianxia fought against the 2 puppets with all his might. Not too long later, he was struck several times, and his chest and ribs caved in. It was fortunate that he was forged from the 9 Hearts Lotus, so he wasn't afraid of being hammered. Otherwise, he would have already lost his life. Doppelganger, think of a way to keep these puppets busy. I'll deal with one first, and then I'll help you. Just as he was about to explode, he heard the voice of the main body. All right. Upon hearing that the other party wasn't abandoning him on purpose, the clone heaved a sigh of relief and felt much better. Boom boom boom, despite using his full strength and not bothering to defend himself, he was still only able to fight the 2 puppets to a draw. Interesting. However, regardless of which one of you is the main body, you won't be able to escape today. Vicious didn't expect his clone to be so powerful as to be able to hold his own against the 2 puppets. Harumphing coldly, he was just about to continue speaking when he suddenly paused. Why you? Hurry up and do it. Hearing Vicious' anxious words, the clone was perplexed. He swiftly sent 2 consecutive punches to knock the 2 puppets back before hurriedly turning his gaze to the main body. With a single glance, he froze on the spot. Unknowingly, the puppet that was chasing after the main body was kneeling on the ground, looking at the figure that looked identical to it with a look of admiration. It was hard to tell what the main body had said, but the puppet was trembling in agitation. The heck, the clone gulped down a mouthful of saliva as if he had just seen a ghost. He had fought so hard that his head had exploded several times, but he hadn't been able to injure the other party in the slightest. On the other hand, the main body had just said something, and the puppet had immediately kneeled down. Wasn't the difference between the 2 of them a little too great? Paying close attention, the clone heard the encouraging voice of the main body. Go on, your teacher loves you. As soon as the main body said those words, the puppet that was chasing after the main body suddenly charged right at him. The clone's face warped in horror. Just as he was about to dodge, the puppet beside him had already begun fighting with the puppet beside him. Pung 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 pung, the 2 puppets were locked in a fierce battle, neither willing to give in to the other. The clone heaved a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to deal with the puppet before him, the main body suddenly walked up to him and said with a voice that carried a unique tone, as a puppet, you can only listen to the will of others. How sad is that? Come, listen to my words. It didn't take long for the fellow who had pummeled him to the brink of death to kneel before him with a sincere expression on his face. just like the puppet from before. Go. The main body bellowed once more, and the puppet charged toward the puppet that Jin Yuanding was fighting. Alright, paying no heed to the shocked clone, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. He had comprehended the heart of a teacher, and even Zhang Jiuxia's weapons had acknowledged him as their teacher. Needless to say, it would be even easier for a puppet to possess its own will. That move of yours is simply too formidable. It's much more effective against puppets than a real battle, the clone remarked in awe. You wish to learn it? If you wish to learn it, I can teach you. The main body said. The clone's face reddened. We are the same person, so there's no need for you to put on an act. Isn't it just the impartation of heaven's will? Who doesn't know how to do that? After saying those words, the clone walked up to the puppet that was in the midst of a battle and raised his hand like a priest. As a puppet, you can only listen to the will of others. How sad is that? Come, listen to my words. Pong, the clone's head was flattened with a single punch. The clone was frenzied. We are the same person, and we said the same words. As soon as the main body finished speaking, he immediately kneeled down. As soon as the clone finished speaking, he was pummeled to the point of exploding. Wasn't this a little too disrespectful to his clone? Sigh, seeing the state his clone was in, Xianxia shook his head. He had also split his soul, but when would his clone learn to be as low-profile and introverted as him? The other party was always thinking about how to put on an act, causing others to worry about him. I'll think about it after I find Vicious. Ignoring the battle between the puppet and his clone, Xianxia activated his Eye of Insight and scanned the hall before him. Other than the 4 puppets, there was nothing else in the hall. There's bound to be more traps. Knowing that Vicious had set up countless traps in the ghost cave, Xianxia was just about to search the area when he suddenly heard Vicious' hateful voice. To be able to beguile my puppet with the heart of a teacher and the impartation of heaven's will. Just like Kongshi, your tongue is indeed invincible. But do you think that I wouldn't have taken such precautions after fighting with Kongshi so many times? Defenses? Xianxia frowned. He hurriedly turned his head over to look at the puppet not too far away, only to see that the puppet that had obeyed his words a moment ago had swayed a little before its head exploded. Putong, it collapsed to the ground. You have a backup plan? Xianxia's face darkened. As expected of Vicious, even the puppets he forged had a backup plan. Those that disobeyed him would be killed on the spot. If I didn't, do you think that I would have survived until now? Vicious harumphed coldly. Having lived for several dozen millenniums and crossed blows with Kongshi multiple times, if he didn't take such precautions, he would have been annihilated by the Mingshi Tang several times already. Xianxia clenched his fists tightly together. Not only did killing the puppets he tamed cost him 2 of his greatest allies, more importantly, it was also a warning to others. While the heart of a teacher and the impartation of heaven's will possessed incredible might, it was only a matter of logic and virtue. It wasn't a matter of forcefully brainwashing. Given the sentience of the puppets, upon seeing their companions being killed, it was impossible for Xianxia to tame them. Hung Long, just as Xianxia was thinking that the other party was indeed smart to foil his plan, the remaining 2 puppets suddenly charged at him with even greater fervor. Seeing their companions dying tragically, they felt that their lives were in danger, and they worked even harder. His clone and Jin Yuanding were forced to retreat under the relentless attacks of these 2 fellows. Let's see how you'll deal with them, Vicious sneered coldly, indescribably gleeful. Actually, there's no need to deal with them, seeing that they were able to deal with his clone. Xianxia shook his head. There's no need to deal with them? Indeed. It's actually quite easy to deal with them. Sighing deeply, Xianxia flicked his wrist, and Demon Lord Yi and Demon Lord Jia appeared before him. He had already kept these inner demons when he entered the underground chamber. Go and possess the bodies of those 2 puppets, yes. Demon Lord Jia and Demon Lord Yi morphed into 2 clumps of black aura and flew toward Xianxia. Inner demons were formless and intangible. Even cultivators were unable to withstand them. Needless to say, puppets were even more helpless. In the blink of an eye, they had already dived into Xianxia's glabella. Gudong. Gudong. As soon as the inner demons entered Xianxia's body, the 2 puppets immediately lost their fighting prowess and collapsed to the ground. You. Inner demons? Vicious' mouth twitched. He was the one who had created those two puppets. Who could have thought that they would become Xianxia's lackeys at such a crucial moment? Indeed. Inner demons might not be able to erase the spirit of the puppets or make them listen to my commands, but it's not too difficult for me to trap them for a period of time, Xianxia replied with a smile. Inner demons were capable of messing with one's thoughts, making it impossible for one to fight. Even though it was impossible to control the puppets, it was still not too difficult to make them lose their fighting prowess. Very well. You might be able to control the two puppets, but do you think that you can stop so many of them? Vicious harumphed coldly. Following which, a mechanism in the hall opened, and a group of puppets rushed out. There were at least 100 of them. So many of them? His clone's face paled. Jin Yuanding also hurriedly cowered in fear, nearly shrinking into the lid of the cauldron. I have so many puppets, but do you have that many inner demons? Vicious laughed maniacally. But before he could finish his laughter, the young man suddenly raised his eyebrows and shook his head. Pardon me, but I do have some inner demons. Hula, right after those words were spoken, a huge group of inner demons appeared before Xianxia. There were more than 100 of them. Back then, in the heart division of the Combat Master Hall, Song Su had created a huge group of inner demons to kill him, but he had managed to tame them and store them away. Tzzzzzzzzzz, more than 100 inner demons charged straight at the puppet. That's mine. Don't fight with me over it. I saw it first. I'm Mo Bing, and he's Mo Ding. My teacher named me personally. Those who don't have a name can go to the back. Upon seeing so many puppets, the inner demons immediately charged forward in excitement. In the blink of an eye, before the puppets could even reach them, they were already lying on the ground. Vicious was frenzied. In order to forge these puppets, he had expended innumerable resources and artifacts, and he had thought that he would be able to become the main force of his army. He had thought that he would be able to defeat the fellow before him with ease, but who could have known that the other party had already prepared a backup plan, to have so many inner demons? You must be a shop that sells inner demons, right? Hurry up and get up. Vicious roared furiously. However, the eyes of the puppets that had been afflicted by the inner demons were completely glued to the ground, as if they had turned into zombies. Master, I'll kill them all. Otherwise, they might lose control of their inner demons and charge at us once more. Jin Yuanding walked up to the puppets and shook his massive bottom. If he could, he would have killed one of them with a single kick. Kill them? Xianxia shook his head. Even though they are puppets, they have their own consciousness. I really can't bear to kill them all. These puppets had been enchanted, and just like Jin Yuanding, they were considered as unique weapons. It would be too cruel to kill them all. Then, Jin Yuanding was taken aback. If he didn't kill them, wouldn't they be pummeled to death? Sigh, I'll deal with them. Xianxia shook his head and waved his hand. Voila, all of the puppets lying on the ground were swiftly stowed into his storage ring. These fellows were currently in a state of chaos, so they didn't know how to resist at all. On top of that, they were weapons, so they wouldn't die even if they were trapped. Jin Yuanding. Vicious was so stifled that he nearly spurted a mouthful of blood. These puppets were all his. This was a bandit. It's not that you can't handle it, but you've already thought of how to handle it. He was frustrated, but he knew that there was nothing he could do. This fellow had so many heart demons, causing the puppet's consciousness to fall into a state of chaos. It didn't even have the strength to fight, so no matter how angry he was, it was useless. Sigh, modifying so many puppets and making them abandon evil and do good is a great deed of virtue. I've made a great contribution to Mingshi Tang. Paying no heed to the speechless Jin Yuanding and his clone, Xianxia remarked with a calm expression. He walked over to the mechanism that the puppet had walked out of and gently pushed it open. Once again, a tunnel leading downward appeared. Just like before, the clone walked in front of him and followed him down. This time, there was no danger. Soon, they arrived at the next level. Why does this look like a maze? Jin Yuanding scanned his surroundings and remarked. Instead of a single room, the underground palace was filled with countless smaller rooms. There were paths everywhere, making it look no different from a maze. More importantly, there was no end to it. It was hard to tell how far it extended underground, but it seemed like the entire island was filled with such things. This? What are they used for? The clone asked in bewilderment. Not only them, even Xianxia was taken aback by the sight before him. With his eye of discernment, he could tell that these maze-like rooms were forged using unique materials, and it was clear that they had gone to great lengths to build them. If the puppets from before had cost a fortune, these rooms must have been even larger, at least 100 times larger. Are they for the puppets to live in? Jin Yuanding pondered for a moment before asking. For the puppets to live in? Even 100 puppets wouldn't be able to house so many of them. Scanning with his spiritual perception, Xianxia could see that there were more than 10,000 rooms here. Even if the puppets were to live in them, they shouldn't be able to house so many of them. Don't even think about it. Just be careful not to get assaulted by vicious. Unable to make sense of what was going on, Xianxia shook his head as he proceeded along the maze-like passageway. If it had been anyone else, they would have surely fainted very quickly. However, through his eye of insight, Xianxia was still able to vaguely discern the thin line in the sky. After following behind Xianxia for close to 10 minutes and passing by innumerable rooms, another stone door that led downward appeared before him. Since they were already here, the duo and the cauldron began descending without any hesitation. As soon as they stepped out of the stone door, they immediately felt an overwhelming killing intent gushing toward them, threatening to tear their consciousness apart. While the clone was still able to withstand it, Jin Yuanding was already on the verge of collapsing. Even though it was a Saint Intermediate tier artifact and its cultivation had reached leaving Aperture Realm advanced stage, it was still only a spirit, not a soul. Before the killing intent of the otherworldly demonic tribe, it was still too weak. You should return for now. Xianxia and his clone stowed the cauldron into their storage rings before raising their heads to take a look. In the vast underground chamber, there was a square-shaped box hanging at the center of the room. Four metal chains were embedded into the wall, and it was impossible to tell what kind of material they were made of, but they emanated a cold gleam. The surging slaughter chi was being released from it. Vicious, is inside? Xianxia's clone was stunned. That's very likely. Xianxia frowned. To be able to emanate such concentrated killing intent, the bloodline prowess that it possessed had already surpassed that of the Qing Tian Emperor. Most likely, only Vicious was capable of such a feat. Beneath the box was an altar. It was similar to the one that Xianxia had used to deal with the Qing Tian Emperor, just that it was larger. There were some bizarre inscriptions inscribed on it, and it carried the same killing intent. It felt as if one would be sliced in two if they were to approach it. Xianxia's clone picked up a stone and tossed it toward the altar. Tz la, several sword chi burst forth from the altar, and the stone was reduced to dust. This, Xianxia's eyebrows shot up in astonishment. The altar in his hand was used to capture souls, but the one before him seemed more like a slaughter formation that could easily kill a person. Even if he were to step into the formation, he would surely be minced into meat paste in an instant. In other words, regardless of who it was, anyone who dared to approach the metal box would be sliced apart by the sword chi, dying on the spot. Vicious, where are you? Xianxia took a look, but his eye of insight was unable to discern what it was. Thus, he began scanning the surroundings. To be able to call out my name, it seems like you know quite a bit about Mingshi Tang's history. However, so what if you manage to find your way here? As long as you can't open this box, you won't be able to kill me. Vicious voice echoed in the air. You are in the box? Xianxia narrowed his eyes. Indeed. Even if you know where I am, do you dare to let me out? Vicious sneered coldly. This, Xianxia hesitated for a moment. Back then, back at Chenji's residence, when the other party used the black hole to capture him, he had muttered to himself that as long as he devoured him, a celestial master teacher, he would be able to escape from his shackles. From the looks of it now, it seemed like he was referring to this box. If he were to open it and allow the other party to escape, the Vicious in the Book of Heaven's path would be no match for him either. But, if he didn't let the other party out, with such a huge metal box protecting him, it would be impossible for him to kill the other party. Let me see what this is first. Perplexed, Xianxia didn't panic. Instead, he slowly walked toward the metal box. The further he walked, the more concentrated the killing intent became. If it had been Wuxia and the others, even 8-star master teachers, they would have suffered a mental breakdown by now. However, Xianxia was different. Driving his heaven's path Xianxia, the killing intent immediately vanished, and he soon arrived at the periphery of the altar. He didn't dare to enter this place for the time being, but with his eye of insight, he was able to clearly see what the metal box was. From the outside, there wasn't the slightest gap at all. It looked like a lump of metal with a diameter of around 50 centimeters. What is this? Xianxia's clone walked over. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the celestial designer lock. Xianxia hesitated for a moment before replying. Celestial designer lock? Xianxia's clone was perplexed. He had been staying in his storage ring for the past few days, and he hadn't shared the knowledge that Xianxia had learned with him yet. As such, his knowledge was still lacking compared to his clones. The Celestial Designer Lock is one of the most secure mechanical locks created by celestial designers. It's used to imprison certain artifacts that are indestructible. Once it's locked, even the designer of the lock won't be able to open it. Forcefully breaking it will result in the destruction of the artifact inside. Xianxia's clone was stunned. This thing is different from the Celestial Designer mechanical box. It's designed to seal artifacts. Xianxia nodded. He had seen Celestial Designer mechanical boxes before, and even though they were equally difficult to open, it was still possible to open them with the correct method. On the other hand, the Celestial Designer lock before him was a dead knot. Its purpose was simple, to seal the artifact within, preventing it from leaving. It could be said that once it was locked, not even a deity would be able to open it. Forcefully opening it would only result in the destruction of the artifact within. Since it's this thing, isn't it simple? As long as we forcefully break the Celestial Designer lock and destroy it, won't that vicious be dead? Xianxia's clone blinked his eyes in astonishment. They weren't here to say vicious, so it would be best if they could die inside. It's not that simple. Xianxia shook his head. Instead, he stroked his lower jaw and began walking around the area. If it was as simple as his clone said, how could Vicious possibly allow them to enter the Celestial Designer lock, even though they wouldn't be able to get close to the Celestial Designer lock? As long as they could knock it with their Xianxia, they shouldn't be able to touch the altar. If it was that simple, Vicious would be too easy to kill. Xianxia didn't believe that an expert of his caliber could be killed that easily. Let's split up and look around. Let's see if we can find anything. With a thought, Xianxia imparted all of the knowledge that he had recently learned to his clone. After which, he walked around the altar and began exploring the surroundings. The underground chamber was massive, and just like the labyrinth above, the walls were made of a unique material. Frowning, Xianxia reached out and touched it lightly. A book materialized in the library of Heaven's Path. Taking a look at it, Xianxia frowned. It didn't take long for Xianxia to finish reading the book, and he exhaled deeply. After a moment of contemplation, he walked over to a corner of the room and sat down cross-legged. Some time later, his clone walked over and asked with a perplexed look, "What are you doing?" "Whenever I run into a problem that I can't figure out, I like to face the wall and contemplate the universe and the vicissitudes of life." Xianxia turned around with a slightly pale face. Contemplate the universe? The vicissitudes of life? His clone was dumbfounded. When did he come into possession of such a skill? Why didn't he know about it before? Even though he had no idea what was going on, he knew that his clone must have his own reasons for doing so. Thus, he nodded and said, "I'll take a look around, you can continue." After saying those words, he turned around and left. Roughly 2 hours later, Xianxia exhaled deeply and stood up. At this moment, his eyes were slightly reddened, and he seemed to be exhausted. His body swayed a few times, and he nearly fell to the ground. His clone hurriedly rushed forward to support him before he was able to stabilize his body. "I'm fine." Shaking his head, Xianxia drove his Heaven's Path Xianxia 3 times, and only then did he feel much better. "I have just checked the surroundings, and other than these items, there aren't any other traps. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the lowest level of the island." Seeing that Xianxia had recovered, his clone lowered his voice and said, Over the past 2 hours, he had scanned the surroundings thoroughly. His comprehension of formations and celestial designers had reached 7-star pinnacle, and even so, he was still unable to find anything amiss. This could only mean that there weren't any traps in the area. Xianxia nodded. What should we do then? His clone frowned. Do we really have to destroy the celestial designer lock and release Vicious? He knew that his clone must have known something, but he was unwilling to speak of it. If we really destroy the celestial designer lock, we'll surely be killed by the altar and become nourishment for Vicious. Xianxia shook his head. Then, I have to find a way to destroy the altar. Once the altar is destroyed, the celestial designer lock should open on its own. Xianxia pondered for a moment. It's that simple? His clone asked doubtfully. The core of the celestial designer lock was that it was impossible to open it. As long as one destroyed the altar, one would be able to open it. Was this for real? We can only give it a try. Besides, even if we wish to open the celestial designer lock, we'll have to destroy the altar first. Otherwise, we won't be able to get close to it. Xianxia shook his head. That's true, there was a special sword chi on the altar that guarded the heavenly designer lock. If one wanted to approach it, they would have to destroy it first. Xianxia walked up to Xianxia and took a look at him. The altar was even more complicated than the one Xianxia had seen before. The runes and words on it were so complicated that it was impossible to tell what they were for. With a flick of his wrist, Xianxia took out a spiritless Saint Low-tier artifact that he had obtained from the Qiuwu Palace and tossed it in. In the blink of an eye, the sacred artifact was torn to pieces by the sword energy. The clone's mouth twitched. Although his physical body could still be reformed after being chopped into pieces, his soul wasn't strong enough. If he were to really enter the sword chi, his soul would definitely be obliterated. As the altar revolved, Xianxia closed his eyes. A moment later, he opened them again and took out a pile of formation flags with a flip of his palm. What are you going to do with the formation flags? The clone was perplexed. Weren't you trying to destroy the altar? What were you going to do with it? The person who set up the altar is an 8-star expert. If I were to charge in forcefully, I might just cause the formation to explode. Thus, I intend to use a formation to destroy a formation. Xianxia. You want to use a formation to destroy a formation? The clone nodded in realization. Using a formation to destroy a formation meant using a new formation to disrupt the operation of the existing formation and destroy its structure. It sounded easy, but it was actually extremely difficult. The existing formation already affected the surroundings. To set up a new one that was as powerful as the previous one, the difficulty was unimaginable. However, the clone knew that since the main body had already made up his mind, he must have made preparations beforehand. Thus, he quickly retreated back to the stone steps. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia floated in the air before flicking his wrist. Woo, the 100 formation flags in his palm shot out and landed in every corner of the room. Hong Long, a massive formation immediately came to life. It's the Star Convergence formation. The clone recognized the formation. It wasn't a slaughter formation or an illusory formation but a spirit gathering formation. Even though the formation wasn't a grade 8 formation yet, it was at least a quasi-grade 8 formation. It utilized the energy of the stars to gather spiritual energy. Using such a formation to destroy the altar? That's indeed a good idea. Even though he felt that the main body was far weaker than him at times, at this moment, he couldn't help but be impressed by the other party. The altar was extremely powerful, and given the main body's strength, it was still a little lacking for him to set up a grade 8 formation that could destroy it. However, with a spirit-gathering formation of this level, things would be different. Converging spiritual energy to the altar might seem like a compound formation that could enhance its prowess, but everything had a certain level of tolerance. This was the case even for an 8-star formation. Initially, the altar had already borrowed spiritual energy from somewhere, and it didn't need to be replenished anymore. But now, the amount of spiritual energy gathered was increasing, and it was reaching its limits. While the clone was still deep in thought, the main body took out 10,000 high-tier spirit stones and tossed them into the formation in order to speed up the rate at which the formation was gathering spiritual energy. Hong Long, with so much spiritual energy replenished, the formation began trembling. The concentrated spiritual energy immediately formed a powerful energy storm, causing the entire underground chamber to tremble non-stop. Under the control of the formation, the tornado-like spiritual energy surged toward the altar. The silent altar began to whirl, and a brilliant glow emanated from it. In the blink of an eye, it began to inflate like a balloon. Boom, with a deafening explosion, the altar finally reached its limit and exploded. It worked. The clone's eyes lit up. Given the star-gathering formation's capabilities, it would have taken at least a month to destroy the altar. However, the main body had tossed out so many high-tier spirit stones, speeding up the process by leaps and bounds. In less than an incense's time, the altar had already been destroyed. With the altar destroyed, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. With a wave of his hand, he kept the formation flags into his storage ring. Just as he was about to head over to the Celestial Designer Lock to take a look, he suddenly felt the killing intent from before growing even stronger. At the same time, a frenzied laughter echoed in the air. Ha ha ha. Xianxia, it seems like I made the right decision in luring you here. Thank you for breaking the seal on me. I, Vicious, can finally return to the world. Along with the voice, the clone and Xianxia suddenly felt as if their bodies had been sealed in place, and an incomparably powerful force threatened to crush them. This is bad. He isn't in the Celestial Designer Lock? What's trapping him here is the altar. Only then did the clone realize what was going on, and his face turned ghastly pale. Previously, when he sensed the killing intent from the Celestial Designer Lock, he had instinctively thought that Vicious was in there, and as long as he destroyed the altar, he would be able to find the other party. But from the looks of it now, it seemed like the altar was the key to trapping Vicious. It had nothing to do with the Celestial Designer Lock. Hurry up and leave. It was only then that Xianxia realized what was going on, and his eyes narrowed in astonishment. With a loud roar, he stowed his clone into his storage ring before abruptly launching a palm strike forward. Selah, the heavenly demon Great Sorrow palm wielded incredible might, and it immediately tore apart the sealed space. Xianxia activated the Unbounded Voyager, and in the blink of an eye, he was already at the end of the flight of stairs. 10 breaths later, he was already at where Hall Master Xing and the others were. At this moment, they were still unable to find the exit, and they were still trapped in the underground chamber. Xianxia, upon seeing Xianxia, the crowd heaved a sigh of relief. Hurry up and leave. Xianxia exclaimed anxiously. The fact that Vicious had broken free from his shackles wasn't something they could deal with. The only thing they could do now was to escape as quickly as possible. There's a dragon severing lock above. How do we get out? Wuxia asked. When they first arrived, the dragon severing lock had already sealed off the exit, so there was no way out at all. Don't worry about that. Follow me. Ignoring the doubts of the crowd, Xianxia continued charging forward. The crowd followed closely behind him, and as they walked down the flight of stairs, they saw the dragon severing lock appearing before their eyes once more. It was as if they were trapped in there, making it impossible for them to escape. What should we do? Wuxia asked anxiously. If it comes down to it, we should just work together. Even if the 9 of us aren't strong enough to break the seal, we should still be able to forge a way out through the formation. Hall Master Xing said. That's the only thing we can do. Wuxia nodded. Just as he was about to speak, Xianxia suddenly walked up to the dragon's severing lock and placed his palm on it. Hurry up and open it. We're going to get out of here, Jia. Before everyone's shocked gazes, the dragon severing lock, which even a leaving Aperture Realm pinnacle expert might not be able to open, suddenly began cracking open. Everyone widened their eyes in shock. It had already become a rule that no one would be able to escape from the dragon severing lock. Yet, the young man just touched it, spoke a few words, and opened it. This was way too exaggerated. Let's go. Xianxia took the lead and dashed out. Seeing that Xianxia had left, Xianxia knew that this wasn't the time to be thinking about this matter. Thus, he hurriedly followed after Xianxia, and it didn't take long for the group to escape from the island. Hong long long, the shaking of the island grew more and more intense. Not daring to stop for a moment, the group rushed to the island from before, and as soon as they found their footing, the entire island floated into the air. Everyone widened their eyes in shock, and their faces paled in fright. It was common knowledge that it was impossible to fly in the marshlands of the northern meadows. Yet, the entire island had actually floated into the air. Even though they were witnessing it with their own eyes, they still found it hard to believe. Jai. The island rose higher and higher, and soon, it was out of the marshlands. Following which, it flipped 90 degrees, and the island faced the crowd once more. At the same time, the soil on the island began to fall back into the marshlands. Is that a human head? Division Head Liao suddenly exclaimed with a trembling body. Everyone was taken aback. As the soil on the island began to fall, the entire island looked like a floating head, and the two pools of spring water were actually two massive eyes. Ha ha ha, I, Vicious, have finally come back to life. How do you want to die? A deafening voice boomed in the air. The Vicious of the marshlands of the northern meadows had finally come back to life. Feeling the immense pressure, everyone's body stiffened. The head before them was simply too huge, and it possessed boundless strength. Even though it had not made a move yet, the aura it emanated had already sealed off the surrounding space, making it impossible for them to escape. This is leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle. Wuxia gulped down a mouthful of saliva. With his strength, he could easily tell that the other party had already reached leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle. Such strength was not something that they could stand against. It's indeed at leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle. Xianxia nodded. Just as he had guessed back in Qingyuan City, the leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle Vicious was indeed several times stronger than the Qingtian Emperor. What should we do? The crowd turned their gazes over anxiously. If it had been any other leaving Aperture Realm advanced stage cultivator, they would have been able to put up a fight. But the leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle expert before them was so huge. How were they supposed to deal with him? No matter how they fought, they would lose. Xianxia, you are indeed a smart one. You were able to come up with the idea of destroying the altar through a formation. You are indeed a brilliant one. However, it is precisely because of your brilliance that I managed to break free from my shackles. How is it? You have been trying to kill me all this while, but you ended up releasing me instead. Do you feel regretful now? Floating steadily in the air, the face slowly grew clearer and clearer as it gazed down coldly at them with a hint of playfulness in its eyes. It had already sealed the surrounding space, making it impossible for them to escape even if they wanted to. There was nothing for them to fear anymore. I do feel regretful, but what's done is done. I'm just a little curious as to who created that altar and how it managed to trap you. With a face filled with regret, Xianxia gritted his teeth and looked at Luo Ruoxin. It was just that he was unable to understand what was going on. It was obvious that the altar was an artifact of the otherworldly demonic tribe, so why would it trap the other party? Since you are about to be devoured, there's no harm in explaining it to you. With a cold sneer, the floating head opened its mouth, and with a voice reminiscent of rumbling thunder, it said, "This altar was created by the Qingtian Emperor." Qingtian Emperor? Xianxia was bewildered. Isn't he your student? Didn't he learn soul arts from you? Why did his student create an altar to lock his teacher down? I summoned it over 2,000 years ago. At that time I was only a pair of broken eyes and a string of thoughts, Vicious harumphed coldly. The reason why I imparted the art of soul oracles to him is simple. I want to make use of his strength to help me find my other body parts and recover my strength. Xianxia nodded. There was no need to guess to figure this out. Given that he was known as Vicious, it went without saying that he was a vicious person. How could he possibly accept a student and impart the lost art of soul oracles to him for free? He must have his own motives. That fellow is indeed very diligent, treating me as his teacher. In fact, he even captured many celestial designers and blacksmiths and gathered innumerable artifacts to forge this head for me. Vicious said. Celestial designers? Xianxia recalled the densely packed rooms he had seen underground. He didn't know what they were used for, but now it seemed like they were the grooves in his head. Who knew how many artifacts and manpower it took to forge such a huge head? It seemed like over the past 2,000 years, many celestial designers and blacksmiths had died at the hands of the Qingtian Emperor, It was just that most of them had been attracted by the ghost cavern to temper their soul depth, and their means had been discreet, so they hadn't been discovered yet. However, I thought that the reason why that fellow treated me so respectfully from the start was due to his loyalty. Who could have thought that he would actually scheme against me? Vicious' voice was tinged with resentment. At some point in time, he found an altar. On the surface, it looked like he was trying to help me recover my strength as quickly as possible, but in truth, he was working together with the head forged by the celestial designers to trap me here. Unable to escape, he could only imprison me here. Imprison you? Indeed. He didn't just intend to imprison me. Actually, the reason why he chose to learn the art of soul oracles is simple too. From the very start, he intended to possess my memories and replace me. Vicious sneered coldly. How could the Xianxia emperor, the emperor of the otherworldly demonic tribe, submit to another so easily? Possession. Replace me. Xianxia shook his head and sighed deeply. With a pitiful look on his face, he said, "You are an old monster who has lived for several dozen millenniums and fought with Xianxia before, but you actually fell for the schemes of a mere Xianxia emperor?" No matter what, the Xianxia emperor was in existence who had fought with Xianxia before. Not only was he powerful, he also had many life-saving means at his disposal. To be reduced to such a state by a Xianxia emperor whom even he was unable to defeat, this was truly inconceivable. I have long known of his intentions, but 2,000 years ago, when I first awakened, I wasn't even a Saint Realm cultivator. There was no way I could have stood a chance against him. I had no choice but to borrow his strength and resources. Vicious harumphed coldly as a glint flashed across his eyes. However, how could I possibly allow myself to be killed so easily? I secretly left a sliver of my will in his mind, so that if he were to make a move against me, I would be able to destroy his body and soul. This, Xianxia's lips twitched as he shook his head. What a good pair of master and disciple. You guard against me, I guard against you. You want to kill me, I want to kill you too, you sure know how to play the underworld well. After the head was forged, in order to revive and regain fighting prowess, I had to spread my will across the entire island. If I did so, I would fall into a temporary coma. It was during this period of time that he made use of the altar to make a move on me. Just as he was about to kill me, the sliver of will that I left in his mind came into effect. Since he doesn't want to die, he has no choice but to listen to me. However, the other party has his own trump card as well, so I dare not kill him outright. Thus, I can only maintain a stalemate with him like this. This, Wuxia, Hall Master Xing, and the others glanced at one another in bewilderment. On the master-teacher continent, if a student were to be found guilty of deceiving his or her teacher, he or she would be killed without any hesitation. It was for this reason that everyone on the master-teacher continent, including the ordinary cultivators, had great respect for their teacher. The teacher of the world, his or her standing was second only to his or her parents, even surpassing that of an emperor. It was extremely rare for a student to plot against their teacher. This was a pair of otherworldly demons. The teacher was always thinking of ways to make use of the student, and the student was always thinking of ways to possess the teacher. What a weirdo. The otherworldly demons are only loyal to the spirit god. They don't care about their teacher at all. Seeing that they were still confused, Xianxia explained. He had met quite a few otherworldly demons, and he had come into contact with many of them. In fact, the entire Qing Tian lineage, from the emperor to the king, had been annihilated without a single survivor. As such, he knew quite a bit about the habits of the otherworldly demons. They were only loyal to the spirit god, and they would only listen to her commands. As for the so-called teacher, they didn't care about it at all. Putting aside the fact that the Qing Tian emperor was only a design teacher, even if he were to be killed, it would still be perfectly normal in their eyes. It was for this reason that even though the Qing Tian emperor and Vicious had been together for 2,000 years, they had always been competing with one another in the dark. Otherwise, given Vicious' eye of discernment, as well as the fact that he was an emperor, how could he possibly still be trapped here after 2,000 years? In fact, Xianxia even suspected that the Qing Tian emperor was the reason why Vicious in Wu Yanzi's underground chamber was able to retain his consciousness. To be able to make even Vicious hesitate, may I know what the Qing Tian emperor has up his sleeves? After explaining the matter, Xianxia raised his head and continued asking. Just what in the world could it be that Vicious dared not make a move even when he had left his will in the other party's mind? It's regarding the celestial amulet of legacy, Vicious replied. It seemed like he had been stifled after being trapped here for innumerable years, and he had finally found an opportunity to speak before these master teachers who he could kill at any moment. Celestial amulet of legacy? Xianxia had searched the Qingtian Emperor's soul art before, so he wasn't too surprised by this news. On the other hand, the eyes of Wushi and the others narrowed in astonishment. Ignoring everyone's astonishment, Vicious harumphed coldly. It's a puppet that has pledged loyalty to him. As master teachers, you should know how valuable the celestial amulet of legacy is. The crowd nodded in agreement. The celestial amulet of legacy was something that Xianxia had left behind personally, and it was linked to the secret manual Xianxia had created, the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn. Its value was so great that not only would ordinary master teachers go crazy over it, even the 9-star master teachers of the Mingshi Tang Empire would be tempted by it. If I can obtain the celestial amulet of legacy, I'll be able to extricate myself from my current state and regain my peak strength. In fact, I might even be able to obtain the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn and surpass Xianxia. Vicious' massive eyes gleamed with excitement as he gazed at Xianxia. Ordinary otherworldly demons might not know how to use the celestial amulet of legacy, but Vicious had fought with Xianxia many times, so he should know how to use it. Given my current state, I can only rely on him to obtain the celestial amulet of legacy. Thus, I have no choice but to spare his life. Furthermore, he knows where a portion of my clone is. If I were to kill him, it would be difficult for me to fuse with him, Vicious said. That. Xianxia nodded in agreement. The allure of the celestial amulet of legacy was simply too great. On top of that, Vicious' desire to regain his strength made it understandable that he did not dare to kill the other party. You are saying that a puppet who has pledged allegiance to the Qingtian Emperor told you about it. To be able to gather such information without even Vice Pavilion Master Tian knowing about it, that puppet must be of high standing, right? Xianxia asked. He could tell that there was a problem with Vicious' words, so he asked once more. Vice Pavilion Master Tian was the will of the Qingtian Emperor, so he could not be considered as a puppet. Zhong Qingwang could only be considered as a lackey, so it went without saying that he could not be considered as a puppet. Given that the puppet was able to gather information about the celestial amulet of legacy, there was no doubt that he was of high standing. Who else could he be? Why was there no record of him in the Qingtian Emperor's memories? There's no need to try and trick me. He has already pledged his allegiance to me, Vicious sneered coldly. It seemed like he had already explained everything that needed to be said. With a cold glint in his eyes, a powerful killing intent burst forth from his body. All right, since you have learned so many secrets, it's time for you to die. Hong Long, a powerful might suddenly descended upon the crowd, and their breathing hastened. They felt as if their chests would explode at any moment. Xianxia, we'll hold him back for you. You should think of a way to escape. Wushi and Hall Master Xing urged their Xianxia furiously to fend off the energy that was spreading toward them, protecting them at the very center. The face before them was simply too huge and frightening. It was impossible for them to escape, but if they were to put their lives on the line, they might just be able to get Xianxia out of here. He was the future of mankind, so they couldn't afford to die here. Escape? If we had turned around and left before the island completely floated up, we might have been able to escape, but now. Xianxia shook his head. Do you really think that he's just a chatterbox? Did he find someone to talk to? This? The crowd was taken aback. The other party's explanation was simply too shocking, such that they had forgotten to escape for a moment. However, from the looks of it now, it seemed like he had been trying to stall for time. His will has just escaped from the seal, and it will take some time for him to gain control over such a massive island. Thus, he used the information to attract our attention. In this period of time, he has already gained full control over the head. Even if we manage to escape, given the size of the swamp, we won't be able to escape. Perhaps, we might even end up falling into a perilous land in a moment of panic. Xianxia said with a bitter smile. Given the other party's strength, even if he were to kill Wushi, Hall Master Xing, and the others, it wouldn't take long. Even if they were to escape, how far could they possibly get? Most likely, they wouldn't even be able to escape 10 kilometers before they were caught. If Xianxia knew about this, why didn't you escape earlier? Tianxiong asked. Since you knew what the other party was up to, why didn't you escape instead of asking questions here? Now that the other party had gained full control over the entire island, it was impossible for them to escape. Instead of answering Tianxiong's question, Xianxia took a step forward and looked at the face before him. We won't be able to escape, and we won't be a match for you in your current state either. All I want to know is who the puppet that you spoke of is. To be concerned about this matter under such circumstances, even if his mental fortitude and willpower aren't on par with Xianxia back then, he isn't too far off. Even I don't feel like killing such a genius anymore. Vicious lips curled up as a glint flashed across his eyes. How about this? As long as you pledge your loyalty to me and offer your soul to me, not only will I tell you everything, I'll even spare your life. Once you obtain the celestial amulet of legacy, I'll even bring you to the great codex of spring and autumn and help you become the world's teacher. Loyalty? Xianxia shook his head. A master teacher for a day, a master teacher for life. It's impossible for me to submit to the otherworldly demonic tribe. However, even if you don't tell me who that puppet is, I should be able to roughly guess it by now. Oh? There was a hint of playfulness in Vicious' eyes, as if he didn't believe that Xianxia would be able to guess it. It should be the emperor of the Qingyuan Empire, Chu Tianqing, Xianxia replied calmly. Vicious narrowed his eyes. To be able to receive news even faster than Vice Pavilion Master Tian, the other party must be someone of high standing. Wuxia is a true master teacher, and Pavilion Master Go has been killed as well. The only possibility left is the emperor himself. Xianxia. In truth, this was not too hard to guess. Those who were able to obtain news regarding the celestial amulet of legacy in the Qingyuan Empire had to be of high standing. Other than the emperor of the Qingyuan Empire, Vicious could not think of anyone else who would know of the celestial amulet of legacy. On top of that, the emperor's actions were already very suspicious. When Zhong Qinhuang was arrested, he had to pay a huge price to bail him out. Just like that, 8 master teachers of Mingshi Tang had their souls taken away from them when they visited Zhong Qinhuang. However, upon hearing that Vicious had managed to tame the puppet, he was able to come up with an answer as soon as he connected the dots. As expected of a celestial master teacher, your mind sure is sharp. To think that you were able to figure out the crux of the matter so quickly. Vicious sneered coldly. Since he had already said everything, there was no point in hiding anything anymore. Celestial master teacher? Xianxia is a celestial master teacher? Tianxiong, Hall Master Xing, and the others were stunned. Of the crowd, only Wuxia knew of Xianxia's identity. Upon hearing the words of the otherworldly demon before them, they could hardly believe what they were hearing. Celestial master teachers were extremely rare, and in the long history of the master teacher continent, there had only been one, Xianxia. To think that the otherworldly demon before them would actually be a celestial master teacher as well. Why? Don't you know? Ha ha ha. He's a celestial master teacher. He's an existence acknowledged by the heavens. As long as he survives, as his cultivation rises, he'll surely become the world's teacher. Seeing that no one was aware of the matter, Vicious harumphed coldly. However, you won't have that chance anymore. I have fought with Xianxia many times, so I'm very familiar with his means. No matter how many tricks you have up your sleeves, it's all futile. How about it? Submit to me, and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, not only will you die, your students, your kin, and your friends will be killed as well. To tell you the truth, I've already informed Chu Tianqing to capture your student before you arrived here. If I'm not mistaken, he should be under our control by now. Xianxia said. Vicious sneered coldly. Capture my students? Xianxia's eyes turned cold. Who could have thought that a god monarch would be so shameless as to commit such a despicable act? That's right. Do you think that I'll believe your words? My students are cultivating in the Combat Master Hall, and they are protected by so many combat masters. Even Chu Tianqing wouldn't dare to make a move on them. Xianxia harumphed coldly. At the moment, he only had a single direct disciple, Lu Yang, Before he left, he had specifically instructed Lu Yang to cultivate in the Combat Master Hall. Even if Chu Tianqing was the emperor of the Qingyuan Empire, he wouldn't dare to wreak havoc in the Combat Master Hall. It's impossible for Chu Tianqing to make a move on them, but what if we invite them over? Vicious asked with a smile. Invite them over? Xianxia clenched his fists tightly. Before coming here, they had only sent master teachers to keep an eye on Chu Tianqing out of their suspicions. As the emperor of the Qingyuan Empire, there was no reason for Lu Yang to turn down an invitation to his student to the royal palace. If they were to head to the royal palace, there would be nothing they could do. With Mingshi Tang and the head of the Combat Master Hall here, it would be difficult for them to save Xianxia even if they wanted to. Do you think that I can stand against Kongshi if I don't make some preparations? Seeing the look on Xianxia's face, Vicious sneered coldly. Alright, I'll give you some time to make up your mind. Submit to me, and you and your student will be spared. I can even impart the complete Soul Oracle secret art to you so that you can become the world's teacher. If you refuse to submit to me, I'll make sure to kill your student first. Xianxia narrowed his eyes as he fell into a dilemma. This was the first time he had been threatened in such a manner. Qingyuan City, Combat Master Hall. On the third day after Xianxia and the others had left, a guest arrived at the Combat Master Hall, the emperor of the Qingyuan Empire, Chu Tianqing. Pavilion Master Zhou, I'll have to trouble you this time around. Zhong Qingwang is still being held captive by Mingshi Tang, but he hasn't done much wrong. It's just that he had a little conflict with Xianxia. I hope that you can introduce him to me so that I can apologize to him. Chu Tianqing said with a smile. Seated in front of him was Division Head Zhou, the head of the Weapon Division. After Hall Master Xing, Division Head Wei, and Division Head Liao had left, Chu Tianqing had temporarily taken charge of the affairs of the Combat Master Hall. My apologies, Your Majesty. Xianxia is currently in seclusion at the moment, so it won't be convenient for him to meet any guests. Division Head Zhou shook his head with a bitter smile. Before Hall Master Xing left, he had specifically instructed Division Head Zhou not to reveal the news of their departure. If anyone came to look for him, he was to say that he was in seclusion. The other party was the emperor of the Qingyuan Empire. Even though the Combat Master Hall only obeyed Mingshi Tang's orders, it would still be inappropriate for him to turn down the other party's request. Seclusion? Then, I heard that Xianxia has a direct disciple named Lu Yang. I heard that he's 17 this year, and I happen to have a daughter who is of a similar age to him. Her appearance isn't too bad either, so I can introduce them to one another. Chu Tianqing said. It was already embarrassing for Hall Master Xing to turn down the request of meeting Xianxia. If he were to turn down a direct disciple of the Combat Master Hall, it would be a little too unreasonable. Alright, I'll send someone to ask around. If Lu Yang is unwilling to meet me, there's nothing I can do. Division Head Zhou paused for a moment before replying. I'll be counting on you then, Chu Tianqing said with a smile. As you know, I am here to mend our relationship. I hope that you can put in a good word for me. Nodding, Division Head Zhou gestured for a combat master to leave the room. The combat master hurriedly made his way over to Lu Yang's residence, but before he could reach it, pung 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 pung, sounds could already be heard echoing in the room. Knocking on the door, the combat master entered, only to see Xianxia's direct disciple cultivating furiously. His clothes were drenched in sweat, and due to overexertion, the combat master's face was a little pale. Young Master Lu, you should take it easy. It seems like you are overexerting yourself. At this rate, not only will your cultivation slow down, you might even damage your foundation. The combat master exclaimed. The progeny of combat had instructed him to treat Xianxia as a teacher, but since Lu Yang was neither a master teacher nor a combat master, he could only address him as Young Master Lu or Lu Gongzi. Even though he was only an ordinary combat master, those who could become members of the Combat Master Hall were all outstanding master teachers. With just a glance, he could tell that Young Master Lu had overexerted himself and was on the verge of exhaustion. Cultivating diligently was a good thing, but if one were to overexert oneself, it would be difficult for one's foundation to recover from it. More importantly, if one were to overexert oneself, one's state of mind would crumble, and one's cultivation could very well go berserk. I know, but time waits for no man. Wiping away his sweat, Lu Yang clenched his fists tightly together. His teacher had 7 direct disciples. Xiaoya, Lu Chong, Yuan Tao, Wei Ruyan, Xingyang, Wang Ying. All of them had found their own paths, and each of them was more formidable than the last. He had been following closely behind his teacher, but the rate at which his cultivation was growing was extremely slow. This was especially so when he saw how Xingyang had become the progeny of combat and dominated the entire combat master-teacher continent. He felt even more anxious. He wanted to become stronger so that he wouldn't be any weaker than the others. Holding back his frustration, he cultivated desperately. Even if his body was on the verge of collapsing, he had to persevere. "What business do you have with me?" Lu Yang asked. "If there's nothing else, I'll be continuing my cultivation. It's like this. The emperor of the Qingyuan Empire, Chu Tianqing, wishes to mend his relationship with Xianxia, so he came over to express his goodwill. Xianxia is currently in seclusion, so it's inconvenient for him to meet any guests. Thus, he wishes to invite you over." The combat master said. "Invite me over? Tell him that I'm busy." Lu Yang waved his hand. What he lacked the most at the moment was time, and he could not afford to waste even a single second. "Young Master Lu, you mustn't be too focused on your cultivation. You need to strike a balance between work and rest. Even though Chu Tianqing has fallen out with Xianxia, it seems to me that he is sincerely trying to reconcile with Xianxia this time around. Why don't you meet him? After all, he's the emperor of the Qingyuan Empire. If he bears a grudge against Chu Tianqing and resorts to underhanded means, won't he be causing trouble for Xianxia?" The combat master said. "This? All right then." Lu Yang hesitated for a moment before nodding. His other 6 fellow disciples had already brought honor to their teacher, but he was the only one who was still eating, drinking, and using his teacher like a parasite. If he were to bring honor to his teacher, how would he be able to continue living in the world? Thus, Lu Yang took a quick bath and changed into a clean set of clothes before following behind the combat masters to the main hall. "You are Brother Lu Yang? I have long heard of your name. As a disciple of Xianxia, you will surely have a bright future ahead of you." Upon seeing Lu Yang, Chu Tianqing walked up to him with a smile, not putting on the airs of an emperor in the slightest. Slightly taken aback, Lu Yang nodded and replied, "Your Majesty, you are being too polite." "It's not that I'm being polite. I just want to build a good relationship with Xianxia. As you know, I fell out with Xianxia over the matter regarding Zhong Qingwang." Chu Tianqing waved his hand, and a guard behind him walked up and passed a jade box over. "This is my apology to Xianxia, so I hope that you won't turn me down," Lu Yang said with a frown as he opened the jade box. A surge of concentrated spiritual energy immediately gushed out from within. 5 concentrated high-tier spirit stones. This? Lu Yang's body stiffened. He knew that his teacher was in urgent need of concentrated high-tier spirit stones, and if he could obtain them, he would be of great help to his teacher. These 5 are for Xianxia. I've also prepared a gift for you." Noticing the change in Zhang Xian's expression, Chu Tianqing chuckled softly. He beckoned for another guard to step forward and pass another box over. "I know that you possess unparalleled fist art, so I paid a visit to the blacksmith guild and spent a fortune to forge a pair of boxing gloves for you. It has already reached the level of a Saint Lotier artifact, so it's just right for you." Creak, as he spoke, the guard opened the box. A dense energy came from it. When Xiaochen looked down, he saw that it was indeed a pair of gloves. They shone brightly, giving off the might of a sage tool. This, Lu Yang's throat went dry and his body stiffened involuntarily. To be honest, he had long wanted a pair of boxing gloves to complement his fist art. Just that. His teacher was too busy, so he was too embarrassed to ask for it. Thus, upon seeing a pair of gloves of this level, he couldn't help but feel agitated. There is no such thing as an undeserved reward. Such a precious thing. Lu Yang hesitated for a moment before replying. "Brother, there's no need to be so polite. It's my fortune to be able to befriend you. It's just a Saint Lotier artifact, it's nothing much at all." Chu Tianqing replied with a smile. "All right then. Since your Majesty is so polite, I'll accept it then. I'll convey your Majesty's goodwill to my teacher on your behalf." Lu Yang took the gloves and put them on. The more he looked at them, the more he liked them. As this weapon had just been forged, it didn't possess any spirit yet. Thus, he was able to use it as soon as he picked it up. There's really no need to stand on ceremony. Chu Tianqing looked at Xianxia with a smile and said, "Oh right, the royal palace is holding a family banquet tonight. My daughters have heard of your name, and they have been clamoring to meet you. I hope that you can attend the banquet as well." This? Lu Yang hesitated for a moment. Since it's a family banquet, I don't think it's appropriate for me to attend. There's no need to stand on ceremony. Since we are able to meet in the Qingyuan Empire, we can be considered as one family. I was intending to invite Xianxia over, but it's a pity that Xianxia is currently in seclusion, so he's unable to leave. If you're able to attend, it would be a great honor for our royal family. Chu Tianqing was all smiles and his eyes were filled with sincerity. I still need to cultivate, Lu Yang said. I don't mind waiting for a day or two. You can also interact with those useless princes of mine and teach them a lesson. I'll let them know that there's always someone stronger than you out there. Otherwise, they'll think that they're invincible in the world. It'll be a huge headache for me. Chu Tianqing said. This? Lu Yang hesitated for a moment before eventually nodding. All right then. It just so happened that he wanted to try out the brand new gloves that the other party had given him. If he could make use of this opportunity to spread his teacher's name, he wouldn't feel so pressured anymore. To be honest, 6 of his teacher's 7 direct disciples had left, and each of them was more outstanding than the last. He had been under too much pressure, and he had been in a rush to prove himself. Since there was an opportunity before him, he wouldn't turn it down. Seeing that they were done with their discussion, Division Head Zhou decided not to say anything else. Having made up his mind, Lu Yang had nothing to pack up, so he followed Chu Tianqing to the royal palace. As soon as they entered the royal palace, the banquet had already begun. Countless princes and princesses were walking around, and every single one of them seemed to be brimming with energy. As expected of the princesses of a conferred empire, every single one of them was more beautiful than the last. Seated among the crowd, Lu Yang couldn't help but feel a little dazzled by their beauty. Even though they were a lot weaker than Xiaoya, Wang Ying, and the others, they were all smiling faintly, and their every move revealed their charm, which made his Dao heart a little unstable. Lu Yang Gongzi, at this moment, a young man walked up to Lu Yang. You are? Lu Yang frowned. From the young man's attire, it could be seen that he was a prince, but his standing wasn't too high. After all, Chu Tianqing hadn't gone into detail when he introduced him previously. I am Chu Xiang, the 77th prince of the Qingyuan Empire, the young man said with a bitter smile. With a bitter smile, the young man replied, I have met Xianxia twice, so we can be considered as friends. If Xianxian were here, he would surely have recognized the young man to be none other than Chu Xiang, whom he had met at the Terpsichore Guild and Blacksmith Guild. Who would have thought that he would actually be a prince? It was no wonder he was able to take out a concentrated high-tier spirit stone right off the bat. Back then, when Zhang Xian had asked Chu Tianqing for 100 concentrated high-tier spirit stones in exchange for Zhong Qingwang, the latter had told him that the concentrated high-tier spirit stones had been given to his descendants, so there wasn't much left in the national treasury. Lu Yang stood up and said, Pardon me for my rudeness, teacher's friend. There's no need to stand on ceremony. Chu Xiang nodded with a smile. The two of them chatted for a while longer, and a few princesses came over to propose a toast to Lu Yang. Overjoyed, Lu Yang drank a few more cups, and his eyelids began to dry up. His body swayed weakly, and he fainted. Men, lock him up in the underground prison and seal off all communication channels. A glint flashed across Chu Tianqing's eyes. Yes, father. A few guards walked up and locked Lu Yang up before dragging him away. Imperial father, what's going on? Chu Xiang was stunned. Don't worry about it, Chu Tianqing said with a wave of his hand. But, he's Zhang Xian's student. Even Mingshi Tang is fearful of Zhangxi's pavilion crashing. I fear that. Chu Xiang said anxiously. Enough. It's one thing for you to hide your identity and wreak havoc outside, but I know what I'm doing. Chu Tianqing could not be bothered with Chu Xiang anymore. Chu Xiang clenched his fists tightly. He was the 77th son of the emperor, and he was born to an imperial concubine. As a result, his standing wasn't too high. In order to attract the attention of the emperor, he had cultivated diligently, and not only did he become a 7-star blacksmith, he had even reached the embryonic soul realm at such a young age. He had thought that he would be praised for his achievements, but who could have known that he would be assassinated, and his primordial spirit would be severely damaged. It was then that he realized that there was no such thing as kinship in the royal family. Thus, he changed into ordinary clothes and spent his time in brothels. While it might seem like he was unrestrained, it was all a facade. If he didn't do so, the princes who were vying for power would surely kill him. There was no way that his father was unaware of the means of the princes, but the fact that his father didn't stop him made him feel even more disheartened. He had thought that his father's opinion of him would change after befriending Xianxia, but who could have known that he would end up capturing the other party's student instead? He had met Xianxia a few times, and he knew that the latter was extremely protective of his students. If something were to happen to him, he would be in deep trouble. No, I must tell this matter to Xianxia. If there really is a misunderstanding in the future, it will be easier for me to resolve this matter. Narrowing his eyes, Chu Xiang made up his mind. He had seen Xianxia's means with his own eyes, and there was no doubt that the other party was a formidable figure. He couldn't afford to offend such a person. He had no idea why his father wanted to capture the other party's student, but judging from the other party's attitude, it was unlikely that he would be able to get an answer out of the other party. Since that was the case, he might as well tell Xianxia secretly so that he could mediate the conflict between the two of them in the future. Knowing that this wasn't the time for words, Chu Xiang quietly attended the banquet before leaving the royal palace. After returning to his residence, he rested for a long time before changing into a new set of clothes and making his way to the combat master hall. "Who are you looking for?" A combat master blocked Chu Xiang's path. "I am Xianxia's friend, and I'm here to pay him a visit." Chu Xiang passed his name scroll over. "Xianxia's friend? Wait a moment." Shocked, the combat master hurriedly rushed out with the name scroll in hand. Not too long later, a plump man followed behind him. "So, it's Chu Gongzi. I am butler Sun Chang. Our young master has mentioned you before. May I know what business you have with our young master?" Sun Chang looked at Chu Xiang with a smile. Seeing that it wasn't Xianxia who had come out, Chu Xiang couldn't help but panic a little. "I have something that I need to speak to Xianxia about. Our young master is currently in seclusion, so there's nothing I can do about it." Sun Chang waved his hand. "Gongzi, feel free to speak to me. I'll speak to young master once he's out of seclusion." This. Hearing those words, Chu Xiang hesitated for a moment. Knowing that he wouldn't be able to meet Xianxia anymore, he could only shake his head and set up a soundproofing formation. "It's like this. Xianxia's student, Lu Yang, has been captured by my father." "Young master Lu Yang has been captured?" Sun Chang was taken aback for a moment before narrowing his eyes. End of chapter 1229. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.